West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Got a lot to get to today, man. We got a lot of work to do, people, but it's going to be fun. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Pope Zaza. Seth C. Payne.
Hey.
Hi, Pope.
I just realized that I had written in the show prep this morning, this is depressing as hell, and then I forgot to link what I was talking about.
I was wondering.
So you just had to wonder and guess it.
It was a great tease.
You know what it was The Athletic did a piece where the writer polled a bunch of players, anonymously, of course, and asked it might have been players, front office execs, whatever it was, and it was who are the most irreplaceable losses in MLB this year.
MLB, okay, gotcha.
MLB, Major League Baseball.
Yep.
Major League Baseball. And this is the thing that was so frustrating about it, was 3 of the 9 guys that got the most votes were Astros, former Astros. One was Fromber.
Okay.
So they're saying it's hard to replace Fromber.
Yeah.
One was Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, he's
hard to replace Kyle Tucker.
We found that out
Chicago.
last year. Yeah.
But also, and then Bregman as well. Hard to replace.
The Red Sox
Boston.
are going to learn what we learned last year.
But it's also true for Houston. So it's hard to sustain an open window when you're routinely losing guys who are, by definition, according to this article, irreplaceable.
Irreplaceable. And that's the thing, too, is that I heard the afternoon guys talking about Hunter Brown yesterday. And should Jim Crane break his own set of rules with Hunter Brown, and give him a 7 or 8 year deal, pay through the roof to keep Hunter Brown at a market frontline starting pitcher price? And should he and will he are obviously two different things. I'm not going to go deep into their argument about it. But one of the things as I was going on my walk listening to Clint and Ron talk about this yesterday is that the difference with the Astros now versus the difference, say, 2 or 3 years ago when they were letting at least one big name go every year is there were solutions in place to replace these guys.
Yeah.
Either directly at their position or replace what it is they brought to the table in some other fashion. There were reinforcements. And that was when the pitching car wash was operating at optimal efficiency as well. That was when the cars were coming through and they were clean on the other side and there were no stoppages in the machine and you didn't have to call maintenance or anything. That's the difference now, is that they could have written this article 3 years ago when Carlos Correa had left and George Springer had left. Because I would say those back then in 2020 and 2021 would have fit this mold, would have fit this article, that these are 2 of the most irreplaceable guys, all-star players on a championship team. If you wrote that article back in 2022, let's say. But the answer for the Astros would have been, well, we got Jeremy Pena. And we've got Kyle Tucker, who will replace me. He's not going to directly replace Springer in center field, but he's going to be our new star outfielder, and he's going to give us 30 home runs a year or whatever the hell it was back then. They don't have that anymore. There's no names that are here to backfill Framber Valdez. There's no name. They're trying like hell with Cam Smith in this trade to find the next Kyle Tucker. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. The signs aren't super promising right now, but the signs weren't super promising early on with Kyle Tucker either.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker was an atrocious mess early on.
He was.
And at least Cam Smith seems like more of a motivated type of dude.
That's the difference, and that's why I'm taking the under on the Astros this year. I'm taking the under on 84.5 wins. I think we're at the end of the road on this thing, man.
It was the MLB Insiders by Jason Stark. So it's an annual spring survey of 36 executives, former executives, just coaches and scouts. You know the thing that really annoys me about this, though, Sean?
What's that?
Is it on this list? So the guys that got the most votes and for the most irreplaceable subtractions of the winter, there were the top 8. There's 3 former Astros in the top 8. But it really, really annoys me that they're saying Kyle Tucker is irreplaceable. But they did bring in Alex Bregman, who was one of the irreplaceable ones from the Red Sox.
Dude.
So both Bregman and Kyle Tucker, both former Astros on this list. The Astros haven't, as of yet, replaced those. I mean, they kind of replaced Bregman with Isaac Paredes, but now we got to get the hell rid of him. That's just some weird thing that we're accepting as normal.
Yeah.
That, oh, hey, you got this guy who's perfectly built for the ballpark. Why do you have to get rid of him? Well, we traded for an aging, sentimental dude to play third base who's, don't worry, his old team's paying for a bunch of his salary.
Right.
But we still got to pay a bunch, too. So, okay, well, you got to get rid of Paredes. Okay. Why? Because he's the worst of your infielders? Yeah. Oh, no. Not by a long shot.
No. We pigeonholed ourselves into this 5-man infield.
It's so damn weird, and I understand it, I get it, and yet at the same time, I feel like I'm in a science fiction movie where we're all walking around with glazed eyes saying, we have to trade Isaac Paredes. We have always needed to trade Isaac Paredes. Yeah. Also, we eat people now. Yeah. This is the way things are. Mm-hmm. Yes. We've all been brainwashed and subdued into thinking, sure, of course it totally makes sense to trade Isaac Paredes. And even though it does, by the book, because of the situation you're in, you can't ignore the fact that they themselves in this situation.
Yeah. No, it's been this way. They've let guys that are tough to replace go for 8 years now, at least one every year, sometimes 2. And there have always, up until about 2 or 3 years ago, it was no problem because you had a supremely talented team and you had enough. You had specific guys in the farm system that could replace those specific guys. We're done with that. They're replacing Framber Valdez with a hope of a Japanese pitcher coming over here and replacing him. You know, they're not.
We've done before. We've hoped for Kikuchi to work out and be something, and
I'm not saying it can't work. I'm saying that the chances of this working are way less than what's been happening the last 9 years with the Astros. The problem with,
Kikuchi was already an actual Major League Baseball pitcher as well, so there was less of a wild card factor there with Kikuchi.
Yep. All right, we're burying the lead. Let's get to what is it we were all waiting for. Well, it was funny yesterday as I was kind of going through putting the rundown together in the afternoon, and I'm like, I was writing on Wednesday. I'm putting stuff in the rundown for Thursday, and so I wrote, today is the day. Today is the day we find out if Kevin Durant was really behind the burner account that said all those mean and nasty things about people like Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün and others. We're going to find out today. And as it turned out, in my opinion, we found out yesterday. Literally, as I'm typing it, I go on Twitter, and the Rockets are having a practice. And they're talking to Kevin Durant. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Mm-hmm. So here it is. This is what we've been waiting for. The burner account could ruin the Rockets' season potentially here. Kevin Durant, was this you? I'll give credit to Varun Shankar of the Houston Chronicle for asking the question of Kevin Durant.
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to go see and keep it pushing. But I know I get you happy. Give them what you like. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. So we had a great practice today. Looking forward to the road trip.
Okay, little gargly on the sound there. The follow-up question was, okay, but was it you?
Well, yeah, no. So he actually said, so I'm not here to get into any Twitter nonsense.
Right. Yeah. And then at the end there said, my teammates know what the deal is.
Right. Yeah. So he didn't even bother denying it because he's too big for Twitter stuff and Twitter drama. No. Bro, that's your brand.
Right.
You talk about how you're a god. You dispense godlike advice on Twitter. That is your thing.
Let's hear from Durant. So Durant saying, I'm not here for this Twitter nonsense. Yeah. This is the same human being that was asked the question over the weekend at the All-Star game, which if you had to give up one, Twitter or video games, I guess it wasn't nonsense when he was asked this question. If you had to give up Twitter or video games, which would it be?
If you could give up one thing for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games, damn, which one would it be?
Damn. I'm a Twitter. I'm going to go Twitter because they don't deserve to hear this God level like talk I'm giving to them. They take it for granted because I'm already knowing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was 5 days ago.
Yeah.
But so on Wednesday, he's not here for this Twitter nonsense. But on Saturday, he sits and pauses and gives a thoughtful answer to a question that, mind you, is being asked of a 37-year-old man. Which would you rather give up, Twitter or video games? Twitter or video games?
You brought in to really take him to the next level.
Yeah.
This is
the guy.
The guy that can come in and teach these young guys how to take life seriously. Yeah.
He was asked for this.
This is how you gotta portion out your burner account. So he can't even do his burner accounts right.
No.
Do you know how much more of an asset and a resource the 22-year-olds in that locker room are for how to manage yourself on social media?
Yeah.
He's out there acting like a damn boomer.
Yep.
He might as well be Gen X out there trying to navigate the interwebs. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
All right,
he's clueless.
So
he can't even manage his burner accounts right.
So no denial from Durant. We know that when he says, I'm not here for this Twitter nonsense, that's BS because he's seriously answering Twitter questions this past weekend. Here was Ime Udoka when he was asked about it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do social media, and so you hear about it secondhand, but, I don't really live in that world or comment on social media, Twitter, or any of that, and so don't pay much attention at all.
Okay, bro, this is kind of a big deal for your team right now, Coach. Yeah. I know you're not on social media, but it would be your team is your lead guy is allegedly saying some really nasty things about some of the young guys on your team. I'm not saying go get a Twitter account, Ime Udoka. I'm saying you need to get to the bottom of this. And my feeling is, Seth, that he did get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And he's doing what Kevin Durant. He's not. Ime Udoka's not here for this Twitter nonsense either.
I will appreciate the honesty and at least not lying about it and not issuing a Rafael Palmeiro wagging finger in our face. But the absence of any kind of denial at all, it makes it hard, especially because it's Kevin Durant who has this history of activity like this, including meeting his current co-host on his podcast, right? I've
got that audio if you want it. I've got one more piece of audio.
Just real quick, as a reminder to a lot of people that have maybe refused to dig into this because it's all annoying, and Sean and I were trying to be patient and wait until we felt we had more clarity on it. But when we talk about things that he said about teammates, this is just one of the things that this alleged KD burner account said. I can't trust Jabari to make a bleeping shot or get a stop. And then to follow after somebody said, just don't give him a tech free throw, to be honest. And then he says, he's low-key R-word. That's what he said about his teammate.
His teammate who, by the way, idolizes him.
Right,
Jabari Smith Jr. has always been a big Kevin Durant guy because they're, he's trying to model his game after Durant.
And then the other one was Şengün. What did he say? Can't play defense.
Can't play defense, can't shoot.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Can't
two
shoot.
Vital things in the sport of basketball.
Two key things that we know Alpe's been trying to, work on over the past couple of years.
Well, let's play the audio that you had teased in a second, and then I've got a question for you about the reality of how this might affect.
I've got a Pender poll for you to guess at as well, so we'll do that. So here's Kevin Durant. Seth alluded to it. My son brought this to my attention. This is Kevin Durant announcing several years ago a new podcast venture that he has with a guy that he named Eddie that he met on one of KD's burner accounts.
And you got a podcast coming, right?
Yeah. Just talking our. Got to come in a couple of weeks. Hopefully it'll take off, but just having a regular conversation.
Who you doing it with?
My boy Eddie Gonzalez, just dude I met off one of my burner accounts, actually.
See? that burner. See, they go that burner.
I'm about to make me some burners. He was talking some that I liked and I respected, and I was like, hey, I like what you got going.
Okay. So according to my son, this Eddie guy has become part of Durant's inner circle.
Yeah.
And there's two things here. One, there's an admission that he has burner. If you're wondering, he's never even said he has burner accounts. There's an admission he has burner accounts. Number one. Number two, I guess according to my son Sammy at least, has become part of Durant's inner circle. And apparently Eddie was getting peppered with questions about Get Higher 77, this alleged Durant burner account over the weekend. And he wasn't denying it either.
He was also issuing non-denials about it.
Right.
That's great. Yeah. The only other thing about it that I could see is that Kevin Durant is trying to be, again, super adolescent about this and
loves the attention,
very meta about it, and he's just kind of trolling everybody with these non-denials, even though it's not true or something,
which is just as big a problem.
As annoying,
yes,
right?
Yeah,
I'm going to invite this distraction in, etc., etc.
All right, so one more here. This was Nick Wright. We played this yesterday, and I think this is, and now that I think you and I are both in agreement that this is likely Kevin Durant. I think this is Kevin Durant. I think this burner account is him. There's an opportunity to deny it, and he didn't do that. Your hypothesis about possible trolling is certainly in play, but I think the favorite is that it's him.
Yeah.
Real quick, let's just play. Do we feel this doom and gloom that Nick Wright was feeling earlier this week?
If it's real, the talking on Şengün and his current team is catastrophic. This is so much bigger for KD than the previous account stuff. Veteran presence, a leader, the final piece. Again, if this is real, it legitimately damages his team's chance of winning the championship.
Do you feel
which
that?
is a shame.
Sorry, Nick. It is a shame. I agree with that part. Do you feel as dire as Nick?
I'm trying to think about this if it were to happen in your personal life. I mean, people say bad stuff about people behind their backs all the time, and sometimes it gets exposed, and then those relationships are mended, and then they go on. This might not be everything that he said there. Might not be something that Kevin Durant hasn't. It might be something that he said to their faces at some point.
Well, he yelled at Şengün on the court a week ago to start playing defense.
So I think, but at the very least, though, what has to come, if you're going to have a trust level or something, Kevin Durant privately maybe has to talk to those guys and say, you know what, man, I let my frustration get the better of me, and I really shouldn't be talking that way.
Yeah.
And you try to mend the relationship, and you can come out stronger before it.
Sure.
Think about people with marriages where one of the spouses has done something ridiculously awful.
Yeah.
Or maybe both of them. Yeah. It's just a horrible, horrible marriage. And then all of a sudden, either through intervention from a clergy member or a psychologist or just their mom or something, they figure things out, they grow up, they mature, and they get better. So it could potentially damage it. The hard part is there's no part of the Rockets over the last 2 months that's looked at all like a championship caliber team.
Right.
So is this the thing that knocks them out of winning a championship? No. Does it make it that much harder to have a surprise push in the playoffs, or if Fred VanVleet comes back, then certainly it does. But it could also be something that makes them stronger.
Well, at a minimum, it's one more thing to manage for Ime Udoka. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's got nothing to do with our offensive sets or not having a point guard or something like that. This is chemistry type of stuff.
The thing that works with marriages is you've always got that driving force of either trying to do the best thing for the kids, not wanting to pay alimony, the law getting involved, all of that. You don't necessarily have that motivator in place here.
You don't. You don't. No, I know about all those things. So real quick, Seth, this is an easy one. What percentage of Rocket fans do you think that yes, that is Kevin Durant on the burner accounts?
I think by now. What time did you put that poll out before or after?
I put it at 2:09 p.m. Well, I said KD's now answered the question. It was after the video came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 90% of people think it's his.
You're on the right side of the yes or no. Only 73%.
I don't get a ding for that at all.
73% say that.
Zero dings.
I mean, it's a vast majority, but it's not quite as high.
I have zero problem having with us being cautious about waiting on this or anything.
Yeah.
To start feeling
we were
this
responsible.
way.
Yeah.
It's just too easy to make a burner account that looks like somebody's burner account.
Yeah.
And at this point, though, if I had to choose, let's treat this like a civil trial.
Okay.
We don't need
51
beyond reasonable doubt or anything. I think it's greater than 50% chance that this is his burner account.
He loses the civil trial. He can probably get off on a criminal trial. I would think.
When it comes to talking about his burner account, we're going to have to talk about it the way we talk about OJ and the murders.
Right.
He was found liable of murder. Yeah.
Yes. So liable of murdering the Rockets' title chances.
Your dad's a murderer? Well, found liable of it. I don't know if that gives him as much cred in prison or not.
Yeah.
Probably gets more cred from the Heisman than he does from the actual.
It's debatable.
Found liable for murder. Yeah.
All right. There are names that are getting thrown out there now at positions of need for the Houston Texans. Two in particular yesterday. Should the Texans be shopping in this aisle for these guys? We'll discuss coming up next. I'll tell you where to shop right now, though, for a new car, and that is
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, text message to the Base Power text line. Who gives a bleep what somebody says on Twitter? I can't believe your bosses let you waste airtime on this. It's stupid.
Oh, our bosses.
Boy, you seem fun. You seem fun at parties,
Who
fella.
cares what? All right.
It's
if one of your
Sports Talk Radio.
if
What are we
you're
doing?
Yeah, no, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I can't believe your boss allows you to have a phone.
Waste airtime on it. It's the biggest topic. We're supposed to talk about
top
things people.
trending topics in sports right now.
Yeah, you'd be a horrible programmer.
I can't believe your boss allows you to talk about this thing that so many people are talking about.
Right.
Why aren't you talking about the bobsled?
No, I know that like stuff like that just no disrespect to you, sir or ma'am, but like stuff like that blows me away. Like you're up at 6:15 in the morning.
No disrespect to you, but I don't understand how you learned how to read and write.
If you're up at if you're a big enough sports fan and fan of this genre to be up in this listening way to work and don't understand like how it works.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I'm flabbergasted by that text. So.
Well, especially, though, too, it's not like we're not randomly talking about some guy saying something goofy on
Kevin
Twitter.
Durant.
It's Kevin Durant.
It's the linchpin. It's the final piece of what's supposed to be a championship basketball team.
It's Kevin Durant allegedly trashing his teammates to random strangers on a burner account. It's the number one story on Houston Chronicle right now.
Yeah, it's juicy as hell.
Of these 5 topics, which should we be talking about in our esteemed? Which of these topics should our sports radio bosses?
3, 4, 6.
Number one trending story on the Chronicle. Okay. Kevin Durant addresses alleged burner account and negative comments about the Rockets.
That feels like something we should be talking about.
Number 2, the best and worst candidates on Texas's 2026 primary ballot.
Oh, they
I know you guys want to hear us talk about that. I know you guys want to hear about us be one of these part-time sports, part-time political commentators.
Coming up next,
there's something about HISD's Mike Miles creating a new position.
Okay, yeah.
Deputy superintendent.
I've got strong takes on that, but I'll
hold
them back.
The way it says that is interesting. It's because it's deputy superintendent, but as I'm reading it, it's like deputy superintendent.
Oh, like
a superhero of some sort.
Oh,
he's not just an intendant. No, he's a superintendent.
Superintendent, yes.
Oh, number 4.
Yeah, what's number 4?
See, now this is real sports talk.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, this is the serious sports talk, which is the number 4th most popular story on the Chronicle right now.
Right.
Tony Gonzalez had an affair with an aide who set herself on fire, ex-staffer says. Ex-staffer. So this is not
Tony
Gonzalez. Yeah, this isn't. This is
not the tight end, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's U.S. Representative.
I think that would have gotten some run on ESPN.
That would have been. Now, if that had been the athlete,
right?
Tony Gonzalez,
definitely would be talking about.
Yeah,
that.
we'd be talking about that.
Right.
Number 5, Fertitta-owned steakhouse unveils a flag that draped over Abraham Lincoln's casket.
Oh,
that I want to read and talk about later.
Okay. Well,
I'm just now aware of this.
I saw a report from somebody, and we've seen this before, and we'll get to the Texans here, I promise. But that Tillman is looking once again to try to buy the Saints. He's trying to get on that NFL action right now. He should look into the Seahawks. They're for sale officially now, as of yesterday.
I'll have to play the Simpsons clip that best defines the Saints season a little bit later.
We
talk about Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about Tillman Fertitta buying the Saints.
Yep, I'm right.
Tillman Fertitta owning a flag that draped over Abraham Lincoln's casket.
Yep.
Weird.
Memorabilia.
And then maybe at some point we'll get to Tony Gonzalez, the U.S. representative that had an affair
let's
with
hope
an
we
aide
get to that.
Who set herself on fire.
All right. So this should, I would imagine this will satisfy the listener that can't believe our bosses let us talk about highly discussed stories. Should the Texans be shopping for either of these, I'll put air quotes around, Enticing veterans? Wyatt Teller. The first one's Wyatt Teller. Wyatt Teller, guard for the Browns, announced yesterday that he will not be going back to Cleveland, Seth.
Yeah, Cleveland's getting rid of their whole offensive line, which is part of what it seems like the ball-knowing Browns fans that I see say, yep, this is what we have to do. Got to move on from Joel Bitonio and Wyatt Teller, all these other guys who have been stalwarts for naught.
Yeah.
And we gotta build up from the studs. And yet a lot of Cleveland Browns fans are also saying, not Wyatt Teller.
They were this morning. I listened in on them this morning, and they were very distraught. They understand where the Browns are right now, but that listening to them, this is sort of the Seth Payne theory. Like, you can learn a lot about somebody by what the fan base says about them or how the opposing fan bases feel about it. Mm-hmm. The Cleveland guys this morning were very distraught about Wyatt Teller announcing his departure from Cleveland.
The tricky thing about Wyatt Teller is I don't want to get into another Shaq Mason situation where you bring in a 32-year-old guard.
Is that how old he is?
He's 32.
Okay.
And he's only played a full season once in the last 4 seasons.
I don't like
that. And
they
haven't been major injuries or anything, but he's missed 4 or 5 games in 3 of the last 4 seasons.
He's the Braden Smith of guards.
Right. Braden Smith, the tackle for the Colts that some teams have said would be a good fit with the Texans.
Right.
No, I don't want guys who get injured all the time on my offensive line.
So that's your feeling on Teller as well.
Even though
it's an even more acute position of need than tackle for the Texans.
If they're going interior offensive line in free agency, I want them to swing hard for the fences with a guy like Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah.
Or David Edwards from the Bills is a younger guy. These are the guys. He's not really. He's 29, I think.
That's the guy the Texans ruined in that game this year on Thursday night. That's David Edwards was the one who looked like he was crying on the sidelines.
They were all injured, man.
Yeah,
they were all banged up.
Yeah.
I'm pulling names out of a hat here, just in terms of guys that are younger in their 20s.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So Joel Bitonio. Now, Wyatt Teller or Joel Bitonio are interesting just in, okay, if the guy wants to take a
1 year, $8 million, something like that.
Yeah, and come in and actually there's a shot that he might not even end up starting or something.
Right.
Which I don't know if those guys would take that.
No.
This is the equivalent of, how people always like to talk about the latest 6th-round quarterback is, hey, you know who was a 6th-round quarterback? It was Tom Brady.
That's true.
There's a little bit of Andrew Whitworth thinking sometimes where, hey, Andrew Whitworth was an old offensive lineman that everybody thought was past his prime, and he ended up being part of an awesome Rams team.
Played his best football in his late 30s.
Yeah, he's the exception, not the rule.
Right.
So there's always room for signing an older guy like that, but I would like them to take a crack at some guy who's also in their 20s.
Okay, I want to get your take on this second one, too. Jordan Schultz, NFL reporter, tweeted yesterday, sources, the Dolphins have had trade talks with teams regarding 5-time Pro Bowl safety Minkah Fitzpatrick. Miami released 4 players earlier this week, including Tyreek Hill, and are in the early stages of resetting the roster under a new regime. They are. The Dolphins are doing the Dolphins are doing the tear it down to the studs thing on their entire team, not just the offensive line like the Browns. They've got new coaches. They've got a new GM. There's going to be a new quarterback. They're moving on from Tua. It's a new day and age. They put out the early season win totals for the NFL yesterday, Seth.
Yeah.
And as I predicted, the Dolphins are going to be among the lowest. I said I would blindly take the under. 4.5.
Ooh.
4.5. I don't know if I'm blindly taking it. It's not blind anymore. I don't know if I'm going under 4.5.
It's all tricky, too. If they decide to stick it out for one more year with Tua's going to win you some games.
He will.
You know?
Yeah, he's.
I mean, it's like we know we like to psychologically divide quarterbacks into studs and nothing but losers, but Tua's capable of doing.
He's in between,
winning some games for you.
What about this Minkah fella?
Minkah Fitzpatrick. Okay, you always have to ask yourself, well, why was Pittsburgh willing to part with him in the first place?
Right.
And it's because he wasn't making the same type of impact plays that he was.
Makes a lot of money too.
Right, and he makes a lot of money. And I was actually personally distraught yesterday, Sean, because one of our listeners reached out on Twitter. I know that one listener doesn't want us to discuss anything that's ever said on Twitter or not. But this is from a listener himself. Yeah. So he basically, I was insulted.
I know the tweet you're talking about.
Yeah, he said, hey, has anybody even talked about the fact that the Texans haven't had a safety to play opposite of Kalen Bullock?
Right.
Yeah, talk about that a lot, to the point where I felt like I was talking about it too much.
Right.
It was a revolving door there. He used the term revolving door, which I feel like he probably got from me.
Lifted it from you, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, we've talked about it, but this is the thing. You're not allowed to go out and have a huge name at all 5 spots in the secondary and manage your team that way. Your answer can't be, wow, we've got 4, Pro Bowl / potential all-pro caliber guys in the secondary.
Yeah.
We need to go get a huge name and pay a guy based on production from earlier in his career to be that fifth guy.
Right.
You've got to make it work with either Jalen Reed or MJ Stewart if he comes back or somebody like that. Because it was partly injuries, part C.J. Gardner-Johnson experiment, part Jimmy Ward, whatever the hell's going on with him, that made it such a revolving door. The best bet there is that hopefully Jalen Reed is healthy next year and that he takes another step forward. And that they might well retain MJ Stewart as long as he's healthy. He's a guy that can play that spot at least.
Jalen, I mean, if you're looking to like power rank what I would like to see happen, Jalen Reed's at the tippy top of that list because he is cheap. He's a 6th-round pick who's in his second year on his rookie deal. That would be amazing.
Like, clearly you're allowed to do that, but if they're going to spend money anywhere this offseason.
Can't be safety.
You're right. Yeah. If they're going to spend draft picks, I want it to be on the offensive side of the ball.
Yep.
One other quick thing about the draft, because I keep seeing people use this, and I don't get it. They say, well, the Texans they only draft best player available. They don't draft by position.
Right.
I don't know. I got nothing for you. Like, yes, they do. They move around. They don't want to overdraft somebody just because it's in that position.
Yeah.
But they totally try to fill their – that's exactly what they did last year.
Right.
Is they're maneuvering around all over the place, all offseason long. What are we saying? They need offensive linemen and wide receivers.
Right.
What did they get with their first 3 picks? Offensive linemen and wide receivers.
2 wide receivers. That's exactly right. All right, Payne and Pendergast, let's get to headlines. If you missed it, Kevin Durant spoke kind of on the Twitter burner gate that's going on right now. We've got
Did you clear that with our boss?
What's that? Oh, talking about it again.
That tease right there?
Again. Twice in the first hour. Take that, 346. We'll get to headlines coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, headline for you. Kirk Holmes. You're building a custom home? This is the most important thing you do. Choose
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, with apologies to the one listener who doesn't want us talking about the Durant Twitter gate.
The most popular story in Houston sports right now.
Here we go with headlines sponsored by the Men's Tea Clinic. The Rockets are back in action tonight. They face the Charlotte Hornets in Charlotte. Rockets practiced yesterday. Kevin Durant met with the media afterwards and was asked, hey, those alleged tweets, DMs from a supposed Durant burner account, was that you, KD?
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to come see you and keep it pushing. But I know I get you like that. Give them what you like. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. So we got a break. We had a break practice. We'll do it to the road trip.
Okay. So that last part was a little garbled, but he's saying, my teammates know what the deal is. We had a great practice today. The money shot in all this is him just not denying that was him saying things like Alperen Şengün can't shoot or defend, and that Jabari Smith Jr., I don't want to say what he said about him, but he said bad things about Jabari Smith Jr.
No, and honestly, you had the appropriate reaction, which is for Kevin Durant, who's been adamant for over a decade that his Twitter usage and him going after trolls and everything on Twitter is just fine and it's no big deal. He's admitted to having burner accounts, all of this. He's just he's full of it. And no, if it's crap, it's crap. Yeah. Say that it's nonsense, that no, it's not me.
Right.
So yeah, I'm pretty much convinced that it is him. That's my opinion on the matter, that it's him, and that he's been caught now very publicly talking trash about his own teammates. It's a bad look for a guy who's supposed to be a veteran leader who came in and was part of getting you over the top, changing things, helping these young guys come along. Yeah. How do you do these? Is he a tough taskmaster that gets after these guys, these younger guys? Well, kind of, but mostly he just talks behind their back to strangers on social media.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
He gets after them, but by talking about them with not them, with other people.
Right.
Yeah, behind a mask of @GetHire77 on Twitter. So I put up a poll yesterday. 73% of the people who voted in it think it's Durant. I'm guessing that there have been more conversations about it behind the scenes with his teammates, I would hope, if it's him. Ime Udoka kind of did a hands-off with it yesterday as well. Like, I don't get into all this social media stuff, which I think is if that's how he's handling it behind the scenes, is a bad look,
I'll tell you what. Kevin Durant's pretty open about his, some of the chemicals he puts into his body, or substances he puts into his body. Yep. It's a good cautionary tale of, any kind of substance that affects your behavior is, at some point, if you use it too often and in the wrong situations, you're going to do something stupid.
It'll
because
bite
of
you.
it.
Yep, it'll bite you.
Listen, you do enough stupid stuff sober that you got to be careful about the stuff that makes you even dumber. Okay?
Yep. All right, let's get to the other headlines here. Bruce Meyer named the interim head of the Major League Baseball Players Association. He will be the one, I guess, spearheading the negotiations, if indeed he stays in that position, when the players and the owners are at an impasse, inevitably in December, when the owners lock the players out. This is in the aftermath of Tony Clark, the former head of the union, resigning amidst all sorts of scandal that we broke down yesterday. We'll talk about it later in the show. Meyer was the one who was at the forefront of negotiating the last CBA. Yeah. So he's not somebody that's totally new to this.
I think that this is honestly so far from the minds of the average baseball fan right now that they largely just don't give a damn. Yeah. I think a lot more of them would be interested. If we're going to talk the business of baseball, a lot more of it is like the experience of watching baseball and Major League Baseball now trying to be more forceful and just plucking some games away from teams' networks to put on national games, to which viewers will then have to subscribe to Apple TV or Peacock or wherever else. That's the thing that pisses a lot of our listeners off right now, is having to sign up for subscriptions, because of all of our free trials have run out at this point.
Yeah. You're 100% right. I think as far as this story goes, look, there's a reason it's a bullet point in headlines, and we're not doing a whole segment on it because it's just a news item. I do think the thing that people are most interested in with respect to this whole Tony Clark thing, is the sister-in-law, like the salacious part of it. I think people are,
Yeah, but the baseball writers are too good. They're too pure, and they're too intelligent to talk about the interesting stuff.
Is why you tune into Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
Because we're courageous enough to tackle that important issue.
We're not afraid to tackle the real questions.
That's exactly right, Seth.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Rashee Rice is a defendant in a civil lawsuit. We last saw Rashee Rice getting turned into a tackling dummy by Jalen Petrie in Week 14. At least that's what I remember. And then he subsequently dropped a couple of balls over the middle because he's a scaredy cat. His ex-girlfriend has filed a civil lawsuit in Texas alleging that he repeatedly assaulted her during an 18-month span from 2023 to 2025. Her name is Dakota Jones. Said she was pregnant during many of the assaults. She is seeking more than $1 million. So that is what Rashee Rice has going on right now.
And then somebody, it's a big surprise, it was Adam Schefter, posted a response from Rashee Rice's attorney that said that Ms. Jones stated under penalty of perjury in a sworn affidavit that Mr. Rice and I had a verbal argument, but he did not punch me. We will allow the legal process to run its course and have no further comment at this time.
That's probably smart.
So it says, let it play out, and we'll see what comes of it.
See where it goes.
Rashee Rice, not generally known as a good dude.
Or a good driver, for that matter. Yeah. Doug Gottlieb. I'm only putting this in headlines so we can play the audio again. This was Doug Gottlieb going ballistic at referees after a law. Doug Gottlieb, head coach of Wisconsin Green Bay, former radio personality, after a close loss to rival Wisconsin Milwaukee.
I got no problem with their team, their staff. They played hard. They did what they do. They play tough and they play aggressive. I need somebody to explain to me, okay, how just those two. There's others that I have massive issues with, okay? Others that have including every time we touched them, there was a foul in the second half. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play.
Okay, so was that worth a one-game suspension? Is that a suitable punishment for that outburst?
I think it is for his cred.
Yeah,
he's compare that fist pound to Brian Kelly's fist pound.
Oh, so funny, man.
That is 1,000 times better than Brian Kelly's fist pound.
Phony.
That was a good rant right there. Gottlieb right there was feeling it. He was back in his. It's like he was back in his sports radio studio.
Yes.
Yeah, that was worth it.
I gotta go see if there's any YouTubes out there of Gottlieb banging the counter when he was working for Fox for ESPN.
Hey, by the way, one other quick news out of the headline is that the Seahawks are officially for sale.
Yep.
So I don't know if you and I wanted to talk about maybe seeing if we could take a swing at it.
Oh, put it in the big book of business ideas.
Yeah.
Buying an NFL team.
Yeah,
Ben, put that in the book right now.
We might need to bring on a partner.
We might need a GoFundMe.
Actually, you know quite a few billionaires. Let's just talk to them. See if they'll front you the money. You know?
Yeah. Okay, just random text at 7 in the morning. Hey, what's going on, dude?
Yeah.
That's how those relationships
the whole
start.
thing is too. You would have to more than just front you the money. Like you'd have to, if you wanted to be the owner.
Yeah.
The NFL doesn't allow you to do like what Jim Crane did. Have a bunch of your cronies team up.
No, he need to adopt me.
So basically, one of your buddies is going to have to give you a good, enough billions of dollars that you can then borrow more billions of dollars from somebody else.
Right. Or just adopt me, and our family goes and buys it. Yeah. Hey,
that'd be a good franchise to own.
An NFL team?
No, that franchise. The Seahawks.
The Seahawks. Yeah. Well, I'm guessing. Yeah, the Super Bowl. Boy, we can talk about this. Yeah. I'm curious. Like, what does a Super Bowl championship do in the immediacy to the value of a team? I'm sure it's out there. Hey, keep listening next hour in the 7 o'clock hour. We're giving away rodeo tickets today. Luke Bryan tickets on March 9th. So be listening in the next hour for some rodeo tickets. But up next, all right, let's not completely dismiss the C.J. Stroud trade conjecture out there, okay? Let's at least entertain circumstances that could lead to that. We're not saying it's going to happen, but we need to be responsible about this and not say that we're just going to run naked down Kirby that it's not going to happen. So we'll do that coming up next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Payne and Pendergast that won't change their stadium plans.
Our focus is to be at NRG Park. You want to see us on our biggest moments? Come to NRG. You want to see us on our day-to-day? Come to Bridgeland. And so that's kind of how we look at the Toro District, and our focus remains making this our competitive advantage here at NRG.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. The traffic report is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. Dealing with delays this morning. Now an accident over on the Southwest Freeway on the HOV lane northbound at Wilcrest. And an earlier accident over on the Southwest Freeway southbound at the West Loop that has cleared. Traffic is recovering. Heavy delays along the North Loop westbound at Fulton. Stop vehicle on the left shoulder. And another one along the West Loop northbound before Woodway. In the low 70s this morning, this afternoon, cloudy and a high of 82. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
The MMA fight is Saturday, and you can trade on it nationwide on Kalshi. Hernandez is trading at 70% to beat Strickland. That means a $100 trade on Strickland pays out $333 with a win. Download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when trade 100. Kalshi, trade on anything.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's the matchup the world has been waiting for. Today at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, Team USA takes on Canada, the Olympic gold medal in women's hockey in Milan. The Americans are on a historic run, 331-minute shutout streak that takes them into the final. But this is for all the marbles with gold on the line. I'm Drake Cole.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
John Lopez here. You know, I'm executive the other day. Who is your ideal customer? Is it someone who writes checks for ultra-luxury cars? Is it someone who trades every 3 years? Or is it a budget-conscious customer looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment with reasonable terms? His answer? It's all of them and more. D&M Auto Leasing, 713-290-1000, or visit online today at dnmautoleasing.com and get no payments for 60 days.
We make leasing easy at D&M. The words that I'll say.
They have 17 number one hits. Rascal Flatts returns to the star stage Wednesday, March 4th.
He's been so close.
Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. 6 years now. I've been going to the Men's T Clinic every Friday for my testosterone replacement therapy. It's one of the best things I've ever done for myself, for my family. They're getting a better version of me. Give your family a better version of you. Give yourself a better version of you. Do what I did and go to your nearest Men's T Clinic. 5 locations around town. Find the one nearest you at mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
Friday Night Lights. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction makes them happen, y'all. With over 25 years of experience and 500-plus sports fields built in and around Houston, Fielder's Choice will get it done on time and on budget. Plenty of strong recommendations to back it. ADs, coaches, superintendents, we want to help with your next project. GCs, architects, and engineers, call us. Let's grab lunch. Parks and rec directors and private sports organizations. Trust me when I say you want to see what we can offer. Go to FieldersChoiceInc.com. That's FieldersChoiceInc.com. Or, heck, give me a call at 713-829-0010.
Drew Brees here.
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, quick reminder to be listening later on this hour, your chance to win Luke Bryan tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That'll be later on in the 7 o'clock hour. And then are we giving away tickets in the 9 o'clock hour too, Ben? We are? Okay, yeah. So 2 chances to win today during our show in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. You texted me this yesterday, and I think this is a very pragmatic thing to do, because, C.J. Stroud and the Todd McShays and the Albert Breers of the world, Ryan Fitzpatrick, I'll throw him in there, saying that, hey, teams should be or could call the Texans offseason and just see if, by chance, they would listen to trade offers for C.J. Stroud.
And it turned into, as you would expect, some irresponsible headlines from people saying that there were trade rumors and the Texans were looking to trade C.J. Stroud.
Nothing of the sort, right?
Right. There's really nothing of the sort at all as of yet. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible that there won't be discussions at some point.
Yep.
And, in doing our due diligence, I did a YouTube video yesterday where I flat out said I think there's as close to a 0% chance of the Texans trading CJ for multiple reasons. Even if they're not 100% sure about CJ Stroud, it's very, very, very unlikely that they move on from him this year. The question is really, do they offer him an extension? How exactly is all that handled? But he's almost definitely going to be the quarterback this year. Unless. What? Right. Like, why am I so sure of this 0% or 1% probability of CJ Stroud getting traded?
So this is the show, Payne and Pendergast, that is courageous enough to tackle the two subjects. One, Tony Clark's extramarital affair. Two, what circumstances could unfold that would lead to real CJ Stroud trade rumors,
right?
Real substantive talks.
We're also the ones that have the guts to talk about Tony Gonzalez's extramarital affair.
And the lighting on fire,
and the lighting on fire. Not the athlete Tony Gonzalez.
No.
But somebody else.
We're courageous enough to read it off of the trending topics on the Chronicle for sure. Yeah.
So, the biggest thing, if the Texans really wanted to move on from C.J. Stroud, I don't think it's going to be strictly football related. I think it would have to be a combination of, we've got some reservations about him and maybe the way he played this year and especially in the playoffs, but there's got to be a little lagniappe on top of that. It's either got to be David Mulugheta is just hell-bent on him getting a record-breaking contract this offseason, and that they're going to be agitated if he doesn't. I think that would be perhaps the biggest one to where the Texans might say, all right, well, we don't need this crap.
And that's interesting. And what would that look like from Mulugheta's side? I think
that's unlikely as well.
I think these are all unlikely. Yeah, I think we've acknowledged that. These are all unlikely, but not 0% chance.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the case that Mulugheta makes if he were to do that? We're not saying he's done that or he's going to do it, but if he were to do it, what does that look like? Because I think I know what my strategy would be to point to the guys who have gotten these big extensions.
Yeah.
And the first 3 years of their careers versus the first 3 years of CJ's career. And I know everybody's upset about how it ended this year, but the fact of the matter is CJ has had, by NFL standards, a pretty nice first 3 years of his career.
It's better than
and it feels right now.
Right, it's better than Trevor Lawrence's was when he got his contract.
Definitely.
And in a lot of respects, CJ's career is still better looking than Trevor Lawrence's sum total of his career, including this season. But Trevor Lawrence's stats this year, it's a tale of two halves of the season.
Sure.
He was a lot better in the second half. But that's the argument is that guys like, Tua, it was after his fourth year, was it not?
It was an extra year for him.
Yeah, but it was with all those concussion concerns and issues. But Trevor Lawrence is the big one, I think. And this is where
I throw Kyler Murray in there too.
Oh, yeah. Kyler Murray. Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing. I don't think, to pull a Kyler Murray, to basically say, nope, I'm gonna kind of be I'm gonna be pouty about this unless it happens.
Yeah.
And do all of the things that kids do these days. Unfollow the team on social media. Have your weird agent. Remember, Kyler Murray's got a weird agent. That guy's a jackass.
Who was very public about about agitating for a contract.
Right.
He made fun of the fonts on his posts that he made on Twitter.
Yeah, it was like a 13-year-old had written this message that he delivered to everybody. And then not to mention the fact that the Cardinals are just kind of a messed up organization to begin with. So I don't think CJ's the type of guy that's going to go try and make it uncomfortable for himself in trying to get something like that.
I would agree.
I think if they come to an extension, I would be really, really surprised if it was with any kind of heavy-handed negotiating tactics by Mulligetta and C.J. Stroud. Because if you want to talk about guys that just don't give a damn and will go to places that other people don't want to go to get their contract, James Harden is willing to do stuff that most human beings and professional athletes are not willing to do in terms of just being the villain. And I think CJ, to his credit, doesn't have that in his bag. I don't think it's necessarily an awesome personality trait or anything to be willing to just do whatever it takes to get that new contract.
Right.
And I don't think CJ has it in him in a good way. I'm saying this in a positive way.
Yeah.
To just basically hold the organization ransom.
Yeah. So that's
hostage.
So that's number one. What are the other scenarios that you think if we started to see trade rumors?
Now, Joe Burrow, previously I wouldn't have known if Joe Burrow had it in him to just pit himself against the organization, but Cincinnati does things to a man, Sean. You spend enough time in that organization, and it just starts to wear on you.
Yeah.
It's like in I know not as many people have watched House of the Dragon as Game of Thrones, but there's a castle there in House of the Dragon, Harrenhal.
Okay.
It's also in Game of Thrones.
It is in Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
too,
so one of the characters, Damon, goes to spend some time in Harrenhal.
Okay.
And it basically drives him bat bleep crazy.
Harrenhal's messed up, right?
Yeah, that's what Cincinnati is.
Yeah, they're Harrenhal.
It's a haunted mansion that does weird things to a man. And Joe Burrow is ready to pit himself against the organization potentially. So then it becomes, all right, would somehow the Bengals, what kind of a deal would the Bengals work out with the Texans on a swap for Joe Burrow for C.J. Stroud?
Okay.
And I just don't think the Bengals could find a quarterback worth trading for that's not going to just sabotage that trade somehow.
Right. Well,
like CJ doesn't have a no trade clause, but he would have to. The Bengals, even the Bengals aren't dumb enough to trade for a quarterback that really doesn't want to be there.
What doesn't want to be there is up for an extension and has David Mulligetta as his agent.
Yeah.
Like the Mulligetta.
Right, Mulligetta is going to do everything he can to throw it. Yeah.
For all the things you and I just talked about in the first bullet point of this whole discussion here about Mulligetta and what he could potentially do. We don't know he's going to, but he could – whatever that would be, it would get turned up 2 notches for the Bengals and trying to keep CJ out of Cincinnati. Houston's not a dysfunctional organization.
Right.
Cincinnati is a dysfunctional organization.
Right. Now,
end of subject.
3 or 4 years ago, it would have made more sense. I mean, Deshaun Watson tried to say no to the Cleveland Browns, but then they just threw a boatload more money at him than anybody else was throwing at him. And all of a sudden, it was the perfect place for him.
Yeah. So what if this scenario, what if somebody makes a Godfather offer to the Texans? They make a Deshaun Watson type offer.
What was the Deshaun Watson compensation?
3 first-round picks and 4 other picks, like a couple of thirds, maybe a fourth, something else. And the Texans traded Deshaun and a 6th. I love how they always throw in, like, they just attach like a day 3 pick just to make it look like a little more even or whatever.
Well, I think a lot of that is just rounding out the draft, the
numbers,
the points on the Jimmy Johnson scale.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes
sense.
sense.
That's how they kind of, that's their currency, and they can kind of just throw those late round picks in there to make it all match up. So,
I think I know what your answer is going to be to the Godfather offer.
I think we talked about this yesterday, and a lot of people have made this point. This isn't a Seth Payne original. When other teams are willing to pay 3 first-round picks for your quarterback,
that's it.
You got to give a real hard, long look at yourself and say, "Wait a second, all right,
what am I missing here?
Who's the idiot in the room here?
Yeah.
Is it all right? Is the team? Is it a really, really stupid team?
Right?
Because maybe they're just dumb.
Yeah.
Or is it I that have maybe undervalued my asset?
Right. Am I a little too close to the situation? Do I need to take a step back and look at this thing a little bit?
I think that and this is again where trading C.J. Stroud doesn't make any sense, including based on just everything right up until the playoffs this year. And I'm not going to make any excuses for his playoff performance. I will make some excuses for why C.J.'s numbers weren't better this year. And part of it is that the biggest thing is that he made There were a lot of people that thought the offensive line had improved more than it actually had.
Yeah.
Because CJ wasn't getting sacked as much. Because, because the pressure rate wasn't as high or anything. A lot of that was simply because CJ Stroud was operating better.
Yeah.
And he was getting rid of the ball and doing everything he had to do when he knows he's playing behind a haphazard offensive line and a non-existent rush back. He did a good job of that. And because you've got a good defense on the other side, you can win a lot of football games doing that.
Yeah.
So that's like, and I'm not saying that, he was actually the best quarterback in the league. I'm not saying that at all. You get to the playoffs, it's a whole different deal.
Yeah.
But I think that Caserio, once you get past whatever emotions you have immediately after the playoffs, and once you sit down and try to assess, all right, what do we have with CJ? What have we seen over the last few years? What do we look at when we look at quarterback development in the past? Think about guys like Eli Manning or Sam Darnold or perhaps Baker Mayfield. He's not as great an example right now as he was early in the season.
Sure.
But why are we in such a rush? If we're thinking about getting rid of CJ or moving on from CJ, why are we in such a rush when we don't have any pressure from a contract standpoint?
Nope.
We don't have the draft capital in a year where it's not a great quarterback draft. All of these other things, like why on earth would we move on from him right now?
Well,
it just doesn't make any sense.
I would take it a step further, that last point that you made about the quarterback draft, and just say it's not a good quarterback solution market out there, period, with not just the draft where it's Fernando Mendoza and then this major drop-off. There's not a lot of good solutions among the veterans that are out there. What are you going to trade for? Do you feel better about Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa as your quarterback at whatever price they're going to be?
And that's the thing. Like, I don't even want to discount the potential upside for those guys. Those guys might be in that boat of, wow, you're going to write him off after 3 or 4 years.
They might be like Sam Darnold.
Right. With Kyler Murray, I mean, I'll always have the concerns about his size and how he's going to overcome it.
Yeah.
And if you don't pair that with like a dogged, ridiculously obsessive work ethic, it's hard for those smaller guys to figure it out and become that guy.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how impressive their highlight reel is.
Yep.
So CJ has shown enough of his upside as a genuine NFL pocket passer. I think my biggest concern with him is more just, again, his surroundings, and then also whether the concussion did affect him in the way he operates long term.
Yeah.
Or the prospect of more concussions to come in the future.
Well, and I'll get very basic with this. He's not had a good road game in the postseason in his career, and he's played in 4 of them.
Yeah.
He's had 4 mediocre to bad games on the road in the playoffs. Eventually, you're going to need to win a road game. And he did against Pittsburgh, but he was horrible in that game.
The one thing, the Chiefs game, I thought he did some really good things when he didn't have any receivers out there, really.
Yeah.
And the fourth quarter, everything fell apart because the protection collapsed and everything.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think this is the year that was disappointing because the previous road games in the playoffs, you could at least also say, well, those were superior football teams to the Texans.
Yep.
But then you go and play the Steelers on the road, and it's not – weather conditions really weren't a factor there. It was a little chilly, but not enough to really affect quarterbacks. And one of the reasons you won that game was because Aaron Rodgers was so horrendous against a good defense.
Yeah, your defense scored 2 of your touchdowns,
But
right?
your quarterback rode against an inferior team, didn't do a good job.
Yep.
And that was the hard part. That and then obviously the Patriots game is the Patriots game.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, one quick bit of audio to hit here. You mentioned Joe Burrow. We get a lot of anytime we mention CJ, we get at least a few texts from people and tweets from people like, see if go check on Burrow. CJ for Burrow. You just talked about that a little bit, Seth. Andrew Whitworth, who we've also mentioned on the show today earlier, was a teammate of Carson Palmer in Cincinnati.
Jeez, he's old.
Back in back in the early 2000s. And if you recall, Carson Palmer was so upset with being a Cincinnati Bengal that he was going to retire, and he was going to follow through on that threat. They eventually trade him to the Raiders. But Andrew Whitworth, who's got a keen eye for what this could look like, a Bengals quarterback looking to get the hell out of there or else, had this to say about the Joe Burrow situation on his podcast, the Fitz and Whit podcast.
You don't just think of how it affects Joe Burrow. Think of Jamar Chase. Think of T. Higgins. Think of these young offensive linemen there, D linemen there that all look up to him. Chase Brown. Like, think of these guys that look up to him, because I know for me, it was like, man, it affected our relationship after that, because I was like, man, you're walking out on us. Like you can't do this, because I looked up to Carson Palmer like the big brother I never had. Like, I worshiped the ground that Carson Palmer walked on. Like, I thought Carson Palmer was the greatest leader I'd ever been around. He's one of the best dudes I'd ever been around. Like, I had never been around somebody like him before. And so that was like my big brothers, like, leaving the house and saying, I don't want to be part of the family anymore. And I'm like, damn, like, and so I hated it, because it created a little bit of rip between us. But the truth was, it's like, that's who I looked up to. And I'm sure that building, a lot of those guys, like the dude, I've seen Joe Burrow in the offseason. He's been in my gym before. I've been around him. The way he works, as dedicated as he is to being good at what he does, like, these guys look up to him. And so it's not just about how it affects Joe Burrow's life. This is going to affect a lot of guys around him and how they go about their business and really, the way they look up to him. And so that's what these things do.
Yeah, we need this. We need Burrow this offseason to really start to agitate. I'm not saying as the Texans need it. I mean, if the Texans want to make a Joe Burrow trade, knock yourself out. I'm just saying, for content purposes, we need Joe Burrow
to agitate his way out.
Yes.
I mean, and it's no coincidence. It's not like it's some extreme coincidence that all of a sudden, oh wow, another quarterback who's a franchise potential legend and should be there for his entire career wants to force his way out of this organization. It's not a coincidence that it's the Bengals the second time around. Most Bengals fans, I would guess, just are waiting for the day that Mike Brown finally releases from his cold, dead hands the franchise, because it's perennially known as one of the worst places to play or one of the worst places to be a player. I am intrigued by Andrew Whitworth and the fact that he went from the Bengals, and he looked like a lifelong prisoner with the Bengals.
Yes,
played till he left the Bengals when he was 35 years old.
Yeah,
and ends up going to the Rams and playing another 5 years until the age of 40.
Well,
but those are two alarmingly different organizations in terms of the way they operate.
Very different organizations. It probably not. I mean, not only did he get a Super Bowl ring out of that, because he was on that Super Bowl team, right, in 2021 with the Rams. I would say his 5 years with the Rams is the biggest reason he's got his media career where it is right now.
Yeah.
If he was still toiling for the Bengals, he might have found it wouldn't have been as quick a path to where he is right now.
The thing that annoys me a little bit about Joe Burrow is that for everything that, it's easy to, talk smack about the Bengals, but they have operated differently since Joe Burrow was drafted, really going to the year before Joe Burrow was drafted. They've started spending more in free agency. They've retained some of their players. They're actually they're in one of those places where they've actually drafted well enough that they have a hard time figuring out exactly who they're going to pay. That's the part where I feel like Joe Burrow has been a little bit more public in some of his comments about, basically trying to put pressure on the team to pay guys and everything with kind of childishly not understanding how hard it is to manage the cap and everything else in the NFL.
I agree with that. And the fact of the matter is, with Burrow, they gave high market deals to his top two receivers.
Yeah.
So he can't complain about them letting weapons walk out the door or anything like that. I mean, they signed T. Higgins and they signed Jamar Chase.
He seems a little emo at times.
Yes, definitely does.
I don't know. I guess like a lot of these young quarterbacks are a little too emo for my liking.
He's very emo, I would say.
There's times where CJ's a little too emo for me.
Definitely.
I don't know whether it's youth or whatever else it might be.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's Joe Burrow. Just quit, pick up, put your chest out.
Yeah,
quit
man.
Slouching.
Yeah.
Stop moping around all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hard. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's hard to win football games. Were you under the impression it was going to be easy?
Yeah. He's got
Go cry in a pillow made of $100 bills, you rich bastard.
No, he is. He's got his own stylist, Seth, that walks in. You saw this past season of quarterback.
Yeah.
She comes walking in with 4 different outfits, and he's like, I'll take that one, and I'll take that one. And
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Brings the outfits to his house.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can't hate on him for that one, I guess. I would be like, I would do that if I weren't so lazy and actually hiring people.
Well, it is probably tough for Joe Burrow to go out and shop, I would say.
Right. No, I get it.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not judging. I'm just, that's what he does. I think people want
Kirk Cousins has his own stylist at Target. He
At
goes in,
Target.
he's got a personal shopper at Target.
Don't disrespect Target. They got some
I'm
good
not.
stuff.
He shops at Target.
Yeah.
He genuinely shops at. See, that's you looking through your filter there.
What do you mean?
You said don't disrespect Target. What did I say that disrespected Target?
No, nothing. It was just juxtaposed to Joe Burrow bringing in all his Dior fashion.
yeah.
I thought that's what it was.
Apologize if there's such a thing as a personal shopper at Target. I apologize to you. Yeah.
I love one. I get my stuff. They have great T-shirts at Target. Really good
old
T-shirts.
vintage rock shirts.
Really good T-shirt selection. Yes. Hey, let's reset the Kevin Durant take here, just because we got people getting in their cars. I think that's the big story today, right? Number one trending story on the Chronicle. Kevin Durant, who was accused over the weekend of putting having DMs out there. There were screenshots of DMs that he shared with other people on Twitter about his thoughts on, among other things, his teammates with the Rockets. And the comments were not flattering. Alperen Şengün, Jabari Smith Jr. both caught some. So Durant, his first encounter with the media yesterday as the Rockets are coming back from the All-Star break, and he was asked, hey, were those DMs legit on that burner account? Are you at GetHire77 on Twitter?
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm just here to get from see and keep it pushing. But I know I get what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's
he
not here. Yeah, no, it was him. It was him. He's not here to get into Twitter nonsense, even though he is the one athlete out there. If you had to ask America, name the athlete who is the number one athlete that's into Twitter nonsense.
Right.
Kevin Durant in a landslide,
100%.
right?
Loves it.
Loves it. It's his...
Yeah, and this is the problem, though. It's like it's easy for him to, brush it aside as Twitter nonsense. Earlier, we had a listener who couldn't believe we were actually talking about this instead of important things. This is the thing. If you're this is exactly why I'm convinced now that this was Kevin Durant's burner account. It's not an issue of nonsense. It's if we had found out there was a burner account and it was Kevin Durant talking about who his favorite reality TV show stars are or something, whatever. Like, all right, okay, I guess that's kind of frivolous. No, he's talking smack about his own teammates.
Exactly.
He's harshly criticizing his own teammates to random strangers from a burner account.
Right.
And it all ends up becoming very, very, very public.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
In front of all of this. Like, yeah, that's not just some Twitter nonsense. If Kevin Durant had been in a press conference and said a couple of things about his teammates like that, would that just be Twitter nonsense? Right. No, that would be him harshly criticizing his teammates. Yeah. So that's the relevant part about it. And in trying to dismiss it, like him not even denying it, him just classifying it as nonsense, it's evidence that I believe, yes, it was his. I believe it was his burner account.
I agree.
And B, he's a horrible judge of what is and is not nonsense.
Right.
You talking smack about your teammates and it becoming public, that's not nonsense.
Well, nonsense to him is stuff he doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
That's the nonsense. I'm not going to talk about it. Well, why is it nonsense? Because I don't want to talk about it.
It sounds like, you know what?
Far from
we should,
nonsense.
If we're going to take it to social media, I would say to him, you mad?
Yeah,
you mad, bro?
yeah. You mad, bro? Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds mad. He sounds mad online.
You mad or nah?
Yeah.
I hate or nah.
Kevin Durant he's mad online.
Yeah,
he's a little bit sensitive, which everybody knows is the greatest sin you can commit these days.
Oh, yeah.
You took offense to something when somebody insulted you online?
Right.
Oh, what a loser.
SAWFT. So, the texter you were talking about earlier, who texted us earlier, said when Seth and I were talking about this very topic, this number one trending topic on the Chronicle.
The number one story on the Chronicle right now.
Everybody's talking about around the NBA. Said, who gives a bleep what somebody says on Twitter? I can't believe your bosses let you waste airtime on this. It's stupid. So Seth and I gave that particular texter a lesson in how content works. On Talk Radio, you try to talk about the things that, people are talking about.
Right.
There's a lot of people in follow-up text to the base power text line that are saying that's Kevin Durant texting you guys.
Yeah, that's 100% Kevin Durant.
Yeah. These are the texts. That's probably Burner Durant complaining. That texter, Levin Currant, calling in from an anonymous phone. Hey, get curling on the damn rundown, guys. Signed Devin Currant. We better be talking about women's volleyball if they were playing last night. That's what somebody says. Hey, we might on this show.
I think Love V is actually on a kind of a heater, at least last time I checked in on. Yeah, that's it's a big deal. A lot of this
Devin Durant.
Devin Durant. I love that.
Yeah.
Somebody starts signing your text, Devin. I was thinking about there's a time in my career where I said something to my agent about a teammate that I was kind of upset with, and my agent relayed it to the team without my knowledge or consent, and it got kind of messy. And the key was that we did end up talking about it, and I flat out said, yeah, I told my agent that, like, you're a pain in the ass, and you don't treat people well. And we had it, and I did not want him to relay that to the team. I told this guy who was a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Who didn't treat people well.
Did it get better after that?
What's that?
Did it get better after that?
It did. For a while.
Yeah.
I think he may have tried to hire somebody to kill me at some point later on.
Okay.
But it was, it got better, but it was also, it wasn't anything that I hadn't already addressed with him before.
Yeah.
But it was something that where I was at a point in my career where I was kind of telling my agent, like, look, they got to figure some things out around here, and I brought up this one player who's really just had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
And then he goes and tells the team about it, and I'm like, dude, what the? And then somebody on the team told the player about it. And it looked like I was trying to, like, Machiavellian scheme behind the guy's back or something.
Okay, then this is interesting. I'm curious. There's the relationship with player in question here. I'm not going to ask you who it was, but there's that relationship. Did it damage the relationship with your agent at all that he went and did that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a bad thing all around.
Yeah, that's I mean, you don't have to go into detail. I'm just curious.
If it had come out and so if I had said the same thing on a burner account on Twitter, and then it came out, I think it would have been more damaging, because at least
that's interesting. Is it more damaging? Because it probably felt to that player like you were tattling on him to the team in a way.
Right, it did, 100%. And he should have felt that way.
Yeah, and I feel like
he was exactly the type of guy who would feel that way.
Right. It would seem
he
so,
He was already paranoid about everything all the time.
It would seem so. I almost feel like the burner thing would be, like, if I were that player, I almost feel like the tattling to the team thing is worse than the, hey, I'm just talking to randos out here. Like, that's less
tattling
damaging.
to the team, it does. It looks like you're trying to scheme behind somebody's back.
Yeah.
The whole thing it was like anything I had said to my agent, it wasn't anything that wasn't known by everybody else in the organization.
Right.
It was one of those classic things where just everybody pretty much felt the same way I did about this person.
Sure.
But my agent was kind of trying to use it as like a negotiating tactic or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then somehow it gets back to the player that this is what Seth's agent was saying.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. It's like I was telling my agent just to inform him about how I felt about everything.
How you felt. Yeah.
And then he just used it as his negotiating tactic, which I didn't realize he was going to do.
Yeah.
So when you ask, okay, did it make things better? That we addressed it and everything.
Yeah, because I want to get back to the Rockets with this. I'm curious.
It was already a damaged relationship,
right?
And the guy was already kind of an issue in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But so it didn't get better. But I think this situation with the Rockets is different.
Okay, so let's go there. So you've been through situations like that. How do you think? How easily solved is this for Ime Udoka and Kevin Durant and the guys? If it's him, you and I are both of the opinion that based on the non-denial of it, that it's highly likely that it's him. And if it is this a fixable thing?
I think it's always fixable as long as people are open about it and everything. I mean, and like Jabari Smith Jr., does he have an issue with Kevin Durant allegedly saying that he's low-key R-word?
Yeah.
Does
challenged?
Does Şengün have an issue with Durant saying that he can't shoot, can't play defense?
Yeah.
And probably, and yet at the same time, I guess it's hard. Whenever you find out that somebody's been talking behind your back, it's hard. But at the same time, it's like there's levels of sin to it.
Yeah.
And it's not like Kevin Durant was spreading malicious rumors or anything. He was kind of giving his opinion about those guys and how they play, and doing it in a in a rough draft version of it.
I say this as somebody who has all kinds of trouble putting their phone down.
Yeah.
So I say this with knowing that I may come across very hypocritical, especially if my wife's listening. She knows how much I'm looking at my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Durant needs to put the phone down, man.
Yeah.
He needs to put the phone down.
Yeah,
what are you
he's
doing?
just too wrapped up. Like you said, when he's asked a question and everybody understands why he's asked the question, for how old is he now?
37 years old.
For a 37-year-old to be asked the question, what would you, if you had to, would you quit video games or Twitter?
Right.
Like, it feels like, all right, man, it's time to move on.
Yes.
It's like it's time to put. Not that either of those things are childish things necessarily, except that he is a guy that seems to be like way online.
Yeah.
Way more so.
Yes.
Too much, to the point where most of the young teenagers and 20-year-olds or 20-somethings that I talk to these days kind of have a strategy for understanding and knowing when they need to put the phone away, when they need to limit their screen time, everything.
Yep.
I feel like Kevin Durant isn't as mature as a lot of these 21-year-olds that understand they need to limit their screen time.
Agreed.
He's living in his own world.
He needs to put the phone
And
down.
this team is not as good as it's supposed to be. And yes, I'm going to stomp my feet and be a little brat about it.
Okay, and so the complicated part about this whole thing, the complicated part is if he said all these things, that's obviously the most complicated part. How do they handle that? How do guys internalize that? I would say the secondary complicated thing about this is he's been clearly your best player this year. So it's hard to. One thing, if Durant were doing this and somehow it's affecting his play, like it's a very conflicting thing. I think probably for fans even too, in that intuitively this is a bad thing if he did this. Like this is a chemistry damaging, title hope damaging thing. To what degree, who knows? But it's definitely not good. And yet, he's the main reason that you're in contention right now to have a home playoff series in the opening round. He's the biggest reason you're hovering around a 3 and 4 seed right now.
Yeah.
Would this be, and I guess, and I suppose maybe that's a question. Would this be a better team if they had Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks instead of Kevin Durant on it right now? I don't think it would be, because your Fred VanVleet void would be really glaring at that point. Because at least Kevin Durant can go get buckets for you. When the offense is breaking down. But that's the complicated thing. Is like, wow, I'm really mad at this guy. Oh, but by the way, he's your most valuable player right now.
Right, yeah. It just your dirty laundry was aired, and I guess we equated it earlier. Okay, think of various family situations where people say things that they later regret, et cetera, et cetera. People do awful things to each other and later reconcile and figure out a way to make it all work. So it could end up being a good thing. And maybe it's a good thing for Durant to actually put down his phone every now and then. I know that he wasn't at All-Star Weekend, according to the various montages we saw of him on his phone all the time.
God, he was on it. Well, and people were speculating that he was on it looking at this burner situation, too.
Right, yeah. Like the alleged burner account, by the way, Get Higher 77. Yeah. It is still active, although the posts are protected.
Yeah, they're protected. I tried to follow it a couple days ago.
Yeah, he's it's at Get Higher 77, but the name is Get Off My Dickerson.
Yes.
He's got a picture of what's
it's an owl, right?
Avatar there. Well, the background picture is an owl.
Yeah.
But then the avatar is like a cartoon guy with his hand on his head. I think either agitated or doing an L. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm not looking at it, so I don't know. I know it's a cartoon of some sort. Hey, let's give away some rodeo tickets to some people. How about we do that? 713-572-4610. Luke Bryan, caller number 5, is going to see Luke Bryan at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's March 9th. So that's a Monday, I believe. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. We're going to do it again in the final hour of the show, so keep listening all day to win tickets to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. The fellas on In the Loop and the Drive will have rodeo tickets for you as well during their show, so stay tuned for that. Mock draft injection time. We've started it back up again. If you're a fan of the mocks, Seth and I do one every day at 7:45. This one is Gordon McGinnis from Pro Football Focus as an old 3-rounder here with a couple of interesting names, including one John Harris dropped yesterday at what I think is a position of need for the Texans. We'll have the mock draft injection coming up next. Now, the great thing about Blue Chew and the chewables from Blue Chew, not injections. No. Don't need to break the skin. Nope, chewables. Just pop them right in and bam.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The mock draft injection time. We do it at 7:45 every day during draft season. I think we're in draft season. The combine is next week. Free agency will be here soon. We're going to have visits and workouts and pro days and all those things.
Ooh.
Yeah. Do you miss
Texans attending some pro days and not the others?
That's right.
Remember when the Panthers sent pretty much their entire front office to CJ Stroud's pro day?
I do.
The Texans sent like an
intern?
2 assistant scouts in a mule.
Yeah.
The Texans
sent a fruit basket.
Riding in on one mule.
Yep.
That's what people thought of the Texans back then.
I know.
Right. Like, I don't know. They sent their scouts here on a mule.
That was still the bad times, man.
There's nothing worse than riding double on a mule. That's the really degrading one.
Well, have you done it before?
No, I just didn't. Whenever somebody has to ride, they don't have their own horse.
Yeah.
And there's like 2 of them coming in on a mule.
Yep.
Those guys always get shot dead.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Mock draft injection time. Gordon McGuinness, Pro Football Focus, did a 3-round mock draft. Just before we get to the Texans picks, just a quick challenge to mock drafters out there. I want the mock drafter that gives us somebody other than Fernando Mendoza at number 1. Be bold. Yeah.
That's cojones.
Even just somebody trading up to get Fernando Mendoza. I want to see one that doesn't have Vegas Raiders, Fernando Mendoza.
You know what? I'd love to go back, and honestly, I remember thinking at the time, it was amazing how for 2 straight months before the draft last year, anybody who projected Shedeur Sanders outside of the first round was roundly just stoned as a hater and somebody that's just looking for clicks, clickbait, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's amazing that I kept waiting for all of the apologies online to those mock drafters afterwards.
Right.
I was like, well, surely they'll give him credit for predicting that Shedeur Sanders wouldn't get taken in the first round. No.
Yeah.
Those guys are still waiting for their apologies.
If you're looking for retroactive credit, you've come to the wrong place.
Yeah. This is the thing. Even a few days ago, I said, well, who knows? Maybe Fernando Mendoza doesn't go. I hear from more and more draft nicks that, it's a slam dunk. Fernando Mendoza is already looking for real estate in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yep. All right. So, hey, by the way, congratulations to Jack in Houston, winner of the Luke Bryan tickets. Listen again in the 9 o'clock hour. Your chance to win Luke Bryan tickets March 9th. At the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. All right, let's get into this. The Gordon McGuinness, PFF.com mock draft. With the 28th pick in that mock draft, the Houston Texans select for the second straight day.
What the hell?
Offensive lineman Caleb Lomu, Utah, says this. And Lomu was the one who got picked in our mock draft that we did yesterday. I think it might have been Daniel Jeremiah.
It was Daniel Jeremiah, yeah.
Says, like Spencer Fano, his Utah teammate, Lomu saw his draft stock drop a little bit this past season. There are questions about whether he is a better fit at guard instead of tackle. What isn't in question, though, is that even in a down year, he had a strong pass blocking grade, 82.1 on PFF, and he would bolster a still shaky Texans offensive line. I know we had this same one yesterday. Obviously, we have people that don't listen every show, so I know they want your thoughts on this kid, Seth. But I think also that doing it 2 days in a row where it's the same guy, I think hammers home for Texan fans. Keep an eye on this name. This is a name to keep an eye on.
This is a guy that people expect is going to be there around the back end of the first round. And there's a bunch of good offensive tackles, but that will likely be gone by the time. His teammate there, Fanu. Probably going to be top 10 pick.
Yeah.
But this is a guy, the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about him is that people talk about him kind of in the same way that Blake Fisher was talked about, where, he needs to add some strength, needs to add some body weight and some core strength and all of that. If he stayed in another year, he could have been a top 15 pick. That's exactly the same thing that people were saying about Blake Fisher. They're different types of players. But I do like what I've been able to watch of him on film. He's a tough kid, uses his hands well, seems to have a good feel for positioning, all of those things that sometimes are above and beyond the technique, just your natural aptitude for football. He looks like he's got it.
Yep. So that's the 28th pick right there. I think people will be happy with an offensive lineman with that pick. So let's drop down here to the 38th pick. This is the pick the Texans got in the Laramie Tunsil trade. So if we're going to when we go back and give a report card 2-3 years after the trade is done, this is the biggest asset that the Texans got when they moved on from Laramie Tunsil. With the 38th pick in the Gordon McGuinness PFF.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Kristen Miller, interior defensive lineman from the University of Georgia.
Yeah, depending on what the Texans have done in free agency.
We're seeing a lot of defensive interior in these mocks.
Yeah,
so
everybody.
far.
Well, then it makes sense. I think when people are looking at the Texans and they look at the departing free agents, they've got like 5 defensive tackles leaving.
Yeah.
They've got more defensive tackles than I even remember being on the roster.
Yes.
Because so many guys got injured this year that, I mean, even so, the guys who were there in the end at the end of the season, those guys are free agents too.
Yep. Oh yeah, the Naquan Joneses of the world.
Yes.
The Lecky Fotus.
Naquan Jones and Lecky Fotu.
Yeah.
Plus all of those other guys. They've got a boatload of defensive tackles leaving. I'm curious to see, A, which of those guys is retained. B, I think a lot of these people that are doing the mock drafts don't realize how good Tommy Togiai ended up being.
Right.
Because some of these guys that I'm seeing in the mock drafts, like Christian Miller, I think people look at him as more of a nose tackle, run-stuffing type of guy who maybe has some pass-rushing ability. Tommy Togiai is one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles in the league right now.
Yes.
I feel like you've got that guy. If you're going to take a defensive tackle in the first or second round, I'd like a guy that's a little bit more of a classic 3 technique. And so I'm skeptical that it's going to happen this year, even though I feel like D'Amico every single year wants to draft a defensive tackle in the first round, and then Nick has to talk some sense to him.
Yeah.
I would guess that the Texans are going to re-sign a couple of these looming free agents at defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And maybe they still do take one, but until I see what the Texans do in free agency, I want nothing but offensive players in the first few rounds of the draft.
Okay, well, then let's move on to the 59th pick. This is the Texans' own second-round pick. With the 59th overall pick, the Houston Texans select a name that John Harris mentioned yesterday after you asked him about centers, Seth. You asked John Harris when we had him
That's
on
right.
in the 8 o'clock segment yesterday. If you want to go back and listen, good conversation with Texans sideline reporter John Harris about the draft. Center Connor Lew of Auburn. That was one of the names Johnny volunteered to us yesterday when you asked about centers. So they would be drafting. So I think Texan fans would be pretty happy just based on positional need. Tackle in the first round and center late in the second round. I think Texan fans would be. It's not sexy, but I think they'd be pleased with that.
Well, the other thing that I do get excited about, even if I'd love for them to take a defensive tackle, just because I'm selfish and I want to see good defensive tackles out there. But they do a really good job of getting the absolute most out of the defensive tackles that they do have. They haven't really done it with one of their own draft picks yet. Yeah. So I eagerly await that guy that becomes the homegrown defensive tackle stud that D'Amico drafts, and he becomes something really special. They've had some late round guys, but that's not a failure necessarily that they don't work out.
Nope. So with that in mind, let's move on to the third round here in the 3-round Gordon McGuinness PFF.com mock draft with pick number 69. The Texans select interior defensive lineman Dante Corleone out of Cincinnati, who has a very cool name, I will say that, Dante Corleone.
Yeah.
This, I'll tell you, my feeling on this pick has way less to do with actually taking another defensive tackle than it does the fact that Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame, still on the board.
Where? When?
Still on the board. He goes 82nd to Minnesota in this mock draft.
Oh, wow.
John Harris doesn't think he makes it to 38. Johnny Harris has Jadarian Price going to the Seahawks at the end of the first round.
Yeah.
They've got him going 82nd to Minnesota. I'm telling you right now.
So Jadarian Price is still available when the Texans take Dante Corleone?
Yes.
I would Corleone or Corleone?
I don't know what it is. I always say Corleone because he spells it like the old mob family right
Hey,
there.
Sean, what's my type? What's a type of defensive tackle that I am a huge fan of?
Polynesians.
Well, that, but also short defensive tackles.
Yeah.
Dante Corleone is 6 foot, 335 pounds. You're trying to move that guy out of your pizzeria.
He's a brick.
Not going to happen.
He's a brick.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
6 foot, 335.
Okay. Well, you're talking me into him now.
He's a few avocados away from being Jerry Ball size.
Yes.
6 foot, 350.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever going to move him anywhere.
I'm on that meme right now, Seth, where a guy's walking with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it's me, and I'm walking with Jadarian Price. but I'm turning and I'm looking at Dante Corleone. I'm looking back over my shoulder.
All right, these mock drafts are starting to annoy me because I think clearly now you see that the fact that they had 2 of the 4 picks for the Texans take an interior defensive lineman.
Is it AI?
No, but it's people looking at the Texans as they are right now without the free agents they have, without really putting a whole lot of thought into the way the Texans have operated. And some of these guys who are their departing free agents are guys who came in here on 1- and 2-year contracts. It wasn't like so the Texans will have a few of those types of guys on the roster by the time they draft.
For sure.
I don't think they're going to feel a need. Like two interior defensive linemen when you need a better offensive line, when you need a running back, when you need all of these other things on offense. No, I will not allow it.
What's the big deal? I don't know what you're getting all upset about.
I'm getting mad at this hypothetical from some guy that doesn't know anything about the Texans.
Me too. And
that's what I'm getting mad at.
And you're mad even with the defensive lineman fitting your exact type.
I'm a little
6 foot 340. Yeah.
Oh, I love that guy. He's not 340 yet, is he?
No, he's whatever it was you said. Yeah.
I think he's 325 right now.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
There's a good chance he's actually 5'11".
Yeah, and
you can't move those guys.
Oh, no.
You can't move them.
Oh, my God.
They're so sturdy.
You need to ask Nick about that the next time we have him on. Not specifically about this player, but about that type of defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's 6 foot 335. You made him sound fat at 340. No, he's 6 foot 335.
Okay, yeah, he's shredded. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Oh, we got to get another ticket giveaway here, huh? Okay, we got to give away some tickets to the Dynamo home opener. Awesome, against the Chicago Fire. It's this Saturday, Shell Energy Stadium. Man, big sports day on Saturday here. Cougs in Arizona, and we got the Dynamo home opener. That's big, man. Dynamo home opener against the Fire this Saturday, Shell Energy Stadium. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. You're on your way to the Dynamo opener. All right, Chandler Rome had something to say about Lance McCullers. He had a really good piece on Lance McCullers and kind of where Lance is psychologically with his career and everything else. There was something that I'm wondering if this is true. I think it's Chandler's opinion, but I don't know that I necessarily agree. I don't know if I hope that this is the Astros approach with McCullers. We'll tell you what it is coming up next, but I want to talk to you folks out there right now and I'm talking to people.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They replaced the amplifier yesterday, Seth, just so you know.
Oh, that's good.
The one I got startled into spilling my drink on yesterday.
One that curiously started acting up, immediately after you spilled
It was the speaker was the symptom of the whole thing, because the amplifier took a little bit of red Powerade into it, and for whatever reason it translated into the speaker up next to our TV, which are brand new. They just put them in like a week ago. The one on the left was boom. Boom!
So you blew it out.
No, but the amplifier's been replaced. I volunteered to pay for it, and the speaker is fine.
Are they gonna have you pay for it?
I don't know. I talked to I immediately went to our boss and I said I know we've been warned about this. Yeah. And I obviously put the drink in harm's way, and so whatever the cost is, I know that could be the punishment. He said, "I'll let you know."
Oh,
I'll let you know. So I haven't heard anything. I'm also not picking up the phone when he calls me either.
See, what are the odds on you having to pay for it? And then what are the odds that if you don't have to pay for it, that's where the new laptop that I was promised is I'm not going to get because
of the budget?
Broken.
I
predict you don't have to pay for it, but that somehow I suffer because of it.
Yeah, money's money. It's got to come from somewhere, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that kind of makes me glad. Kind of makes me glad I spilled it on the amplifier then.
Thanks. Jerk. And then after that, after the amplifier went out, then my microphone went out and everything.
That's true, dude.
So, and then all of a sudden, I was talking about Joey Loperfido when you'd been talking about Kevin Biggio.
I know.
It was a mess yesterday.
I'm just joking. I would feel bad if it had a ripple effect on you. You know, I would feel bad.
I don't think it would. What Aaron was saying something nice about us before.
About our cluster, about the on-air talent here. Yeah, because we've had issues in the studio, like the microphones have broken before, and we've been given kind of a new playbook with how to handle the microphone so they don't break in the middle of a segment anymore. I won't bore the audience with that. But what Aaron Raybald, our engineer, said is that collectively as a group, not just Sports Radio 610, but the whole cluster, the other sister stations, that there are far fewer horror stories of in-studio damage than other markets. Yeah, apparently other markets are there's some pretty irresponsible ones out there. Just put it that way. He didn't name names. I'm just going to assume it's Dallas, just because we hate Dallas.
Probably a good chance.
Yeah, that's.
Plus, those guys were. I guess they were agitated about how loud my voice is the entire time.
At the Radio Row.
Yeah, my voice kept bleeding over into their broadcast.
Okay, well,
I'm thinking about next year. Maybe we can get those private booths that they make for teleconferencing and stuff.
Yeah.
Do they call it teleconferencing anymore for Zoom calls and what have you? There's little work cubicles.
Yeah,
you should get a sponsorship from one of those at Radio Row, and I can sit inside of one of them.
Okay, and do the show from in
some airports. I've seen this. They're these little pods.
Are they enclosed fully?
They're enclosed, and they're air conditioned and everything, and they bring in fresh air and all of that. But they have soundproofing, so that you can be on calls and do your internet stuff with privacy and everything.
The new offices up here, which are coming along crazy here.
Yeah.
I think 3 or 4 of those now, like
little privacy booths.
Yeah.
And you can talk without.
You can go. I got to call a client or somebody. Like I got to go. Do an interview maybe. Like
that'll help.
Yeah.
Because even as they've started the construction, a few weeks ago, I had to do some. I was going to do some live streams just from. I used somebody's office.
Yeah.
And those walls are not built for my voice.
Yeah.
And I feel like I was disrupting teleconferences in the next room over.
Good question. I don't know what the voice proofing situation is in the ones they're building here. I just know they're building some. There's 3 of them or 4 of them right now. All right. So enough office furniture talk and enough audio equipment talk. Let's get to the important stuff. Lance McCullers and the Astros pitching staff. Just to reset, this was Lance McCullers as part of a 10-minute session he did with the media at spring training earlier this week, which I think this cut kind of captures the tone of Chandler Rome's article about Lance McCullers, which paints sort of a dichotomy of the old Lance when he first came into the big leagues, which was very brash and very, very chatty and talkative.
Yeah, wore those Batman cleats.
It's Batman cleats in his rookie year. Yeah, and now it's a more, I guess, mature, but maybe a more, kind of resigned. It sounds like in some ways Lance McCullers. Here's Lance.
Let's say philosophical.
Philosophical. Yep.
Yeah.
Here's Lance saying he just wants to have a great last season with the Astros.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like. I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go, stop trying to control everything, stop trying to just micromanage everything, and I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good, for this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs, so it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have probably a strike coming or a lockout coming looming. So I just want to have a nice last year, with this uniform on. I've been in this organization since I was, barely 18 years old. So it would be great to just have a nice last year here, and whatever the future holds, the future holds.
I'm rooting for Lance hard this year, man. Like that's 2.5 years out with an injury.
Yeah,
multiple setbacks.
And if anything, the tough thing for Lance, at least the hard part to watch, I think, is in some ways where people understandably get frustrated with just how injured he's been, and that, man, even when he does come back and play for a little bit and he gets injured again, it's just the frequency of the injuries. People get really frustrated with it, and he's on that extended good contract that he has.
Yeah.
So it's understandable that people get frustrated. The part that's hard for me to watch how people talk about him is that Lance he's the exact opposite of a guy who maybe gets injured because he doesn't take care of his body, or a guy that just he's not in the real. He's the opposite. If anything, Lance's greatest enemy might be what he had just talked about right there. He micromanages things. He's dialed in on every little thing. And from the first time he got injured, I was kind of worried that Lance is the kind of guy that it feels like might just be constantly trying to push it too hard in rehab, and you end up being your own worst enemy. And sometimes you ignore some of the things that you should listen to when you need to slow down a little bit, because he's a very driven guy and he tries to go about things the right way. And it's turned into this disastrous back half of his career where he's just pitched very few baseball games since 2021.
Yeah, it's the article from Chandler it's the tone of it is it's a little depressing. Just because we remember what peak Lance looked like, it sounds like sounds like an article where he's got 1 year left on this deal, and if it doesn't go well this year, like that's it. That's the end.
Yeah,
and that's I think that's always a little depressing for any athlete, especially one that's popular like Lance McCullers.
Yeah, and this I know I'm only saying this because I get confused sometimes when you phrase it. There's 1 year left on the deal. Yeah, this is the final year of his contract.
Final year of his contract.
So and like the way he's talking about it, almost like he knows that this is his last year with the Astros.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, or I would assume, if it's his last year with the Astros, I doubt he's going to go anywhere else. Maybe he does, but.
Does he strike you as somebody that goes to somebody else's? I mean, look, he went to the Astros for that contract back in 2021 because he didn't want to play anywhere else.
Right.
So he went. He loves it here. Bury me in the H. All that stuff. Does he strike you as a guy, that, especially when he's been through as much rehab and as much working and everything else? Does he strike you as a guy that wants to go somewhere else to be a non-roster body in camp?
I think he reminds me of Jalen Petrie a little bit. We talk about Jalen Petrie as he seems like he's just that he's that hyper loyal type. Mm-hmm. Like Jalen Petrie stayed at Baylor when just about everybody else bolted, and it felt like Jalen Petrie would be the kind of guy that just loves playing in his hometown, close to his family, and might try to stay in Houston forever. I feel like Lance is kind of that way. I look at him as far as on the roster this year. Realistically, you're starting off the season with a six-man rotation, partly or mostly because Imai is used to that, and they want to either see how it goes with a six-man rotation and slowly work him into be able to work normal MLB pitchers rest. At the very least, Lance is a guy that think of him like the booster rockets on the space shuttle. He'll be there for a while. At some point, he's likely going to fall off into the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
And then the shuttle goes on. But if Lance can be part of however many games, just getting everything on track and getting going, and hopefully getting some of the younger guys going. It's realistic to hope for at least however many months of Lance that is.
I think we need to acknowledge a couple things with Lance. One is that he was not good last year. He was in the bullpen by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Not because, he'd be amazing there for us. It's no, he got relegated to the bullpen last year.
He was also still coming off of his dicey injury situation.
Understood.
Yeah.
No, I'm going somewhere with this. But he had a 6.51 ERA last year, so the year did not end well. Now, he is saying that I feel great, I'm throwing well, stuff's working. He's going to stay away from his sweeper a little bit more this year. He's made some tactical adjustments, it sounds like, with what he's going to do. But he himself also acknowledges that everybody feels good this time of year.
Yeah.
So where does Lance fit in right now? This is the line in Chandler's article that made me go, was McCullers is not guaranteed a spot in Houston's starting rotation, though his $18 million salary and stature within the organization make it hard to believe he won't at least open the season there. So this is Chandler's opinion, obviously.
Yeah.
And Chandler's got as educated an opinion as anybody on the Astros. He's around the team every day, and he's good at what he does. But just taking that sentence for face value, his salary and his stature in the organization should not be reasons that he should be among the 6 starting pitchers.
Well,
for this team.
I think the salary does matter, though. If you look at it as that's a sunk cost, you're going to spend that money regardless. And if we can get a couple of months out of Lance McCullers of good baseball, again, while you're still trying to work everybody else into that rotation, you're going to have a 6-man rotation. It doesn't. You've already spent that money, which isn't I'm not doing sunk cost fallacy here. But, you're paying that money regardless, and you've got a guy that you can use as a starting pitcher.
But you added a caveat, good baseball. Yeah, if he's pitching well, put him in there.
Right. But, so what's the harm? You get rid of him, you got no chance or no upside at the good baseball.
Right.
So at the very least, you start the season with him and see how it goes.
But all I'm saying is that, I think, would you agree that, it should be a competition for those 2 spots? I think there's 4 spots that are virtually guaranteed, which is Hunter Brown, Imai, Christian Javier, and Burrows
but it's a competition. But okay, it's just. Do you want to go by spring training results?
If he gets shelled all the time, then yeah.
Well, if he's getting destroyed, right? No, spring training matters to a certain degree.
Yeah. That's my point.
Dana Brown seems to have more of a. He puts more into spring training performance than a lot of other GMs do. And it ended up guys like M. Smith and others just being rocketed up into the major leagues before they were actually ready.
That's all I'm saying is this sentence says nothing about how he's performing.
Well, they're not making the decision right now would be the answer.
Right.
And if he sucks and he just looks like a complete mess during spring training, then that's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
I would say if it looks promising and it looks similar to what he's done in spring training in the past, then there's you're not making a long-term decision on it or anything.
Yep.
You're just trying to have him be that booster rocket at the very least at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. No, I'm rooting for him. Look, I hope he stays healthy. I hope he's great. I hope he pitches well enough to make a conversation that should they bring him back, that he's finally healthy and he's pitching well and he's getting out there every 6 days and he's doing enough to at least be a guy at the back end of the rotation. Now, paying $18 million to a guy that's your 5th or 6th starter is suboptimal.
Right. That's but that's already.
It's a sunk. I get what you're saying about the sunk cost.
It's you would never say. You would never say, well, no, he's not worth that $18 million. So even though he's our 5th, 6th best starter, we're not starting him because,
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. McCullers to Detroit to go with A.J. Hinch and everybody else. Yeah, maybe after the season. We'll see. Lance will most likely be cut after spring training. And that's a possibility as well.
Right,
I think everything's on the table.
If he doesn't look salvageable, that's what I'm not saying you have to keep him because of the $18 million. I'm saying basically look at him as a guy that you're freed from making a financial decision on him because you're going to have to pay that $18 million regardless.
For sure.
Nobody's going to trade you for that contract or anything.
No. My whole thing is Chandler seems to be using that as the reason he should be in the rotation are the salary and the history with the team. And I'm like, those are the second and third reasons to me. He's got to pitch well,
right?
too.
Yeah, I'm saying the $18 million. It's not like you have to pay him because you paid him that $18 million. That would be some cost fallacy.
Yeah,
I'm saying that that money is spent and paid for, and it's irrelevant. It's just that is he a viable pitcher? Is he one of is he one of your best 7 or 8 starting pitchers?
Sure.
Going into camp or going into the season, then he might not start off as a starter, but he's on your roster.
That's an interesting one too because he's being prepped as a starter We know how he feels about starting versus being in the bullpen.
Yeah.
If he's a guy, like, if he's the seventh best one, do you have a hard talk with him to say, hey, man, we want to have you around. We're paying you.
Yeah.
But you've got to be an innings eater. You got to be a bridge guy or an opener for us at times or whatever. And how does he take that? Does Lance just say, you know what, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That becomes an interesting time. There's a long way to go till we get to that, obviously. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Did you have fun at the Super Bowl, Seth, in San Francisco?
I had a good time.
I had a good time, too. There is a prominent former NFL player who loves to have a good time, who did not like San Francisco at all. At all. And we'll let him lay out the reasons why coming up next. Stay there.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. I want to reiterate. I had a good time at the Super Bowl when we went there a couple weeks ago. I enjoyed San Francisco.
I did.
I thought they did a nice. I thought overall they did a nice job. My only complaint would be that the media party was too far away, really, for you and I to partake in it.
Well, yeah, the biggest complaint about the Super Bowl being in San Francisco is just that it's not in San Francisco. So everything is centered in all the activity and everything is in San Francisco. Meanwhile, the Super Bowl itself takes place, an hour and 15 minutes away?
Yeah, like an hour in Santa Clara. Yeah,
Santa
something
Clara,
like that.
depending on traffic.
Definite
or whatever.
commute. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say this about every single city I've gone to a Super Bowl in is like most cities are fine.
Yeah.
They're even the ones that have bad reputations or whatever. There's good parts, there's bad parts. And if you don't find yourself in one of the bad parts, it's most cities are just fine and there's enjoyable stuff to do.
The only one I had an issue with that I hated, part of it was I got sick there. And I don't think you were all that fond of this one either, maybe for other reasons, was Minneapolis.
Oh,
yeah.
I enjoyed it just because the uniqueness of it all.
Ugh.
But we weren't staying in the city.
Uniqueness?
Well, we didn't get to actually, we were staying kind of on the outskirts.
We stayed in a water park, Seth.
Yeah, I like that.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, man. There were all these kids running around. We stayed in a water park. It was Minnesota in February, so even if you went outside for 15 seconds.
It was cold. It was like negative temperatures cold.
It's awful, yeah.
Yeah. Radio Row itself was at the Mall of America in a food court.
In a food court.
Where we were like circus animals by people just passing by on their way to, Annie Ann's.
Okay.
Auntie Annie's, whatever it is.
Yeah, Auntie Anne's. Are you talking about the soft pretzel place?
Can I tell you something about the Cleveland airport? And
sure.
How, as soon as you make it through security, you are hit not just by an Auntie Anne's.
Oh, Cinnabon?
Or a Cinnabon, but both of them side by side.
Yeah.
Right in your nostrils.
Yes.
It's really hard to make the right decisions.
Are they blended with each other like the old Pizza Hut Taco Bell
side by
thing?
side.
Yeah.
But it's the first thing. I walk into any airport knowing that I'm going to have to avoid the temptation of either an Auntie Anne's or a Cinnabon at some point along the way, but I brace myself for it. Not am I most vulnerable when after I get through having my body scanned and everything, there it is. And then for good measure, there's a Dunkin' Donuts about 50 yards away.
Put the Dunkin' Donuts aside and we're going to get to Michael Irvin talking about San Francisco. There's a reason we're talking about the Super Bowl, everybody, but I need to ask you this. More, because you fly through Cleveland a fair amount, more often than most folks. So when you get to that juncture, what happens most of the time? You don't buy anything?
Yeah.
You buy Auntie Anne's? You buy Cinnabon? Or you buy both?
If I had to, I'd buy Cinnabon because if I'm going to go for it, I'm going to go for it. But I never eat there ever anymore.
So you're none.
Because I know it sets off a chain.
It's a
of
gateway.
Events. Yeah. It'd be like if I were an alcoholic. It was like, I'm going to have one shot of whiskey. Yeah.
Pretzel nuggets, gateway drug for Seth Payne.
It's the problem is I have no problem and no shame in ordering 4 consecutive times over there. If I got a 2-hour layover, you think I'm embarrassed to go up to Cinnabon 4 times in 2 hours?
No, I know you're not.
With 4 new orders? No, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't partake.
Okay, that's good. Good for you. Here was Michael Irvin. So Seth and I both like San Francisco. Thought they did a nice job. Michael Irvin not so happy with San Francisco. He begs the NFL, never again.
This was a horrible Super Bowl. They should never, ever, ever, ever bring the Super Bowl back to San Francisco. I'm sorry. The city, this was, in all the years of going to a Super Bowl, this was the worst. This seemed so like blah. It was blah in the city. You know what I mean? It just wasn't jumping like you see Super Bowls jumping. It was blah. The people, blah, blah. The buildings out here looks blah. You know, when you go and you're going to events, it's like blah. I'm thinking it should be so much money out here because the tech is out here, right? But it all looks so blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I think I know what happened. Because this is largely for
You're
the
not,
most
if
part,
you're not watching on YouTube, Seth jumped in the middle of that cut right there.
I just know because I know he's thinking about his personal experience at the Super Bowl. And I could see where, for the most part, I think the media is usually, if anything, they whine too much about the city that the Super Bowl is in.
Yeah.
They'll come in Houston, they'll complain about how you have to drive everywhere and all that. Like, there's always, and whenever anybody tries to say something positive, they get accused of just being part of, being paid off by big media. It's weird. It's weird. But for the most part, for the most part this year, people were pretty positive on the Super Bowl. This is the problem, though. It was, if Michael Irvin is anything like me, and I suspect that he is, it was hard for me to get my bearings and figure out where the hell I was around the Marconi Center.
Oh, yeah.
To the point where I was genuinely starting to wonder if maybe I'd had a little mini stroke on the flight in or something, because I felt like I was lost all the time. And yet, at the same time, I felt like that was part of the cool part of it, was that it was all at the Marconi Center. It was all in one place. It's a massive center, but when you start getting out into the streets around it, it can be kind of disorienting.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that part of it because it felt like I was in a real metropolitan city. I like that.
A lot
I
of
like
good
when
stuff,
I feel like
too.
I could walk for 2 hours and I'm still in a city, So I like that part of it. I think that, so there's the Marconi Center itself. If you're there for a convention or something, you might be saying, Seth, what the hell are you talking about? The way NFL security was set, it made it almost impossible to figure out. You're like a spermazoa trying to get into an egg. It was like, I'm going to try
Exactly
over
what I
here.
was thinking,
Nope,
yeah.
wrong security checkpoint. And the security guards, who are all from elsewhere, they hire all these security guards who they fly in from like Topeka.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I have to go to 3rd Street. Do you know where 3rd Street is? And they just give you a blank stare.
Well, no. Not all of them would give you a blank stare. Some of them would give you bad directions.
They would just flat out point you in the wrong direction.
Yes. Yeah.
I bet Michael Irvin had a few instances where he was supposed to be somewhere, and his assistant is trying to figure out exactly how to get him there.
He has an assistant, right?
And you couldn't, even assistants who are actually good at this stuff, unlike old Sethers, you saw a lot of people. I saw so many people the entire week who were just getting to Radio Row or to the media row there, the media center, with just scrambling around, frazzled.
Yes.
People that are way more intelligent than me, desperately asking everybody they saw, how do I get my media credentials? Where do I go? And we'd look at him and be like,
Right. Yeah, because it was very confusing, the whole
So
thing.
I think I think more than anything, that gave him a bad taste in his mouth.
Okay.
Because we went to Chinatown. I had a couple meals in Chinatown. That was really cool. We went down to the wharf.
We did.
It was, I had a good time. I thought it was good.
Could you believe how big? I think we went through this section to go to the wharf. I think we went through this section to go to Alcatraz, me and you and Figgy, actually. Their Italian section is monstrous.
They got an Italian section?
They have an Italian section of town that has a jillion Italian restaurants in it that looked amazing. I never got to go eat
where
there.
I grew up, our Italian section was just known as Rochester.
Right.
It's a town where pretty much everybody's Italian-American. Yeah.
Yes. No, this was a section of the city that they had. Okay, I got to play one more from Michael Irvin here. He's kind of being repetitive here. It's just funny because as he's laying out his final point, these massive police sirens start playing in the. I'm picturing San Francisco police coming to pick him up for his take on the city right here.
God bless him. God bless him. But whoever put this whole system together and trying to make it, blocked off the streets, it was the worst. It was the worst. NFL, you cannot come back here again.
Okay, there we have it. Blocked off the streets.
Have a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Back here again.
Okay, good enough, Ben. Yeah.
Forever. In perpetuity.
Ever.
Until never again.
Part.
No, that part. That was the part. The traffic management and everything. Because you and I, we got to a point where we jumped out of an Uber because it was we're tracking it and we're seeing it's a 20-minute walk. We're going to get there in 19 minutes on the Uber, but it's a 20-minute walk.
Right.
And we're kind of waiting, engaging.
Yeah.
We just ate and drank a whole lot, too.
Yeah.
And finally got to the point where it was going to be 15 minutes in the Uber versus a 7-minute walk. Let's get out.
And then you and I had the guy that got out. We had the Uber driver that got out to take a leak.
Right.
Remember he parks right there. He goes, I got to go to the bathroom. Well, take a leak.
He had to drop a deuce, I think.
Yeah.
He was,
He had to go to the bathroom.
He was in distress.
He was in distress, yes.
Yeah, so that part part of it I with them. They didn't, because there was already some road construction going on.
Yeah.
And then the way they had everything all set up, getting an Uber was a pain in the butt. So that right there is what he's talking about.
Yep.
I feel like he threw shade at the entire city of San Francisco.
Definitely.
He
said the people were blah.
The people were blah.
He said the people were blah. I found them to be very engaging and nice.
I get, and there's a political element to this where people like to bag on certain cities based on what, I get it. I get it. I understand that part of it. I haven't heard any complaints about San Francisco about issues that we don't also have in Houston.
Right.
It's like big cities. Hey, homelessness has gotten worse all over America.
Sure.
The fentanyl and everything else that goes along with that has gotten worse all over America. Like, you're going to find that in just about every major city in the U.S.
Yeah.
So if you try to pigeonhole in on that, you can find reasons to hate any city that you're in.
My only complaint is that the media party was too far away from all of us that are in the media, that you had to take you had to take a shuttle bus for an hour-long drive or pay $100 for an Uber each way, and the first shuttle didn't leave to come back from the party. The party was at EA Sports headquarters, which would have been really cool, but the first shuttle didn't leave to come back till like 9 o'clock. You and I had to get up at 2:30 every day, local time. I mean, we were doing the Lord's work there, getting up at 2:30 a.m. so we can give the people what they want. Their hot takes on Kevin Durant, which we will get back to at the top of the hour, by the way.
Yeah, I don't ever want to fall into that category of person that's complaining about the way the media are treated, or that, like, oh, my job is so hard because I have to fly somewhere. Because it's you end up complaining to your audience is a whole bunch of people that would love to have your job.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
It's like complaining about being I'm the second born in the royal family.
Right.
I'll never get the crown.
Yeah.
All I get is all of the money without any of the responsibility.
Yeah, that's actually what you
I'm
want.
running away to L.A.
That sounds very specific. Hey, we're giving away more Dynamo tickets. How about that right now? Call now. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. 4 tickets to see the Houston Dynamo home opener against the Chicago Fire this Saturday, Shell Energy Stadium. Great stadium, great venue, and nothing like some soccer in late February outdoors. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Up next, The Athletic has their top 150 free agents. This part of it made me feel good about where the Texans are right now heading into free agency, and also The Ringer has their top 50. I like one of these, don't like the other one. They have 2 signings in the top 50. For the Texans. We'll try to squeeze that in coming up next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth, squeeze this in. It's not hard.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll circle back to Kevin Durant and the audio from yesterday. Spoiler alert, Payne and Pendergast officially endorses the opinion that this is likely Kevin Durant putting these DMs out there.
We've had a civil trial where the burden of proof is just that, okay, is there a greater than 50% chance that he's guilty of this?
Yep.
I find him liable of having a burner account.
I as well, yes. Yeah. If it were in my
check
court.
with Sammy on the legal reasoning of that? Is that the way it works?
Dude, Sammy sent me and James, he sent, I'll show it to the camera. You can just see the sheer amount of text he sent us at like midnight last night. As to why this is definitely Kevin Durant.
So this is his case that he would bring up in civil court?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I should maybe net it out and bulletize it for tomorrow maybe and just or off Sammy as
feed it into ChatGPT and have ChatGPT do it for
Oh, good call. Good call. All right, so quick Texans here, and then we'll get to Durant at the top of the hour. So The Athletic put out their top 150 free agents. 150. This is as big a list as you're going to find.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your reaction to this, Seth? Through a Texans lens, the Texans don't have a free agent on this list until 104 on the top 150, after which they've got 5 names. They've got 5 that made the top 150, but 0 that are in the top 100.
Yeah. This is one thing. You asked how I feel about this. Yep. Just in hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. In hearing that, okay, if I was a glass half empty guy, I would say, oh, my gosh, like, what are they doing? They don't have any good players on their roster. But then if you're a glass half full guy, you say, wait a second, they were, give or take one of the best 8 teams in the league, or at least they were in the final 8 teams in the league.
By playoff standards, yes.
In the playoffs at the end of the year.
Yes.
It feels like they might not be losing. If they have to lose some of these free agents, it's not going to be as big a hit to them as it might be otherwise.
Bingo. That's mine, especially on the defensive side of the ball. They've got everybody on defense that matters locked up for at least another season, if not multiple seasons.
Yeah.
And so that was my thing. Is my feeling, and I'll read the names here in a second. My feeling was, man, we know they've got a lot of guys locked up, especially on defense. They've got some the most prominent offensive pieces, Nico Collins and then C.J. Stroud. They're both locked up for multiple years. That not only do they have their guys locked up, but the guys that they might want to bring back in this list might not be all that expensive if they're the 104th.
Right.
Like Danico Autry, 104. Trent Brown, 114. Sheldon Rankins, 122. Wow, 122 for Sheldon Rankins. I think he might get a little more than the 122nd best free agent out there, maybe. But
well, he wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like he was. They didn't have to pay a bunch of money to get him this year.
No, they didn't. No, I'm just saying he had a decent year and he was healthy for most of the year, healthy for all of the year. Christian Kirk, 142. Derek Barnett, 148. And I'll add this: E.J. Speed, not in the top 150. Tim Settle, not in the top 150. Tommy Townsend, if you're into keeping the punter, not in the top 150.
The encouraging thing about that list is there are only a couple of guys on there that you actually had to stretch a little bit financially to sign. They gave a really respectable contract to Danico Autry.
Yes.
And ultimately it wasn't worth the money that they paid him. He did some good things, but because of injury and suspension and what have you, remember that was a year where everybody thought the Texans weren't doing enough in free agency. They signed Danico Autry, and that was like kind of their what looked like to be a defensive line acquisition. Then all of a sudden, Danielle Hunter became available.
Yes.
And they went and get Danielle Hunter. Obviously, that one's really, really worked out. But only Danico Autry and Christian Kirk on that list there are guys that they either paid a good chunk of money to, or in the case of Christian Kirk, they traded, and he already had a pretty hefty cap hit.
$16 million.
Yeah, so like they spent some money on those guys, or they had to trade draft capital to get Christian Kirk. Everybody else was a very bargain signing.
Yes.
Trent Brown making about the minimum.
Yep.
Sheldon Rankins, very reasonable deal.
Yep.
Derek Barnett. People thought they thought he was washed up in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and he's come back here twice now.
Twice,
on
on a one-year deal. Yeah. E.J. Speed, 1-year deal.
Yep.
Tim Settle had been a 2-year deal originally, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and then Tommy Townsend, not one of the best punters in the league. But.
No. No, but at $3 million, I'd take Tommy Townsend back.
I feel like there's no pressing need to retain any of those guys to where you don't feel like, okay, well, we can find somebody like that in free agency at a reasonable cost.
I feel like 3 or 4 of these guys will be back.
I think Trent Brown is a swing tackle.
Yeah.
But that, ultimately you hope you don't have to have him play the entire second half of the season and then miss the final and most important game of the year in the playoffs.
Yes.
It's going to be he's at an age and a body type where I don't expect him to be a 17-game starter probably ever again in his career. He could do it, but I just wouldn't plan on it.
I agree. So the Ringer also had their top 50 free agents where they actually do best fit for each of them, like where they think they should sign. And the Ringer has the Texans as the best fit for 2 of the top 50 free agents. There are no Texans on this list, no Texan free agents. None of the names Seth and I just said in the last 5 minutes here are on this list. But they do have the Texans going and plucking 2 other free agents away from their current teams. One makes very little sense to me, even though it's an offensive lineman, just based on their explanation. And the other one I kind of like. It's a running back. So we'll start with this. The 7th best free agent on the Ringer's list is offensive tackle Rasheed Walker from Green Bay. And young player, he's only 25. He was a 7th-round pick. So this is a player that this is the day 3 pick that they hit the jackpot on. Yeah. He played 900-plus snaps at left tackle in 3 consecutive seasons, so 900-plus snaps in each season over the last 3 seasons. He is not a liability in pass protection. That makes him one of the most valuable free agents on the market. This is the Ringer. Now, this is where I got, okay. Last year, Dan Moore Jr. signed a 4-year, $82 million contract with the Titans after 4 seasons. 1,000-plus snaps played, and worse production than Walker. Walker should clear. As soon as I saw Dan Moore's name, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
Walker should clear $20 million per year with ease on the open market. Teams desperately need serviceable tackle play, and Walker can provide that and is still within his athletic prime. My issue with this, Seth, is that plenty of teams desperately need serviceable tackle play. I think the Texans have serviceable tackle play available to them.
Right.
It's the interior. If they're going to spend $20 million, then they need to be calling Tyler Linderbaum's agent.
Well, and especially that Ariante Ursary is the guy that there is no reason to move off of him as the guy that you hope is going to be your franchise left tackle.
Right.
And, he still needs to improve and everything, but I like Ariante Ursary a lot. The fact that they made such a point of him playing left tackle,
yeah.
That annoyed me. And that, okay, great. If the Texans signed him, he'd probably play right tackle, and Titus Howard would move down to guard.
Yeah.
That's a big part that you're not, like in the free agency projections and in the mock drafts. We saw this last year, remember, where some people they just weren't addressing the whole Titus Howard dynamic at all.
Yep.
They were talking about Titus Howard as a guard. And, it's not how it worked out. Titus Howard started off as the right tackle in training camp. He can go down and play guard. I do think that realistically, the Texans are in a spot where as long as Titus is cool with it and will embrace it enthusiastically, they could, if they've got 2 guys available to them, 2 offensive linemen available to them in the draft, one's a tackle, one's a guard, but they like the tackle better than the guard, I think they take the tackle and hope that he ends up playing tackle, and you can have – you hope he starts a tackle, and you can have Titus Howard play guard. But you can do the alternate as well. We like the guard better than the tackle, then we're taking the guard and plays tackle.
Yep. As far as running backs go, they've got Kenneth Walker III going back to the Seahawks. They've got Breece Hall, I believe, going back to the Jets. I'm not sure. They don't have him going to the Texans. Page down to number 32 on this list, and it is Javonte Williams of the Cowboys, who I have always liked. I loved him coming out of North Carolina. He led college football in broken tackles. I love the way he ran there. Now, understandably, a guy that runs with that physical style has dealt with a lot of injury issues, mostly throughout his career when he was with the Denver Broncos. The Cowboys signed him to a 1-year prove-it deal this offseason, 1 year, $3 million. And I can say as somebody who had him on 2 of my fantasy teams, he was outstanding this year. He was 7th among all backs in forced missed tackles, 4th among qualifying backs in yards after contact per attempt. I like his running style because this is an offensive line that probably more suits a guy who can take a few hits and go get more yards than expected out of unless there's a big step up in their run blocking this year.
I guess I would hate to make a decision based on an expectation of non-improvement. I feel like from the outside, that makes sense realistically. Like, okay, it looks good because this O-line sucks. I feel like as a team, you gotta just plan on being more aggressive and improving the offensive line, and the guys aren't going to necessarily hopefully have to deal with that. I understand that's not the crux of your argument.
No, that's what I was going to say. I'm saying that I'm managing my realistic expectations of the improvement, and that's a nice sidecar to what I think is already a good. He's already got other stuff that's good about him too.
I just, man, and he's still young. He's going to be 26 years old.
Yep.
I know that's middle-aged or old by running back standards, but we're 2 years removed from wanting the Texans to aggressively go after a running back. We were arguing about whether it would be Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get either of those guys, but they went out and they traded for Joe Mixon. And then everything that you worry about with signing an aging running back happened with Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
He had a really, really good first year, given the offensive line he was running behind, and then we didn't see him at all in the second year, and we might never see him again.
They might.
But let's take another crack at it and sign another veteran running back.
Yeah.
I'm 100% unabashedly saying yes. I am the person saying that. Even though we got burned on the Joe Mixon thing.
Look, I'm always about, okay, what's the price? And if Javonte Williams has not put himself in a category where some team's giving him 3 years, $32 million or something, if he's still a running back where the league has a little bit of trepidation that he's had injuries and he has a physical running style, which I would say increase his chances of getting injured again, then maybe the league has him in that 1 or 2 year, $8 to $10 million category. I would do that.
I don't want to, for the third straight season, be hoping that a veteran running back picked up off the scrap heap with a devastating injury is going to be one of the key linchpins to the running game.
Yeah.
I don't want Cam Akers or Nick Chubb, like somebody like that necessarily. I don't have to go through the whole moral bargaining of like, well, Cam Akers we're not even sure he even has Achilles tendons anymore, but maybe he rushes for 1,000 yards this year. I don't know.
I'm with you on that. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Is the burner account Kevin Durant's? He was asked about it yesterday. We've got our verdict on it. What do the people say? You can still vote. I've got a Pender poll up right now. If you want to go give your opinion, share your opinion on that. We'll dig into Burnergate coming up next.
Hey, Mokaram injury lawyer.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is Payne and Pendergast. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Big story today. Number one trending story on the Chronicle is Kevin Durant burner reveal day yesterday. Was it Kevin Durant who was using a burner account at GetHire77 to talk to random people via direct message about, among many other things, his teammates in disparaging manner, saying things like Alperen Şengün can't defend or shoot, saying bad things about Jabari Smith Jr. Was it him? This was a big deal during All-Star Weekend this weekend. We had to wait 3 days to hear from Durant, but here was Durant after practice yesterday. You be the judge. Here was Kevin Durant getting asked by Varun Shankar of the Chronicle as to whether, hey, were those you? Were those DMs that were screen grabbed by a burner account or from a burner account, Kevin Durant?
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to see and keep it pushing. But I know I get that happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not here getting any Twitter nonsense.
Yeah.
My favorite thing yesterday was the replies to that quote of people who are active on X and also know that Kevin Durant is very active on X.
Yeah.
Twitter, FKA Twitter. Let's see. Sarcasm King says, I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. Says the man who has historically spent more time in the Twitter trenches than an intern at a social media agency. If you can't trust a man who once argued with a teenager at 3 a.m. about his legacy, who else can you trust? Yeah. Come on. Of all people, Kevin Durant doesn't get away with saying, I'm not here to talk about any Twitter nonsense.
Right.
When he spends more time on Twitter, at least publicly, and behind a burner account than just about anybody else in the NBA.
Than any other athlete, I would say. We put that question to the audience a little bit earlier. We put that question to the audience of, hey, when you think of Twitter and you've got to name one athlete that's most associated with Twitter, you know, the text line flooded with Kevin Durant. The only other name that came up was Ocho Cinco, who's been on Twitter like almost since jump, like
Right.
you know, 2007. He's been
But also
on there.
hasn't played football in how long? Yeah.
But just says, somebody in the sports.
He's not even an athlete anymore. It's
No.
one thing if he's that. Yeah. So it's Kevin Durant.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Ocho Cinco's
Ocho's fun.
Yeah, Ocho's fun. So, and this is, look, that's certainly one way to put it, that tweet you just read.
The big thing is that if his teammates are like us, or if anybody else is like us, it feels like, man, just the simple act of denying that was you is the easiest thing in the world to do. And neither he nor Ime Udoka chose to go that route.
Yeah.
So they don't even bother denying it. So I guess I immediately go to, all right, I give you credit for not lying about it, but now I totally assume that, that's your burner account, where now there are public messages of you allegedly talking smack about your own two teammates, including calling Jabari Smith Jr., saying low-key
R-word.
Yeah, mentally challenged.
Yes.
Like so for everybody, because we have a few people on the text line who are convinced that this is of no relevance whatsoever. And I find that interesting because I'm just curious which of those people really feel like if one of their coworkers blasted out to millions that they're low-key mentally challenged. It'd be no big deal with your workplace relationship.
Now keep in mind, keep in mind what the nature of this workplace relationship is with Kevin Durant compared to just say somebody in accounting. Working like you are. These are coworkers that you are being asked to go compete alongside.
Yeah,
there's a level of trust and a level of decency that comes with being a teammate in a sport.
Flat out respect.
Respect that comes with playing a sport alongside somebody that doesn't translate to just the regular workplace. This is, and I don't think it's a bad example at all, Seth. I'm just saying that this is, man, you got to go compete along. I got to trust this guy, man.
Yeah.
Like if somebody says it to you and they're 2 cubicles over, like, whatever, that's their opinion. It damages any sort of relationship you have with that person, obviously. But this is This is kind of heavy stuff, man. And
well, no, it's, you know what it is though too. It's one thing if I was a teammate of Kevin Durant and I found out that's what he had texted to his brother or something. Yeah. Like, all right, I'd still be pissed, but it's a little bit different. It's another one. It's like you're feeding this to randos on the internet,
right?
Like it's just, there's people all the time that might come at you or I about various people that we work with and say like, I don't, boy, that coworker of yours sure is a bum. I've never once been like, to some random stranger.
Yeah.
Like, yes,
never.
I endorse that take.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no, God, no, I would never do that.
No, and this is how Durant operates on the
Friends,
internet.
I do it all the time. But yeah.
This is how Durant. I'd love to know what he says about me, Ben. Love to know.
Ben specific. I text Ben 3 times.
Can you tell me what he says about me, Ben? This is, if you're wondering how Durant operates with randos on the internet, this is Durant several years ago announcing his new podcast with somebody that he met on one of his burner accounts.
And you got a podcast coming, right?
Yeah, just talking our, got to come in a couple of weeks. Hopefully it take off, but just having a regular conversation.
Who you doing it with?
My boy Eddie Gonzalez, just dude I met off one of my burner accounts actually.
See? that burner. See, they go that burner.
I'm about to make me some burners. He was talking some that I liked and I respected, and I was like, hey, I like what you got going.
So again, that's from several years ago. But what did we learn from this?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, pretty loose about who he associates with on the internet.
Yeah.
And 2, definitely has had burner accounts in the past.
Well, it's one of those things, too. I wonder if when he met that guy, he has this burner account. Maybe he identifies the guy as somebody that he likes, so he reaches out to him. But the guy then you've already got somebody, at least one person that knows that, okay, this burner account is definitely Kevin Durant. And can tell anybody else that burner. How fast and loose has he been with telling people about which various burner accounts are his as he's talking smack about everything? Well, this is the kind of guy that I would not trust him in a time of war. I don't. I feel like loose lips sink ships, man. You would just be out there talking about out at the bar talking about exactly when the invasion's going to occur and everything.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, the guy that's in charge of storming Omaha Beach, Franz, Franz, you seem like a good guy. This guy that's attacking Omaha Beach, clueless, doesn't know a damn thing what he's doing. But I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Yeah.
Not a wartime tweeter. So the other thing about that Eddie Gonzalez guy is that this is according to my son Sammy. Apparently Eddie Gonzalez was getting peppered with questions, inquisitions about the validity of this of these Durant tweets, and he's not saying no either. He's not denying it either. This was Ime Udoka. Seth mentioned this. Ime Udoka, his own version of a no comment on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do social media, and so you hear about some things secondhand, but I don't really live in that world or comment on social media, Twitter, or any of that, and so don't pay much attention at all.
Dude, you need to pay attention to this. This is an issue right now for you.
He's calling, Kevin Durant's accused of basically telling randoms that Şengün sucks and Jabari Smith Jr. is stupid. Let's just say it that.
Yeah. Yep.
A very aggressive version of stupid.
Yes. Yeah. And so that my wish with Udoka is that how he handled that with the media is not how that's being handled behind the scenes. Because there's something here to it, my hope is that he's handling it more directly than he did with the media. Like, I'm not on social media.
Yeah, I think these things can be, kind of forgive and forget if you move on and have an open dialogue about it.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I don't know if that's the kind of guy that Kevin Durant is, or if it just ends up being what was the phrase that the one writer had used about James Harden and Dwight Howard? It was like cordially incordial or
something like that.
It was kind of like, all right, well, we don't mess with each other, and we just kind of live our own lives. And then Dwight, of course, had to make it awkward and tweet out that photo of them having fast food together.
Yeah.
Like Dwight could take any potentially awkward situation and make it 400 times more awkward.
What? God, what must it have been like covering that Oklahoma City team with Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook as young players.
Yeah.
I say as young players, I don't know. The three of them might have gotten more kooky over time than they were back. They might have been more normal back in those Thunder days in the early 2010s than they are now.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, Harden, that was Harden's most normal time of his career because he was a sixth man coming off the bench, and he didn't make a peep.
I feel like with Durant, it's almost like when you have to worry about some players with their substance abuse addictions and what have you. I feel like with Durant, it might be his screen time. I feel like he might have, look, he's one of the greatest basketball players this century. And yet still you wonder almost if he hadn't had to battle this social greater could he have been?
Yeah,
maybe he would have stuck around in the same place. He wouldn't have. One of the problems is everybody that spends too much time on social media loves to claim that none of the criticism affects them or bothers them.
Right.
And it's one of the biggest lies told on earth because somewhere deep down in ways that you might not even consciously realize, it does affect you.
Yes.
And when you start getting overly sensitive about how you deal with teammates or anything else, or when you feel like you need to change a scenery, a lot of that stuff, sometimes it's fueled partly by that all of that stuff you're being bombarded with while you're on social media. It's not healthy, man.
Keep in mind, this is a 37-year-old man that the media saw fit to ask the question at All-Star Weekend 5 days ago. If you had to give up one for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games?
If you could give up one thing for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games? Damn. Which one would it be? Damn. I'm going to go Twitter. Because they don't deserve to hear this God level like talk I'm giving to them. They take it for granted because I'm already knowing.
All right. So when you give a cut like that, especially so recently, you forfeit your right to write it off as Twitter nonsense when you get a bunch of burner account screen grabs thrown up on the internet.
He's been dispensing godlike wisdom out there on the internet, but now it's all just a bunch of nonsense.
You forfeit the benefit of the doubt is how I'll put it.
Yeah, he's the one guy. It's the way he acts on social media and on Twitter specifically that allowed this story to blow up like it did. Yeah. I could see if a lot of other athletes had been caught with a burner account, but it wasn't like with this level of evidence, where a lot of the evidence is still kind of just circumstantial. There's no, hard links to IP addresses or anything like that. It would have been really easy to blow off.
Yeah.
I think it would have taken it would add a certain amount of life to it online, but then it would have died down. But because it's Durant and because he's notoriously online, this is why it blew up to what it was, and then a majority of people just assume, oh yeah, that's your burner account, and you're totally talking smack about your current and former teammates.
Base Power text line. Texter says, this is why the Suns didn't want KD on the team. Okay, this is an interesting angle. So the Suns, the Rockets are the 4 seed right now, heading into tonight, by themselves in the 4 seed in the West, behind only OKC, San Antonio, and Denver. However, they are only 2 games ahead of the Suns, who are in the 7 seed and would have to play at least one playing game right now to get into the postseason. So, I wonder if places like Phoenix, Seth, Golden State, Brooklyn, places Durant has been, are they looking at Houston right now the way that we look at places James Harden has been the last few years, where we're like, the way I'm kind of looking at Cleveland right now, when I listen in on Cleveland and they're having a welcome party for James Harden and they're talking about getting to the NBA Finals, and we all know what it ends up looking like in the end. Are other cities, because I think you and I are both in favor of the Durant trade. I've been enjoying Kevin Durant up until the last 4 days as a Rocket. Are other cities, do you think, looking at us right now going, like listening in right now going, told you?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. I think just like up in Cleveland, you've said that when you've listened in Cleveland, people have their eyes open about what the potential drawback is.
Yeah, they kind of have a feeling as to how it's going to end, but they're going to enjoy the ride.
They're going to enjoy the ride and say, hey, maybe this is, like various other Clayton Kershaw, used to be awful in the playoffs, and then all of a sudden he wasn't.
That's right.
Yeah.
Maybe Harden's got that in him. Who knows?
And then, so maybe they're figuring, this is just when he turns it all around and he has his later Clayton Kershaw era. I think that we went into it with eyes wide open in terms of Durant and understanding he's not necessarily going to be a guy that you want to set your culture. He's going to change the culture. We felt like the culture was pretty good in a lot of respects. But a lot of that, and a big part of it was that I think Fred VanVleet was a part of that too.
Yeah.
Is it easier to overcome a situation like this if Fred VanVleet is around, which he is around, but if he's actually running the offense and everything, maybe it's easier when that's the case. Maybe it doesn't get to this case because maybe Durant doesn't make those comments about Jamari Smith and Alvin Şengün allegedly if the offense were more well-formed because Fred VanVleet was running it.
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that. The cause and effect of VanVleet being out is why he's upset with these guys. That's a good point. All right, let's give away some rodeo tickets right now. Luke Bryan coming to the rodeo on March 9th. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 is on their way. 4 tickets. You and 3 friends to go see Luke Bryan at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, March 9th. The drive is going to, In the Loop is going to be giving away, where am I here? The drive with Stoerner and Hughley. They've got more Luke Bryan tickets as well as some Shabuzi tickets later today. So how about that? Caller number 5, 713-572-4610, and you are on your way. If you're caller number 5, to go see Luke Bryan at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. All right, Seth is going to be guessing at another Pender poll in the next segment. The all-important topic that came up yesterday after the Tony Clark fiasco. What sister-in-law affair is messier, wife's sister or brother's wife? This is important. We're doing this coming up next. But first,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Kobe and Shaq had beef, Sean, but it didn't stop them from winning. That's true.
There you go.
That's true. Okay, well, I guess they're going to go win 3 titles now, the Rockets.
Yeah, it's really not a matter of whether you can or cannot. It just makes it harder if it's a strained part of the relationship. Yeah. If anything, it could. It's a good point. There's plenty of teams, successful teams. It seems like it happened more in the past than currently because everybody wants to be so damn happy all the time now. Teammates that hate each other can still be part of a championship.
Oh, guys hate coaches, guys hate teammates.
Yeah.
Y'all believe this is a base power text line. Y'all believe anything on the internet? Why would Durant say this stuff about his teammates? He's smarter than that to bring drama to the team. Slow week in sports.
Why would a human being do something that's not in their best interest? When in the history of human beings has any human being ever done anything that was perhaps ill-advised or might bring further complications to their life? That's not the way human beings operate. Get a grip, Sean. Listen, let's be real. We live in a world where athletes, by and large, and other human beings do pretty much exactly the right thing all the time and never make mistakes, never have errors in judgment, never have secret Twitter accounts that might actually blow up in their face. Why? Is that your argument seriously? Not you, Sean. Is your argument seriously? Why would somebody do something that's ill-advised?
Yeah.
What bubble have you been living in? Where on earth? How is that your question?
Yeah.
How is that your argument?
He is smarter. Here's the other thing. He is smarter than that to bring drama to the team. I would admit that somebody who uses burner accounts with strangers is not a very smart individual.
Not when it comes to that, the way he conducts that part of his life.
Maybe he's got a high IQ and he's an intelligent person. That is a dumb thing to do. How can you? He is smarter than that to bring drama to the team. The guy admittedly talks to and partners with strangers on podcasts.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Oh, I gotta pat you on the head. I'm patting the monitor on the head right now.
Why?
Bless your heart,
I don't
Texter.
Understand. This is
bless your heart. And by the way, Seth and I were among the more forgiving at first and like innocent until proven guilty.
You know what? I'll ask that person a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Why did he just simply not deny it?
Right.
Why did he say, instead of just denying that was him, easiest thing in the world to do, say, no, that wasn't me, this is dumb. He said he's not going to, instead he just gave a non-denial, non-answer, said he wasn't going to waste his time with Twitter nonsense.
He gave a nonsensical answer by using the word nonsense. It is nonsense that there is any sort of Twitter anything that is nonsense to Kevin Durant. He's immersed in Twitter. His answer makes no sense.
Yeah, so that was if you can answer me that question, why would he simply just not deny it?
Right.
That part is befuddling. That's what befuddles Sean and I.
Text message. Yeah, and Deshaun Watson was smart too. Smart to hire a bunch of masseuses off of Instagram.
Right.
And bring them into.
Wwhy?
Why would he do that? He seems smarter than that.
That person texting, I want him to be a judge someday, and to every prosecuting attorney, like, listen, I understand what you're saying, but why would he take a purse when that's clearly illegal to take a purse? Why would he do it when there were security cameras there? It doesn't. Yeah, I know we have him on security camera footage, but why would he do that?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
clearly he's innocent.
The best part about today is that anytime we get a text like that one we just read, we get like 3 or 4 texts of like Kevin Durant just sent that text
Kevin
to you
Durant,
guys. That's Devin Currant sending you that text. All right, so I need you to take a stab at this Pender poll here. And I'm waiting for the slow news week people to come out on this one too. By the way, the people that are texting in slow news day, like someone sent in slow news day with like the alternate lowercase capital thing.
Oh, doing the
you guys are crazy or you're stupid or whatever. It is a slow news week. It's one of the slowest news weeks of the year. Hopefully, we're still entertaining you. Okay. Now,
I don't understand that. It's interesting because, when it's a slow news day, what do you want us to talk about?
Right. Oh, sorry, we're talking about the number one trending topic on the Houston Chronicle today.
The haphazard news that you already don't care about?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would somebody do that?
Okay.
I refuse to believe those texts exist because why would somebody text something so idiotic?
Along those lines,
yes,
this is an important topic. We tackled it yesterday, and we're the only show that's really, not only show, there's other shows, but we're braver than the baseball media because they didn't want to tackle this particular aspect of the Tony Clark story. Seth and I are courageous enough to do so. The Pender poll says this. Reportedly, former MLBPA union leader Tony Clark having an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law. At first, the stories didn't qualify which, his brother's wife or wife's sister. So we asked the question, and it turns out it was his brother's wife. Which is the messier sister-in-law affair once you're caught? Wife's sister or brother's wife? So those are the only two choices, obviously, in this Pender poll. If you want to lay out your thoughts on this, Seth, at the same time as guessing on the poll, that's fine.
I'm going to guess, and I think most people that put any thought into this realize that if you have an affair with your brother's wife, then you have really screwed up your relationship with not just your blood relatives in family, but you've also still messed up the relationship with your wife.
Yeah.
If you have an affair with your wife's sister, you've totally screwed up your relationship with your wife and her family, but your own family might be more forgiving. Than if you betray your own blood.
More rubble to sift through for the average family with the brother's wife situation.
I think 90% of people are going to say it's messier to have an affair with your brother's wife.
Okay.
The 10% that didn't answer it that way are the people who already hate their own blood relatives and don't care.
Okay. Enjoy this ding.
Yeah.
Because you're on the right side of it. But I want you to take this buzz. And I want you to take it. I want you to smash it into your heart.
Yeah.
59% say brother's wife.
59%.
59%. So majority. You're on the right side. Only 59. I was a little surprised. I thought this I thought this was going to be one of those Pender polls that was just going to be confirming, like validating and confirming a strong majority of a discussion you and I had. And I was really, this was early on, Seth, too, through like the first 100 votes.
Yeah.
Wife's sister was winning this thing early on.
This is the thing. Yeah. Now I realize it. Even as I was giving my explanation, I felt like now I'm treating this too much like an accountant.
Yeah.
On the human side of things, look, you've screwed up your marriage either way.
Yeah.
But you have devastated your wife. Like
Your
that
sister.
like now you've taken that scenario of that I was talking about. I was like, oh man, if I had an affair with my brother's wife, then I've screwed up my whole relationship with that family. Like you've just done that to her, except she's a victim in it.
Yeah.
Where she's losing her husband, or if she a good chance to get divorced.
Right.
And she can't trust her sister.
Yeah.
Like she's been betrayed by her own
It's the
sister.
person closest to her, theoretically.
You're a jerk either way.
Right.
You're going to end up feeling like a jerk either way.
Yeah.
But you've just destroyed your wife's life to an even greater extent than if you had, I don't want to say merely cheated on her, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Boy, that really
I was being
complicates
selfish.
things.
I got to think this through next time.
That really complicates things.
My next in-law affair, I got to be
Yeah, you got to sit down, lay it out,
people.
put the family
Who can
tree.
handle this the most,
Why does Seth have a family tree on his whiteboard in his office right now?
Seth just called the weirdest family meeting ever. Listen, I got a power ranking of which of Ian's I'd have an affair with, okay, based on who's going to get hurt the most.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. So Tony Clark, man, this is a rough week for Tony Clark. I can't remember where I heard, if it was one of our shows, which of the two things Tony Clark is accused of right now? Because there's two prongs to this removal of him from the head of the union.
Yeah.
There are some possible financial improprieties going on with the union and a couple of entities that they've got fiduciary relationships with, an NIL company that they share with the NFL, youth development for-profit youth development company that they've hardly done anything with.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's hard. It's bad enough if you It screws up. If they had a nonprofit initiative and they didn't do something, like, okay, that's the classic sense of screwing over a charity or something.
Yeah.
But here it's like, now it's like, wait a second, no, there might be some financial impropriety, but it's as part of they were also trying to make money off the kids.
Yeah.
It wasn't even good at the inception.
No. So he's got that, Tony Clark. He's got those two things that the government, the feds are now investigating.
Yeah.
And he's got this inappropriate relationship with his brother's sister.
Yeah.
Which of those two things, if you had to choose one to be the thing you're dealing with, which would it be?
Okay, so I think one is going to affect your future employment more than the other. So if it was, I think the personal side of things isn't going to hurt your future employment nearly as much.
Be fair, yeah.
I mean, like Ime Udoka had an inappropriate relationship, and it's like once he got cleared of anything else, okay, good to go.
Yada. He should have won Coach of the Year last year.
Right. So I think that's less harmful. I think, but on the other side of things, I would do, I would much rather not destroy my personal life because then no amount of professional success afterwards is gonna be a salve over a lot of that pain.
Yeah,
depending on where you are in your life.
Neither is great, but you need a good lawyer probably in either scenario. So, so that's a check on each side as to why it would be bad. You know what? Give me the feds. That I feel like whatever it is.
You'd rather be dealing with that.
I'd rather be dealing with that.
I don't know. You might go to jail. That's not easy on the family either.
No, it's not. But I feel like whatever I don't know. I don't know enough about what's going on with these entities they're doing business with to know if it's just, pocket change or whether it's part of a bigger thing.
What do you think the ideal amount of time is?
Amy's Italian, man. I don't know. Dude, Amy's Italian. I don't.
What?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I would be frightened as hell, Like, I feel like I'm in more danger from Amy than I am the feds.
What do you think the average amount of time is? What's the safest amount of time you can go off to prison and hope that your wife doesn't leave you while you're in the clink? That's a stressful part of it.
Yeah.
If you got kind of like a rocky marriage to begin with and all of a sudden you're about 5 years, that's a rough one, man.
Would Amy stick with me through a clink escapade?
Would she stick with you for 10 years?
No. And I wouldn't want her to, honestly. I wouldn't. And she's might be listening right now, thinking I just insulted her. I wouldn't want her to go live your life.
Yeah, you want to be free to have your own prison relationships without feeling guilty about it.
Shut up.
So what's true? Things are different in the joint. I think part of it though is too what age you're at. I feel like, in a weird way, I feel like if you're 25, 10 years for a young couple might feel more manageable than if you're going to jail when you're 55.
Right. Yeah, I might die.
10 years is like
that's it for a lot of people.
Those are the by the time she sees you again, you're going to be a withered old man.
There's a chance she's hoping I die in prison if I'm away for 10 years.
She might hire somebody.
Yeah, that could happen too. Italian. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we solved that. Brother's wife, worse in the eyes of 59% of you. All right, coming up next, final segment of the show. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on today. And let's wrap it up with something we started the show with. We don't want to be too McClainish on this C.J. Stroud situation. We don't want to just say, oh, no way he's getting traded. Are there scenarios, minute as they might be, where there could be a C.J. Stroud trade? That's coming up next.
Hey, it's the offseason. What are we even talking about? How do you upgrade the roster? Well, it's time to upgrade your vehicle also.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
John McClain has claimed that he will run. No, he didn't say run. He did say walk. Walk. I think there needs to be a distinction. That John McClain will walk down Kirby if the Texans were to trade C.J. Stroud. That got a lot of attention over the last couple days.
He's been on a heater on X.
Yeah, he has. He
wrote an article. I just saw him quote tweet an article about a Houston writer who threatened to walk through the streets of Houston naked. It was, He obviously just took the article and reposted it.
Yeah.
But it's funny because it's John retweeting an article about himself in which the headline he's described as a Houston writer.
Yeah, so he's clearly leaning into it. But we are not going to be as irresponsible as John McClain because there's, nothing is ever a lock. I mean, John himself knows that. He said there's no way Deshaun Watson was getting traded. He did. Said he'd eat the Chronicle front page of their draft coverage if the Texans drafted a non-quarterback with the first overall pick in 2014. That video surfaced, by the way, yesterday of John eating little chunks of newspaper in the Texans media cafeteria area. So that happened. So Seth and I don't want to be that irresponsible to say that there's something that would never happen and we're going to run naked. So posing the question, let's at least entertain the circumstances that could lead to a C.J. Stroud trade, acknowledging, I think both you and I agree on this, acknowledging that there is a very, 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 very small chance of it happening.
Yeah, I think that based on his performance over the first 3 years, right up until the playoffs this year, which is just an extreme curiosity and weirdness, and you can't forget about it. But still, there's no reason that the Texans right now would want to move on from and not they can get the best out of a guy who's still on his rookie contract and has shown some really good traits and had some really good performances and done something that a lot of the other guys in his draft class haven't done. Anthony Richardson's about to get potentially traded.
He's asking to get traded.
He's awful. He's awful.
Yeah.
Bryce Young kind of made a go of it in the second half of this season, but he still hasn't done nearly as well as C.J. Stroud. No. Will Levis, not even sure where he is right this moment. Right. Who's the other one that I'm forgetting?
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's like and he's still on that rookie contract. So it's very unlikely they move on from him unless a couple things could happen. Because really the question is, okay, are the Texans really going to consider extending him right now, or are they going to make him wait a year? Mm-hmm. If David Mulligetta and C.J. Stroud somehow tried to take, be hard-assed about this.
Agitate.
Kyler Murray unfollowed the Cardinals on social media and did all those annoying little things when he was trying to agitate to get his new deal. I can't remember whether did he ever end up showing up to OTAs or threaten not to?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
So that was it. Like he kind of, they made it uncomfortable and he agitated for a new deal. I don't see CJ doing that. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I feel like he generally just tries to, just keep things as low key as possible in a good way.
Yeah.
So I'd be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, I would too. And if it did, I would think it would be more the age. I think it would be more the tail wagging the dog in that. Because it might be Mulligetta saying, "Hey, man, look, you've got a real opportunity here, possibly to get paid. If I play this right, we might be able to get you paid." Because I don't think the Texans have completely shut that off. I mean, they've got to be discussing the possibility of it.
Yeah.
The numbers may just be drastically different than what David Mulligetta and C.J. Stroud are hoping for. That's
Kyler Murray got a 5-year, $230 million extension.
Okay.
In July of 2022.
Okay, so $46 million a year.
$160 million in guaranteed money.
July of 2022, which was after his third year.
Yeah.
So same as CJ, and I think CJ's had a better first 3 years with the Texans than Kyler Murray did with the Arizona Cardinals.
He had that foot injury in 2025 also, so he was that was later on. So that was after Kyler Murray had some really promising performances, but also just there were a lot of questions about him. There's still a lot of questions about Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray and Tua Tagovailoa very much are in the bucket of, man, And Tua Tagovailoa got extended after his 4th year.
Yeah.
But those are the extensions that you look at right now, and you think, wow, I really, if I'm a Cardinals fan or a Dolphins fan, gosh, I wish they would have just maybe been uncomfortable for a year and waited and seen what he did.
I'm looking at the statement. Remember the statement that Eric Burkhart, Kyler Murray's agent, put out on social media?
Yeah, what time of the year was that?
Well, let me look at the date on this article this is February 28th, 2022. So this is right about the same time of year we're in right now, Seth, as where Kyle is when his agent started doing what we're talking about, the possibility of David Mulugheta doing. Could you imagine David Mulugheta, not C.J. Stroud, David Mulugheta putting out a statement, because David Mulugheta is on social media, that said this: C.J. Stroud wants to be direct with loyal Houston Texan fans. I'm just doing Mad Libs here.
Yeah.
This is Eric Burkhart's statement about Kyler, but I'm putting C.J. in. C.J. Stroud wants to be direct with loyal Houston Texan fans and the great community of Houston in stating his 2 very important goals and objectives. 1, he absolutely wants to be your long-term quarterback. 2, he desperately wants to win a Super Bowl. Achieving both goals will take incredible commitment from himself and the entire organization. He goes on to say,
Again, everybody, this is
pretend.
Sean's doing Mad Libs. This is actually from Kyler Murray's agent.
This is Eric Burkhart's statement about Kyler Murray.
Cannot stress that enough. Yeah.
From 4 years ago, almost to the week.
So far as I'm listening to this statement, it sure sounds like, hey, Kyler wants to play for you.
Yeah.
But everything's got to be. But Kyler's got to get paid.
This is what I'm saying.
Kyler wants to show up and play hard.
Yeah.
But we can't get him there if Kyler's not happy.
So that's
if we want Kyler happy, yeah.
So this is why I'm saying, imagine this statement coming from David Mulugheta. That's all. Looking ahead, CJ believes that in order to consistently compete for championships and ultimately deliver the Valley their first Super Bowl in 33 years. Deliver Houston its first Super Bowl ever.
Yeah.
There needs to be long-term stability for both the organization and himself. They communicate CJ's desire to be the Texans' long-term QB, and we're playing Mad Libs here. We sent a detailed contract proposal to the organization. This is, again, in February. Yeah. This is like now, but 4 years ago.
Yeah.
It was important to CJ that his proposal reflected all of the following: provides financial protection in line with current QB market that compares his results alongside relevant comps, lowers his 2022-2023 salary cap number to allow the Cardinals to re-sign other deserving teammates.
Oh, that is so generous of him.
So the 5th year for Kyler, that big money in the 5th-year option, he took it down so that they could bring back guys to then do nothing.
Yeah, that's
let's just finish up. Okay. There's one more sentence. And most importantly, represent a real commitment from the organization to see if their ultimate goals align with the 2 above, consistently competing for championships and CJ being their quarterback.
Yeah,
that would get a reaction.
No, and people weren't happy with that statement when they issued it back then. And it's got a little Southern Belle element to it. You know, of like, well, we just want to be here forever and do everything the right way. But you know, there are certain considerations that we do unfortunately have to take into account. And Kyler's got to get paid.
Fiduciary in nature.
Yeah, fiduciary, yeah. No, I don't think that would be received well. And I can't see, honestly, I don't see David Mulugheta doing it.
I don't either. No, I don't either. I'm just, we're just kind of rolling.
So the other potential thing, if a trade were to actually occur, is if there was something going on behind the scenes that was just way above and beyond anything that we've ever heard of or been hinted at, that maybe CJ and a coach doesn't get along or something, and we just have no reason to believe that. So again, that's why I'm highly, highly doubtful that any kind of serious trade discussions would happen this offseason, because I don't think the Texans are anywhere close to thinking that they would want to trade CJ away, because you can get 3 first-round picks, and good luck. Use all 3 of them on a quarterback in 3 successive years. And you might land on one of them that maybe has a chance. It's just it's hard to get a guy that's got the same potential that CJ has shown so far in his first 3 years.
It's a bad offseason for solutions at quarterback too. If you do move on, I think the teams that move on, Miami will find that out with moving on from Tua, probably, that it's not going to be easy to find a quarterback. Malik Willis is the apple of everybody's eye in free agency. He's played like 3 games.
For him.
I am too. long as he doesn't wind up in the AFC South with some team, as long as the Colts don't go and get him or something like that.
I bet they'll try. That would be a good hedge.
Dude, they signed him. Well, instead of re-signing Daniel Jones, if they Malik Willis in Shane Steichen's offense with the legs and everything, I don't know. I must have said earlier that Tony Clark had an affair with his brother's sister, which would make it his sister. I meant brother's wife. Sorry about that. Thank you.
That's because I brought up House of the Dragon earlier.
Yeah, I've got
You're in that mode where people are. The safest thing to do to protect our genealogy is to have our siblings marry each other.
Yes.
That way they won't be clouded by any of these non-crazy people.
Family tree in the shape of a circle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't let the crazy escape.
That's right.
Keep it in-house.
That's right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so if you've been listening today, the big story was Kevin Durant not even denying, just saying he's not going to address any Twitter nonsense. He didn't even deny that the burner account we've all been talking about the last few days was his. So the conclusion I think we've come to, Seth, if we treat this Thursday show of Payne and Pendergast episodically, we opened with the Kevin Durant talk. We close out this episode of Payne and Pendergast, I think, by determining that the two-headed judge of Pope Zaza and Deacon Doubletree, Payne and Pendergast, found Kevin Durant liable for these DMs roasting his teammates, but not guilty in a criminal court.
Right. Well, yeah. We couldn't find him guilty
beyond a reasonable
trial.
doubt. Yeah.
So we're finding him liable for having a burner account.
Okay, right. It could be a crime. He was just not found guilty of it, but he's liable for the ultimate damage that he could do to this Rockets potential championship season. I'm anxious to hear Nick Wright follow up on this today, honestly, because he was the one whose opinion we earlier that he's had the most dire opinion that I've seen out there about the damage this could cause to the Rockets' title chances. I'm looking forward to seeing. Does he think that Durant? Because he seems to be somebody who was already on that side that it was Durant.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that nothing happened yesterday that would dissuade him from that.
I'm just happy to be included in the championship caliber discussion because that was you asked me earlier, okay, well, is Nick right that this might hurt their chances of winning a championship? And I would say, well, theoretically, yeah, but it's more their basketball that's the biggest threat to them winning a championship now.
Yeah, that's true.
Before anybody found out anything that Kevin Durant might have said on Twitter.
What's worse, the lack of a point guard or Kevin Durant name-calling and criticizing
lack of
his
a point
teammates?
Guard.
Yeah, I
lack
would
of a
say
point
so,
guard.
too.
The guys can hate Kevin Durant. I'm glad that texter earlier brought up the point of LeBron and, of Kobe and Shaq hating each other and still winning championships. Yeah.
I would say Kobe and I'm looking at this team, and there ain't no Kobe's and Shaqs out there right now.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
This all-time great and this all-time great managed to go win 3 championships, even though they hated each other. So it's
Well, but again, this team already wasn't championship caliber.
Yep.
So how much of it is going to hurt? I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. Reggie Atatula, Paul Gallant in for John Lopez. Hello, gentlemen.
I do wonder, though, as you guys are talking about that, which one is worse? I think the answer is yes. I think that the pair of them together is what makes it tough, right?
Okay.
When you're going through tough situations and you add that to the fire of it, does that hurt your ability to be resilient through those? The Kobe-Shaq comparison is interesting because they did win in spite of them not liking each other in those moments, but also the winning is the cure-all, right? The winning is the panacea in that moment, right? You don't have that per se, or at least the success to the way that you want it to be able to cover up these types of things.
Seth brought up this point earlier, and it was a good point I hadn't heard anybody make, but we were kind of talking about Fred VanVleet and the lack of Fred VanVleet, that element of this whole thing right now, and that, the lack of Fred VanVleet is the reason why Alperen Şengün is struggling offensively and why Jabari Smith Jr. maybe isn't taking the best shots in the world and things like that.
Kevin Durant might be less likely to vent on his burner account if Fred VanVleet had been here the whole season.
They're a better team, if they're winning more games, to your point, Reggie. So we found Kevin Durant liable for these DMs, but not guilty in a criminal court because we can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
So he's got the civil case on him.
With the civil case, he's going to owe a lot of money to people. Yes. For damages to the Rockets and their title chances, damages to the psyche, pain and suffering for Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün, and anybody else who he caused, because there were a lot of DMs in there, non-Rocket as well.
You don't believe his non-answer? You don't believe the random little pee-pants streamer who said, hey, man, I talked with Kevin Durant, and trust me, this wasn't from him.
Yeah.
His name's Neon, but he spells it with a 3.
Neon from Houston.
Is that where he's from?
He's a big deal. Yeah.
I
He's
hate
a
him.
deal in the
I hate
streaming
his
world.
face. I want to suplex him.
Okay, well, you're about to get the best thing for you
I
would be to
can't
get
wait
roasted on his
take
show.
A clip of that and post it immediately.
Yes.
Please do. I want to see him
Neon's
go over
gonna-
the middle. And
Neon's going to put you over, man.
Oh, yeah, that's the kind of spontaneous publicity that makes people.
God, I hate people like that.
Hell yeah.
So I want to be violent to him, which is probably a big problem for me, honestly.
Good. I like the way this show's starting off today for
I don't
you
think
guys.
I do.
10 o'clock on the nose.
If we
Paul's
already talking
choosing
about
violence.
Yeah, we're talking about suplexing, and I'm going to be in the room with him once you guys leave.
He's a
You're bigger than
21-year-old
me.
American streamer and content creator, largely known for his chaotic, high-energy, and often controversial content on platforms like Kick and YouTube.
And he talks with Kevin Durant, apparently.
And he does. Okay, and let's get real depressed here.
Great friend.
What's his net worth? Can you,
boy.
Can you
More than mine. I know that.
Please don't tell me. As soon as we hit
me.
7 figures,
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna be
7
mad.
figures for sure.
I'm
Big time
sure
streamer like this.
It says he's rumored to have signed a deal worth up to $30 million to move his platform somewhere.
There you go.
So he can buy
that's
me.
just that's the deal he got to move his platform to Kick.
Yeah, I have zero concept on any of this stuff.
Yeah.
So 30 million? Cool. Sounds right to me. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Let's see Neon do that. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. He doesn't need to, I know. He doesn't get governed by the FCC. Thank you. Texter/Reggie.
You might need
I
it.
know Reggie.
Get out of my head.
Yeah,
I didn't
man.
even say anything.
Yeah, I knew what you were thinking.
I didn't even do anything.
Yeah. All right, what's the question of the day?
Inspired by one Michael Irvin. What's a place that you've been that you desire to return to? Because apparently he's like, do not take that Super Bowl back to Santa Clara ever again.
I told mine right after we played that audio, which is Minneapolis in the winter. Never going back.
Crazy that they held a Super Bowl there.
A Super Bowl there. Were you at that one, Paul?
No. I remember hearing
Be
stories
thankful.
from afar.
Yeah.
And telling them.
Yeah. It was.
It sounded miserable.
It was
because you guys were just in a mall.
We were in a mall. Yes, Radio Row was miserable. And again,
The Mall of America.
Look. I'm going to repeat something Seth said earlier. This is about to be me complaining about something that 98% of our audience would kill to get a chance to go do.
Sure.
These are comparative things, and I came home with a bad sinus infection from the cold weather there. And I was only out in the cold weather for a grand total of like 10 minutes the entire week. Wicked sinus infection, horrible Radio Row.
Just in the food court?
In a food court. Yeah.
Like, I like the Galleria maybe more than the next guy. I would not like to spend 5 days straight in the Galleria.
It was so crowded. It was. I mean, we were jammed in there, man. We were like fish in a barrel. It was crazy.
So, and then it's cold outside.
And on top of that, it's cold out. And we stayed at an indoor water park.
Wait,
little kids running around everywhere,
Which I thought was awesome. It was because after there was something so surreal after I had my little mix up with Josh, where I walked across the street to our water park hotel. And I sat down at the bar and had a few whiskeys, in the middle of all these frolicking families and everything, just me sitting there by myself at the bar. It was a good time.
You like that?
Yeah. What's the question? The worst Super Bowl?
No,
place that you would never want to go back.
That you would never want to go
Never
back
want
to.
to go back to.
Oh,
One
a place
time.
that I would never want to go back to.
Yeah.
And you've been there once.
Well, I mean, maybe not once, but just a place you've been.
Gotcha.
And you're just like, don't want to go back there.
For me, it's London. Too crowded.
That is amazing.
Too crowded.
That's one of those places that everybody
didn't feel like I was in England. It felt like everyone was there visiting it like it was Disney World.
Yeah.
And listen, there's some very cool things there and attractions, but I remember I'm like, okay, I've seen it. It's such a mess to get around. And that was about 23 years ago.
Yeah.
I was 15, did not like it. Now, if I'd been able to drink, I might have enjoyed it a little.
That would have
more.
affected things for sure.
But it was a lot. I've done it. I don't need to go back.
Do you like spicy food?
I do like spicy.
Okay, because I was like, I started thinking, damn, there's not a lot of cuisine. There's not a lot of what you would think of as London or English cuisine.
Well, yeah,
there's a
'cause
lot
they
of like
steal it from
Caribbean type
everyone.
of stuff
Yeah,
that
'cause
you
they're
probably get into,
persecutors
or
of the
Indian
world.
stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
The one place that was kind of a letdown is it's a great city otherwise, but in Toronto, I went to a Blue Jays game once up there, and I was like people are pretty friendly in Canada and everything, very outgoing and everything, but you forget that when you get in and you're driving in the city, they're just a-holes like anybody else driving in any big city, but also like kind of aggressive like Northeastern drivers.
Yeah.
And I was incredibly let down by it. I was just trying to merge and get in. And to the point where I'm wondering if it was because of my U.S. license plates that nobody was letting me in.
Oh, definitely.
Like, you guys are supposed to be friendly Canucks.
No.
And nobody's letting me in.
Nope.
What the hell?
Xenobes, they are up there. They're afraid of foreigners.
That's what it was.
You. Yeah, you. So you're never going back to Toronto again, huh?
No, I'll go back.
Yeah.
But I'm going to drive like a jerk.
Yeah, good.
I'm going
Fit
to go.
in.
I'm going to rent a huge. Yeah, I'm going to go up.
Get an American flag.
Just don't do a Hummer because that's been getting bad pub this week.
Yeah.
You're damn right. I'm going to have a Hummer. I'm going to get the biggest gas guzzling
Get
thing
LaMelo's.
I can get.
It's got camouflage on it.
Tag that.
Yeah.
All right. Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thank you.
Seth, antibodies to you. Looking forward to a fun Friday tomorrow with you.
Yay!
Friday!
Yeah, antibodies and so forth to you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. We are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, Reggie Atatula, Paul Gallant, Colin Neal. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Already on the base power text line, a very specific place. A place that I don't think has a dot for real. If you look on a map, somebody said Aberdeen, Washington. So I'm going to need you, 281, to send me the reason why, because I'm sure it's fantastic, and we'll get to that at 1040 when we get to our question of the day. All right, man, let's get going here on this Thursday in the loop. You heard the man. That's Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of Figgy Fig. And you rolling with us on the text line, base power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam and Drew Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston, purveying all of those things. Let's get going with this because the Texans wish list is rolling. This is the time of year where we all just build stuff that we want, and we will inevitably be disappointed because we are all gluttons, right? Even if you're like, I'm going to keep it realistic. I realistically want things at every position and to make the best roster that has ever been seen and to go win a Super Bowl in the offseason by the time we get to September.
Diggers.
Right. Like, well, I mean, that's the nature of us. That's the society
Where's my
that we live
diamond
in.
ring?
That's all it is, right?
I want my pearls.
So, but I feel like it's still the nature of it, right? It's the process that you have to go through. And there's one player in particular that seems like he is actually really and truly going to be available in free agency that we have to ask, does this guy make the Texans wish list? Because, I mean, there's running backs out there that we're not sure if they're even going to be out there, right? Like a Kenneth Walker. We're not certain that he's actually going to be out there. Breece Hall, I think we have a feeling, but we're not certain. This guy we know because Wyatt Teller, Cleveland Browns guard, or at least had previously been a Cleveland Browns guard, he's set to be a free agent. He posted on Instagram just a whole big story about, his time in Cleveland and how he appreciated it, but how it was coming to an end. And so the question, Paul, does he make your Texans wish list?
I mean, just create an offensive lineman's name, and I'm going to say yes.
So you're not discerning in the way you go about this. You're like, just bring me offensive linemen.
Because I don't know if he was good or not in Cleveland. I do know that Browns fans seem to be sad that he's leaving, and that's generally a good sign. But we're talking about a guy in his early 30s. He's big. Is he someone who would be competitive with what you currently have on the offensive line? By default, yeah. What of those guys are you looking at and saying this is blue chip talent at this point? Titus Howard, are you still saying that about him at this point in his career, more good than tackle?
I probably would still feel like Titus Howard is a very good tackle in this league, or even just guard in this league. I thought he played both positions pretty damn well. And if you look at the pressure percentages, sorry to already get into the nerd weeds here. I'm not gonna give you the actual numbers.
Tuning out.
But I saw someone posting it, at least with his right tackle reps last year. He was top 5 when it came to pressure percentage allowed. Now, how much of that do you then go to this was an offense that very much wanted to get the ball out quickly when he was playing tackle, so on and so forth. But that is still a good thing, right? He is up amongst, some of the best of the tackles.
He's solid. Right, I think, though, that you've moved him to guard for a reason. It's because you like Trent Brown the way that you do. They like Trent Brown at tackle more than they like Titus Howard at tackle, or they just think so little of their interior offensive line. So, okay, Titus Howard is a former first-round pick who's got positional versatility, and you got Ariante Ursary, who looked good in his rookie season. After that, who are you looking at on this roster, and you're like, this guy is completely safe? I 100% am confident in his ability to do what he did last year, next year. I don't think that guy exists.
Yeah, it's just too impossible, right, to use the Spades metaphor. It's just the two that you mentioned, Ariante Ursary, Titus Howard, who I feel good at both of the spots. If he's playing guard or if he's playing tackle, I do actually feel still good about him. I think that you should have an open mind because that allows you the opportunity to mix and match if you find a tackle that comes to you that is used to do that. But, yeah.
Everything else is up for grabs.
The possible is Jake Andrews, and that's because it does seem like as much as they were talking about organization and communication, that did seem to help a great deal this year. I still saw him way too frequently getting his ass whooped physically. And I say that with all due respect to him because, again, he is a dude that is much larger than me, and that if he saw me in these streets, he could fold me up, right? Like I imagine.
But if you see the tape, I mean, could you think of somebody who does better than him? Of course.
Without question.
Yeah.
Without question. And I do. The reason why I'm in a possible there, because any other position on the offensive line, if you just getting your ass whooped physically, I'm not going to abide by it. We need to get somebody else who doesn't get their ass whooped. Center is one of those positions that the actual portion of the game that matters the most is the mental side of it. It's one of the reasons that makes it so difficult to be able to to determine between center prospects is how do you get inside the mind to know that they're going to be able to do the cerebral portions that are necessary. And then if you get somebody who's an ass kicker physically at center, it's the ultimate plus. It's the guy. You end up with Jason Kelsey, who does a great job getting up to the second level every damn time and making it so that you're only playing against half of a defense, right? Those are the really special ones. I don't know that if my thoughts are I have to have a special center or else it's very highly going to come up here, right? That's why I'm in the possible range. But I'm with you ultimately. The point that you're making that there's not that many set in stone players on this offensive line at this point.
That's usually a position too where teams are looking at it and saying, okay, we want this guy to be smart. Does it matter if he is dominant at his craft as far as all the things that he does after the snap happens? They're looking at a guy who's going to be able to communicate with the entire offensive line. This is what these guys are doing before a play.
Got to hold your own, though.
Right, of course. You do have to hold your own. Could you do better than Jake Andrews?
Yes.
Could you do better than Ed Ingram? Could you do better
Probably.
than some of the guys that you were rotating in at left guard?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's something that the Texans should be looking at. And this should be a guy that they're talking to because he's been an All-Pro, second team. He's been a Pro Bowler.
What year was that?
He was an All-Pro in 2020, 2021.
Hey, dog.
Pro Bowler 2021 through 2023.
Okay, that's a little bit closer. But you said 2020, and I was like, hey, man, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I'm just saying that's things that he has done in his career. Does that mean that he's got a little more talent than some of the other guys out there? Maybe. I'm not going to lie and act like I know anything about this guy other than the fact that I just took a look at his page and saw that he's got a couple of Pro Bowls and All-Pros to his name. But every single offensive lineman should be getting a phone call this offseason. And it's up to the Texans to determine if those guys have the kind of violence that it seems Cole Popovich, their offensive line coach, wants to work with. And I want violence. I want this offensive line to be mean and to push people back, to want to push people back for 60 minutes a game so that we can get this offense to complement the defense. I have a smash mouth, best in the NFL, arguably, defense. I want to have a running game specifically on the other side that is going to grind people into dust.
No, agreed.
Maybe he does that.
So what I heard.
What you heard?
Don't tell nobody I told you, okay?
Taking it to the streets.
But what I heard is this is a dude that has made his bones more as a run blocker, and maybe that's starting to fade a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Starting, right? Does that at all, assuming that is the case, right? And you're talking about a guy who maybe a little bit more one-sided, not to say that he can't pass block, because that's not, I don't have enough of information to say that definitively by any means. But assuming that is the case, that he's maybe more of a run blocker and that's starting to be a little bit less of like an elite trait for him. If I put it in that case, or just an abstract player, a player X that is more of a run blocker, but that's maybe you've seen the crest of that and we're on the downside of that. Would you sign up for that? Because I'm not going to lie, the thing that I would be afraid of as I'm starting to show my hand on where I am on the wish list or not, are you ending up in a Shaq Mason circumstance? That is the question that you have to ask yourself. Where you're
getting an expatriate?
Well,
because that's the thing I'm thinking about.
Thankfully,
it's with Jake Andrews, Trent Brown. But that's what I'm wondering about this offseason. They have such a track record. It's like your friend who's into a very specific type of look.
Got a type.
The Texans have a type, and it's expatriates offensive linemen.
Well, thankfully, that's not the case. But right,
City South, for God's sakes, I forgot about
buddy.
him.
I actually
I wish I forgot about it.
I personally feel bad for City Cell because
don't.
every time that I talk about what like a bad thing with this offensive line, there's like just the dark Reggie on my shoulder that's just like mention City Cell. Just mention that time he had to play.
First name right.
Yeah, mention
Sid
City Cell. No, but
Old Sid.
Yeah. He did not have that, but the reason why I bring up Shaq Mason is you did have a good year with Shaq Mason, but then you started to see the decline, right?
Away, yeah.
Are you going to be paying for the decline of Wyatt Teller? But I still circle back to what you're talking about. He has been a very good guard recently. I think he'd be on my wish list, but low. Can I tell you who I'd have above him? Because I think I've settled in on my current favorites when it comes to guard and tackle in free agency. Now, I reserve the right to make this move and shift as things go along because, of course, we get more information. We get more up-to-date kind of reporting on various things about players, and I'm definitely going to change my mind. I think that's the right way to do things. However, if we're talking about a guard, which I think more people are interested in, considering there's still people that think Titus Howard should play right tackle, and I think there's good reason for that. If we're talking about guard, it's actually a dude who B. Scott mentioned earlier this week and that we've seen play against the Texans very, very recently. Isaac Seumalo, the guard who was with the Steelers. You remember him more recently as a left guard who got bulldozed by Sheldon Rankins that one time. If you pull up ESPN's, they have a metric called run block win rate and pass block win rate. Basically, I'm not going to break down the way it happens, but ultimately it is some level of accounting of how good you are at pass blocking and how good you are at run blocking. And he is top 20 this past season at both of those.
Okay.
That is something that you can get me in on, right? Like this somebody that last year was top 20 going forward and in pass protection as a guard. Sign me up, right? I can get in with that.
This is gonna sound bad. You had me at his last name because it sounded Samoan, and guess what? He's Samoan.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. Just give me a Samoan.
Give me a Samoan. Give me mean people and Samoans.
I mean, wasn't last year? You've had a few Samoans show up really well for the Texans. Bring that same Samoan energy to the offensive side of things, right?
That's new to me.
I believe so.
Okay.
And if not,
I'm gonna trust with you on that.
If not, I apologize to my Samoan brothers, but this is the more fun way to say it, right? That's why if that's the way that it goes, that's the way it goes. But I think that I
should have come to expect it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that is something that I'm willing to see on top of the fact that obviously a Pro Bowler the year prior, we heard that a lot during that Pittsburgh Steelers game. But I think that would be of interest to me at guard. At tackle, it's 8-3-2, right there with you. Braden Smith. With the Colts most recently, they would be moving on from him because one of the things that we both agree on is typically you have to look a little side-eye at a offensive lineman that is available because you go, why don't nobody want you? In a circumstance where there's not a lot of these to go around, the idea that somebody would be allowing you to move into this free space, you have to ask, well, with the Colts, it's because they have drafted as replacements. They have younger guys that they feel comfortable throwing in. And Braden Smith ended the season on IR.
Concussion and a neck injury.
Yes. That I was like, I have to bring up the downside to this. Do those scare you at all?
He's had an interesting backstory.
That's his only. I believe that's his only like injury of that nature because he had played damn near all of his snaps prior to that. Although he missed the last 5 of the games of the previous season due to severe OCD.
Yes, you remember that story?
I don't recall it, but I looked it up recently.
Scrupulosity. So I remember this, and now that I'm rereading it. Yeah, it caused him to miss the last 5 games
of the 24
season,
year, yeah.
And like he actually traveled outside of the country to get treated for it. This sounds like the kind of person, if you're suffering a neck injury and a concussion, and on top of that, that's something that you've been through over the last couple of years, you might be thinking about retiring.
You think so? Well,
I would be.
He's in this free agent class, and it does not seem like, obviously, well, again, reserve the right to move off of this. If we come to find out that, hey, he has been considering retirement, you can feel free to think that Reggie is taking his name off of this being on his wish list. But when he is playing at an incredibly high level. But I thought that's a very, very fair question to ask. Like, does that scare you away when you're talking about concussion, especially for this team? Not to say that this team is special in concussions, but at least here, concussions feel like a thing that make you go, ooh, they might be the boogeyman on the way things go. Then you add a neck injury for a dude who is at a power position in that way. And then you add, right, I don't want to call him a head case because that would be severely insensitive, but like
He's been through some stuff.
There have been some mental health things that have happened. Now, he did play this year, and that did not seem to hurt him, but there's a number of things that you go, could these be triggers or that could be problematic?
If you're wrapping up a 4-year, $72 million deal, too. I mean, he could walk away, and he's set for life. His family's set for life. His family's family is set for life. You know, like he's in a great spot. So I wonder. We'll see, but that is another option for
Yeah, so all I think it'd be Seumalo and Braden Smith are the guys that are atop my wish list. I think I'd put Wyatt Teller at the back end of my wish list. I like it, but I think I'd probably want to go other places. But I'm with you. Call all of them.
Yes.
Right, talk to all of them.
Every offensive lineman belongs on this list because they can do better, and I want to see iron actually sharpen iron. They had the most competitive offensive line room the last couple of years. I don't really think so. I think you can do better than that, and also it's going to mean probably moving on from, like a Drew Scruggs or potentially a Blake Fisher. We'll see what happens on those fronts.
Which I don't know how many people are crying about that in our general listening audience. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on this Thursday. Coming up next, let's jump back into this because we heard late yesterday in our show that Kevin Durant finally answered for this. We also heard from Ime Udoka. Do you have issues with this? Do you think this will actually impact the team? And do you want to get into the things that I actually found funny about this burner account? Let's do all that next.
The Drive with or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide. If you listen to Lil Kiki,
I was
hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Thursday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Actually, let me take that back. Happy Rodeo Ticket Thursday to you.
Yeah.
If you rock with us today, you will have an opportunity to win some tickets, a 4-pack of tickets, I believe. Four pack of tickets. There you go. To see an artist. In the 11 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see Shabuzi at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on March 13th. And in the 1 o'clock hour, Luke Bryan tickets, baby. Luke Bryan on March 9th. So keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610 during this program. We'll have a couple of giveaways. I know that'll continue into the drive as well. We got you covered here on Houston Sports Leader. But I did want to get to this with Kevin Durant, as is said by our French brethren. Not that anybody actually says
Je
that.
parle un peu de français. We do not say Durant. What are you talking about?
Oh, I forgot. I have seen
French Club President Paul Gallant here.
I'm not going to say. The thought that came to my mind would have been unnecessarily mean, and there was no point in saying that.
Say it.
No,
you can't do that now.
Yes, I can.
You're teasing me.
No, not at all.
This isn't fun.
I would have been teasing you if I had said it. That's the point, as I'm trying to be a better
You're going to
version.
call me a nerd. Just say it.
No, I was going to call you something worse, which is not nice. And so I should have kept that to myself.
No, I got what you did.
I do wonder if that's at all how Kevin Durant feels, assuming that this burner account is actually his.
What a transition
Thank
to
you.
avoid.
I do what I can.
Speaking the truth.
I try.
You coward.
I'll be that in this instance. If you're living under a rock, All-Star Weekend, specifically the All-Star game, day of the game, was kind of taken over on social media with the allegation that the account on Twitter at GetHigher77 was supposedly one of Kevin Durant's burners that he has acknowledged that he still has at one point. And the reason why this became a thing was because there were screenshots of DMs, direct messages, basically a group chat on Twitter or X or whatever you choose to call it, that showed various different things, including criticism of Alperen Sengun and Jabari Smith Jr., the latter of whom is alleged to have been called a slur for the mentally challenged. That's how I will ultimately say that.
R word.
Yes. And so the thing about this has been, is this Kevin Durant? But more importantly for me has been, how does this impact the team, whether it's him or not? Well, yesterday, because for me, I don't know if you agreed with this, I thought that you had to address this. if you're Kevin Durant.
Do you think he addressed it yesterday?
Well, this is what it sounded like. Shout out to Varun Shankar, who's done a great job in his early time
asking
here.
the tough questions. I have doubts that people would ask Durant about this question.
And those doubts were valid. Varun Shankar, the new Rockets beat writer of the Houston Chronicle, stepped up to the table, and this is what he asked. This is what the answer was from Kevin Durant.
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to come see and keep it pushing. But I know I get you happy.
He could have denied it.
He just said, I don't mess with that Twitter nonsense, which does.
Yes,
ring
you
hollow.
do. You do, Kevin. We know you messed with the Twitter nonsense. You're the most online player that's ever existed. We know you do, and it's fine. I'm okay with it.
He wears it as a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Like, he enjoys the sparring, the battle of words online, and generally that's cool. That doesn't work in this instance.
No.
And I really do wonder if that is the way that he tried to go about this with his teammates, because that makes me wonder, as much as we've seen, because you were saying Jabari Smith Jr. has posted something that would seem to be some level of "we're good" type of post on Instagram. Alperen Sengun,
I think
the
Sengun
same
did too, right?
But this feels like the modern equivalent of I put out a statement saying that we're all good. But we all know when somebody goes, "Oh no, we're okay," and then you walk around and you go, "I don't like that guy."
You know that guy's probably not your friend now. And maybe you don't put him on that same pedestal as a hero of yours after the fact. Even if this didn't actually come from Kevin Durant's thumbs, even if it didn't come from them, you've got to have a little bit of doubt about this guy going forward. I do think, though, this is unlikely to screw up the Rockets season the same way that Fred VanVleet's injury did. And I know that the fellas this morning, Seth and Sean, were talking about the same thing. Yeah, I think it's more an issue that you do not have a fix for your point guard situation than this, which is an embarrassing, I think, look for Kevin Durant. And I think
assuming that it's him, or you think just in general, the way that he responds to this, outside of whether or not it was him.
If he just denied it, I mean, yeah, and maybe he's not even sure if this is something that he put out on the internet.
All right.
With all these burners that he has. Well, I mean, the way that he's saying it, it's like he doesn't remember necessarily.
I have too many burners.
I cannot recall. Well, I mean, the kind of he.
Come on now.
He left it open in a way where all he had to do was deny it. And I mean, the best possible explanation is, yeah, I don't know. I'm on the internet a lot. I got a lot of troll accounts. Did I confuse it with my burner accounts? I don't know.
Well, I feel like you would know if you were in the group chat saying these things.
Correct. You would definitely know that.
Did you want to get into that portion of it? Like just the idea of having a group chat? Because for me, the way that I viewed that was, especially on social media, this is like having a text message with a group chat with your friends. And although these are internet friends, so how do we view that?
See, that's what I don't get. How do you trust these people so much to say these things and put them in writing? Like, to me, this is just stupid. And
again, allegedly assuming this is him, right?
Right. And I've seen some people I know, Reggie, have pushed back the last couple of days saying, like, oh, he's not this dumb. But no, he can't help himself. He's on the internet a lot, so it is plausible that this actually went down. Is this the kind of catastrophic thing that submarines the Rockets locker room, though? I don't know. Like, I've seen worse in Seattle with the Seahawks. Yeah. I've seen worse in other places with the Warriors, where Kevin Durant was before, where they made things work and they still were able to compete. I mean, if these guys are real adults, they can get over it and maybe get better through it. That doesn't always happen.
I'm glad that you said if these guys are real adults, because I think that is the thing that brings this up for me. I understand that there might be some people listening to us going, y'all are making too much of this. And maybe so. But when you say adults, I usually use the phrase adults in the room to kind of speak to leadership. Who is the leader on this team right now, especially in the absence of Fred Lee, at least on the court? Fred is still there offering what he can, kind of pseudo coaching on the bench. It's Kevin Durant. How many times have we seen moments of the mics on the court catching him basically telling Alper Sengun, I need you to play better defense there. It's been noted on many occasions that he is kind of taking Jabari under his wing and has kind of been a leader of sort there. He's been a leader, both vocal and otherwise, on this team this year. And I do wonder if, especially if you are not very vocal and very strident in the way that you talk about this, if you don't erode some of that for a team right now that's going through a rough patch. Like, if that is the leader that you have right now, and now his leadership in this locker room is questioned in any way, shape, or form, what does that do for your ability to get this thing right?
And that was a big question coming in with Durant. Is Durant the galvanizing leader in addition to being the great player?
And to this point, it felt like the answer was actually a resounding yes in a way that I was kind of impressed by.
But as we get to this point in the year, you're seeing some of the same things that have been discussed in his previous stops. And again, is this real? Is it not real?
And even if it's real, this was him talking to his friends, basically if you were like at home talking to your girlfriend about the frustration you had at work.
But that's the other thing.
Get a girlfriend? Touch grass?
If you're one of these guys who can't help it and you talk a little bit of bleep, this is where you talk to a therapist, a family member, or a significant other. Random strangers on the internet. And as some are pointing out, this is what makes it implausible to me. And I hope that you're right. I hope that there's no way Kevin Durant would do things like this. But Durant seems to be somebody who would do this. And it's almost like, hey, when you're a loner for a really long period of time, as I've been for most of my life, you do have to pick and choose who you tell things to, because generally people are gossips. People are going to say things that you thought you said to them in confidence to other people. So if you're doing it with people that you don't even necessarily know what they look like, you just know what their handles are. It's like Booger Balls 42069 or something like that. I mean, you're trusting this person with things that you're putting in writing. At the very least, do a phone call or something like that. Give yourself a little plausible deniability. Like I'm always concerned about putting anything in writing that somebody could just send to somebody else.
We live in a digital age, though,
yeah,
and
man.
I feel like we are always perpetually at the mercy of whoever we are texting, or even the services that we are utilizing to send messages. I feel like there's a little bit of, but for the grace of God, there go I, because I know that we've all had messages that we've sent amongst friends that we go, that one would do me in to some degree if this gets out.
Yep.
Yep. So I think that there was some of that, and that's why honestly. There's a lot of things that he said that I think that there could be some validity to. I don't really feel good about the ones that he said about the Rockets right now, but like, how about this? Because there is one, I guess, avid Twitter user who decided that they were going to come together and digitally archive what we were coming to call the KD files. And some of the funniest things that I think have happened come through here. That there's some validity, right? And somewhat talking about one of his circumstances, right? Going through, kind of Simmons with depression. He said, I swear I miss Ben Simmons. At least that N-word would give me the ball, which I'm sorry. That's hilarious. If you're in a new situation and you're like, damn, I kind of hate what's happening. You go, damn, I miss Ben Simmons. I find that to be funny, right? At least he would pass me the ball. Yes, he's a better player that should dunk when he's right next to the hoop, but at least he'd give me the ball. I found that to be hilarious. Is that not?
It's amusing.
Right? There's other ones that come through here as well, right? But I started holding Steph accountable on film, and people were looking at me like I was crazy, right? Those are things that, assuming it's Kevin Durant, I would laugh at. But I think that you have to handle this in such a way where you make sure that your team has full confidence in you. And supposedly they do, and they're going to need it because they start back on the stretch run of the season tonight in Charlotte against a frisky Hornets team, and they're going to need to get right because I don't think that you can't validate the trade for Kevin Durant if you ultimately fall apart and if you're not viable in the postseason, right? So there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Question of the day, inspired by Michael Irvin talking about the Super Bowl. What's a place that you've been to, but you have no desire to return to? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Got to mention D&M Auto Leasing. Since 1970.
Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day, because we don't have enough time to keep talking about what we were just talking about. Inspired by Michael Irvin, where is a place that you have been to that you have no desire to return to? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line, because Michael Irvin has very strong thoughts about the Super Bowl that we just got, and I'm not talking about on the field. Take it away, Michael Irvin.
They should never, ever, ever bring the Super Bowl back to San Francisco. I'm sorry. In all the years of going to a Super Bowl, this was the worst. This seemed so like blah. It was blah in the city. Just wasn't jumping like you see Super Bowls jumping. It was blah. The people, blah. And you're going to events, it's like blah.
He went further to say blah, 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 blah.
I mean, if you can ruin Michael Irvin's energy, I mean,
Right.
it must be a bad time.
That's a great point, because he has a good time no matter what.
Right.
He brings his good time with him.
And he claims it's not performance enhanced in any way, shape, or form.
Which, honestly, I believe him. He's the son of a preacher man, and when he gets into when he is moved by the Spirit, I guess is the way that we should say this.
speaking tongues.
My boy gets
Oh my
into
God, this is what's wrong with today. The young ladies today, they're not learning from mom. How to cook, losing recipes.
Absolutely. So, no, but do you agree with him? Because first and foremost, I think I agreed with them on the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. I just really hated the setup as much as I personally enjoyed San Francisco more than I think some of our
610 colleagues?
Yes. Or not 610 colleagues, but just colleagues in media in general. Because there are definitely people that did not enjoy like the San Francisco of it all. I enjoyed San Francisco itself. The idea that you have Santa Clara a mile away and the players are away from where the general media action is happening, it seemed like the reporting was that the game itself did not feel like a Super Bowl, which already has a little bit of a antiseptic feel because it's of so much of the sponsors and everybody, the corporate seats that end up being there as opposed to like kind of fans.
Well, it's a Super Bowl that's not in a city, which, by the way, could be the future for a lot of NFL franchises.
Right.
Like news about the Chicago Bears today. And, of course, a team that might be close to us down the road, of course. Santa Clara is way away from San Francisco. I know a lot of people have differing opinions on San Francisco. I like to make fun of it. One time I made fun of it to the point where there was an article written by a San Francisco publication that was essentially a hit piece on me. You can look it up for yourself if you want. I find it very funny. That part of town is nowhere close to the cool parts of San Francisco, which is a great walking city. Went there in 2019 with somebody at the time who I was seeing. We had a great time. It was a little dirty. There are definitely a few homeless people. Apparently, there's more homeless people there now.
Cities be like that, though.
I would go back to San
some
Francisco. I did not get to go to Alcatraz. I wish I had. I loved Coit Tower as somebody who loved Alfred Hitchcock movies growing up. The movie Vertigo is a great watch. I loved walking up the hills. It's a great walkable city, and it's really pretty. The weather's, I think, very agreeable. So there are some good parts about San Francisco. I don't agree with the policies locally, but hey, everybody's got their own opinions on that. But when you're hosting a Super Bowl, Reggie, to go back to what you're talking about, it's hard to feel like it's a big deal when it is nowhere near a big city. If there's no skyline in the background, and this is me, city boy, who grew up in the suburbs, who loves the cities more than he likes the suburbs, saying all of that. But I think they probably added to it a little bit. And then all this driving you got to do leading, if you're there for an entire week, you definitely soured on a media person more than it's going to sour on an actual fan. But I understand why Irvin said that.
They did a whole ass article on you, man. Like it's not even short.
That's neither here nor there. Reggie, what were you saying here?
Super Bowl's got to be a party, man. That's the reason why I personally, if I had my druthers, New Orleans every year. New Orleans is like the perfect.
I agree with that.
Perfect size.
Or Vegas.
Vegas does a good job as well.
Party city.
Like they know how to throw a party. It's not too big as to where the city itself does not get enraptured by the Super Bowl, because it always is a little bit of a bummer if you're like, I'm here for what is the biggest event in of the sports calendar and really of the TV calendar all year, and I get to the city like when they had it in New York rather, and don't nobody actually care about it.
It's that one was in New Jersey, and it's like in a dumpy part of New Jersey. This is the frustration I have. Clearly part of every single NFL new stadium being built, there's this idea that you're going to get a Super Bowl as a result of it. And, it's going to help the economy out so much. BS, that's crap. It's going to it's going to infuse minimum wage jobs into the local economy. It should only be in those two places. It should only be in Vegas, New Orleans, and I think Miami from time to time as well.
I'm not even fully sold on Miami, but I'll be there.
Because the stadium is a million miles away from Miami. You're right on that.
I will sign the petition.
It's about an hour away from Miami.
And so with that, what are the places that you've been to that you don't desire to return to? Somebody said Aberdeen, Washington, and I asked them to expound. They said that is where Kurt Cobain is from. So they drove through there once, almost like a pilgrimage to an artist that you enjoy. Fentanyl zombies were staggering around, they said.
Well, that's all Washington. As someone who lived there for a couple of years, right when all that was getting up. A lot of people think I might say that about Seattle. And again, I disagree with some of the decisions that have been made locally there, but I found Seattle to be a beautiful city. You got the volcano, Mount Rainier background. You're basically on this archipelago, did I pronounce that right, of these hills that are over lakes. I mean, hell, I got my boating license up there. I can drive a boat in the great state of Washington. You need to get a license there. It's a little bit different than with Texas and with Florida, other places where I've gotten my license. I liked it there. There's only one place that I think I really wouldn't go back to that I've been to before, because there's a lot of places I just will never go as a point, like Ohio or Indianapolis. I'd rather die.
I get it.
London was tough. It was super crowded, and I just felt like I wasn't in England. And that's not to, disparage London.
You wanted to be in a shire?
I felt like I was in Disney World. And
I can get that. I can see that.
It didn't feel like anything that I was seeing was like uniquely English or British. And by the way, I'm not the biggest fan of the British. As someone who's Irish and French Canadian, like they've persecuted my blood.
So you were born to hate them.
Yeah, I was born to hate them, and I was born in Boston too. I mean, like that. I am just like the perfect American foil to some limey bastard.
You got any Indian in you? Because that would also help this out. Like I feel like you would hit all of it. You know what I mean?
If I had a little bit of it in there, yeah, like Native American. I've got a little.
Oh no, I was going actually Indian from India.
But London, there are some cool things there. I love the history of it, but I don't need to go back.
Mine is Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, I don't like. Well, as someone who went to high school across the bay, yeah, I hated Tampa. I have I'd never go to Tampa. St. Petersburg, Florida. That's where it's at. You got a beach and you got a bay.
I'm gonna be honest. Did not go to St. Pete. I would not be like chomping at the bit to go to Tampa, St. Pete. But I definitely am not. I'm not going to Tampa for one. And bump you if you think that this is wrong or whatever. I learned in my 1 week stay in Tampa that the largest Confederate flag in America flies just outside of Tampa, Florida. And I was like, that might be enough for me. Talk less of. There just wasn't much to do.
Yeah, Tampa is a strip club city. And that's what it is.
And I feel like if I'm going to strip club city, I personally would go to Atlanta because I feel like the food is better. You know what I mean?
To each
I
their
feel
own.
like there's more athletes and the food is better.
What's that famous? That famous wings place is in Florida. That's
Magic City?
Yeah.
Oh, I want you to remember that because if you do
That's the
end
wings
up in
place,
Atlanta,
right? Yeah.
if you do end up in Atlanta, you should eat at Magic City.
I may or may not on a bachelor party have been to a couple of Atlanta area strip clubs. They were a fun time.
And am I wrong? Athletes and food, right? Athletes and food. And I'm not talking about nobody that plays no football.
I'm telling you though, there's something about the Florida woman, just like the Florida man, the Florida woman.
Oh, really? Is this a thing? Can you expound?
The Florida women are they're very powerful. They're strong, powerful, independent women. I'll just say that.
Oh, okay.
But St. Petersburg is way better than Tampa, so I'm with you on that.
Somebody said Baltimore went to M&T for a Ravens game. Yeah, Baltimore feels like a city that is New Orleans, but a little bit less cool in that. You make the wrong turn, and you are in the wrong part of town, buddy.
I watched The Wire 5 times. I feel like I've been to Baltimore. I feel like I don't need to go.
West Baltimore?
All of Baltimore, because the show The Wire is about all of Baltimore.
Yeah, they get you some East Baltimore, I feel like.
You got the docks, you got a newspaper.
Well, now
you
the
got
docks
the
are nice.
schools.
Thanks to Mayor Carcetti. You know what I mean? Now the docks are nice.
Well, he might be the governor by the time.
That is true.
He could be the president for all we know.
What is it? Was it Martin O'Malley? But O'Malley became governor of Maryland, so that eventually happened there. All right, so there you go. Keep letting us know the places that you would never return to on the text line, 572-4610. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where why are people giving the Seahawks so much credit about this particular thing? We'll talk about that more next.
If you love the outdoors.
and tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station. The play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I probably missed the best answer to our question of the day, which the question of the day, mind you, was, what's a place you've been to that you don't want to return to? Best answer came in from the 281, and it was a single word answer: jail. Good answer. Good answer.
Hope it was a drunk tank visit for you, buddy.
Yeah, even the drunk tank, I'd rather not. But if you got any level of actual jail, talk less of actual prison. Yeah, I have a strong feeling that you probably do not want to return to that.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that sentiment.
Unless you're somebody that's maybe living on the streets looking for a couple meals in a cot.
Which?
It does happen.
It does indeed happen. I cannot deny that. All right, let's go around the NFL here, Paul, on this Thursday. And you would imagine that this time of year, as we're not quite to the combine, that it kind of settles down NFL news-wise. But there's some things here and there, especially when it relates to where some teams will play. And we talk about places that you've been to that you don't want to go back. There is a place that I know people frequently crack on that I would imagine comes up for a lot of people, which is Northwest Indiana is one of those places.
Scary.
Right? There's definitely a lot of people that have a similar feeling about Gary, Indiana.
The
or
scenic
places
coastal
around there.
sites of Gary, Indiana. Right.
Apparently, though, that would not be the case for the entirety of the organization of the Chicago Bears.
Oh, boy.
As the Chicago Bears have released a statement that, that makes it seem as though the possibility of them moving to Indiana, which you will have to remember, Chicago is right there near that border of Indiana and Illinois. So it is in, I guess, the general metropolitan area, sort of. It would still feel like kind of Santa Clara to San Francisco, to be related. But this would be in an entire different state than the purported city that they would be in. And it's not like Kansas City, Kansas, right? But yeah, it seems like the Chicago Bears are actually going to do that as Indiana seems to be putting together the money and pushing forward a bill for a commitment to have the Chicago Bears play in Indiana.
And this is different from the Chiefs moving from one side of their two-state city to the other, from Missouri to Kansas. This is crazy. You're moving the Bears to another state. And I get it. Illinois seems like it would be a very difficult place to navigate getting public funding for a stadium.
Especially when your governor's setting up to go for a run for president. That's
Lord.
the thing that's happening with the governor there, Pritzker. So I think it becomes a little bit of a political football in some ways.
One of the most corrupt states in the United States. So there's a lot of stuff that you got to get through. The idea that you are moving the football team to another area where you're just taking land and you're going to try to build up things around said land, it is what every single sports team is trying to do. We're going to get some more land. We are going to build on that land, develop things on that land. It's going to make our organization a lot more money, and it is going to alienate us, at least temporarily, unless we win, with a large portion of the fan base. Something to take note of.
Right, and it is worth noting Hammond, Indiana is literally right on the border, and it is on the outskirts of the general Chicagoland area towards that side of things. But still, like this represents a weird trend that I did not think would happen after what should we say the suburban trend that happened in the NFL, and mostly suburban trend where you had multi-use stadiums that kind of started moving towards the suburbs. I would have imagined that, especially with so many cities working on rejuvenation of the city proper, that you would see more teams moving back within the confines of the city, and that's not being the case. We're seeing more teams that are used to being within the confines of the cities moving outward,
right,
in a way that I would not have anticipated.
Real estate, well,
yeah,
real estate's expensive. They don't want to buy it in the city, and they want to buy real estate that will grow in value over time. Every sports team is doing this. This is not unique to the Bears. So you can't just pin it them. But it's I think if you're a fan and you lived in Chicago and you've watched the Bears for all these years and you've seen them suck for so many of these years, oh boy, all the history. I mean, they're foisted on national TV for us for years, and this is the first year where it's actually been a palatable product outside of like the Rex Grossman, A-Train, Anthony Thomas years, which is like, was it pre 9/11? I don't even remember anymore. And now all of a sudden you're moving from being inside the city of Chicago, third biggest in the United States, outside. I get that it's close, but it's an FU to the people of Chicago.
Yeah, and with this trend, obviously the undercurrent that you're talking about is the possibility of what happens with the Texans as they currently look, I think within the next 4 or 5 years, to have some level of solution stadium-wise. I mean, for one, I think their argument that would exist on a NFL football team side is this is a trend that is happening and all the things that you
That's how you defend it, right?
Right.
Like, we're not the only ones doing it. We have to do it to remain competitive, which we've seen from people like Albert Breer. It's like, well, the Texans are one of a few organizations that are operating within the stadium and don't have their own place. And okay, fine. But it's not like, to me, the kind of defense or support of the move that you're making that is going to make fans happy.
Yeah, no, 100%.
What am I supposed to be happy about with that?
Ultimately, I think the idea is that eventually fans get over it, and that's not really a great way to deal with it. Do you think that, because I've always operated under the presumption that Houston has a unique history when it comes to stadiums and teams, and I thought that that's the thing that would separate them from the way the other teams operate. Do you at all think that the unique history that Houston has with football and stadiums, especially when we're talking about the Houston Oilers getting up and leaving, do you think that at all serves as an anchor for the Texans to a more central portion of the city as opposed to doing something similar?
I don't know. I really don't know. I bet if the Oilers had a little more money, they probably would have thought about it themselves and maybe build a stadium in a different part of town as opposed to just keeping things in the Astrodome as long as they did and then not getting the new stadium and Houston calling their bluff, and then they're like, oh, crap, now we actually have to move to Tennessee when it was just a possibility to move to Tennessee. I don't know if it affects them. I think the Texans, you've seen them over the last couple of weeks, like saying, hey, we're not leaving the city. And I agree with them. I don't think that they're going to move to like San Antonio or to some other metropolitan area. But it does feel like all these teams are moving towards the suburbs. And it's a trend that frustrates me because I feel like if you are essentially a public commodity for the city, even though I know that's not how it works, a little naive of looking at it that way, I think it should be accessible for everyone who is in the actual city that the team is supposedly from.
Right, and I hear you, and I kind of feel the same way, honestly. The only thing is what you're talking about there, I think that you stand to lose a lot of goodwill. The question is ultimately, how does that goodwill? Is it just a thought of, well, we can afford to gain that back on the back end? Is that the way that, you know?
If you win, you'll get it back. You could bet on that, but you got to win.
Right. Some other thing around the NFL, speaking of those former Houston Oilers, the Tennessee Titans that apparently are really trying to live into that. I thought Amy Adams-Strunk had maybe given up this a little bit, but no, according to her, at least you've seen the new logo, right?
Yeah.
Where they're really trying to lean into this.
It's minimalist, flaming thumbtack mixed with the Houston Oilers' old uniforms, which are now Titan blue.
I'm just surprised.
The fake Oilers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just surprised that she's still holding on to this. But I didn't want to talk about that. I wanted to talk about the new offensive coordinator, Brian Daboll. He had his introductory press conference yesterday, and he seems incredibly excited to work with Cam Ward. How fruitful do you anticipate this relationship being? Because Brian Daboll gets a lot of credit. Obviously, the Giants' tenure didn't go as well as you would want. He gets a lot of credit for jumping in with rookie Josh Allen and helping him develop into somewhat of what we've seen him become as one of the better quarterbacks in the league. How much do you look at this and go, is that possible for Cam Ward?
It's hard to buy into his enthusiasm when he had so much enthusiasm for Jackson Dart. Now, I'm sure that he had his options as far as where he would go as offensive coordinator, and there were some other places with young quarterbacks that maybe thought about bringing him in, but it's hard for me to believe this is as authentic as the obsession he seemed to have with Jackson Dart. Because remember all that? Oh, yeah. I have a hard time buying it's the same. Like, hey, you can try to sell it to me. Yeah, you're really that excited about Cam Ward. And there's some moments with Cam Ward this past season that if you're a Titans fan, you can talk yourself into a little bit. But I I think Brian Daboll is doing a little bit more fluff here than he is being authentic.
So I think the Jackson Dart thing for me with Daboll felt more of an urgency with the knowledge that he was on the hot seat. I thought that felt more like, this is a team bereft of things, and I am on the hot seat, so I'm going to lean on the one good thing that I have and just hit the good player button, or at least the thing that was fun, which was Jackson Dart. I actually do buy into this a little bit, although I know what you're talking about, right? Even though the Titans team was pretty bereft of talent itself, Cam Ward did demonstrate splashes. He showed sparks and flashes, even though also the numbers aren't nothing to write home about. What Daboll said about Cam, he's a young, athletic quarterback with accuracy. He can make plays on the move, do a great job if the play doesn't look great. Then all of a sudden it looks great because of his ability. He's smart, he's got some moxie to him, and he's tough. I don't disagree with any of those things. How much do those things ultimately show up when you're playing games of consequence, I think is a question. But I actually do find this to be interesting. However, I actually take this back to the Josh Allen thing, and I do wonder how much credit he actually deserves from that. Because I think that at times we do the thing where we go, this guy was in that place at this time, and thus he is the quarterback whisperer. And that's when we find ourselves in a lot of issues, because it might just be that this was a miraculous talent that found his way to, actually harnessing the raw potential of what he had.
Got to the playoffs, though, with Daniel Jones forced on him.
He did. He deserves
credit.
And I don't think he's a bad offensive coordinator.
I think there's definitely, if you're looking at the coaching staff for the Titans, I'm looking at Brian Daboll as the guy who potentially brings things back on track. I don't know that I buy all of this enthusiasm, 100% on the same way that I bought it when it came to Jack Dart. But yeah, I'm more concerned with Brian Daboll than I am with Robert Saleh and his press conferences. Oh yeah, Robert Saleh is just a press conference guy.
I think that he's demonstrated, especially this last year with San Francisco.
He was a disaster with the Jets. Cool. He's a great coordinator. He should be a coordinator.
I think that the Jets are a very particular circumstance where you're working in scaffolding that is actively falling around you.
I saw him on Hard Knocks, and that stupid speech that he had about crows pecking at eagles' necks, and I was like, I can't take this guy seriously. If I'm an adult and I'm sitting in this press conference room or wherever he's giving this speech to all these players, and I'm listening to this guy talk, I am confused. Cool, you almost got into a fight with Liam Cohen last year, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, that will be.
That'll be fun.
Which honestly, it didn't seem like he was doing much of. I think that felt very one-sided. Like Liam Cohen just wanted to whoop his ass.
That would not have happened, by the way.
That's all that felt like. It just felt like Liam Cohen was just like, I hate that guy.
For all the questions I have about Robert Saleh as a head coach, I do not have any questions about Robert Saleh would beat the ever-living bejesus out of Liam Cohen.
I will say, you see Liam Cohen in person. That's a big boy. He's a lot bigger than he comes across. Just watching him on these TV screens. We had an opportunity to see him walking around at Super Bowl, and you're like, oh, I see. I see where the bravado came from.
Fair point.
As we continue around the NFL, the Seahawks, after reaching the pinnacle of NFL football, winning the Super Bowl just earlier this month, have now, the Paul G. Allen estate, who was the late owner of the Seahawks, have now been situated and they announced yesterday that they will commence the formal sale process of the Seahawks. And Jody, who is currently the executor of his estate, is that the right way to say it? She is getting a lot of love around sports circles for abiding by the last wishes of Paul Allen, to sell this team and then take that money and put it into charitable efforts. And I just don't understand why that is.
This is weird. Yeah, I mean, she's a weird individual. As someone who covered her up in Seattle, she sexually harassed a security guard allegedly. She allegedly smuggled giraffe bones back from Botswana.
I mean, who amongst us would not smuggle giraffe bones from Botswana?
Fair point. You know what? I mean? Fair point.
If you had the opportunity, would you not smuggle giraffe bones?
Oh, why? That's weird that she's getting love. She's also doing this 7 years after she was supposed to do it.
That's my thing.
Wait, we're patting her on the back for this?
She waited until she won a Super Bowl. She's like, now that I've done all the things, now I'll actually do the thing I was supposed to
sell high.
By the way, you could argue the Seahawks underachieved. Like, a lot of Seahawks fans were angry. When I was up in Seattle, they were angry with the competitive product that they had because they felt like they were just stuck in the mud and not making any changes because they were continuing to roll with Pete Carroll. They thought he was an obstacle to them winning, and all right, maybe he was. But she stuck around for a while, and it feels like maybe the Seahawks could have been back a little bit more quickly had they, I don't know, had a more proactive owner. We're patting her on the back now. What, is she going to be the Ring of Honor next?
Maybe. It's possible. With the giraffe bones that she will have at that point.
Put the giraffe bones in the Ring of Honor.
She would have reconstituted them. Do we ever really see skeletons of bones like we see dinosaurs everywhere? I want to see the giraffe bones put together like when you go to the museum of natural science. You see the
or Nick Cage's house. Have you ever seen? Did you know that Nick Cage bought a dinosaur's skeleton?
Excuse me? Yeah. I feel like that might have been one of those things that I've heard at one point. And I was just like, yeah, there's too many Nick Cage's weird stories. I can't actually keep track of that one.
No one has been more irresponsible with his money, which is ironic because he once said, like, I have a lot of respect for the dollar, than Nick Cage. And yeah, he bought a T-Rex.
Okay.
Shout out to Nick Cage, who is one of my favorites.
You might need to go steal the Declaration of Independence again.
Or just make another Ghost Rider. That's how you get good with me.
Ghost Rider 2.
I think there already is a
fire in
Ghost
that
Rider.
movie.
Those are underrated movies, by the way.
No, they're terrible.
They're
and that's why I like them.
awful.
They are the perfect movies for, watching and making fun of. I used to do this with friends where if you can't find a good movie to watch, just find a really bad movie and then make fun of it.
Play a little Mystery Science Theater 3000 along the way.
Exactly.
Nick Cage movies, pound for pound, are the silliest and goofiest movies ever.
Because he thinks he's doing something. You can see it.
But he is.
He thinks he is acting his ass off.
Because he is. They didn't see the reason National Treasure is overrated is because they didn't let Nick Cage cook. They have this tempered down Nick Cage. He's not even getting to be crazy like
Nick
Castor
Cage as
Troy.
Russell Wilson is actually kind of an interesting comparison here.
What about Gone in 60 Seconds?
Let Nick cook.
I'm just saying, in National Treasure, they didn't let Nick Cage cook.
right.
They didn't let him cook. I've seen him in Face Off as Castor Troy. I've seen him in The Rock as Stanley Goodspeed. And I've also seen him as Cameron Poe in Con Air. The greatest three-movie, 2-year run that an actor has ever had when it comes to rewatchable action movies. Those three in 1 year, essentially. All a year apart.
That's
Con Air, Face Off, which is so underrated, and The Rock. As you can tell, though, I am a psychotic Nicolas Cage
Apparently, you knew that he had dinosaurs in his house. Have you been there?
He should invite me. I am essentially the.
Why would he invite you right now? You sound like a stalker.
I should be the Pedro Pascal character in the Impossible Weight of the Unbearable Weight of Impossible Talent, which was a movie that came out a couple of years ago.
Still haven't watched.
I went to see that opening night and I had like Nick Cage fake tattoos on. I took a date with the Nick Cage fake tattoos on.
How did that one go? How did that relationship last?
That was a pretty good one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your current relationship?
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. Sorry, babe. I know you're watching.
Are you apologizing for telling the story, for being a Nick Cage head, or something else?
I wanted to date with Nick Cage tattoos, and yeah, I've dated other people. Sorry.
Oh, the idea that you dated. Okay, that was the apology.
How the hell did we get to Nick Cage?
Buddy, I have no earthly idea. But that's around the NFL.
I'll always find a way.
That is around the NFL here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Where else are you going to get Nick Cage analysis in your football talk? But in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, I didn't even talk about Rashee Rice, which I don't know how much you wanted to talk about.
He
Rashee
sucks.
Rice. It's the civil case, though. Does that change your mind? And no, it doesn't. All right,
he sucks.
Coming up next.
3-4 though.
Coming up next, is it possible as the Rockets start back up for the proverbial second half of the season, is it at all possible that we've been unfair to Alper and Şengün? 713-572-4610. Maybe the answer is no. Let's get to the bottom of it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a team.
Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gotta admit, I've learned more than I ever really wanted to know about Nick Cage in the previous break.
Got a super fan here.
Yeah, I did not realize that.
Did Paul Gallant nerd out in there?
Yeah, apparently Nick Cage just spends his money wildly. And the thing that is amazing to me most is that there's not actually a through line or a connecting tissue with any of these random purchases. We talking about dinosaur skulls. We talking about mansions that are supposedly haunted.
The Laurie Mansion in New Orleans, he bought it, for $3.4 million. It's considered one of America's most haunted houses.
Planes, trains, automobiles.
Mm-hmm.
You said tombs?
An octopus, a shark.
He's just
crocodile.
Weird. He's just a weird
two
dude.
albino king cobras.
It makes sense why he's in a lot of movies.
2 castles. Right, exactly. That is legitimately something he's owned up to. He's been terrible with his money.
Got to pay for his habits.
So he does every movie that has ever been suggested to him. His poor agent.
I am kind of curious to see how he does in Spider-Man Noir.
Yeah,
that does look good. That does look good, though.
I'll watch it. I mean, he's in it. There's like a couple other things that he's going to be in the not too distant
we know
future.
you'll watch it. You love him.
That's your man. Is he also going to be in Avengers Doomsday?
That's your man.
He might be. He might be the new Tony Stark. I don't know.
I can tell you someone who I know damn well is not going to be in Avengers Doomsday, and that is Alperen Sengun, because tonight he is in Charlotte, North Carolina, facing off against the Hornets. That's where the Rockets are. 6 p.m.
Watch out for LaMelo Ball driving down the streets.
Is LaMelo gonna make it into the what do they call it? The Spectrum Center now? Is he gonna make it in there?
Not driving his own car, I would imagine.
Yeah, hopefully he takes an Uber or something.
That he had a camouflaged Hummer. Do you think that he tried to say, "Oh man, the guy just didn't see me when I was blowing through this intersection and driving over the passenger side of their car"?
Yeah, you could see the
driver's side.
Driver's side. Yeah, you could see a different angle. If you don't know, LaMelo Ball, point guard for the Hornets, got in an accident.
Look up the video. It's
early this week.
It's scary, and thankfully no one was hurt.
And the way that front left axle just snaps, it made me wonder of what construction was this, and how many things had he already hit to loosen that thing up? Because that thing just snapped off as he veers into this other lane. But anyways, that is also the ferocity that he will drive down the lane with at times.
Stop.
Towards Alperen Sengun. The segues are going to keep coming until morale improves.
Hopefully he swerves that corner and goes, whoa.
All right. Okay. I didn't think you would actually bring that joke to the show. But Alperen Sengun is going to be of great importance. He just generally is of great importance. He's one of your two best players on this basketball team and supposedly the keystone of your young core. And there's been a lot of criticism. I think even the burner account that is supposedly KD, but we don't know is actually KD, even had some criticism of Alperen Sengun to the idea of how is your best player not able to shoot or pass, which I think is a criticism that may be a little bit overstated, but is something that you have to be concerned about. And the question I asked myself as I was just randomly looking at Alperen Sengun's stats yesterday, have we been a little too hard on him at all?
Well, going into this year, we all wanted to see him take a step forward. It was nice hearing Draymond Green be so complimentary about Sengun after the series.
Yep.
I did not expect that, to be perfectly honest, because I thought Sengun really struggled at times in that series. I thought that his stamina looked like it wasn't good enough, that his strength was not good enough considering his size. So I was hoping coming into this year that he's a guy that would play maybe longer in games, and that would be a little bit more strong underneath the hoop. You could theoretically make that argument that has been the case this year. He is playing a couple more minutes a game. He is shooting a slightly better field goal percentage this year compared to last year. He is actually shooting semi-decently for a big man from outside, a little bit south of 30%. I mean, listen, it's better than nothing, no range at all, which you didn't expect from him last year.
Closer to passable, closer.
You can make an argument that he has improved in certain areas. I wish he was better as a free throw shooter. Do the granny style, bro. Like, stop. Everyone's so ashamed of doing it. I don't get it. Like, you've missed many free throws in big time moments. So there's an argument to be made that he's better this year, but there's also an argument to be made that you are realizing that, hey, all these baby Jokic comparisons, which are perhaps unfair to Şengün, they're not happening. I don't know that he's going to get to that level. And by the way, we're talking about one of the best players of all time in Jokic. Like, just stuff with statistics, MVPs, all that stuff.
But I think that you get to a point that is worth noting for Alperen Şengün is, I was looking at these stats and I'm like, they're largely similar to last year when he was an undoubted, all-star reserve, and we're starting to look at him as, man, this is a really good talent in this league. But the defense has kind of looked a little wobbly at times, and I think the thing that you're ultimately getting to is there's something to be considered when it comes to expectation and development. And I think the expectation is that there should be more than last year, that there was supposed to be an additional step, especially in places like being able to score at the rack. This year has gotten me to a place where I'm a little afraid if this is somewhat what Alperen is, where he's not going to finish strong at the rack, because you can't be a big. I mean, I understand that he's a little bit of a tweener between like a power forward and a center, but even still, you can't be a dude that plays back to the basket, post up basketball, and be that inefficient when you're within 5 feet from the rim.
Yeah.
That's something that
it hasn't gotten a lot better.
It hasn't gotten a lot better.
How long does it take for that to get better?
It shouldn't get bad in the first, if we're going to be entirely honest. That should be one of those things where you had an anomaly season, like, damn, all right, your touch kind of went, but you were able to get it back. That's something that's frustrating.
Because, it's been a 1.5 year thing.
With him having more responsibility creating, the assists have gone up, rebounds have gone down a little bit, and you're not in a double big circumstance nearly as much as you were last year. That would help. That maybe might take some assists or some rather rebounds away. I think that we have been a little unfair in that I don't know how much we've given him credit for being steady towards last year where he was, but I think that we haven't been unfair in there should have been a step forward. And I understand that it's tough when you don't have somebody setting you up. Maybe that's also another portion of is this been a little unfair, but we haven't seen the step forward that we were hoping to see from him this year.
Some of the Rockets Kids Club online have been calling him a superstar, and he's not.
No. And I already have a high barrier for entry on the superstar, demonym or whatever the right word is there, right? That marking someone a superstar is pretty high. He is supposed to be a star player for you, and I think that there's something that you think with star players that they should be there consistently, and he is to some extent. But there's been enough times where you've been left wanting that I don't think it's unfair to say, hey Alperen, we need you to step up stronger.
Turkish superstar, apparently the Michael Jordan of Turkey. That's an article that's actually been written. But as far as, what is he? I don't think it's all that different than what we saw last year. Come playoff time, we're really going to learn a lot about him because playoff basketball is completely different than the regular season. I guess I haven't seen as much criticism about Şengün this year. I feel like a lot of Rockets criticism has been measured when it comes to being directed towards players. I think it's largely due to the fact that Fred VanVleet's out. I think that we have more focused on Ime Udoka. Why aren't you playing Reed Shepherd? Why does this offense look like it's a chicken with its head cut off?
Sure.
As opposed to looking at the players. So I guess to answer your question, I don't think Şengün criticism has been unfair because I just haven't seen that much of it. And I do think he's slightly better than he was last year. But I think it's frustrating for some people, perhaps, who are now looking at him and saying, oh, we might be getting close to the ceiling. Is this somebody that you think about maybe trading while his value is at its absolute highest, or could he theoretically continue to get better?
Well, that's maybe not even like trading at his absolute value, because I don't even know how I feel about what his absolute value ultimately is, but
it's tough to figure it out because someone's going to tell him or tell themselves, he could be Jokic, and we can get that out.
Well, not somebody. People have been,
that's what I mean.
Saying that.
I mean, just like another general manager. Maybe if Rafael Stone is starting to get to a point where he doesn't see it anymore, or Ime Udoka is getting to a point where he doesn't see it anymore. And I'm not saying that's where they feel like, but there will be some general manager around the NBA who will see that in him, and it's a real matter of, can you get the absolute most value from him? Say you want to trade him or something like that. I don't think the Rockets are at a point where they're thinking about trading Şengün, by the way. This is just how I'm looking at Şengün right now. How much better can he get? And I feel like from last year to this year, there hasn't been a whole lot of improvement, even though he is definitely a little bit better.
If there was any consideration of that, I think that would be part of the is there a thought that the Rockets pursue the seemingly impending Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? Like that thing where you're looking at bringing in Giannis would be tough because you have Alperen Şengün. That is the way that I viewed it for a good amount of time. And if you go, well, do you want, maybe not even want to, but is it possible that you would want to try and upgrade or even get out of the business of Alperen Şengün? Well, that's absolutely the avenue.
That's what you're doing it for.
Go.
Right. Like, that's the guy. I don't think there's anyone else. I legitimately think if you're thinking about moving on from Şengün, this is the guy that you go and you get. You find a way to make it happen for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, I think that'd be a fair thing to consider in there. But he's actually who I'm going to be watching maybe most in this game versus the Charlotte Hornets. It feels weird to say that, but
I'm watching for LaMelo Ball driving his Hummer on the court.
I don't think he's going to do that on the court.
How many times are you going to mention it?
I don't think he's doing that on the court.
Can't mention it enough. You got to watch it.
Especially because
it is kind of funny.
I don't know how much we actually believe Reed will get out here. And, once that's the case, what is there to watch? I do want to see how Alperen Şengün starts this latter portion of the season, because you do need to start out strong. And I think that this could be an opportunity to start pushing yourself towards and getting yourself ready for the postseason, because outside of Kevin Durant, who has played above expectation, at least when it comes to scoring and all these types of things, the next guy that you come to when it comes to responsibility for ultimately what the team's success is on the court is Alperen Şengün. And I think that holding him responsible as that, or at least having accountability in that way, is necessary. They're back in action tonight in Charlotte versus the Hornets, 6 p.m. I believe that's on Space City Home Network. I'm surprised that this didn't make one of the national games that's going to be on. Although I guess if it's going to be an early game, it's probably going to be Pistons-Knicks, two of the better teams in the East, which I think is going to be on Prime Video.
People care
around that time.
No offense, this is in the grand scheme of the NBA. These are mid-markets.
That is also a good
They're going to
point.
They're going to be looking for the Knicks whenever they can get them.
You want to give away some tickets, Paul?
Do it.
Let's do it. Caller number 7 right now on this Rodeo ticket Thursday will have the opportunity, or no, not the opportunity, will win 4 tickets to see Shabuzi at Rodeo Houston on March 13th at NRG Stadium. That's caller number 7, 713-572-4610. He has more than just that one song, I promise. So you want to go see Shabuzi, March 13th, NRG Stadium. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where I think Paul just stepped into a place that I've been in the last week, which is college basketball has been insanely good. And we got a little bit of a resolution on the MLB Players Association thing. Let's do that next.
Lord, someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jay Daniels got a history.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridge. Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant sitting in for John. Reggie will be back in just a moment. You might be thinking to yourself, Paul, is this some sort of power play? Did you lock Reggie out of the studio? No, I didn't. It's just a commercial break that we thought was a little bit longer than it actually is. And he's coming back in, and now he's sitting down. And now it's What's Poppin'. With the one, the only, Reginald Atatula. We just came back from break.
We were talking about you.
Yeah. I figure that's what's supposed to happen. You know, you go to the bathroom a little later. Ends up being like that. But let's get into what's popping, which we're not going to talk about. We're not going to talk about the bathroom at all.
You're not going to talk about the bathroom
at all?
I'm
going to make that clear.
Well, it makes it sound like something happened in the bathroom.
I prefer not to discuss
okay.
these things. I feel like that should remain between myself and my God. I feel like that's how that should be.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. That's
okay.
Right. I decided to take it to that place.
Something definitely went down there then.
No. College basketball was popping yesterday, though. I tell you that. Like, the college basketball landscape has really popped off. University of Houston Cougars are set for a very interesting matchup now.
Beloved Cougs.
This Saturday, as University of Arizona held off BYU. This is a top 25 matchup last night between
Mormons.
Number 4 Arizona, number 23 BYU. 75-68 was the final. I mean, BYU was down by something like 16, 19 points. At one point, they stormed back late. Arizona holds them off. And so now Arizona, I believe, is tied with U of H atop the Big 12, and this leads to quite a standoff in what is the last couple of weeks of the regular season between Houston and Arizona. That's going to be at Fertitta Center. Go ahead and get your tickets, man. I feel like that one's going to be an absolute banger.
Go Cougs.
Of a game.
That is the best place to watch sports in the
It's
city.
nice and intimate.
I love it. It's great. I was there the last time I went to a Cougs game. I think it was when they played Kansas, the last game of the regular season, and one of their bench players came in at the very end and he scored 9 points in the last minute. They were killing Kansas. They were mollywopping them up and down the floor. Yeah, this guy came in and we were like, wait, is this guy going to get 10 points? I remember I was sitting in press row next to Brian LaLima and we were legitimately high-fiving each other. It was very unprofessional. I don't care. It was fun.
Yeah.
That's a great place to watch a game.
I think I might have to see if I can make it out for this game.
You should.
Because also, like, this one feels like this might, and of course the Big 12 is so good at the top that I don't even think I can really do the thing where this will determine what everything is. But this feels like this is going to be a real determination of who's the leader in the leader.
Kansas is back, and you're
BYU's still a good basketball team. Now Texas Tech took a big hit yesterday, college basketball wise. Reigning Big 12 Player of the Year, JT Toppin, out for the rest of the season with an ACL tear.
That sucks.
And he's been having a great season himself. And so ultimately, that's going to hurt for Texas Tech. It's still a really good basketball team. All these teams really at the top of the Big 12 can play to a high degree.
Yeah. 4 top 10 teams with Iowa State, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Iowa State is the team that Houston lost to earlier in the week on Monday. So, no, the Big 12 has had a lot of really fun things. On top of also this weekend, The 832 reminded me Duke, Michigan. Both of those teams have been cooking. Did you see the game that happened last night? Yes.
Holy crap.
Go ahead. You go for it.
Okay, so listen, I don't go out of my way to watch college basketball, but if it's on TV and the game's good, I will watch it. I was looking at the score and thinking to myself, when the hell did we start scoring in the hundreds? And then
double overtime.
Oh, the ending of that game. God, if I'm Arkansas, I'm so pissed. You're going for a dunk, and it bounces off the back of the rim and shoots all the way out, and that's how you lose to the Roll Tide Rollers. Oof. It was a hell of a game, though.
It was.
Because honestly, I was at a rodeo event, and we were all watching curling for the most part, and someone changed the channel. And I was like, wait, why wasn't this on to begin with? No offense to the great sport of curling. We were watching the United States women taking on the Canadian women. But then all of a sudden, watching this game, the score jumped off the screen, and then to end the way that it did. That was a hell of a game last night. I'm glad I caught it.
Yeah, and I think college basketball, interestingly enough, has one of the weirdest stories also.
What's that?
Going on right now. So we talked about all the good teams atop the Big 12. Kansas is also in there, a very good basketball team. Their best player, Darren Peterson, has had a very weird season to this point. He's dealt with a lot of cramps and things of that nature where he hasn't been able to finish games. And this arose again just yesterday when he scores 23 points in his first 18 minutes of play. I mean, he is absolutely cooking. The last 3 of those points, he knocks down a 3. And as he's knocking down a 3, he's in front of the Kansas bench. He turns, he looks at Bill Self, the head coach of Kansas, as if to say, hey, I need to come out.
3 minutes into the second half.
3 minutes in the second half. Thank you, Colin. And he ultimately then does not play for the last 17 minutes of the game. And again, I've laid out a context where this has happened a lot for him, but Kansas fans have been asking with a lot of these games that he hasn't been able to finish, some of these games that he's missed entirely, is he really putting in all the effort? And typically I would kind of just wipe that away. But Bill Self, the head coach of Kansas, said something in his post game that made me go, he said, quote, we've had it more than a couple times, and I didn't anticipate that tonight at all. I thought he was good to go, but obviously we only got 18 minutes out of him, and that's really disappointing because he could have had a really big night, close quote. That started making me make it sound like, yeah, he's had injuries, but today felt like he was good and maybe he could have played through it. And maybe that's a wrong interpretation of it, but within all the context, I'm feeling more and more, or at least I'm more and more concerned about, are we dealing with another Ben Simmons situation? He is an incredible player when he plays. Like I said, 23 points in 18 minutes. He's absolutely one of those guys that's going to be a top 5 probably pick this year in the NBA draft. And it's just weirder and weirder as it's developed, where he very much has an injury thing. But the question is, how much is he playing through it? Should he have to play through it in order to prove to us that he loves the game or that he is worth taking a chance on? It's such a weird story that's happening right now.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens going forward with him when a coach is throwing a player under the bus intentionally or unintentionally. It's always noteworthy. I feel like that's the other thing about this college basketball season we've been seeing a lot of, just coaches, whether it was Mick Cronin earlier this week. Did you raise your voice to me? Or it was Doug Gottlieb's freak out over the weekend, or so many different things. It's been amusing. So this is actually tame for Bill Self by comparison, but it is noteworthy. I mean,
right.
He might be calling this guy's toughness out indirect, like without actually saying like this guy's a softie.
Yeah. What's tough is don't want to make it seem like that's absolutely what's happening. But I wondered if that was what was happening within there. I'm glad you mentioned Mick Cronin because we didn't get a chance to talk about this. Mick Cronin, in what was already a weird enough game where he had a player who was playing his former team in Michigan State, and the player takes it's a pretty hard foul on a fast break circumstance that maybe it had some other underlying things. I don't know. Mick Cronin immediately throws that dude out. Yes, you heard that right. His own coach sent him to the locker room. After the game, there's kind of questions being asked of Mick Cronin, and this happened between Mick and a reporter.
What was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
you should take it.
The preparation of
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't think you care about the other
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No reason.
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
He did raise his voice, for what it's worth.
He did.
Yeah, but it was such a disingenuous thing to say there.
It's gaslighting. This is masterclass in gaslighting. You just kicked your own player out of a game against his old team. You've got the Michigan State student section doing something that I think is totally fair to ask about. And Cronin just attacks entirely by turning it into a coach versus the liberal media.
Which is funny also because you were the one who took this out of the realm of professionalism. That's the worst question I've heard. And then when the dude tries to defend himself, how dare you speak? I feel like anybody that had a parent that was real unfair, because I'm sure there's plenty of people that had parents like that where it's like, how dare you raise your voice? Didn't you ask me to speak in this moment? No? Okay, I think that there was a little bit of trauma that jumped out there. But yeah, Mick Cronin, this is a continuation of all the other bad acting that he's done. And I think that this is why I don't really stand for all the keying about when coaches or anyone else really, is acting badly and we just kind of laugh at it, because I'm like, it just facilitates, it allows them to continue to get to this point until it becomes where they get too far.
I gotta admit, though, I think it adds to the college basketball flavor. You got Dan Hurley being a jerk to everybody all the time, too. Like, there's something amusing about having characters like this in college basketball. Now, would UCLA's, late John Wooden approve of all of this? Probably not, but I found the moment amusing. I doubt that is the worst question Mick Cronin's ever been asked.
Oh, without question.
I wonder who's actually asked him the worst question Mick Cronin's ever heard. It's probably one of his players at some point in his coaching career.
No back.
What time do I have to be at practice? Something like that.
I think you're right, though, that like basketball, college basketball in particular, or college sports, because these teams turn over so much, you need the coaches to be personalities. I don't think you need them to be jerks, though. That's the exact
same.
There's Doug.
The exact same play.
Well,
I'm used
Doug
to
don't
being
have
like
a leg
that.
to stab going.
That's true. No, he doesn't.
Doug hasn't had a good team in forever.
But, hey, that team has a winning record for what it's worth. Jim Boeheim was the worst. Asking him questions, it felt like he was trying to toughen you up for a post-Syracuse career. He would always be a jerk to people.
I was curious about that, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't like him. And whatever. But
his stupid 2-3 zone.
It worked.
Did he have a 3-2 zone? I can't remember.
2-3.
No, his was 2-3. Was it Tony Bennett at
Tony
Virginia
Bennett has
that had
the abomination basketball where they were dribbling down the shot clock and scoring 20 points a game.
Like at Virginia now.
Yeah, awful.
Sickos. 713.
2-3 is not worse than that, but I agree.
No, it's not. 713 made mention of the Mick Cronin sounding like Bill O'Brien going off on Brian T. Smith. You remember that?
Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champions. Doesn't matter what it looks like.
It does have a little bit of that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
How often do you have a good coach that's a jerk in that particular way in the press conferences? Because it feels like and Mick Cronin is a pretty good coach. I don't want to make it seem like he's bad, but like a great coach. It's not frequently where they're that level of jerk, is it? Or am I bugging? Or am I just trying to create a narrative here?
I think there's a lot who are like that. I think that some have good relationships with the media, and it shows in the way that they're covered, especially with a lack of success. John Harbaugh. But I wonder how many of these guys are actually being authentic at the podium. I wonder about that.
That is probably that's a pretty low number, because authenticity at the podium is something that they actively try and avoid.
The ones who are jerks at the podium are probably being the most authentic. You would think. Unless you're Bill Belichick, where Belichick's just making fart noises and grunts.
Yeah, it's like, I don't actually think that's the case either. All of this works to obscure what they don't want you to know. I just think that there's various different ways. And if you're going to obscure it, why not do it in a way that does not make you a jerk ultimately?
Are you raising your voice at me?
No. Yeah, that's right, I am, Mick Cronin. What you going to do? You going to fight me? That's the thing, is I would love, well, one, if the press corps right then didn't leave old buddy to fend for himself in that moment.
He is 5'7", Mick Cronin.
Oh, yeah, I'm taking Mick Cronin to the damn woodshed. What you mean?
Mick Cronin weight.
I'm putting him in the full Nelson. Come on now.
Mick Cronin's weight, not officially listed.
Are there any coaches that have their weights officially listed?
I don't think so. Good point.
I can see Reggie backing him down and like doing a little Zach Randolph bully ball.
Well, now we're in a basketball game. Now I'm playing basketball with Mick Cronin. I'll do that too. I'll give him buckets as well.
Cronin played at LaSalle High School in Cincinnati and
talking about his high school?
all city honors in basketball. He led the city in assists, was second in three-point shooting percentage during the 89-90 season. He tore his ACL at the end of his junior year, and then he was done playing basketball. I would not have expected that Mick Cronin had ever played basketball, being 5'7".
He was point guard.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just never. You thought he just
White
never
Robinson.
took basketball. Yeah, you were not being
What'd
fair.
you say?
White Nate Robinson.
By the way, you were talking about Arkansas and Alabama. 49-point performance from Darius Acuff. That's a name that you should know. Darius Acuff Jr., he will be in the draft. And the reason why I bring that up, 2 days after being in a walking boot, when you juxtapose that with Darren Peterson, who is constantly being like, hey, I need to sit down, that's where some of the weird stuff comes up. There you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to talk a little bit more about the Texans. Yahoo Sports put up a three players that don't need to return for the Texans. Do you agree with this? And are there other things that just generally with the Texans need to go? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you give the... From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Line for the OG John Lopez. Got Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of Figgy Fig. Appreciate you rocking with us on what is a Rodeo Ticket Thursday.
Huzzah!
We'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan in the 1 o'clock hour. Appreciate you rocking with us. What players do you feel like the Texans need to let walk in free agency, or maybe even just from an organizational standpoint? What are the things that you think the Texans need to change or let go of? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line.
You're about to get so many CJ Stroud answers from the text line.
Yeah, he's not a free agent, but I mean, if you feel that I do, the question that I think has needed to come up, and I think it has to some degree, is if you wanted to move on from C.J. Stroud at this moment,
what's your replacement plan?
What is the plan on the back end of this?
Kyler Murray, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, that remains to be the thing that I think people have to answer. And I thought that very aptly noted a number of times is this is not really a quarterback. This is not a quarterback class. After Fernando Mendoza, good luck with the quarterbacks that are out there, draft wise, free agency wise.
Tua's going to get bought out with his $90+ million cap hit.
And even still, I think Malik Willis might be the best free agent quarterback that's out here right now.
I wonder if the Packers try to franchise tag him and maybe trade him or transition tag him or something like that. We'll see.
Quite possibly, but maybe in a more realistic sense is the way that I'll ask this. Who are the players that you think that the Texans can't bring back? Because Yahoo Sports put together a 3 players that the Texans must let walk in free agency during this offseason. And I got thinking, just what are the things that need to change just generally? I'll tell you from their perspective, and I want you to tell me whether you agree with these. Christian Kirk is the first one.
Yeah.
And that one felt very obvious and very evident.
I'm glad he had the Steelers game because otherwise he was just an obstacle in the way of Jalen Noel. And I think that was what was most frustrating, especially when you would see Noel get the ball in his hands on punt returns, seeing what he was able to do in the open field. You're wondering, why is Christian Kirk getting all of his reps? Is he playing just because they paid him? That's what I started asking myself towards the end of the year, because what kind of a difference was he really making? He had the great game against the Steelers. Outside of that, for what you paid for him, I mean, bad investment.
Yeah, and the frustration thing for me was I thought that the idea of why, to answer your question, why they were playing him was a level of expertise and experience, especially with an offense that was coming in that in theory was going to be a little bit harder on the uptake, right? Or whatever. And I didn't see the benefit of experience show up. There wasn't like crafty route running. There wasn't separation in large ways. I didn't see the benefit of having that. If he was some level of leader in that wide receiver room, that's cool. But ultimately on the field, what we got did not feel like it was what was needed from that position. There was at least one interception. I'm trying to remember exactly where it felt like Christian Kirk, as a veteran wide receiver in an option-type circumstance, your quarterback expects you get across the face of the defender and at least get between the ball and the defender. So maybe it's an incomplete, but it's not an interception. There's one of those instances where he runs the route and he gets behind the defender. Well, here we go, intercept. Not to say that C.J. Stroud does not deserve the blame for that interception and a number of other things that he did this year. But those are the types of things that I expect a veteran to be able to give you some level of advantage on. You didn't get any of that. You didn't get very much production at points. So, yeah, I'm with you. This is a very easy, move on from Christian Kirk. Let him create way for the likes of Jalen Noel, or if and when Tank Dell returns, if he is the same type of Tank Dell or a good type of Tank Dell as opposed to the possibilities that are there. Create space, because Christian Kirk did not give you what you anticipated. That one was obvious. Braxton Berrios, similar way. I was honestly surprised that Braxton Berrios played in that final game.
I was as well.
And when I say played,
he's had a rough year.
Him being active, cool. Him actually getting on the field was surprising to me. I just realized when you said he had a tough year, you're talking about his girlfriend, ain't you?
Yeah. Friend of my girlfriend. And by friend of my girlfriend, I mean they talked to each other once, and my girlfriend was very happy about that moment.
That counts.
Yeah.
I think that counts.
She complimented my girlfriend. I was like, hell yeah. Alex Earl thinks my girlfriend's hot. Let's go.
That did something for you? I thought you were talking about for your girlfriend, did something for her self-esteem.
No, I did it for all of her self-esteem.
Okay.
Isn't she also rumored to be dating the GOAT?
Yeah. Tom Brady supposedly stole Braxton Berrios' lady, allegedly. I don't know what the veracity of those are.
Consenting adults, okay? But, Braxton Berrios has had a rough year, and now he just made this list. But, I mean, this is a guy that you take a look at him. Where does he fit in? Where does he fit into the equation? You know, he is, again, somebody else who's getting in the way of Jalen Noel getting on the field. And it kind of goes back to this offseason. You brought in Jalen Noel. You knew what you had in Jalen Noel. Yet you kept on putting occasionally Braxton Berrios back as a returner, Tremont Smith as a returner. It was weird. And they had this like rotating wheel of like, let's put a rando at kick returner all season long. I like Frank Ross, but that was one of those weird things last season. They never gave me a satisfying answer on that front. Like, who's practicing the best? Noel's clearly the best of all those guys when it comes to open field with the ball in his hands. At
the very least, the most talented, and it felt like one of those things where, well, maybe that's ultimately the larger answer. When you ask what are some of the organizational things that need to go, is their unwillingness to get on with the rookies, at least on the offensive side, because that's the thing that drove me insane. Defensively, they are willing to lean on inexperienced players. Now, admittedly, incredibly talented inexperienced players and dudes that played high-level college football in Kamari Lassiter, who played at Georgia, right? You know a dude who plays at Georgia is ready for NFL football. So I get that to some degree. But they threw him in there as a rookie and leaned on him, and he delivered. Caleb Bullock, who came in out of USC, and I get it. Again, USC, high-level football, now Big Ten football, and it does not sit right with my brain, but you get what I'm talking about. High-level football, he comes in, you immediately depend on him, and he shows up. Iowa State, I understand, not the exact same thing that we're talking about, but you leaned on Jaden Higgins and expected him to jump in, and he had his growing pains to some degree, but in an offense where you needed explosion, I just didn't understand an unwillingness to use the rookie in that. The only rookie the only rookie that they immediately jumped in and trusted in a large way was Ariante Arcery. That's it. Everybody else had to earn their stripes in a little way, and even those took a little while. Even the Woody Marks getting to the point of one took.
It was Nick Chubb, and more Nick Chubb for a long period of time. And of course, a guy who lost you a game, Dare Ogunbowale.
Is your answer to this question?
That's a guy who should have been on that list. I mean, for us, that's a name. When you see him on the field, you wonder, okay, what is it really that he is doing that leads to the Texans saying so many complimentary things about him? Oh, he's good at special teams. Oh, he can play on offense. Oh, he's a good blocker. He does the little things, all that stuff. Blah, blah, blah. He fumbled against the Rams in a situation where he had no reason to put the football out the way that he did there. It was a first down. I don't know if there's still plenty of time left. He put that out in a very dangerous way. He made it easy for Landman to punch that thing out.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was like, I'm kind of done with Dare Ogunbowale.
And there's like cultural things, but you would imagine that this Texans team has done such a good job at having a good culture that I don't know that you look at individuals and you go, this is absolutely necessary for this.
But he kicked a field goal
once. I think that, yes, the emergency field goal kicker, the emergency kicker thing.
He could punt if you needed him to. He's a jack of all trades. Right. Like
as it once was.
It's not punt, pass, and kick. Come on.
Yeah, and I think this is a team that invests in special teams, which you need to in some degree. But I think that him being a special teams captain or whatever, that has to be secondary to what is now an aging player. And I feel like you should have passed on at some point some of this cultural identity of your locker room elsewhere. Like, and it hurts me to say this as a fellow Nigerian for Dare, but I think that actually is probably a fair answer. I did not agree with this one. The Yahoo Sports
because there's 3 guys on this Yahoo Sports list.
I gave you 2 of them, both of them wide receivers. Danico Autry is one that came up for them. Obviously, he is 35 years old entering the 2026 season. But it just feels like the way that this team rotates a defensive line, he still has value. Plus, the added, if you're talking about special teams kicked the ball worse against this team in a notable way because he had those blocks.
We're talking about special teams players. We shouldn't be talking about Dare Ogunbowale. We should be talking about Danico Autry.
You think I'm joking? I'm not at all.
No, for a guy in his mid-30s, like to contribute on special teams the way that he did, you do not see that often because most players don't want to play special teams. You're that late in your career.
100%, and that's taking points off the board, whether it's actively blocking it or forcing kickers to kick in such a way where they are taking into account the idea that this might be blocked.
I forgot about his special teams contributions last season, but no, that's a very good point.
But how much of this do you feel, because the argument that they're making in this, to be fair to them, is re-signing him is safe, moving on from him and adding younger depth as you start to try and turn over this pass rushing room, which is getting older, and not just in the sense that everybody gets older every day, but is an older side. You know, you have Derek Barnett, you have, you know, obviously Danielle Hunter, you have some of these guys that are aging. Adding a younger pass rusher instead of staying with Danico Autry, I think that I understand that point. I think I would still lean towards having that experience.
You got to ask him what he's willing to play for at this point in his career, because there is a chance he'd want to come back on a discount. He was part of an awesome defense. Maybe some of these guys want to give it one more go, or maybe he was so disgusted by what he saw from the offense and the quarterback in the playoffs that he's like, retirement's better. I don't want to go through training camp again.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these guys, the Autrys, the Barnetts, I think they enjoy, particularly on defense.
Yeah, Barnett coming back. I think a lot of guys like this situation that they're in. So it's a matter of, do you want to go through an entire slate for what I would assume is a lot less for Autry than he made this past season? Because what was it, like 2 years, $10 million or something like that?
That sounds right.
Right. So, I'm guessing they're going to offer less than that for maybe 1 year. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I would like to have him back, especially when the heart of your team is that defensive line and you depend so heavily on the rotation. It is worth noting, though, you probably should add some young talent to that defensive line room.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something in the draft, and I talked about this with you earlier in the week. Hey, first round, that's where you can sometimes find some gem pass rushers towards the back. You know, Whitney Merciless was a late first-round pick back in the day.
So, 28, Texans take an edge, and you're happy?
I don't get mad about what position gets drafted.
Just as long as they hit?
Yes, because I don't I'm not going to act like I know what they should have taken. This goes back to my mock draft rants. Like,
I hear you.
Whoever they take, cool. I'll try to rationalize why they took it. I'm not going to get mad at taking a specific player there because they've clearly put in more work than I have. And I don't want to be an a-hole to this guy who is realizing his lifelong dream. He's finally making it to the NFL and saying, that was stupid to pick that guy. I have no idea whether or not he's going to be good, you know? I won't know until probably second training camp. But I get it. We live in the instant reaction culture. But some people do have the takes right away on the draft.
It's not, I hear you on that because the idea of hitting, but it is a zero-sum game, and you ultimately still have to put together a fullness of a roster. So I do think that you need to take into consideration.
But some places are not going to be as good as you want them to be.
Certainly.
You have to accept that. It's a 53-man roster. The draft is a tough thing. Somebody might swoop in front of you and take the guy that you actually like. So then you're like, crap. Can I get out of this pick and trade back so I can go get somebody that's more appropriately placed on the board? So
the context will absolutely matter.
It will. I never get mad about picks in the draft. I used to. I don't anymore.
Okay.
The Texans have had a pretty good track record in the first round for what it's worth.
I think that that's also a fair point to make. Are there any other things organizationally that the Texans need to let go of? Because I think that we definitely agree on those. Wide receivers, probably Dare. I don't know if there's any other players that were like, yeah, definitely need to move on from. But organizationally, just tendencies, things of that nature, are there things that you feel like the Texans need to let go of?
I think they're loyal to a fault. I think that's cool. I mean, you want that from your bosses, especially today. Now, NFL workplace different than a 9-to-5 water cooler kind of workplace. But I think sometimes that has gotten in their own way, and I would point to Dario Gumbawale as example number one of a guy who's been here for a while, who everyone likes, but you're like, okay, does the teacher's pet deserve to be here just because he is an embodiment of everything that they want to do off the field or that they want off the field, a guy who's willing to make sacrifices and who's willing to do everything? There's a certain point where you got to realize not all of your guys belong on the roster. And this is the follow-up to that. Conversations I've had with people who are a lot closer to the team.
Sure.
I've heard that DeMeco Ryans, like many NFL coaches, has his guys, and that in the past, he was maybe a little bit too much of this is not necessarily a word, a favoritist with specific players. Like there are certain guys that he was a little bit, and Will Anderson is like the epitome of all of that.
And it works if you're a kick-ass player like Will.
For sure. Yeah. Like I'm not trying to discount that, but there were some other guys who you'd be surprised that were not necessarily in that same mix. I think at some point last year, DeMeco got a little bit better about it. I think that DeMeco actually got a little bit reflective after some of the awkward interactions that he was having with some of the local media, and maybe got a little bit better about it, at least in the way that he portrays it to us. Obviously, you hear all the time in that C.J. Gardner-Johnson piece that came out, the guys who don't get it somewhere else.
Right.
But I think sometimes they are a little bit too loyal to guys that they think get it, which is such a hard thing to describe for two letters, and they don't really see it in the way that we all do with our eyes. We're like, hey, man, he might have it, But on the field, he looks like another thing that rhymes with that.
I see where you're going there.
Badoom chish.
Yeah, can't say that on FCC airwaves. I generally think I agree with you because you want to be loyal to the talent. You want to be loyal to the production a lot of times. What has been whooping my ass all of this past season is then I've called it propaganda, which isn't fair because I think that there is some level of understanding that every team is going to put through a message, and I can't be mad at them that their message works, but their message works like hell. Like those players take hold of the message, and I think that I've started giving them a little more leeway on some of these types of things that they do, right? They're right kind of guy type mentalities at times because those things are hindrances when they don't work. And by and large, they don't work to the degree that we like to pretend that they do, right? The idea that we're going to have this mantra and this motto and it's going to permeate and create a culture. Every coach that has started with any program, whether college, pro, little league, this is what we do. This is who we are. This is our motto. Yeah. This is our mantra.
Swarm!
And a lot of times, it's just the thing that you do before you go and actually find a way to play football or whatever sport you're playing. Here, those things matter, right? These things actually do find their way to showing up on the field. So I want to be able to acknowledge that, but I still come back to where you are, where I go, there has to be a limit to it, and I feel like they have to calibrate that better because you do end up with a circumstance where you're keeping roster spots for guys that I go, should this guy remain? Are you erring on the side? Are you erring too long on the side of your culture, what have you? And then on top of that, I circle back to I lost my train of thought because I was going to circle back to playing some of the young guys. And not having too much of a deference to
the older guys,
the vets that way.
Some coaches just have a tough time with the young players. Bill O'Brien did the same thing too. So this is not unique to D'Amico Ryans and the Texans, but that's something I would like them to get past. I'd like them to pass maybe being a little bit too loyal to their guys, if you will. I think you got to be a little bit more open to. Hey, you got a 53-man roster. They're all here for some reason. You would think. Some of these guys, maybe you should look at them in a little bit more of a, I don't know, let's take a chance on them kind of light.
Do you think that because they're player friendly, some might argue to a fault, do you think like the player friendly nature should at all have some consideration? Because when we're talking about contracts, I've talked about this as a good thing, helping get things done. But if they're not going to be all that aggressive in free agency, I do wonder. That's, in my mind, one of the things that helps you in free agency. But if you're not going to utilize free agency at times, I wonder what's the give and take on that?
That's a fair point. I think, over the last couple of years, they've been rebuilding goodwill across the league because obviously for a little bit, true. They were a joke. And I think they've done a good job with that. But perhaps there's an overcorrection there. How hard are they in negotiations when it does feel like, hey, if you come here, they're gonna do their best to make you happy? And I would say that, the restructuring of the Stephon Diggs contract. Did you need to do that?
That one hurt you.
Right? And I mean, look, the Diggs trade, you have to call it a failure because he tore his ACL halfway through the year. And it was a second-round pick, and then you changed the contract up. Had he not torn his ACL, I mean, he might have still been on this team, and maybe we're talking about a deeper playoff run with Diggs in here as opposed to some of these rookie receivers or something like that. But ultimately, they did that and it felt like they were scratching Stephon Diggs back. And, what did they get for that? Nothing.
Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
You sign him to a big deal, you let him go so they can go play somewhere else. There's a number of
Did you get
examples.
as much as you could have in return for him? You're right.
There's a lot, and there's a number of those examples where you wonder, because again, I think that they've largely done well, and you mentioned that, and I think that we should reiterate that. Start thinking about something like the Astros in a weird way where you see, the margins where, it's fine to let this go here. It's fine to let that go. And then you see, in the Astros case, it's talent drain, where you look up and, years later, you go, we don't have nearly as much talent as we should have because we were okay with letting some talent here.
We don't want to give this guy a 7-year contract, but we will give these players who were not a part of this run a 3-year contract. Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, Christian Walker, who maybe are not worth it.
Yeah. Oh, when players that they should let go in free agency, Christian Harris. Yeah, that one's done. That one's just dead and gone.
It's over, and someone had mentioned Joe Mixon as well, and I wonder about that one. That's going to be a real test because they talk so complimentarily about Joe Mixon, and I mean, based off of him not being this year, I do wonder if he's ever going to play football again.
I don't think he will. That made me think, though, if he is healthy, I might still be in a place where I'm like, bye, Joe Mixon. I think I just realized that.
No, I think you have to be.
Because saving that money, I recognize.
They went into it this year like he was going to come back at some point, honestly, with the way that they were framing it and how secretive they were about it.
I recognize that having a running back one of his caliber and what he brought to you 2 years ago is huge. Is he still that guy?
2 years
after
ago.
whatever he dealt with this year? And saving yourself $8 million that maybe you could turn around and put into a player that you know is that guy? I might put Joe Mixon on that myself. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we'll get to our lunchtime confessions.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a
Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's get to some confessions here. And I think that we might have a buddy adventure comedy brewing on our hands. And I'm super excited about it. Shout out to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, obviously in West Palm Beach, covering the Astros for spring training, which we're going to get our first spring training game on Saturday. I cannot wait to actually see the baseball going on. And more so, I can't wait to see Tatsuya Imai at some point once he's up here. Because apparently him and Ryan Weiss are now buddies. To what degree, I don't know. In my head, they are best buddies. But apparently Ryan Weiss, who played in the KBO, played in the Korean League, recognized he knows exactly what it's like to be someone who does not speak the language playing in a league that is away from your home country. And so apparently with that in mind, he invited Tatsuya Imai to dinner out there in Florida. I think they got Mike Burrows involved or something else. I got a few folks. Obviously, the interpreter came with.
The newbies.
And it seems like them dudes are getting along swell to the point where I'm like, sound one, we're going to have a nicely well-attached rotation that I'm excited for. And two, I'm already allowing myself to do the very stupid thing. And please acknowledge, I'm saying this up front that it's a stupid thing. Oh, this means that Imai is going to stay here beyond this year, baby. We got him. He's excited to be in Houston. He loves the fellas. He's all in. He's going to be in. So I feel like the Imai, Ryan Weiss, I feel like it's going to be a buddy thing that happens, like almost a buddy cop comedy that we have all season just between them two, watching each other's starts lovingly. I'm looking forward to it. I'm in on this. I've sold myself on this possibility.
What's your favorite buddy cop movie / franchise? I'm gonna bring up a couple, and don't get mad at me for bringing up the first thing that came to mind. But there are two, and they both involve Jackie Chan. The first one is Shanghai Noon. The second one, that's with Owen Wilson. The second one is Rush Hour 1, Rush Hour 2, and Rush Hour 3.
Rush Hour
with Chris Rock.
Yeah, Rush Hour is it.
Iconic. Both of them are iconic.
Is it weird that I went to, what is the name of this movie?
Lethal Weapon
Twins.
1, Lethal Weapon 2. Twins?
Yep.
As a buddy cop movie? No.
Actually, Lethal Weapon for a long time was my favorite series.
I'm too old for this,
Getting too old for this.
What about the other guys?
The Other Guys is great.
I have not watched that, funny enough.
Really?
The Other Guys is great. It's my girlfriend's favorite movie.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very funny.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Aim for the bushes. Yeah, it's got Will Ferrell. It's got Mark Wahlberg. It's got Michael Keaton. It's got The Rock. It's got Samuel L. Jackson and others.
That's a pretty good lineup.
It's a very dumb, fun movie. I like it. The Nice Guys with Ryan Gosling and Russell Crowe. Also a very good buddy cop.
Never seen that. I need to watch it, though.
I agree. I very much enjoy it.
I just can't wait to find out what the words that Tatsuya Imai has picked up, because I love seeing people learn English through the context of some sport. Oftentimes, I love people learning English through the context of like the basketball culture, because then you find really funny circumstances. But I want to know I want to watch the progress. I don't know how how the Astros will allow me to do this, but watch the process of Tatsuya Imai learning English through the context of the Astros clubhouse. I just want to see what are the words what are the idioms that he picks up that he uses. Maybe correctly, maybe not. I just want to learn all of that, and I hope that Ryan Weiss gives me everything that I'm asking for in this, with them hopefully attached to the hip, and then Imai signing his 6-year contract that Scott Boras has him, so that we now have a two-headed tandem at the top of the rotation. This is how my brain is working off of seeing that they went to dinner one time.
I hope someone asks him what his favorite American phrase is, like what Bob Costas did with Ichiro
Suzuki.
Oh yeah, I need all these things. Chandler, if you're listening, thank you for doing so. I need that. Whoever else, Matt Kawahara, if you can give me a little opportunity. Anybody that's going to be in front of Tatsuya Imai, help me out here. Help facilitate this more. Yes, Julia, please. I'd appreciate that. All y'all, help me out. Beverly Hills Cop comes in. Bad Boys is such a good answer.
21 and 22 Jump Street, fantastic.
If you say so.
Turner and Hooch, one I've always wanted to see.
Now, I'm a little young for Turner Hooch.
I am too. Come on, 2 years younger than Stop. Starsky and Hutch.
Some of us are young in here.
Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson version of it. You've got, of course, The Last Boy Scout, which I've never seen.
Oh, there's a great point.
That's the one where the guy gets shot on the football field. There's a gun on the football field.
Excuse me?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's at the first scene. There's a dude running down the field with a gun.
Don't think I want to watch that. From the 541, great point. He'll learn Spanish before English in that clubhouse, and yes, give that to me. I want to see that as well.
Is White Chicks a buddy cop comedy?
I'll count it.
I feel like, yeah.
48 hours.
Because, Tatsuya and Ryan are not cops.
No, that's true.
So we're already stretching this.
These are my confessions.
They're going to be cops on the mound, laying down the law with every single batter that they face. This is my confession. So, sorry I'm always bragging about being in a relationship.
I'm so happy for you, dude.
I'm happy for me as well.
USOB.
There's something frustrating about being in a relationship, though, and this is new to me.
Colin, are you jealous?
He's just flexing over here on us, man.
It's not flexing. It's not flexing. Because there are some frustrations that come with being in a relationship, and I love my girlfriend who watches the show whenever I'm on it all the time. We appreciate you, Maddie. I have this frustration, though, about being in a relationship. It is new to me to watch a show at the same time as somebody else, especially when you really want to watch the show.
Oh, you got to stop?
Right. So we watched together.
Got to stop.
Well, I have. No, I'm trying. This is new to me. Relationships and stuff.
Blink if you're all good.
So,
blink if you need help.
But what's frustrating is, Night of the Seven Kingdoms came out. The first 2 episodes, we really enjoyed them.
Yes.
We were going to watch the 3rd and 4th episode after Super Bowl Sunday because on Super Bowl Sunday, of course, my favorite team lost. I was bummed. I wanted to watch something to entertain myself. Unfortunately, on Super Bowl Sunday, both of our TVs, which are awesome TVs, just crapped out the same day. I have no idea how it happened.
Y'all ain't got no laptop. Y'all ain't got no phone.
We do, but it's not. But dog, I ain't watching. I'm not watching. I'm not watching something on a laptop.
Experience, Reggie. Come on.
We watched a movie together on a laptop. I will watch a Alfred Hitchcock movie, To Catch a Thief, with Cary Grant and with
look at this film guy. Flexing.
What's her face from the thing you call it,
buddy? Don't nobody even know the person that you're talking about.
What is the thing you call it?
Whatever. Listen, what I'm trying to say is there's been 3 episodes of Night of the Seven Kingdoms that have been out.
Actually, I think there's 5 now. No, 4.
Right,
4 out total.
I've seen the first 2. There's 5 out, and the last 3 have gotten rave reviews.
Yes.
And I am dying to watch this show.
It's
like
fun.
I want to watch it so bad, but since I'm in a relationship, I have to wait to watch it with my girlfriend.
Hey man, how good of an actor are you? Is the question I have to ask.
Not a good one.
Okay,
I have no poker face.
I was gonna say, just watch it, dog.
I have no poker face.
Just watch it,
and I want to watch it with her.
And then watch it again.
I want to watch it with her because she likes the Game of Thrones universe. But oh god, it's driving me crazy. I want to watch it so bad, and I know I can't. So that's my confession. Sorry, babe.
There's just consequences on the other side.
Right? No, I don't. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to have a little integrity in this relationship of mine. But that's my confession.
All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610 40 hours. I don't think does Blue Streak count as a buddy. I don't think it counts as a buddy cop movie.
Sure.
I don't know if I'd count it as that. All About the Benjamins, Ride Along with Ice Cube. Okay, all right. Keep those coming in, I guess. 713-572-4610. Apparently, the buddy cop gets the people going on the text line. The base power text line, mind you. 713-572-4610.
Paul Blart and his Segway.
See, I have never watched that. And
I haven't either.
You've never seen Paul Blart?
No, I think the Kevin James of everything, I think I left that with Hitch. Hitch was my last foray into.
No, you got
He wasn't still doing King of Queens.
I think he still was.
Okay, I finished out King of Queens, and I was like, all right, Kevin James, thank you for your service.
The concept of King of Queens pissed me off. I was like,
really?
Yeah. I was like, sorry, this guy's not hot enough for that girl. Sorry.
You have not lived life. There's a lot of instances. In fact, I would say there's a majority of instances where you see a dude.
That one
and you're
made
like,
no sense.
How did this happen?
No,
that
that one made me angry. The entire premise of that show.
713-572-4610.
The entire premise of that show pissed me off.
Is there someone in your life as a
Mets
dude
fan.
that absolutely is out kicking his coverage? Let us know. 713-572-4610. Coming up next, in fact, use that text line as well to let us know if you're buying what these various people in sports are selling. We're going to do a little buy or sell next.
All right, you know you've dreamed about it. Now make that dream become a reality. The NCAA tournament.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and Point of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Not John Lopez today. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez, and I don't say this often when I'm talking to Paul, but Paul was wrong here, and I told him he was wrong. Please. And the text line, the Base Power text line 713-572-4610 is certifying to some degree that he was wrong, because you for some reason think that King of Queens was unrealistic because it was a dude that was not that I guess physically attractive, for lack of a better
But
term.
he also kind of sucked. Like I don't understand what the appeal was for him. He's like a loser Mets fan, like living in in Queens.
Well, it's a sitcom. That's
what
gonna happen. The guy's always dumb.
Couldn't get over it.
That's everybody loves Raymond.
They did there was actually Kevin Can F Himself. There was like a parody show of it that was sort of like showed the alternative view of it, like how the woman was feeling trapped in the sitcom with the kind of lame dude.
That was funny.
That show was good, and I remember watching that, and that really broke it for me.
Yeah,
I already thought it was far-fetched as it was.
That's a classic sitcom.
You're looking too much
trope,
into it, I think, Paul.
That's his classic sitcom trope, though, is that the dumb guy and then the
needs a laugh track because you're stupid.
Right. But I mean, the idea of a not good-looking dude with a very good-looking woman, man, that is life. From the 281. Thank you. Outkicked myself. She's sexy AF, he says, from the 281.
Yeah, but you're listening to us. You rule.
This one is great. Buddy looked like Steve Buscemi, which, great actor. You didn't have to do that to the man. Wife looked like Margot Robbie. They have been married 30-plus years, and he is neither rich nor mad. It makes you mad. Why is that?
Because it's just like, screw that. That's annoying.
Paul, I'm going to give you a chance to say the right thing because I know you ladies listening. Did you not outkick your coverage?
I did, definitely.
Look at that. Good.
Yeah.
Good man.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you. All right, and for that, let's play a little buy or sell. Why don't we, right? Are you buying what these various folks in sports are selling? 713-572-4610. We begin with Mike, not Matt LaFleur, the new head coach.
It's too many LaFleurs
of the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, man, we're getting a lot. I mean, not like we didn't already have a lot of nepotism in football, but it's getting real hard to remember all the names of these people, man.
He might be just like his brother. We're going to do the Harbaughs 2.0.
Right, we're getting real tough on it. I got to remember between Matt and Mike which one is which. I got to remember Jim and John Harbaugh. There's a lot of these. There's Kubiaks everywhere. We got just these names are getting. We got a lot of Mike Max. We got Mike McDonald, Mike McDaniel. It's a lot of tough names to navigate. But in this instance, Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, he recently hired his offensive coordinator, as a man you might know. His name was Nathaniel Hackett. And informally introducing Nathaniel Hackett, Mike LaFleur said this about Hackett. There's so many factors in success. He's been very successful and is very well thought of.
Oh, has he?
Particularly within our profession. You guys believe one thing from this press conference. It is literally, I wanted him and no one else, and he's close quote. Buy or sell.
He's respected across the industry? What are you talking about? What a disaster it was in Denver. What a disaster. First off, what are we looking at when we're talking about success of Nathaniel Hackett? Where are we going to? You'd rather have this guy over anybody else. You know, you were talking about the nepotism, and okay, it's one thing when it's families, but this guy constantly being brought around in every coach's golf caddy, the unused wedge club or whatever, it boggles my mind. And if you want to be mad about how there is perhaps a little bit of racism in the National Football League, like this guy keeps on getting coordinator gigs, and we do not see a black guy getting a coordinator gig on the offensive coordinator side of things. Like Hackett is like very unfortunate first four letters in his name, but I mean, that's what I'm looking at. When I see offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett, I'm seeing Hack.
So you're buying or selling?
Selling the hell out of this. And by the way, he's stuck with Kyler Murray. Good luck. Good luck.
Here are his accolades as Nathaniel Hackett. Just at least NFL-wise, once we start getting to this level. He was the Bills coordinator in 2013 and 2014. That was not a great team. He was the Jacksonville Jags coordinator 16 through 18. That's right about when we're talking about the Bortles time of everything. Packers coordinator from 2019 to 2021, which, mind you, that was right about when you're getting FU MVPs from Aaron Rodgers, but also that's just Aaron Rodgers' offense. Then he goes and he's the Broncos head coach. Remember how that went? He was the Jets coordinator for 23 and 24. Remember how that went? And now he is the Arizona Cardinals offensive coordinator.
I mean, quite frankly, it's bullshit.
He is new age Adam Gase, where he has been around a good situation for a little bit of time, and people are acting like he was a big part of that situation because the quarterback wanted him back in his second stop. So he's with him in Green Bay, then he's with him in New York. I truly, for the life of me, do not get that Nathaniel Hackett got another gig until I realize it's the Arizona Cardinals, who literally hired probably the LaFleur that they think is Matt LaFleur.
Do you think Gannon was unfairly
Jonathan
Gannon? He was unfairly fired.
No,
did it have to happen?
I don't think he did well.
I think we got to a place where there wasn't an identity that clearly coalesced under him during this time.
There was a moment, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but there was a moment where I remember at the podium and I was like, oh yeah, this guy's done. It was like he went a little bit far in criticism of his team. And I thought to that moment, I forget the specific moment, but it was at some point this past season. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's it. Goodbye.
All right, so that's a very clear sell. I'm selling it as well. Just even if you want to talk about him being some level of respect, I think as a quarterback coach, he was. I think there was some level of respect. As a coordinator, it's gonna be hard pressed to get this by me. The idea that this is the only dude that you wanted and you absolutely got your guy, I don't feel confident in that. But best of luck to you with that being the case. I take you to Chris Bassett, and you might be asking, who are we talking about? Major League Baseball PA, the Players Association executive subcommittee member, who will now, I believe, be taking over as the acting director. He said, "quote." Oh no, Bassett is on the subcommittee member. Sorry. The salary cap doesn't fix anything. If you look at every major sport with the salary cap, we have the best parity. Salary cap is not the issue. Having suppressed salaries across the league so owners make more money is not the answer. Buy or sell?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting argument, and that's a very player-friendly argument.
And, I mean, it makes sense. He's on the executive committee of the Players Association.
I think that the big problem is really, like, the owners who don't spend more than anything and that get away with it because they don't have to show their books, and they act like they can't compete when all of these teams are making a profit. And then on top of that, I mean, the constantly appreciating asset of just owning a sports team, and then all of a sudden they're diving into real estate too. It's tough. It's tough to take the side with the owners here.
Right. I think that it's tough to buy this because with a salary cap comes a salary floor. And what you're talking about when it comes to the books being hidden, books have to be out when, salary cap is a function of revenue.
Yeah.
And so then you have to know what revenue is. And so those books have to be open, and maybe there's more transparency. I get the thought, though, that you are the legacy of the Curt Flood, right? This is the legacy of Curt Flood. Curt Flood brings free agency to all of sports. To then take that and go, hey, we want a salary cap where we limit, in theory, what is ultimately going to be made by players. It's a tough thing to think about. And I'm still not sure if I'm very much for a salary cap in baseball, but at the very least, that is something that we've seen in sports that forces teams to spend because of a salary floor. Again, I don't know if this is the right answer. I hope that there's better answers out there, but I kind of find it hard to say that the salary cap doesn't fix anything. I think it fixes some things. It might create more issues without question. I think I sell this on just the base premise of what he says.
In the NFL, I think it does keep parity, but I think in the NBA it does to a degree too. But there is a point where you look at it and you know exactly what it's all about. And specifically in baseball, of all the sports, like you see some of the teams that aren't spending. Like I always look at the Boston Red Sox, and it's one of the teams that I grew up rooting for and who I just have no love for. I'm disgusted by them. This team makes tons of revenue every single year. What are they spending it on? Nothing. And it's a very convenient crutch to bring up. And there are enough people that will side with the owners entirely when you bring up, like, oh, these guys are making too much. We gotta put a ceiling on all of that.
All right, one more buy or sell here before we make this move. I take you to Myles Garrett. Defensive Player of the Year, now holder of the NFL sack record in a single season. He was on a podcast with none of the Michaels because, of course, they were.
Podcast.
Why would they not? And he said this about what he has coming next. What's next for him?
What's next for you, MG? What's next for me? Super Bowl MVP.
Oh my God, who are these people applauding?
Buy or sell?
Who's he getting traded to?
With that contract?
Yeah, exactly. Like who's he going to?
Although I say with that contract, I think there's a lot of teams that go, Myles Garrett is available, and they go, here's some picks. Please and thank you.
Have you seen that jabroni?
Jabroni. Okay, thank you.
This guy, when the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson, he was the biggest Watson bobo to the point of he's like, yeah, overlook all the things that he allegedly did in Houston. This guy's back. I think his name's like Garrett Bush or something. And he had another piping hot take like, what if Deshaun Watson is still the Deshaun Watson of old this season? Could the Browns be a Super Bowl team? It's a rage bait. He put it out there yesterday. Anyway, that's the only way that happens. Myles Garrett would be a great acquisition for a lot of teams, but you're giving up a lot to get him, and you better be like right there. And is there a team that you look at and say, oh, if they had Myles Garrett, they're winning the Super Bowl?
I mean, maybe, but likelihood is no, right?
I could maybe talk to myself, hey, if Myles Garrett's playing for the Patriots against the Seahawks and he hits Sam Darnold, where the Patriots were always just a hair away from getting Sam Darnold over the course of that game, does Darnold fumble the ball or something like that? But even then, like, is that going to get him over the top, especially when the Patriots a lot of go their way to get all the way there? Garrett's a great piece to add, but man, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. And it's his own fault. He should have gone to free agency. I get this idea like, hey, you can win anywhere, but not in Cleveland.
I do love that because I'm also selling this like you are here. I do love though that he's keeping the hope alive, or maybe he's just he's doing the right thing.
He's saying the right thing,
saying the thing that we're supposed to.
You got the applause.
It's like, buddy, you took the money and I'm good with that. Like I personally am good with that. You took the money and that's what you did. I think people start getting mad when you start doing the I want to win. It's like, nah, you took the money. That was kind of the trade-off.
He took the money, and like the idea that he didn't know what he was taking the money from. It's crazy. It's the Browns. They've always been the Browns.
They have. They really, truly have.
These Browns are always the Browns. And hell, the Browns before them, I mean, it's been since I guess like that 1 year in the mid-'90s and the late 80s since the Browns have been anything of consequence in the NFL. Which is to say, before we were alive. Damn. They were great in the 50s, though.
Wouldn't know. Haven't heard anything.
Shout out to Otto Graham.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little buy or sell on this Thursday.
Jim Brown. Come on now.
Coming up next, we enter the 1 o'clock hour where we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan. But also, coming up next, I gave Paul a little bit of homework. Is this team possibly a cautionary tale for the Texans? Let's do that and more next.
What up, H-Town? It's Figgy Fig holding it down. Traveling around the city just got simpler.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well. It's a Rodeo Ticket Thursday here as we're getting ready. Man, we are almost a week away from Cookout getting going, and then then the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo going full bore.
Saturday, I'm setting up a rodeo cook-off tent that I'm a part of.
With your own hands? Like manual labor?
Yeah, 6 a.m.
Ooh.
It's going to be a long Saturday.
Shout out to you. Shout out to all the people that do manual labor, because I know I sounded like a jerk right there. Because it's
a hard job, but I respect the people that do it on a daily basis, especially with how effing hot it gets here. Good God.
It's been nice out lately, though. We've had nice balmy weather, which I've tried to appreciate because I know that there are actually only 2 seasons in Houston. It's hot and not as hot.
Right. It's summer and diet summer.
Yeah, that's really what it is. You get a few weeks of cold, and then you move through.
I always tell people, it's always worth it for this time of year, but it has been a little warmer this time of year the last few. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the rodeo. It's such an awesome thing, raising all the money that it does for kids and school and all that stuff. So can't wait to get started, but also it's so much fun.
I mean, that was a very altruistic place. You know the part that I like?
Though. It's all about that.
The part that I like is that these ladies get out here dressing, baby. Out here, what was that? What was that? Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying.
Yeah, the girl just bought boots and a
Did she?
hat, and
okay, very good.
I'm looking forward to seeing my girlfriend all Daisy duked up.
That'll be really fun. That'll be fun. Hopefully, we'll have some fun once we can give away some Luke Bryan tickets at some point during this hour, so keep it locked. Paul, I gave you homework, and I apologize for that because I'm not your teacher or anything of the sort. However, we were talking about a particular team. And the question came up, could this possibly be a cautionary tale for the Texans?
Miami Dolphins. Look at all the changes that are happening in Miami. And by the way, it's not like this hasn't happened in Miami before. They love spending big, and it almost always blows up in their face. But I think it's fair to make the argument that the Dolphins have at the very least been above average for the last half decade. I mean, take a look at their records since 2020. With Brian Flores, and then with Mike McDaniel. 10-6 in 2020, 9-8, and 9-8 in 2021 and 2022. 11-6 in 23, 8-9, 24. And last year, despite that awful start, they somehow finished 7-10 to the point where they were thinking about bringing Mike McDaniel back.
I was actually in that boat, I'm not going to lie.
Black Mike?
There's the Black Mike portion of it, which just tickles me to no end, as I'm sure you might tell. I actually do think that there was a clear limiting factor in the quarterback.
Correct.
And I thought it was fair to look around and go, ooh, this is a dude who very clearly is a schematic advantage and created an offense that was really good while the quarterback could operate within it. And then when it was proven that the teams kind of took that away and forced that quarterback to try and do more, he couldn't. And so I thought it would have been fair for them, especially in this case where they still are beholden to Tua Tagovailoa, to just go, all right, well, let's see what you can do once we start moving out of that. But I guess they decided that the Jeff Hafley defensive leader era meant more for them.
We'll see how that goes. To me, it feels like Joe Philbin 2.0. But
that's such a good point. I had not thought
he's even a Packers assistant.
Yeah, like Philbin felt a little bit more militant, but Hafley got a little bit of military to him too.
Hafley had a really good 2024 as the Packers defensive coordinator. We saw that defense in action against the Texans. There were some good moments this past season. Did that merit being a head coach? I don't know about that.
We'll find out very quickly.
We certainly will. The big problem for the Dolphins is that they married themselves to a quarterback who wasn't the guy, despite caution from the predecessor head coach, Brian Flores. That has aged particularly well. Brian Flores should probably be a head coach. Whatever. So you take a look at what the Dolphins have been over the last couple of years. This is a team that has had a lot of talent. You know, they've brought in talent, and they have homegrown their own talent.
Tyreek Hill, Devon Achane,
Jalen Waddle,
Mostert, Raheem Mostert at one point.
Bradley Chubb, 2 different eras of Minka Fitzpatrick. You had Jalen Ramsey for a little bit of time. The Dolphins have had talent. The Dolphins were not able to make anything happen with all of that talent in a AFC East that lost the Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, New England Patriots. Was it a missed opportunity for Miami? Could they have actually done more than what we saw from them over that stretch where they made it to the playoffs a couple of times, lost in the first round of the playoffs a couple of times. One of those games was frigid. Oof, I don't know if anyone had a chance in that one. You playing the Chiefs.
Wasn't that the Chiefs game where they had fans?
Fingers were falling off.
losing fingers and stuff, which
Yeah.
I have never understood that.
Shout out to the fans who went. I've been to a cold game myself. I've never been to one that cold.
Yeah, right.
My big question, looking at the Texans and trying to apply another situation to them.
Sure.
With all these big contracts that are coming up and all these extensions that they're going to have to give, I'll give the Texans a lot of credit because they do seem to have a rule. Hey, we're going to give these contracts where we allow for flexibility for ourselves if we give a guy a 3-year contract, but we also allow for flexibility for if a guy plays well, we're going to give him the extension and he's going to be able to continue to earn more and more money, say he plays well. But my big question is, given all the talent that they have and given all the big contracts that are coming up, is it going to perhaps lead us to a day where we are talking about the Texans are moving on from player X, Y, Z after they don't live up to a big-time extension? Because that's what the Dolphins have been going through the last couple of days. They are going to get rid of Tua Tagovailoa probably after June 1st because it allows them to split the salary cap costs. $90+ million.
That's right.
$99.2 million to be specific.
That's right.
They can split it over 2 years, but they've already moved on from Tyreek Hill. They're looking to move on from Minkah Fitzpatrick after bringing him back. They're making some moves happen right now. Is there a world where we see the Texans in this situation in the not-too-distant future?
It would be absurd for me to say no. I don't believe that likely. And the reason why I would probably say that this isn't, well, it's a caution tale, right? To some degree, right? The cautionary tale, everybody can have some benefit towards that. I don't think that it will apply largely because the two of the most important, probably three most important people to any organization are what, Paul, if you had to guess?
Quarterback, head coach.
Those are the two I was thinking about. Maybe you go to the general
manager. Is there a third one? Yeah, third one.
Maybe.
Okay, yeah, you could do that.
I think that the two that we're talking about here, owner also a very good one.
I think maybe owner over GM.
We can actually throw that in here as well because Stephen Ross is a very particular dude that I know that you have quite affinity for.
He's a bobo.
But I think quarterback is the big one that I think is, especially in this current time where you've got Browns. Did you see the Browns, or not the Browns, but Cleveland sports talking about, I think I might give up a 24 for C.J. Stroud. Not a 6, though. Not the 6 overall, but the 24. And I'm like, you think one first-round pick gets it done? What a nincompoop. But the quarterback circumstance is, no matter how you feel about C.J. Stroud, or maybe not no matter, because I think some people just fully think that he is awful, which I don't even think that a majority of people would get to. But by and large, how you feel about C.J. Stroud, I don't think that people look at C.J. Stroud and think that he can only play a very, very limited one way. I think that there's probably a couple more ways that he can get it done. Now, it's not – I think people are getting to a point where they don't think that he's the type of quarterback where you just put him in any system and he's going to flourish. And there's not very many of those, to be fair, but that at least was one of those things this year that everybody was like, okay, well, he's definitely not. He's not the quarterback that you just put him in anything and it works. And, again, not many of those. Tua Tagovailoa is so far away. He's the inverse of that, where you needed a very, very specific set of circumstances for him to work. Noodle arm, not very tall, need to move the pocket at times.
To be fair,
needs to get the ball out quick.
He had great circumstances, and there was a time where he was putting up astronomical numbers in said circumstance because of the weapons that he had around him.
Right, and that's the one circumstance where he worked. And
then the concussions happened.
The concussions happened, but I think more importantly, the team, the way that the NFL works, or any sport, is that now that we have film, we're going to try and stop this thing, especially if it's at the forefront. And when they took away his ability to get the ball out quickly, you saw that this all fell apart. I think that there's more things available to C.J. Stroud than Tua. How much more ends up being a question I think you need to answer.
What do you mean by more available? Like what specifically?
More different ways to get this done. C.J. Stroud is not the Tua Tagovailoa where the only way he can get this done is getting the ball out quick. We know that he has a deep ball that he likes to utilize. Even this offense that he operated and ultimately looked really, really poor in the postseason. And that's even the nice way of putting it. It looked atrocious the way that he tried to operate this offense in the postseason. He had times where he operated this offense incredibly well in the regular season. It's viable in ways that Tua operating outside of that one limited way was not there. The other person that we're talking about is coaching. And I think that you could split this among Mike McDaniel and Brian Flores. And in their own different ways, they just didn't get along with people in certain ways. Mike McDaniel, I think his personality was one that felt like it was not a leader of men, not necessarily one that was made for being the big boss. Great as a coordinator when you have that siloing of your responsibilities, not great when you have the full responsibility. Brian Flores also seems like he was a little bit more difficult to deal with. I do think that he had some tough circumstances with, racism and things of that nature, but he did seem to rub people the wrong way. I think that reporting absolutely does hold. And I think that both of those things do not feel like they hold for DeMeco Ryans, who seems to be a leader of men and does seem to get along pretty well with a lot of the people that run through.
Well, here's where the cautionary tale could happen. Hey, you invest in the quarterback, and then you seriously invest around the quarterback. And then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, you find yourself getting rid of all of these big tickets, including the quarterback. When you've got one head coach who was out on Tua, and on top of that, Tua had the issues that he had with concussions, and you stuck with Tua and you gave him this big contract, does it stand to reason that maybe you should have thought back and say, hey, do I put more faith in the head coach? And obviously the Dolphins did not like Brian Flores because of the way that he operated in the building. But is it possible that behind closed doors, there are conversations that are being had by DeMeco Ryans, by Nick Caserio, especially with the way that they talked about Stroud after the season? DeMeco was very defensive of Stroud.
Yeah.
But Nick Caserio brought up, he turned the ball over 4 or 5 times. He didn't say it the way I just said it, but he implied it. Is it possible that conversations are being had behind closed doors where they're saying, much like Tua, this is a guy who has had his bell rung a couple of times, and we're looking at this guy who looked the way that he did in these playoffs and has looked the way that he's looked in a lot of the playoffs with the Houston Texans, if we're being perfectly honest. Do we think about this guy, hey, we are willing to give him all of this money? Or do you look at them right now, head coach, you're the GM, you're not 100% sold, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we could go elsewhere. Do you decide, all right, we are going to continue to push the idea of giving him that big-time extension down the road? I am wondering if that conversation is happening already, if they are already thinking about, all right, well, what's next? What's our exit strategy for this guy?
I hear what you're saying. I got to imagine that you consider everything. I think that would be negligent to not have a good consideration of all things. I think that was one of the reasons why I personally, because I don't want to speak for anyone else, got really frustrated when Nick Caserio kind of flippantly said that he's never been sitting with DeMeco Ryans and thought that the offense was a concern. I'm like,
yeah. Oh, maybe we got Nico Collins. I guess that was a bad pick. Like, shut up, dude.
I thought that was
an overstep. No one's saying that.
Right. However, the point that I was making, because I know what you're saying, like on over-investing on a quarterback that ultimately ends up not being it. And I understand what you're coming through with the concussions, and I don't really have much for you because I can't really get inside the brain. And we don't already, just as a general the royal don't really have great, ideas of how these concussions ultimately will affect quarterback play. Tua is a very particular circumstance. And
Stroud runs less. I mean, if you want to, like a before and after, it feels like that's a cause.
But it wasn't just the running less that made that an issue. It was some of the other things outside of it. Not to take.
No, I'm just saying, I don't think he runs as much now, and I'm wondering if that's because of the concussions.
And that's a very fair point. My point is, if you invest in C.J. Stroud, which I'm still not fully in on as well, I just don't think that you throw the baby out at this point with the bathwater of the season. And I think, though, that what I'm saying, and he has different ways of getting it done, is you could get to a place where you go, this isn't working, we've invested in him, and there's pivots in a way that there weren't actually pivots for Tua.
Fair.
That was my point. Like, I think that there's possibilities of ways to make it viable at a different point. Of course, again, the question then pops up is, would those be worthwhile? How difficult would those be? Those secondary questions are still there, but I don't think that any of those were there for Tua, and I think that's what made it so damn bad to where they have a lot of talent, they still can't make it work, and they have to jettison them in order to try and rebuild this.
If you invest heavily in Stroud, there's a chance that you're a couple of years down the road.
There is.
You're moving on from players that you believed in, that you really liked, that you know are really talented, mainly as a result of the big contract that you gave to the quarterback and whatever you did to try to make it work around him. Now, I think to Nick Caserio's credit, I think he's been a lot more responsible spending than who was the Dolphins GM for all that time? I can't believe he had the gig. Chris Greer, I think.
Yes, Chris Greer.
I mean, he had that job for like 15 years, which is insane. And I'm assuming that he was just doing a lot of what Stephen Ross was telling him if he's keeping the gig as long as he did. And to Caserio's credit, I feel like he's been pretty responsible with contracts. So I don't know that this is going to be a problem necessarily for them down the road, but this is the cautionary tale. You got a quarterback who's been dinged up a couple of times, and you got all these big-time talented players on your team that you're going to have to pay. There could come a day where like you are having just a mass exodus all at once, and the entire fan base is left scratching its head.
I think that's fair because, again, who am I to say that the cautionary tale should not be the caution should not be heeded, right? Absolutely, that's the case. I don't think that pitfall particularly will befall you. But you're right. These are things that are plausible to possibly happen. I think the Texans clearly should be taking heed in a larger sense, and I think they should be taking very good consideration of how to make the quarterback work. It's one of the reasons why I'm so hot on the idea of make sure that you have an offensive line in order to fully, verify that this quarterback is what he is in a circumstance where he's not having to play a style of football just because your offensive line, you have to try and support it. Have a running game that supports a quarterback so you finally fully know, and without a shadow of a doubt, what you have in quarterback before you fully invest to that point of the Tua Tagovailoa. And you find, are there other ways to get this done? Are there ways to make sure that this wins and you don't find yourself in a place where you have 70 – you said $90 million just as you cut a dude.
A $99.2 million cap charge for this season.
Found that interesting. So thanks for doing the work on that, Paul.
No problem.
The cautionary tale that could be the Miami Dolphins. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of Figgy's mixtape. It's the time where we typically hand it off to Fig. No Fig. Do you think that boneless wings should be called bonus wings? Because apparently we are getting our American judges to make rulings on this, and they've done that. I'll tell you what the ruling is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a team.
and anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to you. No Figgy Fig. Still on his leave. So me, Reginald Atula, holding it down. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. And I'm not going to ask him to repeat the thing that he just said to me before the mics went hot.
I was wondering what y'all were laughing
at. Saving it for the podcast.
Buddy. I don't know. I was about to say save yourself from it, but you might enjoy this. I mean, you might enjoy the conversation.
You could do something with the Titans logo.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
That's all. That is all. He is indeed
Just many
saying.
things you can do.
Yeah.
But yes.
Other than put it in the trash.
Well, yeah, it's so bad. I'm sorry.
Not good.
It just, even outside of them trying so hard to live off of the Oilers colors, the logo itself, it's bad design.
Yeah. I wonder if
just
Fanatics was involved. Have you seen all the people that are dumping on Fanatics?
Oh,
finally.
They should.
With the Red Sox?
With the Red
Sox jerseys.
With the Super Bowl jerseys.
And
with everything. It's about time. They have ruined everything. For all the jerseys enthusiasts out there, like, hell, they even stole Mitchell and Ness from us. I didn't even know about that. The throwback jerseys. They own everything.
Didn't they, weren't they catching a lot of flack, though, last year or 2 years ago in spring training when the uniforms looked like absolute crap?
You mean they were the see-through pants?
It is a sad state of affairs when knockoff Chinese jerseys look better, even if the material isn't better, than the ones that are being made by Fanatics and sold for tons and tons of money that do not reflect the actual quality of them.
We're losing recipes. Speaking of recipes, though, let's talk about boneless wings. Do you think the boneless wings are wings?
No. Where's the wings? The whole point of it being a wing is, hey, it's wing. Is the meat from a wing? Do you buy that this chicken that has been fried is the meat specifically from a drumstick or what do we call the other ones?
What, flats?
Flats, yeah. No, it's not. It can't be. Like, you'd have to mush it all together to get it to look like that. And then you're frying it. They're chicken nuggies. That's what they are.
Colin, would you agree with this sentiment?
I'm a heavy boneless wing enjoyer.
Oh, look at that.
Do you eat them with a fork and a knife? You cake-eating son of a biscuit. That wasn't the non-answer told me a lot.
This is
like Kevin Durant over here.
I'm not going to get into the wing nonsense.
This is one. Yes, thank you, Kevin Durant. I appreciate that. This is one of those debates that is had at many a bar or something to that effect, and apparently the bar in question is the American Bar Association, because this has reached the courts.
That high up? That's
this
crazy.
has reached the courts.
Oh man!
I take you to the Today Show talking about the ruling that has been made by a judge on whether or not these things can be called boneless wings.
Are boneless wings any different than chicken nuggets? Well, a federal judge settled that dispute yesterday in a lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings. In a 10-page ruling, yes, 10 pages, the judge said that the chain can continue to call its popular menu item boneless wings, even though they are, quote, essentially chicken nuggets. A Chicago wing lover filed that lawsuit back in 2023, accusing the restaurant of fraud. He argued that the product should be called something different, like chicken poppers.
You really can't make it up there.
No.
I wonder, was he suing for damages?
I don't know.
Or was he doing it just because it was a matter of principle? Because if it was a matter of principle,
principality of the matter, Smokey.
I like if he's doing it for that. I like that. But if he's trying to get some sort of financial compensation out of it, F off, bro.
So Buffalo Wild Wings actually tweeted on their official X/Twitter account afterwards saying, quote, They're called boneless wings and will forever be called boneless wings. Celebrate the court's decision today with BOGO-free boneless wings.
At least they were doing BOGO boneless wings. Give the people something to offer.
Well, it's every Thursday.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday take. Is it possible that somebody in Buffalo Wild Wings knew that by suing themselves that they would create a little bit more brand recognition for their boneless wings?
You're a big conspiracy theorist, man. I like that about
because I'm trying to think about why would you make this lawsuit for just the principle of it.
Principality of the
You got to have a lot of time to do it for the principle of it, you know?
In fact, I'm with Joel Hernandez on the Twitch chat. I would appeal this ruling. I want to take this to the Supreme Court. You know what I mean? I want
the Supreme Court.
I want Amy Coney Barrett to weigh in on this.
I think there's more important things to perhaps consider.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of stupid stuff that makes it to the Supreme Court.
Not this one, though.
Why not?
This is cut and dry. This one's cut and dry. They're not wings.
And that's why. But now it is entombed in our legal system that you can call not wings wing. I thought this was America. I thought we were about truth and righteousness and other types of things.
Randy
but
Marsh
no, apparently we out here calling chicken chunks boneless chicken wings.
T-Mail said they're nuggets. Yeah, these are nuggets.
No. Y'all are just haters. That's all.
Stop.
Mind you, while this is happening, while the Today Show is telling us about this ruling, Colin is raising his hands as if he climbed the steps of that museum in Philadelphia like he was right. He hands above his head as if he had won something. They're still going to charge you wing prices for these chicken tenders. I hope you understand that. They're going to charge you a premium that they should not charge you because they're not chicken wings. They're going to charge you those for the tender sauce in barbecue sauce. That's what's going to happen.
Listen, Buffalo Wild Wings has a soft spot in my heart for helping me get through college, so
yeah,
I'm a bit biased on that.
So there you go. That's been litigated now.
Makes me want to get
satisfied.
Wings. No, I'm not. I'm not satisfied. They're not boneless wings. And the place where I go to for wings is a Porch Wing Pub on Mondays. We got a deal. I know that they have boneless wings as well, but they're not wings. They're nuggets. They're not. Come on.
It's a mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Do you think it's possible to be good at spending money? Like, do you think this is a talent?
I mean, it's such a hard thing to define. What is good spending of money? Like putting yourself in Nick Cage level of debt, but having the coolest stuff ever? Is that an effective way to spend money?
That's a fantastic question.
And then just being an actor, taking every single gig you possibly can get, even if they are bad movies, the rest of your life to make up for the debt you created for yourself? It's like some people are going to argue, no, you just be economically responsible, so you have money to pass down to your family when you pass. And there's other people that are like, nah, man, spend it all. I think I'm probably in that one.
Okay, so, but yes,
I'm closer to Nick Cage. No, I don't think there's an answer to this.
All right, so I think Daniel Radcliffe does think that it's possible.
Harry Potter.
Yes, Harry Potter.
Oh, Harry Potter.
For those of us that did not understand the words that just came out of your mouth, assuming that they're actually words. Yes, indeed. Daniel Radcliffe. This is him talking about Tracy Morgan and his house.
I've never really done anything interesting with any of my money. Tracy knows how to spend money. And, he has, I'm going to say 10 or 11, large fish tanks full of, various truly exotic fish. He has sharks. He has a pool table that has a tank of piranhas built into the bottom like an actual Bond villain. The night before we started filming, he invited the whole cast to go to his house. The whole cast and all the writers. It was like Tracy is incredibly generous, spirited. And it was great because we all got to know each other. It wasn't that first day feeling like on set. But we were all walking around being like, this is the most amazing house I have ever been in. I will never see a cooler house than this in my life. I heartily recommend if your life, the circumstances ever mean that Tracy Morgan says, hey, come to my house, go. Just go. See, check it out.
Do you agree? Assuming that he is right, or not even that he's right, but that the question I asked is correct, that you can have a talent at spending money. Is the way that he described Tracy Morgan's house mean that Tracy Morgan is good at spending money? He got all the fish tanks. He got sharks in there.
It sounds like he's doing it
specialized pool table
in a way that would make Nick Cage proud. So I will give Daniel Radcliffe 5 points for Gryffindor right there. That was. I
should have seen that coming.
That was an effective comparison. Listen, if we've learned anything today, it's to be wildly economically irresponsible and live your life like you're Nick Cage. Worry about the bills later. Push them down the road.
I don't
balance
know.
transfer to another credit card.
I feel bad putting that out on these airwaves.
Whatever. There's gambling ads. It's the same thing.
Some from the 929. Today I learned Richie Rich was exceptional with money. See, there you go. All right.
I mean, sports GMs can be exceptional with money in cases.
Oh yeah, you could be good at spending money as a GM. That one, you better be good at spending money. In fact, because otherwise, you might have your job for 15 years like Chris Gear.
Mm-hmm.
Still a mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. While we're defining things like being good at spending money or what are or are not boneless wings, the grandson of the inventor of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup feels like Hershey has violated the definition of what is indeed a Reese's Cup.
Oh,
Did you see this?
I did see this.
So Brad Reese, because the dude's name was actually Reese, the grandson of the inventor of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, is criticizing the Hershey's company for, quote, quietly replacing the candy's flagship chocolate and peanut butter ingredients. Apparently, Reese's, on LinkedIn, that the company has replaced milk chocolate with compound coatings. I don't know what that is. Don't ask me. And then the peanut butter with, quote, peanut butter style creme across Reese's products. A move that he says has eroded the Reese's brand and jeopardized consumer trust. Can you still call it a Reese's Cup if it doesn't have like the original ingredient?
No, you can't. That sucks for this guy to see his family legacy being changed like that. But I mean, are you surprised? It's a candy company that's cutting corners to make the candy a little more addictive. Big sugar, everybody. Big sugar.
Big sugar.
It's the Big Sugar Industrial Complex.
It's the worst cartel of all.
Does this at all change your relationship with the candy, knowing that they done cut out like the actual chocolate?
Not a candy guy.
Really?
No, not really. Not a candy guy. Also not a chocolate guy, which is weird. It's because I had a chocolate chip cookie thinking it was going to be an oatmeal raisin cookie when I was 5, and it betrayed my trust.
What a weird villain origin story.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of the same thing with me for chocolate milk. I drank something thinking it was, I wasn't looking.
What did you think it was?
Yeah. I wasn't looking.
I think it was.
And I
look at this brown water.
I thought it was regular milk because I thought it was my cup, and my cousin had a similar
dudes,
cup.
Man.
And then I grabbed the chocolate milk on accident, and I drank it without looking. And ever since then, I never trusted chocolate milk.
Y'all are weird. Wait, what do you mean?
We're just white people.
This was too chocolatey. I wanted my milk straight.
That's so wild. That's wild.
But to bring it back, not a candy guy, cookie guy. Big into baked goods. Not really into candy.
Snickerdoodles?
Snickerdoodle cookies are fantastic. You know what I really like? Those themed Oreo cookies that they have from time to time.
Oh.
They always are out of stock.
The themed Oreo cookies suck. What are you doing here?
Sir, do not make me jihad you in this segment.
It just consistently, in the month of Ramadan, huh? It just consistently makes it feels like gimmicks all the damn time.
Crusade.
It just makes me feel bad. In the month of Lent, it just makes me feel it just makes me feel like they're constantly trying to get over on me with all the various different, like, double stuffed, triple stuffed, golden Oreos,
Those I agree. Those, yeah, overrated.
Golden Oreos.
But so Reggie, if you ever see these, like, I'll pay $20 to get me one of them. They have from time to time gingerbread Oreos. They bring around the holiday season.
Whoa.
Good God, they're so good because they put cream cheese frosting in the middle and the cracker on the outside. Oh my God, it's so good. So they've had 2 different versions of it. They had cinnamon bun Oreos and they had gingerbread Oreos. And each time that I've seen them, because they're so hard to find, Reggie, I will buy every single one that I see. And then on my way out of the store, I will eat half the container. And then since my little tummy can't handle it, I'll probably puke some of it up.
No.
It's like a true
What a
addict
sick human being you
problem.
are.
I know. This situation, I can't handle it. I never have in my house because I can't, specifically cookies, I can't handle them. I'll just go through the whole package in an hour, if not less.
You know what? I do feel somewhat similar. I understand that feeling because I'm seeing these people on the text line make mention of, oh, so this is why the Reese's Cup tastes different rather. And from the 713, had a Reese's Cup today. It wasn't nearly as good as it used to be. After this news, it'll be my last one.
I've heard a lot of people say that it has changed. Yeah.
And there's a lot of different things. Are there other things that you guys have noticed have changed that you're like, oh, the recipe on this got to be different because the taste ain't the same?
Do you think some of the sodas have changed their flavor?
Yes. Absolutely.
It's tough. I don't drink soda as much as I used to. I used to like vanilla Coke. That's my number one still.
You just
what?
Vanilla Coke?
It's the best.
I mean,
remember there was like a commercial back in 2002 with some dude that was from a Bronx Tale, and he's like, "Hey, thanks for stopping by. It's smooth vanilla Coke."
Why do I remember that?
Yeah,
and
I was into it.
Your favorite things are all weird things.
Yeah, man, I'm a weird dude.
I noticed. But I guess you just generally expect.
That's why I can't hold down a radio job.
That's why?
Too weird. Everyone's like, what's this cat?
I'm with Champ Slice.
Man. Come on.
The fans had definitely changed a couple of years back. But ultimately, to my point was, I am not the person that goes, this tastes a little different. I'm never going to have another one because I'm a glutton and I don't have that kind of self-control. So I will still be eating Reese's even though the Reese's have.
Is that your number one candy?
Yeah, probably.
Kit Kat bar.
It's up there.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Not going to sing with me?
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Thank you.
You happy? That's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. Coming up next. Actually, you know what? Coming up right now, let's give away a 4-pack of tickets to go see Luke Bryan. Okay, I was like, what just happened? I think y'all tandemed in together to do that. But caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610, will, on our dime, get a 4-pack of tickets to go see Luke Bryan at NRG Stadium during the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I said call number 9, right? Call number 9, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
All them other boys wanna line you up and take you downtown.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation for you rocking with us on this rodeo ticket Thursday. So we've given our couple of 4-packs away on the day, but the drive is right around the corner to obviously keep you entertained through your afternoon, but then also they'll have some giveaways as well. So keep it locked here on Houston Sports Leader. Paul Gallant still in for the OG John Lopez.
Boy.
Appreciate you, brother. And then Colin Neal, the chocolate milk hater, still on the ones and twos. We appreciate you for all your work as well. What you mean easy? Those are facts.
You don't like it.
I am a truth teller.
You did have to come off that brash, though.
You're right. That's true. My bad. I apologize. Hey, so there's a little bit of, I don't want to say breaking news, but there's an interesting thing that happened earlier today in the world of the NFL. And I'm going to circle back to something that we talked about earlier, which is the offseason wish list that every team has. Obviously, I'm focusing on the Texans here. Does this guy now make your wish list as another offensive lineman is into the pool of free agents, as the Los Angeles Chargers are expected to release Mekhi Becton? And so that'll clear them almost $10 million in cap space. So they'll have an opportunity to overhaul the interior of their offensive line. But Mekhi Becton, who I think at one point, did he play a little tackle? But he's more of a guard there. That at all a dude that you might be a little bit interested in and possibly adding in to what the Texans might be doing this year? That one you didn't seem as excited as when we were talking about Wyatt Teller earlier.
Stop number 4 since 2020.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's because of injury? Because he has had some injuries? Do you think that's because of who he is in between the years? I wonder about that. He looked good with the Eagles. Who hasn't?
Right.
He was with the Jets. There was a moment in time where I think people were looking at him, his rookie season, as proof that the Jets general manager at the time was the bee's knees, Joe Douglas. And after that injury that he suffered, wasn't the same with New York. Looked good for the season with Philadelphia. Helped them win a Super Bowl. But I mean, the Chargers are already moving on from him, and that Chargers offensive line was what it was last year, too.
Yeah, the thing that was wild is, and this is the reason why I would imagine anybody might be interested, is once he got under Jeff Stoutland, Stoutland had him mastering footwork and hands, and, he looked like a really good piece. You mentioned it right. Injuries have been an issue for him. But I guess the idea, and maybe this is a fool's errand in the path that leads to in a lot of different ways, is if I've seen it happen once, I feel like it should be able to happen again. And so my thought process is he was not good as a Charger 2A1. You are right. He's a big dude. Is it possible that you could rehabilitate him? But of course, again, that's the type of thing that leads you to ruin, especially if you go, that's something that's in there. Because it's not like he's old, right? But then you go, can we rehabilitate him? And that's probably not the way that you should go free agent-wise. It should not be, hey, can we get a rehabilitation project? So I think that the answer should probably be no of him on the wish list for the Texans. Because if you get to that point, then would it not be better to fork out the money for a second year of Ed Ingram in your system where, you figure out.
Yeah, I think so.
What's going on?
This is a guy I'm not putting on the list. I think that, if you.
With injuries as well.
If you're the Eagles, okay. Although Jeff Stoutland's
Stoutland's gone now, right?
But if you're somebody else, you're rolling the dice seriously on him. And I mean, he was with LA this past season, and without knowing what the hell actually was happening with that Chargers offensive line on a daily basis, I do know that they were getting absolutely swarmed by the Patriots in the first round of the playoffs.
I thought you were going to say by the Texans.
And by the Texans, too.
Swarm.
Right.
I thought
that's true. Texans
there.
swarm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's my bad.
Yep.
Special.
Yeah, how you going to give the Patriots the swarm?
Mindset.
How dare you, honestly?
One team made a Super Bowl.
I'm surprised that I was trying to see if you would bring back the Mick Cronin. Are you raising your voice at me? Some other things real quick before we turn this over. Apparently, DraftKings already has early 2026 win totals, which is, I don't understand how you get the win total. Like our friends in Vegas, I don't know how they do none of their work. It's all mysterious to me.
Same.
But the idea that we ain't gone through no free agency, we ain't gone through no draft, and they're like, these are the win totals that you could bet on. I find that to be insane. But I guess this probably could be a way for you to get some good numbers depending on if you think a team is going to really slay the rest of the offseason or if you think they're not really going to get into it. You might be able to get a good number because they have not accounted for any of those things. Right?
D-E-G-E-N-D-E-G-E-N-N D-Gens were their name. Oh, it's for the D-Gens. They can't help but gamble right now. So they're going to gamble now, and then after the offseason happens, they're going to hedge the gambles that they make
That's
now
right.
with what happens after
You
free
can't
agency.
lose if you hedge.
No,
I'm pretty sure
just
that's how that
hedge
works.
everything. It's fine.
All right, so what would you guess? Yes, we're making this a guessing game. What would you guess they have the win total at? And, of course, these are all half numbers so that you can hit over, under, those types of things. No pushes.
What's my guess?
Yes, on what they think the Houston Texans win total be in the 2026 year.
9.5.
Colin, give this man some level of acknowledgement, a ding, a swipe, and some level of audio.
I got something.
Acknowledge me.
All right. That's typically from the morning show, but we'll borrow it. No, 9.5 is the number that's there. Does that feel right to you of where the Texans are?
AFC South looks more competitive going into next season with how the Colts looked with Daniel Jones when he's healthy, with the Jaguars all of a sudden back to being what they were back in 2017. The Titans can't be any worse. So I think that's definitely a factor. Off the top of my head, I forget what schedule, what two divisions the Texans are playing next season. You got the second place schedule. Is it the AFC?
I haven't beaten it into my head just yet. So give me 1 second as I look at this.
I want to say it's the North.
You will have
the East.
the AFC North.
AFC North and NFC East.
And you will have the NFC East.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. NFC East, I feel good about that. AFC North right now looks appetizing.
Wait, you feel good about the NFC East?
To me, it's just the Eagles.
I think the Cowboys had a really good offense this year. And a young defensive coordinator that they brought in looks like he might be promising. They don't have the dudes yet defensively.
I don't know if Washington's going to be able to pull out of whatever the hell happened this past season. This was a year that I thought actually could go down this way for Washington, and obviously the injury to Jaden Daniels really complicated matters.
Right.
But I think that helps you out. But you got a lot of questions about the quarterback, and you got a tougher division going into the season than you thought it was last year. Or last year, I mean, I think everyone thought it was the Texans head to rise. Did anyone say like, yeah, ooh, Jacksonville, ooh, look at them?
Right. And then you do add the likes of outside of those divisions, you will add the Chargers and the Bills, and what was the other team that you added in here as well? But there's one more other team that for some reason my brain is not working on right now. But you do add those other teams on top of and the Bills, right? Into what you're doing here. And so, yeah, this will be interesting. This will be and the Packers rather. And yeah, the 9.5, it does feel about right. Now, I take you around the rest of the AFC South, so you have a feel for what they're looking at here. You mentioned the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do you want to take the guess? Or you want me to just give it to you?
Give it to me.
9.5 as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found that to be interesting because I was surprised. Now, of course, the Jags are now dealing with a first place schedule as well, but it felt like people would have gotten on board with what they did, what they got together there, and I imagine that defense continues to improve with probably some more assets added to it.
It might have been the way Trevor Lawrence looked in that game against the Bills.
Some idea that maybe they might be returning.
Because I think some people thought, all right, hey, Lawrence has finally figured it out over the course of the season, but all it takes is one playoff game to completely blow all that up.
So,
even if that's unfair.
Apologies. That's 9.5 there, just like for the Texans and the Jags. Colts, 8.5.
They always figure out a way to make it competitive with Shane Steichen.
But quarterback is going to be a very interesting proposition.
Especially a probably less mobile Daniel Jones. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the Tennessee Titans, 6.5 wins.
That's
what
high.
DraftKings is putting them at this moment. But, of course, everything – all of their win totals.
Get you to bet on that one.
It's all between 4.5 and 10.5 right now because we just don't know nearly anything of what these teams actually will look like. But that's a fairly optimistic look at what the Texans are and they probably deserve that because they just, by hook or by crook, 10-plus wins for the last 3 seasons, you know.
By hook or by crook?
By hook or by crook, absolutely. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Damn, Colin left.
Why? Did you hear him talking about chocolate milk? Is that what happened here?
No, I just wanted to know if he felt good about his first time.
His first time drinking chocolate milk?
No, he knows. Did you feel good about that?
Fantastic question, Ron.
Did you feel good about that? I just wondered.
Did y'all bond or something? Did he confide in you? What's happening here?
I just wondered, did Colin feel good about it his first time?
It feels like the first time. That kind of first time?
That first time.
I mean,
I didn't feel
HR.
Knowing Ron, that's definitely what we're talking about right now.
Ron just enjoys making Colin squirm.
I just want to know, did he? I didn't feel great, Colin. Ford Escape.
Listen,
car was first time, huh?
Yeah. Listen, I'll keep saying it again. It's a fantastic question.
I know it, man. I'm worried about you.
I'm worried about him, too. So you guys missed this. I don't know what brought us to this.
Ford Escape.
But apparently, Colin is not very fond of chocolate milk. And the reason why was apparently he was not looking one time when he went to take a drink, and it happened to be chocolate milk, and that turned off chocolate milk. I didn't. The surprise chocolate milk was what ruined it for him. I don't know how that works.
What was it like with the first black woman you dated?
I'd open up and keep pouring if I found out it's chocolate milk.
Yeah.
What was it like the first black woman you dated then? Did it kind of happen the same way?
I tried to help Colin.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
No, I'm in on this too. Let's all look at Colin and make him uncomfortable.
I mean, come on, he's a star.
I tried to help you, Colin. I did.
He's a star. Why'd you spit that chocolate milk out?
I did.
Come on, baby. Vivica Fox is rolling around in her living grave. Damn it!
That's what you say. Is Vivica dead?
he tried to take her out of here.
I said her living grave. Her living grave.
Yeah, you slid that in there.
I said living. Yeah. That's all right. Colin's fun, man.
Yeah, literally, Ron, like 2 weeks ago on covering for the drive, first thing he asked me.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. I just didn't realize that he was going to do this in the cross.
Yeah, man. D&M leasing.
That's right. D&M Auto Leasing, 100%. Absolutely.
Good about it. I just want to know, Big Colin, Big C. Come on, man.
Is there anything that y'all are really strong about, like, the Texans organizationally needing to go? Because Yahoo Sports had, like, the 3 players the Texans need to let walk during free agency. Berrios, Kirk, and then they put Autry in there, which I found to be interesting. Their argument being that, signing him again would be safe, but then moving on from him, making that room younger would be something that would be advantageous. All right.
I guess some of those are guys or needs. I mean, like, for me, when I think about it, it's like Andrews.
Jake Andrews.
I think they can improve that.
I agree. Whatever, that they could.
Like, whatever is the guard that Ingram's not playing, I guess, whatever. Like, they can improve. Like, I don't know. I mean, Berrios. Hell, they told Berrios to go most of the season. I mean,
he played the last game of the year. They made sure he got some snaps.
I mean,
if you're playing for Berrios sitting any more than what you saw this year, that's wasted money. Christian Kirk, done, cooked. Move on. I mean, just for the simple fact of getting Ole in there and get him some run at that position. Autry be a tough one for me to let run. I mean, he's got that same feel to me, kind of like Titus Howard does on the offensive side of the ball, where the value is inside and out.
Yeah, true.
And if you look at now, obviously the one knock is the PED stuff, but if you look at Danico Autry, I mean, every time that dude's on the field, now one would argue half the time he's getting penalties, the other half he's making game-changing plays, but I mean monster plays, blocking field goals. Yep. I mean, he's got a knack for making big game-changing plays, so I'd have a hard time cutting him loose, even with the PED situation and some of the knick-knack injuries. I'd have a hard time cutting him loose. I'm telling you, boys, this interior defensive line situation with the Texans is going to be an interesting one to see kind of how they approach it. I mean, you've got a talent problem and you've got a major depth issue.
Yeah, especially the way that they like running them. Man. You're not just running 2 dudes for majority of these snaps. They like rolling through these boys.
Yeah, I mean, we can sit around here and talk about Tommy Togiai if we want to. And Tommy had a hell of a year. I don't want to knock him at all. I mean, but I mean, that's a really, really good rotational piece. I mean, now this defense is good enough to get away with it because your outside guys are going to get so much attention, right, that your interior guys are they're going to get advantageous matchups pretty consistently. But I mean, if we're going to be a defensive-led football team, and that's going to be the headliner, There's a real chance here to upgrade that interior defensive line in a major way. And not, boy, we hope they do. Hell, they got to do something, right? And so that's, I like some of these other guys they have, but I don't know that I want to hang my hat on them and them alone.
That's a great point, and you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Just wanted to get that in. If you could only choose one between raising the ceiling by getting a top-notch defensive tackle or just filling out the roster with a number of guys, which one would you choose?
We're not in a number, guys. We're in a numbers position if you're the Texans. I mean, you're on the doorstep of an AFC championship at a time when the AFC is weaker than it's been in a long time, and you're on the doorstep of an AFC championship, if not a Super Bowl. No, I mean, numbers and depth ain't going to do much for me. Now, you can argue at the position we were just talking about, D-tackle position, right. Rotating 8 guys, and D-tackles you need 4 or 5 at least. Okay, cool. We can play the numbers game there. We can use a third rounder or whatever, and you can sell me that that's going to be part of a rotation. But big picture approach this offseason for the Texans, I don't think we're in a – now, they've been really good at that, spreading the cap space out and putting together the right team and being good or above, average or above average in a wider range of positions instead of relying on 2 or 3 big-time superstars. But I think they're at a spot where we talked about it yesterday. I think you're 2 guys away from legitimately being a AFC, one of the best teams in the AFC. And your 3 or 4 moves, if you want to get real ballsy and real risky like we've seen teams do, you want to do something like that. If you're the Texans, you're 3 or 4 bold moves away from people going, whoa, I mean, this is the best team. This potentially could be the best team in the AFC. I mean, I think you're that good. And that's with the way that I feel about C.J. Stroud. I mean, I still think you're that good. You do some stuff in that interior offensive line that are major upgrades. You find a more of a bell cow running back type situation.
Yep.
You get a D tackle that's not just a rotational piece, but he's an animal. All of a sudden, people are going to look at you. Now, what are preseason rankings worth? I don't know. But all of a sudden, teams are going to look at you like, damn, these cats they're trying to kick the door in. And I don't know. That'd be a fun cover, right?
Without question. I mean, in the way that my brain is working, that's your first 4 draft picks and at least 1 free agent, and those 3 spots that you mentioned, and I'm ready to rock and roll. Like, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm leaning more heavily towards the free agents. I mean,
sure.
The draft picks are fine, but I mean, we maybe in that conversation or that statement I just made, I feel like the first round draft pick could maybe fall in there.
Yep.
Yeah, like a Vince Wilfork falls to the back of the draft.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. I'm talking about. There's names we know, dudes we know that the whole league goes, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Good God, that defense with those guys on offense, look out now. So we'll see. It's going to be fun to see how they approach it. I do think there's going to be a shift, boys. It's just how far do they shift?
I'm with you.
I think because it's always been with Nick. It's always been let's just fill this roster out and get quality dudes. And this is a time where I think it makes sense for them to make a move.
Shift it up a gear. I like it. What tickets y'all giving away today?
Luke Bryant.
Oh,
that's right. Two different times, 3 and the 5 o'clock hour.
See, y'all didn't get a Shabuzi either. We threw a Shabuzi in there.
Y'all got Shabuzi today?
Yeah, we threw a Shabuzi in there. We just wanted to mix it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all just pick whichever ones y'all want, huh?
No, they told us, but I just want. It felt like that was spiritually something that we needed to do was give away a 4-pack.
I want to give away the Creed tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna give away.
You know where the Shabuzi kind of falls in the same category as I think Russell Dickerson did yesterday for me. I don't know that he's quite ready for 70,000+ at the Houston Rodeo.
Really?
Just from a status standpoint, like ticket sales standpoint, absolutely. But
I mean, I don't know. He is somebody. I ain't never heard of Russell Dickerson, but Shabuzi I have heard.
Well, I mean, when you're
a lot.
I mean, his whole deal is I think garners attention.
Club.
Well, I mean, just like he's got
the Tiger Woods effect.
Yes.
But we'll get him in the building though, just off the strength of that one song.
No. Yeah. Look, the rodeo's going to. But here's what I think. Here's where I was going with that. Shabuzi's got the chance to blow the top off of NRG Stadium in a way that very few do over there with that one hit that he shot on the scene with. What was the name of the hit?
Is it Tipsy?
Yeah.
Sure.
In the club, whatever.
Yeah.
My
son likes it.
That may have everybody.
Tipsy.
That may have everybody standing
Have you played
up
in the Jaquan?
and getting after it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a hijackery though.
All right. I've commandeered enough of this show at this point. Paul, appreciate you. See you tomorrow for another fantastic program. For the time being, you're being left in the hands of the best damn afternoon show in all of Houston, Texas. Right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. What is this I'm hearing in my ears? Is this?
That's Luke.
That's Luke, right?
That's sexy ass Luke right there. Them teeny boppers gonna be going after him, boy. Hey, Polly Kitten's got a lady now. I don't want to see Luke Bryan shows, Polly Kittens. That was fertile hunting grounds for you at one point. I know. I'm telling you, hey, real talk. That T, you got it, T. You got that Shabuzi. I'm telling you that may be, Ron. It's gonna be one of the. I'd say it's a top 5 moment in the rodeo this year. In the building.
You think so?
Absolutely. In the building, everybody in the building standing up and singing at one time. I don't think that was the one I was looking for.
This is the popular one.
This is the most famous one he's got.
Yeah. You got to get that chorus get in.
Yes. I need something because this is falling flat for me.
This he sung I remember him singing the national anthem for the Lions at Thanksgiving a couple years ago.
They got him. I'm gonna find it for you. I don't think this is one I was thinking of. I may be back.
This has to be. This is tipsy, isn't it?
Nah, but this is. I don't know if it's living up to the bill that I just sold it, the way I just sold it, Ron. Anyway,
I really love the ability to not judge a book by its cover, because that's not what I'm thinking is going to be inside of that book. Now look at that. Every time I look at that book, that's not what I think is about to be inside that book. I love it.
He's got a couple. Big X is doing a lot of collaborations with country music artists, and he's got one with him. Yeah. He's got a good one with him. Oy.
He was on Cowboy Clark. He slid in on that album. But Shabuzi, you were able to win those tickets on In the Loop today. You'll be able to not once but 2 different times win what do we got, a pair? We got a 4-pack. 4-pack of tickets. Baby. First time at 3:00. 4-pack of tickets to Luke Bryan. He will be Monday, March 9th, and apparently this is the one. This is the one that y'all said that the ladies used to believe he had one of the best asses in music.
Oh, ladies love his buns.
I mean, they changed the trajectory of his career.
His ass did.
Well, I'm sure that had something to do with it. But the I'm talking about. What are you doing?
Get it, Ron.
Oh.
Shake it for Luke, Ron.
I just want to know what it was that Luke did.
You doing calf raises?
There was calf raises that turned into
glute squeezes. Glute clenches.
Yeah.
No. Look, I think it. At one point, he's still got a tremendous voice, obviously, but one of the best voices in country music, and was on at kind of a little bit of a fork in the road, I believe. And when them teeny boppers showed up and started doing all that screaming at the front of the stage, boy, he really turned into a little ass shaker, just a little teasy for a grown man. Kind of changed the trajectory of at least the shows I was at.
Yeah, okay.
But hey, man, whatever makes the money.
But hey, he's got a money maker apparently.
Several of them. He can sing his ass off.
Yeah. You told me about that. I didn't see it.
You didn't see what?
Didn't see the ass.
Oh, you went and looked at Luke's.
Well, I mean, you all talked about it. You was it Lainey Wilson that you told me to go take a look at hers?
When that video went viral last year?
I did.
Yeah.
Saw that one. I caught that. I took a look at Luke. Didn't see it.
Well, did you expect to see like Beyonce-esque type of cheeks, or what were you looking for at Luke? I don't know.
Ladies, 713-572-4610 base power text line. Tyler, maybe you may know this. What when you look at Luke's ass, what is it? To our female listeners, when you look at Luke's ass, what is it that makes his ass just so fantastic? What is it? I'm trying to understand what it is about Luke. What it is that makes Luke Bryan's ass better than Chris Stapleton? What is it?
Well, I don't think you need a lady to answer that one. I don't know if Stapleton's ass cheeks are touching denim. I'd be honest with you. I really don't know if he even. I'll be honest with you. And Luke tightens him britches up, long legs. He's taller, good looking guy, and he's I mean, some tight britches on. He's got options in the pants range that I don't think Stapleton's got.
Tip Slice runs comparing dudes' asses now. Yeah, I'm comfortable. Yeah.
How does Luke match up with Dwight Yoakam for you?
Dwight Yoakam. I need a little time. Who the hell is Dwight Yoakam? I missed
He's an older country star, but the ladies used to like how tight his jeans were.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So D.Y. used to have that tight ass.
D.Y. Who's that? Now we got nicknames.
D.Y. Dwight Yoakam.
Yeah, no, I've never thought of Dwight Yoakam as
an ass man.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I mean, Tyler must have saw an angle that I didn't see.
No, I remember my mom always talking about his tight jeans. To be honest,
Shawn Michaels used to drive the ladies crazy.
Ooh, Heartbreak Kid, baby.
I would think when you just talk about I got to imagine if you just think country music stars that Luke Bryan's up there in the top for women.
Yeah,
the sexiest country music stars.
Text line said Luke ain't no Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry checking in with a nice ass, apparently, to some of the ladies.
Yeah, okay. Kyle's thick.
Yeah.
Very.
What did he say?
Kyle's thick. All right, what are we doing?
Very Felton-like.
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, you got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see that ass coming up on March 9th on a Monday night to see Luke Bryan. Does he still judge American Idol? I'll be honest, that's what I know. Text line, the champ slice, Kyle Lowry is thick. And that's with 2 C's.
Straight up.
This is what happens on a Thursday. When it completely gets away from you. But 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you got a chance to win 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan. Houston Rodeo, we're doing it every Tuesday and Thursday. You got a chance to win big right here on the drive. Clint,
yeah,
I could tell yesterday you were getting a little frustrated with the offensive line praise and and everything that happened last year going into this year. And it seems like we're here again, that the offensive line is the big question mark, is the big conversation piece. And you started to get a little bit annoyed yesterday.
Well, I think I'm just annoyed with – I told everybody for 2 years, like, yes, the offensive line can be better, but your quarterback and your play caller have to be better and have answers and react different and play a certain brand, and everything around them will get better. Like I said that from jump. So I've been dealing with this over an extended period of time. I'm just tired of the big fellas catching all the negativity, catching all the bad stuff. Here's the thing. I see something today. First of all, I listen to every conversation about the draft. You got to draft a tackle. You got to draft a guard. No, they don't have nothing, right? Let's get something. They don't have to do a damn thing with their offensive line. Right? I don't believe Nick Caserio. I can't believe Nick Caserio got up there after the season and in response to the questions about C.J. Stroud repeatedly said we had a team good enough to win it all ultimately. I'm paraphrasing a bit. I don't agree with that. Right? I agree there are places that you need to upgrade, and you can upgrade. I'm not above having a conversation about the offensive line. You can upgrade this, you can upgrade that. But the need and the immediate mention of offensive line, when you talk about where and how this team has to get better, I'm exhausted with.
You don't think it's a has to?
No.
Really?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, they got to do something at tackle because Trent Brown's a free agent, right? They got to do something at guard because Ed Ingram's a free agent. But to think that they couldn't go re-up Trent Brown, re-up Ed Ingram, and let's ride, maybe draft a guy here or there, maybe pick up a free agent somewhere as all teams do, and boom, let's ride. Like that's a typical offseason for a team. It's the immediate, boy, the Texans were a disaster on offense, which I think is an overreaction, but they were obviously when we last saw them. But you got to fix the offensive line. You got to do this. You got to do that. Look, man, I read an article on Fox Sports, and it says the one thing that every team in the AFC needs to do this offseason, right? Houston Texans, can they get some protection for QB C.J. Stroud? And then they go on to say this right here. The Texans overhauled their O-line last offseason, and the results were mixed. Stroud's sack numbers were greatly reduced. What else do you want him to do? You took a quarterback that was the most pressured quarterback in the league and the second most hit quarterback in the league, and you drastically reduced the sack numbers. Now, again, I don't think the offensive line played great. I think C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and the approach offensively had a lot to do with that. But what do you want an offensive line to do? Do you want an offensive line that's going to create push and holes for Woody Marks to go rush for 1,500 yards? I mean, it's just the immediate. And I don't know if it's because we've had problems with the offensive line in the past. I don't know if it's because people are just reluctant to or for whatever reason feel bad putting it on the quarterback or putting it on the play caller. Or saying, hey, man, we're just not good enough at the supporting positions, right? It always goes directly to the O-line, and I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted with the thought that in one offseason you're going to sign guys, and all of a sudden the other three guys that are playing are going to be road graders. All of a sudden, the running back I love Woody Marks, man. Not banging on Woody Marks. I love what he brought to the table, but all of a sudden, your offensive line with a couple of signs is going to be a line where you can put any behind. He's going to go for 1,000+ yards, and he's going to be productive and run the football for 5 yards a carry. Yes, they can get better. Clearly, they can get better, and clearly there's some spots they need to fill because of free agency. But I'm just exhausted with the big fellas taking the brunt of every conversation about where the Texans need to improve.
Here, listen, we can go to break. But
I chewed that segment up.
No, that's all right. We'll come back on the other side because I'll give you my reason because I do think it is a major priority, like a major priority that they need to address. I'll give you my reasonings on that on the other side. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this conversation as well. We'll do that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, Coushatta Casino Resort, y'all. It's the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area. You already know that, but they also got the best selection of slots in the land. Look, if you can imagine it, you can.
figures at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, how about it? The United States just tied Canada in the third period with 2 minutes left. Tied Canada for the gold medal game. How about it, ladies?
Look out now.
That just happened. How about that? I know who was somebody that we have a lot on YouTube. They are avid watchers of this. Talk about hockey every day, but how about it? There it is, 1-1 for the gold medal.
I mean, this might be hockey. This just clicks in my head as I see. I didn't know that many women played hockey.
Yeah, these been the two dominant.
This might be. I mean, as a female athlete, really as any athlete, but we're talking about females playing hockey here. Playing a game where you can get decleated at any point in time, but you don't know when it's going to come. Like, there's one thing to be a fighter. And you know you're constantly fighting and playing. Like, you could just get cleaned up right here.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be a bad woman.
Turn you on a little bit?
I mean, I guess it could. But
I thought that's where you were leading.
I mean, I guess, no, you got to be a bad woman.
Yeah.
To be full speed on these skates, knowing that any of them other cats could just lower a shoulder on you at any point in time, and go sit in the box for a couple seconds. That's all that they got to pay for it.
Sometimes not even.
Sometimes not even at all.
Just clean.
I mean, you got to be a bad woman now.
There's a lot of bad women out there, and the game is now tied at 1 minute, just over 1 minute left in the third period. They might have to go to overtime, just like both the men's games yesterday, Canada and USA, they both won in the men's. So the men's side, they both won in overtime. So that is it's going down. These are two of the more watched winter sports when it comes to the Olympics. All right, Clint, you were talking about the offensive line, and I would just say, to me, the reason why I would think it is, I think, of major importance to that you are active and really prioritizing getting better is I hear you with everything you're saying. I just think the way that they want to play, and I personally do not see that the Texans have what have you been saying since I started working with you? I don't think they've got the polos on the sideline or guys offensively that are difference makers for them. Like I don't think that they have an advantage on the sideline with their offensive staff that's going to give them an advantage or be able to work through. I don't think that. So I do think they need a great offensive line to really be able to run this offense the way they – like last year, to me, they were okay. Right, we kind of talked about that a little bit yesterday. I don't think they were great. They were a lot better from where they were the year before, where they seemed to struggle with very, elementary things. But I think they need to have a really good offensive line to help support all the stuff around them and help their play caller and help their design. To me, that's why I think it's extremely important.
Yeah, look, here's the deal is we saw a guy last year, and this is my point, is if you could go get 5 new offensive linemen and all of a sudden change the culture in that room, then yeah. And if you believe that Nick Caley was and what's my O-line guy's name? I forgot. Cole Popovich. Like, if you feel like those guys are just going to breed physicality the way they just talk it a lot, then okay, maybe that's the part that I'm down. Like, I don't believe you signed a guy this year in Ed Ingram that was one of his specialty, if he had one, was run blocking, and he exceeded expectations significantly. I mean, he was one of the best guards in football throughout a good chunk of the season, right? Trent Brown, from a physicality standpoint, there was a noticeable difference when he was in the game in pass protection and run game, right? And you still had this offensive line that everybody feels like needs to be upgraded and needs to be completely overhauled, if you will. That's my point is you're not going to plug one guy in or two guys in, and all of a sudden, across the board, all five guys are man movers. All of a sudden, Popovich and Nick Caley's offense, they're just full of road graders, and they're getting it done. Like that, I hope like hell I'm wrong. But I don't think that the run game is going to drastically change because you replace Titus Howard or Ed Ingram with another guard.
Yeah, no, I think you got to start to build towards that. And I think you've got to add the pieces towards that because, yeah, maybe let's say you add two new pieces that are closer to what this offense may need and what they may want. And then hopefully Ursery is somebody that is trending towards that. And so now maybe you have three or four guys up there, and you continue to grow towards that. I just think that when you look at their offense and their play caller and what they want to do, I think they have to have an above average offensive line for this offensive unit to be able to work. I don't think Nick Caley does a great job working around issues up front like that.
But no, I agree with your point. But this is my point, Ron. You are right now. You got to have a right tackle. So here's what based on what you just said, you've got to go out and sign a better right tackle than you had last year. You got to go out and sign as good or better right guard as you had last year. You got to go out and sign a much better center than you had last year. Right? Figure out what you're going to do with Titus. He could take the initial comment I made about the tackle.
He could take,
and if he does, then you got to figure out what you're going to do. I mean, you're talking about 3 or 4 moves. Right? If you're going to do that, your swing tackle has to be a guy that's better than Blake Fisher getting his ass whooped half the time when he's the 6th offensive lineman out there. Like, I just don't – I'm looking at it through that lens of like, hey, man, this is not going to be an offense – the Houston Texans offensive line next year is not going to be a well above average offensive line.
Well, the odds are they probably won't, but they got to start building towards that.
Well, yeah, well, I can agree with that. I can agree with the let's start building towards something. I just can't, like, everybody I hear talking about it is like, boy, fix the offensive line the Texans are going to be. Man, like, define fix. And then what do you like? I think you could shock the world and get Tyler Lindenbaum. And I still think you're going now he's going to communicate significantly better. He's going to set the tone in the room, and the guys are going to be better. You're still not going to be an above average physical.
But that's why I look at it very similar to what the Bears did, and we talked about that.
Sure.
They kept their tackles. They had young tackles, and they drafted their tackles, and then they went and brought a new identity of 3 guys in the middle that did it 100% change them into the Lions or the Eagles from a couple of years ago? No, but it completely shifted how they played, and they just got better up front right there, and they were able to run the football the way closer to the way that Ben wants to run it and do things that way. So I think that's kind of an example of last year of how, hey, they just said we gotta fix this.
Yeah.
And maybe we can't fix it all, and maybe these guys that we drafted, the young kid they drafted from Tennessee to be their tackle, but we got to fix this right here. And to me, like, if Titus and Ursery were your tackles, and then you found 3 guys right there, that I think that can change your offensive line. Like, if that.
Oh no, I agree with that.
You can, and to me, you like what you want to do. I think this offense needs to have that. I think they need to have that to do what it is that they want to do.
I don't disagree with your point that 3 interior offensive linemen that are difference makers would change the game. I don't disagree that they need that. I need it. I'd like to have it too. I think the odds of that happening are slim to none. I think that if you we've seen them. They went out and got a Joe Mixon, and all of a sudden player makes up for the weaknesses of guys up front. I just think you're more likely to run the ball effectively and run at a better per carry clip, focusing on other positions instead of just O-line. That's where I'm at. Like the big guys get piled on. The guys that were there last year get piled on constantly. And in reality, I mean, they earned some of it. But in reality, hey, man, Nick and D'Amico left a lot to be desired putting things together around that damn O-line too.
No, I hear you. I don't think it just needs to stop with the O-line either. I think you can get a back too, especially if Joe Mixon can't roll. All right, coming up as we continue, the Rockets, they get back at it tonight as they will be in Charlotte facing the Hornets. Two things that I want to see tonight. One, I'm hoping to see. The other one, I feel like it's more likely, or the potential of it is more likely to see. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, if you're out there and you've got a hair loss issue, you know who I'm talking to. Yeah, you know who you are, right?
Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Really appreciate T.I. for coming out with one more.
Right?
I really love it. Yes.
Millennials everywhere lit up whenever they heard this.
Oh, man, dog. I didn't know T.I. had it. T.I.'s in my top 5.
Made some hits.
He's tied at 5 in my top 5.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
I'm a big Cliff Harris fan.
I like T.I. I don't know top 5. Top 5?
It's my damn list.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
You're shocked?
What, give me your top 5.
Are you
give me
shocked by that?
Which means you have top 6. Give me your top 5.
All right, tied at 5, T.I. and Outkast. I know that's strong for me. Really, it's not even in order. I don't even know if I got it. Jay-Z's probably at the top. Big Justin Timberlake fan. Music Soul Child. That's my guy.
That's a shocker.
That is that is my dude, man. The amount of times I have sung. The amount of times I've sung that one by myself. That albums.
How's that thing start? I've been watching you for a while.
And then Kings of Leon is in there. Kings of Leon.
Oh, I thought we were just talking rap. You're throwing. Okay.
I got it all the way around, baby. Yeah, that's it. And yeah, T.I. and Outkast. Boy, I
mean, no Pac,
I go around
no
the block.
Biggie.
Yeah, Pac and Biggie are like they're greats. They're just that they don't roll.
No M.
No.
Oh wow.
I like him. I mean he came out the gates with those first 3.
No Dre. No Snoop.
No.
Oh boy.
And again, like I'm 41, so I remember them, but like when I'm I like Wayne, but I don't know. Wayne was one that every Tuesday I would go buy it. If it was out, that album came out on Tuesday, I would go buy it. But
hit the Sam Goody.
I wouldn't have got.
I was at Best Buy, but I got you.
I wouldn't have got but one of his top 5.
What, Jay?
Jay, absolutely.
I knew Kings of Leon was in there.
Top 5?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I knew he loved him. I didn't know they were in there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I spend money.
Kings of Leon turns me on.
I can't help it. Can't help what I like.
I mean, that one album, that one album.
One?
Well, it was. I'm not into them like that. I don't guess.
Hey, which one?
Who doesn't?
The one when they were at their height. What was the name?
From
Sex is on Fire. Or whatever.
Sex on Fire and
that one.
Closer.
That one. I mean that
one record of the year for
that one.
Not album, but record. What's the real Use Somebody?
Yes,
they won for that one.
Yes, that may be one of my top cover to covers. Just put it on and let it ride.
Boy, I'm telling you, the one before that one though, or the two before that one. The one before that, because of the times, is really really good. But the one where I really really kind of first got introduced to him. What is it called, Tyler? Shake, something like that. That's the name of it. But it's got Milk. Right. It's got Rodeo.
You're a little deeper than me on the Kings of Leon.
It's 5 Kicks.
Oh wow!
That
was that the Tennessee Ties that had you?
Oh yeah,
because aren't they Tennessee cats?
Yeah. My Chad, my roommate, went to high school with him.
Yeah,
I caught him early in the game.
Oh wow!
Had a few drinks with him, and I caught him early in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I like those kind of stories. They should be in your top 5. If that's the case. For what it's worth, I think they should be in your top 5.
Mechanical Bull, not a bad album.
Somebody of that stature, fantastic. And you obviously think they were good guys because you had some. Whoa! Usually you come close enough to the note.
I didn't have it. Let me try that again.
You need a vocal warm up, bro.
I'll be honest. Hey, I'm gonna be honest.
That was rough.
Usually Ron comes close enough to where I'm like, damn, bro can sing a little bit. That was one where I'm like, whoa, I cannot believe you just did that.
Sorry about that.
Get him some hot. Get him some hot tea.
I tried to go up there with.
Mommy made me mush.
That got me. Yep. La 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 la. Text line: no Prince, no Usher. Usher, no, that not a chance. Prince, I'm a Prince guy. I like Prince. No, not Michael Jackson. Yeah, guys, I was born in 84. So I'm just saying, I go back and listen to it, but that wasn't like in my heyday.
Yeah.
Shoot, man. That wasn't in my heyday. Now, I love Prince. Purple Rain, great album. Absolutely. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike. I've always been more Prince than Mike. And not for the obvious reasons, but I've always been more Prince than Mike.
Yeah, I mean, both obviously all-time greats. Neither are cracking. They have songs that would. I mean, Prince, Purple Rain, may be in my top whatever list of songs of just one hit. Let's ride
the whole album.
A lot of folks think it was the best Super Bowl halftime performance ever.
What's the nasty song?
What were the odds that it was going to rain?
What's the nasty song he has off
Peaches and Cream or whatever?
Heat Control.
No. He's got a nasty one off of that Purple Rain album in the movie. Darling Nikki. Wow. Go listen to that. Man. Go listen to that bad boy. The way that thing starts off, even before that. Oof. Yeah, Prince was nasty as hell.
Heat Control is strong too.
That was.
First time my friend's dad played that for me, I was like, what the?
Well, what's your top 5? We know NSYNC is in your.
Well, I thought we were talking rap.
Oh, it's over. I mean,
mine would be heavy rap and then maybe a couple of country artists. If we're talking just what got played the most,
Jodeci.
No chance. No chance.
They had a run though.
I mean, I don't know if I could limit it to 5. It's Pac, Biggie, M, Wayne, Jay,
Nas,
Dre, Snoop. I mean, it's like that era. That era was. I'd have a hard time giving you 5. I ain't even named a country artist yet. I mean, because coming up right then, that was the late '90s. 90s country is the best country of all time ever. So I mean, there's probably 5 of each of those.
Yeah, I was a big Kanye guy before we lost him.
Never was Kanye. And you know who I never was? I never was a Nas guy either. I mean, people. I got shot down a lot for not being a Nas guy.
I'm surprised you didn't like Illmatic. 94. That's right down your lane.
Was not. Jay is the one. Jay is the one hardcore. I would say Northeast. I know Biggie was obviously too, but I don't know. I didn't lean real heavy into the Northeast stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you would. Yeah.
I like 50. He was from up there.
Yeah. He had a run too. That didn't happen. See that right there? That album comes out right my freshman year of college.
Hey,
Curtis is a Houstonian now.
Lollipop,
absolutely. DMX, a big one. Yeah, DMX. See, I'm closer. I'd be more apt to go DMX than maybe some of those others because that was right at that. DMX had a
Ja Rule had a little run.
DMX had 99 to 2000. That back-to-back album. Earl was something else now.
I'm going to tell you, Lake Hamilton, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Lollipop, and that Skinny Dip Cove. You want to talk about everything else takes me back to Park Street, people dancing on the wooden table that I didn't think could hold up anybody. There'd be 4 people up there. Lollipop takes me right back to that damn lake, boy.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
Before you go back to that lake, real quick.
I ain't got it in me no more, Ron. It was too damn good. I knew it's time for me to tap my ass out.
Real quick, 2 things. 2 things that I hope to see, and we can talk about this more later. 2 things I hope to see tonight as they start after the All-Star break. 1, I don't think we're going to see. Brandon Scott completely shot down my dreams and hopes that Reed Shepherd would be the adjustment and would be in the starting lineup. Now we're just hoping, according to Brandon, that he can finish games.
He's at least used when they're down 3 with 2 seconds to go.
Or I will accept that. Or he finishes games and maybe his numbers or his minutes look like starter minutes. That one is nuts. But he did have a really good point about Şengün. Şengün in the last month, his play has dipped, and I just would like to see him a little bit more. His production affect the game more. He's kind of like that. He's kind of like that. Maybe Matt Stafford when he was with the Lions, the Herbert that used to annoy you. Those guys that were throwing for 4,000 or 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
But their production looks really good, but it seemed impact winning a whole lot. Like that's how he feel. Like you look at his numbers, you say, man, this dude is a center, averaging 21 a game, almost 10 rebounds, and over 6 assists a game, and a block a game.
Yeah.
But his has more. I'm not saying it's completely like it ain't Ricky Davis back in the day in Cleveland, but there are some empty calories there, and I just think like his numbers should affect everybody else around him more.
I love it.
And that's something I would hope to see. His 21, 10, and 6. It don't feel like he's affecting the game the way that he should with those numbers.
Yeah. Look, this is going to be completely contrary to what we saw in the playoffs last year. The playoffs last year, although they weren't good overall for the team, but they were good for Şengün from the standpoint of like in the big moment going, give me the damn ball and get the hell out of the way, right? And so it's contrary to what we watched right there, because I do believe that's an example of what I'm going to say. Like I think the empty calorie is the perfect way to couch it.
It's not complete. It's not complete, but it's like damn.
It's real talk. To me, it's to your point. It's loading the stat sheet throughout a regular season when you either got a soft schedule in football or you got in basketball guys really ain't gonna play hard until we watched James Harden do it for years here. I mean, he played. I mean, he just lit it up all year long, right? Like Şengün's got that. I think more of his come from just the willingness to hustle for 4 quarters the way that he does. It comes from the movement. And you watch it and you go, okay, now is that going to be the reason why you make a run in the NBA playoffs?
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I don't know that
I want to see that. I want to see that impact more.
Empty
with his
calories.
numbers.
Empty. I like
All right, coming up is this guy for the Texans. Is he putting himself in the gotta have it, must sign guys? I think you think in your mind which Texans are that. I'll say one, Will Anderson, right at the top of the list. Is this guy in that category? We'll discuss that coming up. By the way, I would say like 8-ball MJG probably close. Yes. Like I would have them over guys like Biggie and Pac for me personally. Like just for me personally. I'm not saying they're better. I'm not saying they're better, but I'm just saying they're more me than those guys. All right, we'll do that coming up next. But before we get there, let me.
affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 right here live on The Drive. And remember, in this very hour, you will have an opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets. At some point in this hour, you have to be listening. We will give you that cue to call, that number, when you get that cue to call. And once again, that cue to call is not right now. You will get that busy signal if you call right now. Sorry about that.
I loved it.
713-572-4610. When it's time, we'll give you that cue. Get in there and give yourself a chance to win today. This is your first of 2 opportunities, one in the 3 o'clock hour, one in the 5 o'clock hour, a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan March 9th, a Monday night at the Rodeo every Tuesday and Thursday. You got a chance to win rodeo tickets today in this hour. Make sure you're listening, your chance to hear and go out and see Luke Bryan. He'll be at NRG.
Got a big ass.
He's got an ass for you. He's not an ass, but he's got an ass. And get out there and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. So hopefully you could be that next winner, but be listening in this 3 o'clock hour. 4-pack of tickets. You got a chance to remember or to win those tickets. All right, Clint. I think many people can think in their mind of the guys that are, the Texans are going to sign them. They're must-sign guys. They're guys that are going to be here that fit everything they want, or they are that damn good, or the combination. Will Anderson obviously is at the top of that list of guys that are must-have, must-sign guys that are going to be there. I was looking up as Pro Football Focus has been doing their top 100.
Okay.
And Kamari Lassiter slid in there at 55. 55 in the top 100 for Pro Football Focus. I do wonder if the players will do this later on in the year when they do the NFL top 100. I wonder if Kamari Lassiter will be in there. I told you there were times where I felt like he was this team's most consistent corner, and I thought he had a great sophomore season. But remember where he is a second-round pick, so there's no fifth-year option on him. 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this as well. Is Kamari Lassiter in that group? Is Kamari Lassiter one of those, all right, we know must-sign guys? Also knowing that you've signed Derek Stingley to one of the biggest deals for a corner on the other side, is Kamari Lassiter a guy that is a guy the Texans just have to sign because he's that important to them?
Absolutely, 100% without a doubt.
Really?
Kamari Lassiter has to be signed, absolutely.
Even with another corner making the amount of money. You generally don't see 2 corners making that type of money.
Well, welcome to, again, enter the conversation, do you pay your quarterback $60 million a year, right? I mean, these are the – Kalen Bullock, Kamari Lassiter, these are the guys that you're going to have to decide – do you want a $60 million quarterback, or do you want to be able to keep guys like that in the building? No doubt about it, right? You can't do it all. And your ability to keep those Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock type of guys in this organization, it skyrockets if you decide not to pay your quarterback $50 to $60 million. If you do pay him $50 to $60 million, then now you got to make some tough decisions. Ron, I think when you look at Kamari Lassiter, it's not just a top corner in this league. It's not just about his ability to play the position corner. It's about the fact that he embodies exactly what DeMeco Ryans talks about every single day. Every time we hear from him, and I'm assuming he talks to his team every single day, right? Love the game. Love your team. Play physical. Be able to tackle. Don't back down from anybody. Have supreme confidence. We've heard him talk about exceptional ball skills. When the ball's in the air, the ability to make plays on the football. I don't know how a DeMeco Ryans coach football team lets a guy like Kamari Lassiter walk out the door. And I'm not talking about a good player. I think there's good players that they're eventually going to have to part ways with.
Yeah, but he
can't be one of them. He can't. There is, Ron. I believe that there's 3 guys on this defense.
By the way, real quick, corners in the league. Sauce Gardner got 30 a year, 120. He got 85 guaranteed. Stingley got 89 guaranteed. He's got the most guaranteed money. He's getting 30 a year. J.C. Horn, 25 a year. He got 70 guaranteed.
Are you going to keep your defense together, or are you going to break this thing up and try to do it a different way, starting with paying a quarterback $50 to $60 million? That's the decision, and it's going to affect guys like Kamari Lassiter. Bottom line is this is a defensive-driven football team, and I believe there's 3 guys on this defense that you would have to fire DeMeco Ryans for them to not be a Texan in their second contract. I think it's Will Anderson. I think it's Kamari Lassiter, and I guess it wouldn't be a second contract. It has to be more of a third or fourth contract. I think it's Azeez Al-Shaair. I think those.
You think Azeez is in the
absolutely
must sign?
I mean, hell.
Who's all in it? Because I had
3.
Will, I had Nico, I had.
Oh, you're just talking about. I'm talking about just DeMeco guys. Like there's guys that I think DeMeco really likes. Like I think DeMeco really likes and admires and respects Nico brings to the table. I don't believe that he views Nico the same way he views personally the way he views. You don't think Azeez Al-Shaair, Kamari, and Will.
Oh yeah, but do you think he views both of them or those guys all as
you got to
must
keep
have?
Oh
guys?
yeah. Absolutely.
Because I don't know that they have a whole lot. I think Will, Nico. I think Stingley definitely. Those 3 definitely. I don't even think he. I don't think. Now he will never find out. But Stingley's obviously a great player. But when you stylistically, I think DeMeco would bend over backwards to keep Kamari Lassiter. I think if there ever comes a time when he's got a good supporting cast and Stingley's just too expensive, I think DeMeco Ryans. If we're being honest, I think DeMeco Ryans, he don't want to do it, but I think he'd rather part ways with a player like that than a guy that embodies every single thing that he preaches on a daily basis. And I think those 3 guys in their own right, at their own position, I think those are non-negotiables for DeMeco Ryans. Yeah. And just to say, like, Will and Kamari may really want to stay here because I do think he loves this defense. He loves it here. But Kamari, hell, after next year, he's going to be able to command a lot of money.
Well, I think the sooner he's definitely one of those guys. The sooner you can re-up him, extend him, the better.
He's a second-round pick, so he's not a first-round.
There's no 5 years, right?
There's no 5 years, so he's going to be somebody you got to make a decision on. Gus and Katie said, "Hell yes, he's a guy you sign." And then somebody said here on the text line, "This is where teams get in trouble. You don't sign 2 corners with that type of money." And as Clint said, yeah, that one's probably harder to do if you have Will Anderson's the highest paid non-quarterback, and then your quarterback's also making 50 plus. Those are probably hard, and then have your corner making 30 and another corner probably making 30.
Look,
those are probably hard, but like you said right off the bat is these are the reasons why you got to make decisions on what you're going to do.
I mean, look, man, there's just, I mean, this is the trick. This is why, again, I've said multiple times over the last, and everybody thinks, and it is obviously in response to the way CJ ended his year, but these are all factors. Somebody says, what the hell are you talking about? These are all factors. Right? We talk about it a lot with CJ Stroud of if you pay him 50 or 60, well, he's going to do more with less offensively. Maybe the offensive line, maybe the receiving core, maybe the running back. No, man. This is a defensive-driven football team. Every money decision you make on the offensive side of the football is going to determine whether you can keep this defense together. And we can all agree that the only reason you're even mentioned as a playoff team is because your defense is that special. And so you got 2 or 3 guys coming down the pike here, and it is going to be exponentially more difficult to keep them in-house if you pay your quarterback the way that you're going to have to pay C.J. Stroud to keep him. And I just think that's why it's such a difficult decision, as much as the rough play of the season for C.J. But Kamari, I disagree. By the way, you could have now you may have to part ways with Danielle Hunter, in the next couple of years, but there's no doubt about it. that you can couch this thing to where you can have, hell, I'd leave Daniil in there, where if you're a defensive-driven football team, you can have two of the highest-paid corners and one of the highest-paid edge rushers in the game on the same defense without a doubt. Now, can you also have one of the highest-paid edge rushers opposite him? Can you now? What do you do with quarterback? What do you do with Bullock? What do you how do you keep an all-pro middle linebacker that's playing lights out? Like, I mean, I don't know. There obviously something has to give, but the quickest way for that give to impact your defense is at one position. I know folks don't like to talk about it, but it's the real deal.
Somebody texted in, I think I'd take Kamari over Stingley if it came down to it, because he sets the tone and his toughness brings a lot to this defense. I don't know if that is what D'Amico and company would say, but I do think they view him as what you said, a tone setter in his physicality and everything that to the point you were making.
Well, no, but here's the part, too. Remember who D'Amico Ryans is. D'Amico Ryans is on record. I mean, and hell, I think before he ever coached a game here, folks were talking about, D'Amico's really not a guy that likes to shadow corners with certain receivers. Now, we've seen him do it with Derek Stingley. You got a weapon that talented, you'd be a fool not to do it, right? Yeah. But where I'm going with it is, if it's not in D'Amico's identity, I'm not saying it is or it isn't. It's a possibility. If it's not in D'Amico's identity, like if his go-to isn't man-to-man coverage, which we know it's not, if his go-to is not man-to-man shadow coverage every time you run up against a really good wide receiver, then there's definitely 100% a case to be built with this defense in D'Amico's system that Kamari Lassiter is just as valuable as Derek Stingley Jr. Kamari Lassiter can't cover anywhere close to his – Derek Stingley Jr.'s ceiling is extremely, extremely high. It's as high as anybody in the league. Yeah. Right? But when you look at the head coach and the defensive coordinator, no disrespect, Matt Burke, but when you look at the defensive decision maker on this team, I don't think it's crazy to say, yeah, man, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr., there's a decision to be made there if they ever had to make one. Me personally, I'm not breaking the defense up. I'm not.
At the very least, he is not a piece that you're damn sure not breaking up.
I'm doing everything.
There are other guys you would go to before you broke up.
Absolutely. Derek Stingley is locked up. Will Anderson is going nowhere. Kamari Lassiter is going nowhere. Azeez Al-Shaair is going nowhere. And I'll be honest with you, Bullock is really flirting with it. And given the
Petrie, where's Petrie? They've locked him up.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll be honest.
You can get out of that though.
But I don't know if Petrie's ever going to be. We're talking either
Petrie's not in the he's got to be here.
I love Petrie, man. I know Larry Stafford's going to be calling back. Look, I love Petrie on this team. I don't think Petrie's ever going to demand the level of money or have the level of value on this defense as the guys that I'm talking about. Right? I just don't. The position, whether it's a position he plays or whatever it may be, I think he's great. I'm not minimizing he is. I think he's worth more money than he's ever going to make. That's where I'm going. I think he's going to be worth more money to whoever he plays for than he's ever going to make. Right? To me, the only reason Azeez Al-Shaair is in this conversation is because the way we know that D'Amico Ryans feels about it.
But his age is probably going to get him to
yeah, man. I'm going to tell you, Ron, I am that's the question I would ask to all.
Real quick, could you ever believe that during the draft and draft night that you thought you'd feel this way about Kamari Lassiter?
No. Hell, if you remember, Kalen Bullock was the one, like I said, hell with that. Kalen's the one to watch. I don't even know if this guy's an outside corner. And now all of a sudden he's a top 100 player, top 55 player in the NFL, and he's talking. We're talking about no. The kid's special, man, and I just for anybody out there that, again, to each their own. You can fan how you want to fan, but to anybody out there that when you hear a conversation about not paying C.J. Stroud, if your response is "the hell you talking about," you don't know what the hell you're talking about, then you're not reading you're not reading the landscape here of what happens when you pay somebody $50 to $60 million, right? To me, if you pay a quarterback $50 to $60 million, you can forget about Kamari Lassiter. You can't pay two corners, $25 to $30 a year,
because you got to pay Will.
Well, that's no brainer. Yeah, yes.
I'm saying, and it's not just you got to pay Will, but you potentially got to pay Will the most most that a non-quarterback makes.
I'm not breaking this defense up, and not breaking the defense up starts with the next one on the list is Kamari Lassiter. And again, I'm not even counting Will. Will's a no-brainer. Will is the number one player on the list of gotta sign. They're gonna have to make some decisions there, and that's the wonder is what kind of season is there a season out there that CJ can have to make you say, all right, well, I guess they're gonna have to break some of this up. Mm-hmm.
Like
that's going to be a tough conversation.
That's probably the hope. Like that's what you would hope that he would be that good. But
here's the deal. You either hope that he's so good that you don't give a damn about the defense, or he's so bad that you say, I don't give a damn who you give me, who you tell me. I mean, if you let me keep $40 million in cap space and keep this defense good, like the 500 record, the so-so play, that's what you don't want. You want it to be so damn good that no doubt, or you want it to be so bad that it's get the hell out.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, listening to Lance, and we got to have that again, Tyler. We got to hear
Lance
sad Lance.
McCullers?
Sad Lance McCullers.
Disgusting.
But listening to Lance and to why Lance is sad Lance, I think maybe puts in perspective what we've got to think about with Hunter Brown. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Boy, I can't wait to see how you connect them two dots. But I tell you this: if you want to know who the leader in the sports construction world.
2222.
Bury me in the H.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to the U.S. women who won the gold medal overtime. What was it, Keller? Keller was able to get that game-winning goal, and the United States wearing a gold. They're in Italy wearing the gold. Congratulations. I know Rob Torres, he was in and out of the show watching the women. Nobody has been on this hockey more than Rob has, so shout out to Rob, who lost his mind, and many others. But they win the gold, and nobody enjoys the scene of the opposing team he's going against looking sad as hell than Tyler Milner, who was laughing at the Canadian fans, who boy, she is pissed, isn't she, about that silver medal?
Hot.
Oh, God.
I mean.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
God,
look, she is hot.
She wants to take it off.
She's annoyed with it around her neck. It's itching my neck.
Man, 20 right there, those two people. That one, 23 cries her anger. The other girl.
Yeah,
don't say nothing.
23 better stop that. She end up with a forehead like me.
She's the one that leads. Nobody talk
Wrinkled
on the way home.
Well,
nobody.
Look at the widow's peak that chick got.
Good God,
that thing comes down as like a bird's beak.
My God,
did you see that?
5 right there on 27. Jesus.
Yeah, she's way back there. That's old Stephen A. Smith right there.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, 2-7.
Tyler, you are a sore winner. You would fall in the sore winner category.
Well, just own it.
It's like, yeah, that's good. It's like, but what?
I love the way he almost justifies it with, oh, hell, I just own it.
Yeah, but that way that ended, that's like the NCAA tournament, boy, when you hit that buzzer beater and you're in the game and all of a sudden it's all over that quick. They paying that audience, them Canadian fans, and they was just the hell?
Drown your sorries in some syrup.
At that point, it's a slow build. Like, damn, that quick, they just lost. Great season. I mean, I just spent all this money to come all the way over here for this.
You know, that's one reason I can't fan like it.
I could have watched this in Ottawa.
I'm a bad fan.
Why?
Because of fear of that. Like that whole Canadian crew, they're in overtime, 1-1 for a gold medal. I mean, you were hanging on the glass.
Clint, they were up 1-0 with 3 minutes left.
That's a good point. Yeah, they just got they literally
left.
got it ripped from the. Oh, no question.
They thought they had the goal.
Oh,
they had to hold on for 3 minutes.
But I mean, you're sitting there and you are. I don't know if I have the energy to expend that kind of. That kind of emotion swing right there.
I don't want this stupid bear.
I mean, why are they giving bears to them? They're literally giving them stuffed animals.
They better be careful with number 20. She might fire that bear into the stand, man. She might
rip its head off, pull the stuffing out.
Look at her the way
She's like that at that stuff.
I'm sorry. There, I'll explain for those at home if you're not watching. There's the medal
for the blind.
The medal ceremony is. The United States women just took care of the Canadian women in overtime, 2-1. The Canadian women were leading 1-0 with around 3 minutes left in the third period, and they've just given this thing up. And they have. It wasn't enough.
82 didn't give two rips. She rolled her eyes.
It wasn't enough that they've given them these silver medals that half of them want to burn, but they're going to come right back through this line with with two bears joint at the hip. One of them looks like Olaf from Frozen.
They're giving away Beanie Babies and silver medals. They
better not come back through here with a third thing they got to give up. And now they got to sit here and wait for the United States to get all their medals and bears to come through.
Hey, the chick at the end was classic. She took it with one hand and cut her eyes down at that little bear and was like, roll her. What the hell is this?
Sucks to suck, eh?
I want to check the nearest trash can in their path to that
better
locker room. They may fire them bad boys. There might be 16 bears in that trash.
Well, they've got me tuned in now. I mean, I got it. Are they going to give the USA a bigger bear?
They better. Not first or last.
They can't give them that same stuffed animal.
These colors don't run, man.
They're gonna.
There's that gold though. Look at that right there.
They all come through with carnival bears, big ass bears.
That cute little number 3 on our team right there. She got caught with go picking her nose.
Oh, she has nice eyes.
She's got.
She was 2 knuckles deep in that right nostril a while ago when the camera came on. Her and her girl, they both caught it.
Hey, she's got a gold. You know what? Speaking of the Canadian team, let's listen to Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers looks like.
I guarantee you, these gals that just won gold for America, they ain't got none of this in them. What you're fixing to hear from Lance, I guarantee.
Lance is just the Canadian team.
This was not. Yes, this was not. What you're fixing to hear out of Lance was not the approach of the USA women's hockey team when they started this thing. They started prepping for this thing.
Lance McCullers, and I'm listening to this, and I think we all know why Lance sounds like this, and what Lance from being the cocky guy that throat slashed the Royals in the playoffs in 2015 to this guy who's petering out right here. But here's Lance, and I feel like after we listen to this, it may shed some light on I think Sean Pendergast was speaking about this, the concerns about what could be the future for Hunter Brown. Here's Lance.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like, I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go. Stop trying to control everything. Stop trying to just micromanage everything. And I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good. For this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs. So it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have probably a strike coming.
the strike.
Boy, that's more than I was bargained for right there. I'd heard some of that. I hadn't heard all of it. I didn't hear the sniffles the first time.
I told you, Tyler. It sounded like he was going to break up.
Straight up.
I mean, how do we go from one extreme to the other?
Oh man, he's having a rough.
How do we go from micromanaging,
first day of spring training,
micromanaging, self-reporting every step of the way to recovery to, hey man, I'll be all right without the game.
Maybe the coffee shop ain't doing well.
Hey, he's let us know it's his last season. I mean, if he don't even think he can pitch his way to come back.
There's some more audio out there, and that I mean, as an Astros fan, I'm a little bit more. I mean, that is too. I'm a little troubled. I'm a little bothered by.
But I mean, we listen to that. You can see the injuries have taken a toll. All of this has taken a toll on him, and he is in a.
Yeah, but you can't reach. They give him the USA the same damn Bears. You can't get to a point. You as a pro athlete, you cannot get to a point where.
Well, then you got to retire, right? You got to let it go.
Well, I just don't know. I don't know how you get to a point as a professional athlete. Now, I've never been as gifted as some of these guys, obviously, and not nowhere near as gifted as Lance McCullers. But I don't know how you get to a point, and the whole goal is to compete with the best of the best that the world has to offer in your given sport. And your approach is, hey man, if this is the end, it's the end, man. I'll be okay. I got a wife. I got 2 baby girls. Man, I'm gonna be okay. Like you can't. There's a drive in the dudes that he's competing with. Hell, not even Major League Baseball, but the dudes that he's competing with in the Astros organization. There is a drive that sets them apart. If your drive is no more than I'm gonna be okay if this is the end, and we're already there to where you're warning people like if this is the end, I don't know how you compete.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Joseph on YouTube, dude is sad, man. I don't know why Houston fans have such a problem with people expressing sadness. Well, I don't have a problem with expressing the sadness. I'll just tell you that. I do. I don't, but I'll tell you that doesn't sound like somebody who's ready to go.
Yeah, no, I do. I got a real problem.
It's the first day of spring training.
Yeah, all of it. I got a real problem with a guy that my team is paying big money to, and I don't care if he's been injured or not. But the first time you hear from him in spring training makes you feel, as a fan, like he's closer to retirement than he is pitching at a level where he can help this team this year. And his mentality is just accepting that he could be done, accepting that he's not good enough, I don't know how anybody sits there and goes, yeah, I'm cool with that as an Astros fan. Cool, let's ride.
Or confident that he's somebody that you're going to be able to run out there.
Well, I mean, look, injuries happen. You know, guys, Father Time is undefeated. But if your approach is, I'm going to be okay, man, if this thing don't work out, I don't know how you compete.
Yeah, he said they get mad at CJ for the same reasons. I have never heard CJ and thought like, man, CJ's don't want to play football. I've never felt like that. Lance sound like, as Tyler said, I wouldn't be surprised if Lance hangs him up before the season.
You're right. You're right, Tyler. You're right. It sounds like Lance is trying to talk himself into hanging them things up and just get like he's standing outside the Jim Crane's office going, should I go in?
He sounds like he's trying to talk himself into playing.
It ain't got nothing to do with CJ. This ain't on the same planet as what we talk about with CJ. Yeah. CJ's 3 years in.
Yep. Coming up, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. We'll do that in this next segment. Coming up, we'll give you your opportunity to win some Luke Bryan tickets right here live on The Drive coming up next.
Lewis Flory over to Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you
to learn more about Easy Lease from DNS.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is, and this is your time. And let's open up the phone lines. Caller number 6. Caller number 6, 713-572-4610. Caller number 6. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan at this year's. It will be March 9th on a Monday night. You'll get to see Luke Bryan. We're doing this 2 different occasions. One right now in the 3 o'clock hour and one in the last hour, the 5 o'clock hour, to win a 4-pack of tickets. Caller number 6, Tyler will take care of you, and you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack, 4 tickets to that one. That one going to be one of the popular shows, Clint?
Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. No question. No question. Maybe not the most popular, but it'll be one of the ones that sells out.
Yeah.
I think they'll cram as many people as they can in that damn stadium over there when Luke gets up there doing his thing. Yeah. I'm not a guy to see Luke. I've seen Luke before. Luke for me was one of those guys. Seen him once, I've seen him enough. Not a go back. I mean, if my bride wants to go, I'll take her.
Okay. Is she a big Luke?
Nah. I don't know that I've ever discussed Luke Bryan. I know she's not a big fan of his music. She may like his look and his
She's
ass.
not a big music fan of his.
I mean, I think she likes it. I don't think if you walked in and said, "Hey, give me your top 5 country music artists you're listening to right now," I don't think Luke's in the mix. In fact, I don't know that he's top 15.
Yeah. Right, not the top.
But he's been doing it a long time. You want to talk about a guy that can carry however long they want the set to be with songs that folks gonna sing? Yeah,
this ain't Russell.
Nah, Russ, he's gonna have to really strain. He's gonna do what D'Amico tells his squad to do. Just strain, man. Just strain and finish. He's going to have to do that in his show.
There's no fight. Luke's got a hard time taking
double-digit win. This ain't no one-score game.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time trying to get everything in it.
Luke is going to have people leaving the stadium going, "I can't believe he didn't play this song or that song." That's where Luke's at.
All right.
Russ is sitting somewhere trying to figure out what song he can cover to fit it all in.
Congratulations to Eric in Humble, who is our winner. He wins a 4-pack of tickets. Again, if you are not Eric and you did not win, you still have a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win another 4-pack of tickets to see Luke on March 9th. You got a chance to win that. So make sure you check that out in the 5 o'clock hour. All right. This has started to be one of the biggest stories in the sports world today, and I know we'll get to T Mill's best bets. I know Tyler won some money in this game, but the Darren Peterson story. Do you feel like you got to that? It feels like the Darren Peterson thing just blew up today.
Yeah, for sure.
As I saw you tweeting about it.
I knew it blew up because a bunch of my buddies that are obviously, a bunch of them are Aggies. They're not Jayhawks fans, but they started the morning by texting in about this.
Yeah, it was one of the leads on all kinds of shows. And this has been something that has been happening all season. Darren Peterson, who is on most draft boards, looked to be the number 1 pick in the draft. And he is a sensational player when he plays. But there have been a bunch of weird, really one major weird injury thing. He's had a hamstring thing that kept him out. He's missed 11 games this year, and it's even more than that because I think he's only played 7 games, 6 or 7 games in which that he did not have to come out early in the game. Like he started with a hamstring thing, and now he has had this cramping issue that it seems like when he sits for long stretches every time after the halftime, going to the second half, something happens where he said he has a feeling that cramps are coming in his entire body, like it's coming. And so he has set most of a lot of second halves. And last night, he showed exactly why he would be the number one pick. I hit you up, Tyler. I said Darren Peterson has 16 points, and we just hit the 10-minute mark.
Dude's good. You just got to figure these cramps out.
He had 23 points in 18 minutes. In the first 2 minutes, he hit a three, and then he turned around and pointed at Bill Self and called like a one
signal. Get me out, man. It's hitting me.
It's happened a couple of times. And now, Clint, it is blown up, right? And it is now definitely affecting his draft strategy. And is everything all right?
Who was that just breezed by here?
Andy made me think.
Weatherman Andy, you good?
He was moving.
Andy made me think I needed to evacuate the way he ran in here.
Just channeled his inner Olympian.
Did we spill something?
Hey, Doug, hey, you remember Cedric the Entertainer on Kings of Comedy when he said, "Let somebody get up here and just run." Let somebody just run out of here. Hey, the way Andy came in here, I almost took off. See, Andy, damn, that scared the hell out of me. Anyway, it has really come to a head. It seemed to be it's affecting his draft. Now, Stephen A. Smith came out, looked into the camera, and said, "You can't trust him. I would not draft him number one." People are questioning if he loves the game, if he even wants to play. A lot of people think this is a product of the NIL, where he is just going in and playing and getting and load managing himself and saving his body. Listen, I am obviously close to this, and there is a bias in this situation for me. I don't automatically just think like, man, this kid is just trying to get over it. Because there's just too many things that don't make sense. Like, why? Hell, just stop playing. Or
yeah.
Or why has he played full games in some other ones? Like the Texas Tech game on the road, he played the full game and hit the game-winning shots. He rolled his ankle severely against Colorado, played the rest of that game. Like, I think there is potentially something going on there, but I do think Bill Self has got to stop being the only person. Here's Bill Self today, and you could tell, or yesterday, he was a little annoyed. He said, "I'm concerned. I thought we were past this, but obviously we're not. It is certainly a concern. You get into the NCAA tournament, and you're playing a team just as good as you, and you need to have all your best players available, so to speak. All it takes for one day, and you can have a game derailed and a season derailed. So it is concerning, but I think we're making progress towards it. It is. You can tell he's annoyed by it. But this is – I really think he needs to get out. Him and a trainer or somebody, they need to get out and speak on it, because those who all think that he's just doing this to help his draft status and just kind of say it, no, he is hurting himself at this point. People question if he's really hurt. People question – if he even loves the game. This is getting worse.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to have a strong opinion one way or the other, but I can tell you this: the thought that the kid is trying to load manage himself, and the way in which he and his representation have chosen to load manage themselves is to say that I've got some chronic issue that I don't know when it's going to strike, and it strikes in the second half of most games. I would say that that'll go down if that is the case, and he's not seriously got an issue. That will go down as the poorest decision ever in basketball history. He is going. I mean, everybody that I talk to, he's far and away the number one overall pick. And I agree with Stephen A. Smith from the standpoint of, with this being the case, if it's real, I don't know how an NBA team can risk the number one overall pick with a guy that can't even play four quarters, right? So, or two halves, right? But four quarters in the NBA. So, I mean, I think my opinion is it's an interesting approach if the kid is load managing himself. And if the thought is he's trying to load manage himself and keep from getting hurt, he's hurting himself in the process doing it. It is he'd have been better off just saying, hey, I'm not going to play this year. I'm going to sit out completely.
Yeah, like that. But he keeps coming back and playing games. And see, to the point you made there, I'm not going to sit here and say that, because this has really been a long stretch. Text line coming in, mental issues. I don't know that. Ron, this guy reminds me of Ben Simmons. I don't see that one as much either. But Clint, this ain't just like no run of the mill coach. Like this is Bill Self This is Calipari. This is Saban. Like this is a kind of a no nonsense guy. I don't, and I've been with Bill Self every step of the way since he's been at Kansas. I just don't think Bill Self, if he was just taking himself out and this wasn't just an injury thing and this was a load management thing, I don't think Bill Self would just, all right, let's do it every week. And he has defended him. Yeah. Right. Just last week, he was out there saying, no, the hamstring is real. No, the cramping situation is real. He's defended him. I just don't think Bill Self would just say, here, man, go ahead, man. Here, man, you want to come out? All right, you come out.
I could see Bill doing it for about 3 weeks a month. I can't see him doing it for a whole season.
I think there's some coaches out there that'll do it. Yeah. I think there's some coaches out there that are trying to raise their program. I think they'll do it. But, Bill, this is like Kelvin Sampson. I don't think I can see Kelvin Sampson if the kid legit is doing this just because, hey, man, my handlers are telling me to come out. But I can see if there is a hamstring issue or something like that and you feel a tweak and you have as much riding that you maybe stop yourself. But I do think it is time that he comes out more and addresses things because he's hurting himself. Because people feel like this dude is fake.
Yeah, I mean, a doctor, a trainer, somebody to shed a little bit of light on this thing. I tell you what, come draft time, it's going to be the biggest story. It already is the biggest story, but it's going to be the biggest story of the offseason.
Yep, you come in there though and score 12 points before we get to the under 16 timeout, man. People going to really take a look at this thing here. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, it's easy, y'all. I'm sick and tired of one thing. I'm sick and tired of hearing one thing when it comes to the Houston Texans. I'm over it. Ron is not. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Certa Pro Painters, right? I've dealt with a lot of paint contractors in my time over the years with rental properties, with one home, and there's a couple of things, right? Number one, a fresh paint job inside or outside, at the office or at home.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of y'all about new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily, powered today by the USA Women's Hockey Team. I don't know if y'all have seen it yet, but the USA Women's Hockey Team won gold in dramatic fashion. They were down 1-0 late versus Canada. They tie it up late, and then in overtime, McCullers scores a goal to bring home the gold, y'all. And here's the beautiful part. I saw this. I stole this off Twitter, and this is the beautiful part. If you watch the highlight of the winning goal, Ron, I saw this on Twitter. Somebody said the coolest part of that McCullers goal is that she's probably coming up as a young girl playing hockey. She's probably done that because it was one of those. It wasn't like a scrum in hockey where everybody's beating the puck around. It just happens to get past the goalie. It was one-on-one. She's going down. Boom. She made a quick change of direction move, and I don't know what they call it in hockey, but she got by the defender and then gets it past the goalie. It's one of those where, like, if you're a basketball player, top of the key, boom, 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 jumper, hit it, as time expires. It was one of those where you could see her as a little kid probably doing it a million times against air and pretending like she's winning gold or winning a national championship or whatever it may be. But big shout out to the USA Women's Hockey Team. I am proud to have y'all as the sponsor of Dirty's Daily today, and enjoy that gold medal. By the way, not real sure what's going on with the Olympics. It's not just the gold medal games. They give away apparently little teddy bears and little little stuffed animals. 2 of them tied together. I've got to Google it and figure out what the hell's going on. But
I thought I'd seen that in years past, but I wasn't 100% sure. Yeah, I think
is that a hockey thing or is that an Olympic thing?
I can't remember, but I thought in some years past I remember them handing out some sort of stuffed animal to people on the podium.
Well, I've never seen it. Not that I've watched a ton of medal distributions, if you will, or podium moments, if you will. But
medal distribution.
But I don't know, man. McCullers, big shout out though. That was big. And the young gal that got caught picking her nose on during the celebration. I hate that for you, sister.
They were able to move past that.
She was a little worried about it. The camera, they were literally looking up at the camera as she dug in her nose, and I think her and her teammate both realized you just got caught 2 knuckles deep right there on national TV after the biggest moment of your career, definitely of the season for USA women's hockey. But boy, 2 knuckles deep. She was in there. Now, luckily, you're a cute little thing. You'll get over it. You'll survive it. But
it's bad timing for her.
Terrible timing. Good timing that her friend saw, because now she can give her a hard time about it. But I tell you, I'm going to move on. Not that I want to or need to move on from the ladies, the women's hockey team. Congrats, but Ron, I'm fed up.
Fed up.
I'm fed up with the tone. The importance. Importance probably is not the right word, but the conversations around the Texans' offensive line, right? It's one thing to say that, hey, man, they can improve at multiple positions. Hey, they got to re-up a right tackle and right guard. They need to get some guys in here. It's one thing to say, hey, man, they need to be better. I get it. I agree, right? But, damn, man, every conversation I hear is like, biggest need O-line. Every conversation I hear, they got to fix the O-line. There's a lot of things that they got to do that they just absolutely have to do. And look, O-line is on that list, but they ain't the damn headliner. Big fellas, I got you back. I got you back right here, fellas. This is what spurred this conversation for me, Ron, and this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Fox Sports. They put out a little article, if you will, that was titled the biggest question facing each AFC team as the offseason begins. And I scroll down to Houston, and the question is, can they get some protection for QB C.J. Stroud? And look, I'm a protect the quarterback fan as much as anybody out there. But here's their quote. Here's their quote about the biggest question for the Texans this coming up season. Texans overhauled their offensive line last offseason, and the results were mixed. Stroud's sack numbers were greatly reduced, but he was still pressured enough to look rattled at times. Big fellas, I got you. Ron, this is, what do you want them to do? If we're all fair and we understand where we were 3 years ago and kind of how they've worked through this thing, and they've obviously had some struggles on the offensive line, but you finally got a group, coach, players, everybody. I don't like the way they landed there. I don't like rotating left guards. I don't like Titus Howard being bounced around. I don't like the way they got there, but they landed in a place where you had last year, the year before last, the most pressured quarterback in football and the second most sacked quarterback in football. And your new O-line coach and an offensive line that I will agree you pieced together. They went out there, and the number one priority they had this season, and I'll even give Nick Caley a little credit here, the offensive coordinator, and C.J. Stroud, by the way, the quarterback play. They went out there, and the number one problem with this offense was your quarterback was getting hit. And they weren't just better. They greatly reduced the number of sacks and the pressure that was on the quarterback. And now I'm obviously one that I haven't been as worried about the offensive line as folks have, but Ron, I'm exhausted with the conversations of what the Texans need to do this offseason, starting and heavily being emphasized with offensive line. Can we get better? Yes. Do you need to re-up Ingram or find a guard? Yes. Do you need to either move Titus Howard out and find another guard, or leave Titus Howard in and find a tackle? Yes. You've got some offensive line problems that you gotta fix, you gotta address.
You don't think they just walk in and just kind of do what, like, have the same group they had last year?
I don't want them to, but I am on record. I'm not flipping tables over if they re-up Ingram, play Jake Andrews, and re-up Trent Brown, and maybe draft somebody here, whatever they do with the draft, and we keep this thing moving with a similar cast. If they replace one guy, if they replace Jake Andrews in there, I'm not where I was last year of like, what the hell are you guys doing? Right? Now, being a Texans fan, I would like them, you said it earlier, I'd like to see them move Titus Howard to right tackle. There's your tackle problem. And I'd like them to bring in the three best interior offensive linemen you can find. I would like that to happen. I don't think it's reasonable. I don't even think it's possible with this group. But the truth of the matter is that the offensive line last year was good enough. Right? Could they have been better? Yes. Would that group of five guys, would that group have been better if Joe Mixon would have been healthy running the football behind them? The answer is absolutely yes. They all would have been better. Would Nick K have been better with if Joe Mixon would have been? Absolutely 100%. They would have been better. And I'm at a point with this. I don't think you plug in one or even two offensive linemen with this team, and all of a sudden we've got road graders up there that you're going to be a top rushing team in this league. I think there's some constraints with the offense. I think you got some running back problems. I think there's you can't overhaul the whole thing. I think there's going to be some spillover from last season to next season, and you're just not going to be the most physical, dominant downhill run team that these guys over here preach about them wanting to be. I'm not even remotely close to being as concerned with the offensive line as most have been, and now I've gotten to the point where I'm exhausted with the conversation starting there.
Yeah, I don't want to blame the guys, right? I think that group and however they've stumbled upon it. It took them a while to stumble upon some things, but that group was better than the previous, I'd say, 2 years, right? They were. I think they got themselves to a spot where they were. Ultimately, when they had their crew, that crew there, when they stumbled upon that.
Hated the way they got there, agree.
They were, I would say they were an average offensive line, right? They were an average offensive line that gave you a chance. They didn't kill you. They still gave up pressures. They still had, but they were an average offensive line that could run. You could run the ball a little bit. You could do some things. You could work with that. My thing going into next year and why I still think it's a big priority and a big deal is this team, the way they want to run offense. Because I don't say the offensive line was completely awful, but the offense was not good enough.
Agreed.
The offense as a whole wasn't good enough. And I think there's a lot of things that can go around that. But I think your play caller is not a difference maker, and I think he needs all the help he can get. I think your quarterback needs more help than maybe we initially had thought that he would need a couple of years ago. All right, I think you're running, especially the running game you had back there. I think you probably need something. They need a little bit more, especially if that's what you're going to go with. And to me, this offense probably needs better than an average offensive line for their quarterback and their offensive coordinator to be able to be at its best. And hell, I looked at we talked about the Bears. That's the comparison we've had. I think they had an excellent offensive coordinator coming in and Ben Johnson, and the guy's going to run their offense. And yet they still said, all right, we got tackles here, but we are going to go get veteran guys that are all pros in Joe Thuney. We're going to get the best center on the market. We're going to go trade for the former Pro Bowl guard, and we're going to fill those guys. I just think that this, for Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, clear, those guys are not just we're going to drag things. Nick Caley, to me, is just not going to consistently work around being able to help his offense still be able to make plays consistently with an offensive line that needs some help. And I think the quarterback, too. So that's to me, is why their offensive line needs to be better than just average for their offense to, I think, take the next step. That's why, to me, I think it's – I'm not blaming those guys. I think they all did a pretty good job for what they were. They didn't really invest in it, and that's the other part.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is I don't have a problem with the conversation involving the offensive line. I got a problem with the conversation just going directly to the offensive line every time it's had. Here, the bottom line is this: if Dalton Schultz is your best blocking tight end, I don't give a damn who you sign at center. If Woody Marks is the best running back that you got. And again, love Woody Marks. Love the job Dalton Schultz did. No disrespect to anybody. But if those are the guys that are blocking from the tight end position and running the rock constantly, and then if your sixth offensive lineman is Blake Fisher, the guy that I would argue, with the exception of some of the guys you ran off, the most disappointing offseason training camp last year was Blake Fisher. That's who your sixth offensive lineman was. If those are going to be your answers, it doesn't matter who you sign up front. And that's where my point is there's room to improve. And yes, I'd like to see him spend some money there. But I think the quickest way to impact an offensive line, the five guys up front, is to have somebody in that tight end room that can actually block and is a problem. To have the sixth offensive line be better than Blake Fisher in both pass protection and definitely run blocking, right? I think it's for your running back to be an impact player that doesn't need the hole to be blocked up, the run scheme to be blocked up perfectly for that guy to go get yards, right? We saw it with Joe Mixon. I mean, that we just, like, those things to me are as big, if not bigger, conversations than just the O-line. I understand the O-line, it's low-hanging fruit for everybody because there's 2 years ago or 2 seasons ago, it was one of the worst in the league. And historically, over the last handful of years, how bad the offensive line is, I get it. But you could sign something, you could land in a place that's something very comparable to what they had last year, and you make a change at tight end, not a change, but you add somebody at tight end that can block, and I'm talking about that's proven. You add a different running back, then you could be a whole different offense. In the same way, because I don't disagree with your point, in the same way that if you went out there and Chicago Bears this thing and signed 3 interior offensive linemen, it could change your game. I just the big fellas with the Texans, especially the ones from last year, it's bordering on disrespect how often they're the ones that get the blame for this offense struggling when I feel like it should be equally across several.
I agree with
several
it
positions.
And a lot of this, to me, what I'm saying is based upon who their coordinator is and how their quarterback has played.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, if you say it out loud, all right, what's held them back? The offense. What are you down on right now? The quarterback. What else are other people down on? The coordinator. And then I would say to you, we're down on that. And then we have a hole at right guard right now with Ed Ingram, who's a free agent, who's going to command big money. And then we have Jake Andrews, who's the center right now. And then we have our converted tackle playing guard. Like, that doesn't sound like the interior group for a quarterback who was leaking oil and struggling that people have lost confidence in.
Phrase.
And an offensive coordinator that people wonder if he's that good. Like that right there doesn't match up with that to get the best out of it. So I don't know. I don't know what the upgrades are going to be, but they can clearly upgrade at center and at those guards. But they could clearly upgrade at those spots. And I mean, and those guys gave everything they could this year and played well. But they can clearly upgrade it, and they need to. When now they sit here and look at their offense, they've got to be able to do that. All right, the Rockets, they're back at it tonight.
Come on, baby.
There's a couple of big things that I hope to see tonight, and one thing with I feel like this player needs to be challenged. I think this player needs to be challenged. Let's do that coming up next.
All right, look, if you're looking to sell your home, you need to lock arms with Orchard. Bottom line, you need to lock arms with Orchard.
822-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a Ticket Thursday giveaway for the Rodeo coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. We've already done it once now. Big Eric and Humble was our winner in the 3 o'clock hour. Make sure you're locked and loaded and get ready in the 5 o'clock hour. It could be right off the rip on 5 o'clock fire. It could be right before T-Mill's best bets. It could be at the end. It could be, who knows, in that 5 o'clock hour. But you got to be tuned in to be listening to The Drive and Sports Radio 610 to see when you may have that chance to win a four-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan coming up March 9th, Monday at the Rodeo. We'll be doing that every Tuesday and Thursday throughout the day on Sports Radio 610. So make sure you stay tuned for that. All right, the Rockets get going tonight, and they come into the post-All-Star break as the 4 seed in the West behind Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and Denver. And I don't know. It seems like the feel of, and I like the way that Brandon Scott put it yesterday, it feels like the Rockets may be in the second tier of teams in the Western Conference. Like those 3 are teams that you could all potentially see in the finals, and then maybe there is the Rockets and the Timberwolves and the Lakers behind that. And so we've talked about it going into during the break. They need to make some sort of change, some sort of shift. They've had a week or so to kind of evaluate themselves. They have, as we see in the NFL, that's their own bye week to kind of look at some things. And I'm hoping to see something different. And I think the 2 things we can look at, Clint. And one, I don't know how good I feel about this, especially after us talking to Brandon yesterday, as we do every Wednesday at 4:40, is I think Reed Sheppard, right, seems like the easiest thing to look at and say that can be a shift. That can be a change in some way. And I know I heard Brandon say he doesn't feel great about the thoughts of Reed Sheppard stepping into the lineup. We've said it on here. We would switch out Reed Sheppard for Tari Eason.
Look, I'm not going to let B. Scott steal my joy. No, look, I just not that he's not going to be hell. If anybody's going to be right, it's going to be him. But I just for me, I have a hard time believing that anybody watched the Rockets first half and doesn't believe that there needs to be like noticeable changes made, whether it's Reed Sheppard or it's just a different approach stylistically. I don't know. Maybe it's a different Şengün. We know that he obviously got off to a good start and then struggled a bit. But whatever it may be, I feel like as Rockets fans watch, post All-Star break basketball, we should see at least the attempt and the approach of several things to be different, right? Reed Sheppard would be an obvious change if he's getting more run, if not starting.
Yep.
But I think they're closer to knowing who they are and what they've got this year, and so the product needs to start moving towards what they feel like they can win with.
Yeah, because I'm looking at how many minutes he's averaging a game, Reed Sheppard, up into this point, minutes per game. He's at 24.
Well,
like Tari Eason is averaging more minutes per game than he is. It's clear, and he's come off the bench. We understand that it feels like that needs to increase, right? If Jabari Smith's at 35, I feel like Reed Sheppard probably should be approaching closer to that.
Well, yeah, look, I think whether it's a total minutes or it's like I think he should be made a priority, right? I mean, like and made a priority means everybody in the building say Reed Sheppard's going to start.
To me, that would be something that I would love to see, and it would say a lot of things to me. It would say, all right, they really went in there and thought we've got to change something, and I would hope that they're looking at this and having a plan for the second unit, whatever. But that would lead me to believe they really went over some things and did something to make some shit.
I'm with you, man. I feel like that's so then you're basically putting your eggs in the basket of Reed Sheppard developing, and then putting eggs in the basket of on the defensive end of the floor. Deficiency wise, can you hide his deficiencies on the defensive end of the floor? I would think when you've got guys that aren't going to get taken off the floor, like Amen Thompson, specialists like that, I would think it's a little easier to hide that deficiency, if you will, one way, shape, or form. I understand there's certain matchups.
Well, it also helps that deficiency. Like it helps some of the other things out there right there.
Well, look, I mean, I understand that there's going to be games out there where, I mean, he is just going to get exposed because of that matchup and the inability to always make an adjustment on the defensive end of the floor. But that still has to be the adjustment that's made. I mean, do you watch the Rockets and go, yeah, this just keep marching through here and hope this gets better? Like, that can't be the plan.
No, it can't be. And I'm hoping there's some changes. And we've talked about Reed Sheppard makes the most sense. The other thing that you hope is the change that can help, even help Udoka and help everybody else is Alfred Sengun has got to impact the game and play better basketball. Right? It's not a real surprise that the Rockets have kind of taken a bit of a turn. Well, he's kind of taken a bit of a turn. Like, I think he's had the injury, lower leg injuries, but then also he just hasn't been playing to the level that you look at, you think he can. And you look at his numbers, that's the thing about him. You look at his numbers, and his numbers look like, man, this dude impacts the game in a major way. But it doesn't appear that he impacts the game the way that his numbers say it. 21 a game, almost 10 rebounds a game, over 6 assists a game, 1 block a game on 50% shooting. That when you look at that, that's obviously all NBA type stuff right there. That's obviously he was an all-star. But he doesn't affect the game like his numbers say he does.
Would you say that Amen Thompson's is a similar or no? Because his number, like every time we talk about it, you mention his numbers and his line's good, obviously. But do you think it's fair with him as well, or do you think that's just
a little, because the shooting aspect hurts other things around him because it hurts spacing and hurts other things. But defensively, defensively you can see him make up for a lot of things. Like, that's the thing is defensively you see how he impacts the game all the way around. It's just like I see numbers like that, it would scream like, "Ooh, man, this dude's the best player on the floor." This dude is. Jokic has lines like that. Jokic impacts the game.
Yeah.
I mean, he has better lines than that, but in the same range. But he impacts the game and makes it easier for a lot of people. I don't sense that he makes it easier for other people. And maybe that's a shift in what we're talking about with Reed Sheppard and him being in. But, boy, they need an uptick in better play from Alfred Sengun. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I don't. The Alpy thing is interesting and got real interesting last year for me, Ron, is because I think, I watched through the lens of overall just the team basketball approach, but then also when the lights are the brightest and the stage is the biggest, who steps up. And I think last year, I think two things became really clear. It was time to move on from Jalen Green, and Alpy Sengun has that star potential in him. But I do agree with your point of man, is this just a stat stuffer throughout the regular season because he goes harder and he hustles more than anybody else, or is this a guy that the game can actually night in, night out, like the superstars you mentioned, the game night in, night out can translate to big buckets, big moments, versus the best that they have.
We can just see KD standing out there and how much he affects the entire offensive lineup. Like KD helps Sengun a ton. Right. Yeah. Like he helps the space that Amen Thompson gets. A lot of Kevin Durant he's taking advantage of how teams are playing KD. Yeah, I don't get the sense that Sengun is affecting the game as much, but his numbers are great. That is a space where maybe Udoka and the coaching staff doesn't have to be as big of a factor if he can pick his game up. Like you said, against Golden State, you could see how he affected the game in that series and how he played. Can he get closer to that? All right, there's a guy on this team that I think is at least a conversation piece. Is this guy a must-have, a must-sign guy? Clint believes he is. Do you? We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, Kushai.
presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You learn a lot of things about people. Tyler Milner, really into space.
NASA?
Loves NASA is what he said
Loves
about
NASA.
13 seconds ago.
Yeah, man. When I was a kid, my mom would take me to Space Center Houston. Those were the best freaking days.
Really?
And we would have just gone on a trip, to Space Center Houston, and next week I'd be like, Mama.
Oh.
What's your favorite Linda
part?
ever took us.
She didn't. Damn.
I think we went on field trips, but I don't think Astro Granny took us. School field trips. I remember a couple of those.
Your dad take you?
Big Earn?
Yeah.
Nah, hell no. Big Earn. I mean, you kidding me?
I took my nephews recently, and I think I had more fun than they did.
I mean, you get outside of Little League practice,
Why
Big
you
Earn.
Why you do her like?
I mean, Big Earn
That boy
was
said,
slow motion, man. Big Earn was smoking them cigarettes and working shift work. He didn't have too much time for nothing else,
He
cuz.
wasn't doing that.
No, man. Hey, cigarette schlitz and shift work.
So if Linda wasn't taking you,
If Astro Granny wasn't cranking that rig up, we wasn't going, boss.
I hate to tell you.
Yeah, what's your favorite part of the Space Center? I didn't.
I really just nerd out on all of it, man. I like going outside. Then you get to go across the Skyway and into the old shuttle that they flew here.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool just to check out the inside of that. But it's awesome, man. And we're going back to the moon.
One thing that kind of put a damper on it, all joking aside, was the explosion. I was in elementary
Oh, the Challenger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was one for me. That was like, boy, this space stuff isn't as cool as I thought it was, man. That hurt my heart right there, man.
It's dangerous for sure, but it's so freaking neat.
Yeah, it's a neat.
Yes.
Neat. Oh,
I use that word.
That's when I know it's
Have
real.
you been to NASA yet, Ron?
Oh yeah.
Has the kiddos been?
Yeah.
We should all go.
Yeah, I guess it'd be.
I did. I went. We had a friend of ours get married out here, and this is like 2011, 2012. They got married out here, and like near Kemah. They're in League City. Got married out here, and we went out to the Space Center. Just no kids. Just went out there.
Just went and checked it out, huh?
Checked it out. I'd never been.
Megan and I have definitely gone, just us.
Yeah, I know. I can tell. I can tell it didn't just end when your parents took you.
It's
I can tell they've had it to you. What are you doing?
Y'all make me feel bad. I feel like I should take my bride to NASA.
Have you not y'all not taking the kids yet?
No.
Yeah, you're slipping.
That may be a good. That's I struggle. This is a piss poor excuse, but I struggle on destinations with the kids when I do get free time. Like Lo always comes up with these damn farms and stuff, and I like
good ones. Yeah.
And I'm like, where the hell y'all at now, man? How do I not think? I go to the park.
Easy.
NASA may be it.
The park.
I don't know. 2-year-old NASA.
Like, is it a good park?
2-year-old. I mean, it's the closest one.
Y'all get out there, go see something.
No, they got it's down for kids. They got stuff. Yeah, it'll be good.
It's awesome, dude.
2-year-old. I think I'll just take Liv.
I think you can. I think you can. Yeah, they running around there. Now, have you? But I did. Well, one time we got in there. Schools or something was in there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little too much.
Field trips, yeah.
I think I had one of our kids wearing a little too close to one of them field trip colors. I didn't know if that was
blend in with the class.
Tell these cats got to keep our head on the swivel. No, man, we went. I don't know, but we first moved here. It was COVID, so you couldn't go nowhere. So we would just take drives to get out of the house, and we just took a drive from Missouri City out there. Had our mask on, went up there, couldn't go inside, but just took pictures with all the stuff on the outside of it. And that's the first time they went to it.
Megan just texted me, I am really enjoying this segment, LOL.
Well, then that means we probably got to get off of this thing, Megan.
Damn.
Oh, there you go, Megan. Y'all know what y'all doing this weekend then?
Hell yeah.
Let's go down there, man.
I think
Make a
I
night of it.
need to take Lo. Hell with them kids. I need to take Lo.
Yeah, get drunk a little bit.
Get some Dippin' Dots always.
The Dippin' Dots.
I'm a big Dippin' Dots guy. Can you really drink at NASA?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I mean, you could pregame it and then go in there and see where it takes you.
They should really consider it if they want their attendance to skyrocket.
Had you'd have known, you'd have been there.
I mean, that would add a little wrinkle, even though I am still dry.
You are, have you? Man, we're almost getting to March.
You all right?
Hadn't had one since my birthday.
About that. And that's real long. Like, you didn't just start January 1.
December 29th was my birthday,
December.
bub.
There you go. All right.
Space
yeah, that's
Center.
a good one. You ever just free time take them to the zoo? That's a
My
solid.
wife has.
It's a good one. I
have not.
You have not. So
they go when I'm at work.
So when you have a little free time, you just
I'm to be honest with you, I'm not proud of it, but I'm tilting. I'm leaning towards Big Earn territory here.
just hit the park.
We usually hit that park. Baby, let me get these kids out of your hair for a morning, let you have a little morning to yourself. I'm going to take these kids down to the park. We're going to stop and get a little pizza at Mod Pizza, maybe.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder why they like mom more than they like dad. Mom's taking them to the farms and all these animals. They're going to the hill country. They're going to see all the crocodiles and snakes and the reptile farms. They're going to
museums.
They're going to the zoo. I mean, yeah. I mean, I should probably. Lo did ask me if I would get up early enough to where we could go to the zoo and then come to work.
I know we need to move on, but bad news, Dirty. Space Center
that,
Houston does not serve alcohol.
No, I think I should consider it.
I don't know about
it's 2026, man. What are you waiting on? You kidding me?
That's dicey, Liv.
Early morning. That's a long ass day, ain't it?
It is.
Whew. Try knocking on 50.
Yeah, that's a hell of a walk there.
Ooh, dog.
Yeah, that's all right.
I miss, and then I get videos from the zoo, and I feel like a POS. You know?
Do you?
I'm like, man, I should be better. A lot of stress on a lot of pressure on myself.
But you're not going to the zoo because you don't want to.
Well, it's just convenient. They do it when I'm at work.
That's what you should.
Why don't y'all go about noon,
babe?
Why don't you go about noon when it warms up a little bit for the kiddos?
Let's go on Saturday.
Nah, man, come on, man. I mean, during football season, I'm working 6 days a week. That's my only off day. And we got football. Come on, man.
You're right. Yeah. What you doing this Saturday? Working?
Oh man, yeah, I'm working. I'll be out there mowing one of them rental yards or something.
So said Clint takes him to a place where there's a bar and he can still watch him.
All joking aside, there are. It's a new thing. I've considered with my wife's opening one, but the cafes where you started out, I think it was you go there and get a coffee. It's such and such playhouse.
Hey, Talyard's is perfect.
Well, no, I'm talking about like legit indoor heated and aired, and it's got all the little castles and stuff you can buy, the little Barbie houses and all the different stuff they can walk in and out of, playhouses. And then there on one end there's either a coffee bar or some of them are wine and stuff like it, spritzers and stuff like that.
There you go.
I think it's a hell of an idea.
Yeah. Like Talyard's is a good spot.
Yeah, it's a great spot. Love it.
There's several others. You got one out there.
My kids would love it.
Run out there. Let them run out there. Just get you a couple of drinks and just sit and look. Although you got to be a little bit more hands-on with your 2-year-old than I do. By the way, I do want to get to. We'll get to this a bit later. Did you see who LaFleur in Arizona hired as his offensive coordinator?
Oh, did I ever? I knew this was going to touch you.
And it's not that he just hired him. He hired Nathaniel. You remember Nathaniel? You remember Nathaniel? Nathaniel Hackett.
Oh yeah,
that man that is arguably the worst NFL coach we've ever seen.
Hack job Hackett.
Oh, that's good. When old Nathaniel, they ran his ass up out of town. I forgot what he did at the end of a game for the Broncos. He had several of them. There was some sort of field goal snafu that he had that everybody looked at his ass like, have you ever coached?
Some real jackass.
Have you ever you remember he was like, damn man, I'd take David Culley. Like, shout out Dave. Sorry, I know it.
That's
I know
your neighbor, bro.
I know it. I know it's leg Wednesdays for him yesterday. But
leg day.
Leg day on that leg press. I see you. But not only did he do that, but new coach Mike LaFleur, this is what he said. He only wanted one person to be his offensive coordinator when he landed in Arizona. That's why he hired Nathaniel Hackett for the role, LaFleur said on Wednesday. He's very highly thought of. Is he? I added that part. He didn't say that. Particularly within our profession, LaFleur said. And you guys believing one thing from this press conference is literally, I wanted him and nobody else. That's why Nathaniel's here.
He's trying to talk him up. I mean, if he's got a confidence problem, maybe he's giving him a little boost.
Clint, I would have moved on if I were the ownership and the general manager.
If he told you he was going to hire Nathaniel Hackett.
This is where we're going. He said Nathaniel Hackett, he's going to be setting the menu for Arizona. But he said.
Well, I got to believe LaFleur is going to be calling plays.
Yeah, he said he's going to be setting the menu.
I got to believe he's going to be calling the plays, and I got to believe that Nathaniel Hackett is maybe just good with quarterbacks, and if he doesn't have a bunch of distractions like play calling and head coaching. I'm going to tell you, where my mind immediately went.
Well, didn't work out.
Aaron Rodgers has got a little more job security in the league, didn't he? If Pittsburgh doesn't want him, if Mike McCarthy, who's coached him before, doesn't want him, Nathaniel Hackett, he can go to Arizona. And,
we're older. Yeah, he'll get older.
And I don't know that Arizona's not primed and ready to have a just an old wily veteran instead of trying another experiment with a young guy.
Like, who's banging on the table like that for Nathaniel?
LaFleur.
I mean, he's the one I had to have. The hell?
That's the guy that replaced him in New York when he got fired as the OC.
When he got fired in New York. I'm sorry. Like, I could be dead wrong.
I wonder if he's just in love with Aaron and wants Aaron there.
I could be dead wrong. This just isn't going to work. The Cardinals, this is just not going to work.
The two previous New York Jets offensive coordinators, they lock arms in Arizona.
Hold on. Both of them got back to spots the same year Robert Saleh gets hired. Like, the dude had to fire both of them. They get back to spots, and come on, man.
You think Aaron ends up out there?
No, I think Mike McCarthy's going to fight.
Keep him?
Fight to keep Aaron.
Who would have thought that? At this point in time, he got two former coaches fighting over him.
Aaron I want to go out there. Do I want to go out there and fool with the Rams and the Niners? What I want to do?
Good weather?
There's Seattle out there, Rams, Niners, and Seahawks. Do I want to fool with that?
Well, that's a good point.
I know it's Joe and Lamar on the other side, but at least there's Cleveland. I don't know. Well, that is wild to me. That you're going to come in, hey, man, here we go. Being the new head coach. Want to be the head coach. What's your pitch? What's your pitch offensively? Me and Nathaniel Hackett together.
Don't believe anything you heard.
No, he's special. Special. All right, coming up, there is a guy that I think Clint may be a little interested in. He is leaving his current team. He is a former Pro Bowler, and he is in a position of need. Also, we got to look at the big story of the day at the Olympics. The U.S. women, they win the gold. We'll tell you how. And the NBA, they're planning to attack one of their biggest issues right now, and they are kind of laying down what they're going to do. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, located right here in the heart of Houston, man, right off 610 West and Westheimer, you can find the Mokaram Injury Lawyers building. Look, if you've been injured in an accident, pick up the phone, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers right now, 281-222-22.
TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans. If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show team will have the latest. And the latest is a little 5 o'clock fire. Hey, U.S., they got them another gold medal. We will get to that here in just a second. Also, it is the 5 o'clock hour, which means your opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see Luke Bryan March 9th on Monday night is happening in this hour. So stay tuned. Make sure you're listening at some point here. Could be in the middle of 5 o'clock fire. Could be in the next segment. Could be in the final segment. But you have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see Luke Bryan at the Rodeo. So stay tuned for that. We'll give you that cue to call, and then you'll have that opportunity as Tyler will open up the phone lines to make that happen. All right, Clint. We're reaching that time where we're starting to see a lot of guys get released, moved on from, become available on the free agent market. And the latest here, Clint, is longtime offensive lineman. He was a tackle, former Pro Bowler, 3-time Pro Bowler, also 3-time All-Pro in his 7 seasons with the Cleveland Browns, and that's Wyatt Teller. He is not going to return. He did a whole thing with his wife and family that he said goodbye. He is 31 years old, made 94 of his 101 career starts in Cleveland, and as I said, was a 3-time Pro Bowler and three-time All-Pro. But he is gone there in 2025. According to ESPN Pass Block, he ranked 57th out of 65 quality guards in on their ESPN ratings. So there's that little nugget. But if we're talking about them looking for interior offensive linemen, this is a guy that obviously has been around, has been one of the best in football at times. Still 31, not really, really old, Clint. Is this somebody that intrigues you for the Texans?
Yeah, I would absolutely look into it. I mean, 31, as you mentioned, 3 Pro Bowls. I mean, he is a guy that in this last season in a rotation and then getting injured with a calf injury. So you obviously got to check in on that. But, yeah, I mean, look, I believe the other guard there, Bitonio, I believe he also is going to be available as well. So whether it's him or not, I mean, this is the kind of guy that I think the Texans are going to be very interested in. Is one, I don't think he's going to cost an arm and a leg. Number 2, I think he comes in with a certain level of physicality and a certain way of playing interior O-line football. And so, yeah, I would think that this is the kind of guy that the Texans would absolutely do their due diligence on. Now I think there's some, obviously, there's a list of probably 4 or 5 guard centers out there that are in your top free agents that are available. Those are the guys that are going to headline anything the Texans do. But I do believe there's room, given the fact that, again, if you move Titus Howard to tackle, that it's guard, center, guard, all 3 starters and depth. I mean, there's an opportunity there for the Texans to upgrade. And so, yeah, I think the Wyatt Tellers of the world, the Joe Bitonios of the world, as all the way up to the literal top free agents that are on the market at that interior O-line position, will be guys that I think the Texans will entertain. Absolutely.
Yeah, this is the type of guy, at least to fill one of your spots, that's not going to be super expensive.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like, I'm not saying he ain't going to make nothing, but he also ain't going to be $3 million like Laken Tomlinson was. But he is going to be somebody that is a veteran that you feel good about, and a guy that has been a physical player for you.
A lot, and to me, a lot like the Trent Brown sign this year. A guy that you pretty much, if you can keep him healthy and get him on the field, you know what you're going to get from him. And when it comes to running the football, as we've mentioned multiple times today, The Texans' path to playing better offense, I believe, and I think you do too, Ron, absolutely is going to depend on them running the football better. One, it's what they want to do. It's what they're going to lean into, and it's kind of what establishes what they want to do on the offensive side of the ball, more so than some other places, especially places with quarterbacks caliber of C.J. Stroud. So, I think this type of player that's been a part of some of the most impressive run games in football at times over his career are definitely guys that the Texans will flip stones on for sure.
Yeah, so Wyatt Teller, and I think we're going to see many more coming through. And just to kind of show there are going to be options and guys out there to kind of fill the void that the Texans need. And Wyatt Teller could be one that's in the mix. We'll see what they do. Yeah, I know you do, Tyler. Tyler's ready to lift right off over to NASA.
Your hand juked me.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we were watching this as it happened, and it was a big moment in the current Olympics, and that is the United States behind Megan Kellers, the defenseman. Her goal in overtime, it lifts the U.S. past Canada, and they win the gold medal. And they both got matching bears, but one team got gold medals, the other team got silver medals.
Are we sure those are bears? That's a tall bear.
It looked like it was two of them. I'm stuffed animals. They got matching stuffed animals. But the medals were different. One gold, one silver. And this was like this seems like this was an epic kind of a comeback. This is one that's going to be talked about. Clint, they were down 1-0, and with like 3:10 left, and I think that's when they scored the goal to tie it up. And I just happened to look up, and they were going nuts. And then you look up, and oh my God, it's 3 minutes left in the third period, and then they go into overtime, and that had to just demoralize Canada. Yeah. Being there, you've got it. You can taste the gold medal, and that's shorter than our break that they had left to try to win that, and then they lose it in overtime. So congratulations to the Team USA. The women, they take home the gold. Hopefully the men can do that as well on the other side. But
Tyler got to the bottom of it.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if it's Tyler or Cheryl, but I'm going to give Tyler credit. Stuffed animals. Stuffed animals are given to Olympic athletes, particularly in figure skating and at Winter Games, to honor their achievements with a memorable and sustainable keepsake in place of the traditional flowers.
Oh, flowers.
This one's year, the one they're giving out this year has a name apparently too. It's some stuffed animal over there in Italy called Flo.
Oh, Flo.
So it's
that's not
part of the
like culture, I guess, in Italy.
Okay. I can get down with it. I need a better look at it. I need probably Google a picture of it, couldn't I?
Looks like a Beanie Baby to me.
Yeah, it's a beanie, like two Beanie Babies tied together.
It's from Italy. Oh, I thought it was Progressive. Sorry, Flo. Sorry, that's what I was thinking.
That'd be cooler.
it was. But by the way, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that's maybe the first time, fellas, that I've really gotten myself into the Winter Olympics. This has just not been. This has not like got me. I've forced myself to turn on curling every night just because I feel like I just want to watch about 10 minutes of curling every night. But this Winter Olympics has not grabbed me at all. I need the days of Nancy Kerrigan getting caned potentially, or who knows what Tanya Harding's going to do, and Oksana Bayul. Like I need like
Chaz Michael Michaels.
I need that, man. I was glued, boy, young, just glued into watching it. And then when she got hit in that knee, boy, that was it. They need something. It's just I don't know. These Winter Olympics ain't really got me. Ain't really grabbed.
They hadn't grabbed me either, but that hockey
the hockey deal maybe
hockey deal followed up with this 15-year-old skier. The only Olympian, my understanding, younger is Tara Lipinski. Like I can't tell where she placed or not here. They're getting me.
Yeah.
Started with the women's hockey, no doubt.
Lindsey Vonn, that hurt. And I mean, in all ways, it hurt. It hurt them not having her to be able to show, and it hurt her. She just kept trying to get out there. Just continued to try to get out there. Congratulations to Rob. Boy, Rob was watching them every step of the way. Congratulations to the U.S. women as they win gold in hockey.
USA! USA!
All right, Clint, the human penis is putting his foot down in the NBA. Adam Silver plans to enact anti-tanking rules next season. Multiple sources with knowledge on Thursday's meeting, as well as late January competition committee meeting, told ESPN that these concepts have been discussed to curb tanking. Clint, first-round draft picks and can be protected only for top 4 or top 14-plus selections. Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date, no longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or consecutive bottom 3 finishes. Teams can pick top 4 the year after making conference finals. Okay. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. Lottery extended to include all play-in teams. Flattened odds for all lottery teams. I tell you, Adam, if he's got a problem, he will go and try to do something about it. I don't know. Like, he's completely changed the All-Star game. He completely just took load management, took awards away from everybody. Like, now it's getting a little aggressive. Now Jokic is probably not going to be able to be awarded. Luka may not. LeBron may not. It is wild, but they feel like tanking is a major issue, and it kind of has been, man. We're just seeing teams just elect to have guys get surgery.
Yeah.
Get surgery to pull themselves out. Like, we just watched Kyrie with the Mavericks. They're done with him. The Kings set people down. The Jazz traded for people and then wouldn't put them in surgery, but also traded for players and were in a 2-point game and then just didn't play any of their best players in the fourth quarter of a game, just making it real obvious. So,
well, it's a shame that we're here. But again, I just think we're at a point with a lot of this stuff with the NBA that it's time to make some level of adjustments or some attempts to get it right, whether it's load management or it's tanking or it's, like we talked about with the All-Star game, just the lack of interest and effort. Like, I think you got to address it and get it moving in the right direction. I don't know if any of these rule changes or requirements or I don't know what kind of impact it's going to have, but it's just a shame that we're here, and I hope it does have an impact on it because, the whole tanking thing, and look, I understand in sports that with certain teams under certain circumstances, like the Texans here with what was going on here, that was just absolutely hideous. But when it becomes as big a problem where you got to put new rules in place, clearly you got some issues.
But the thing is, teams have just seen it work in a major way. Yeah. The team in this state, San Antonio, they've done it 3 damn times.
Well,
they've got David Robinson.
We did.
They've got David Robinson. They've gotten Tim Duncan, and they've gotten Victor. Go check out those seasons the years before they went and got those guys. Right. They have been able to find their way to pulling it off. So it's hard for teams who are like this thing works.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this can't. There's no way this is going to happen. Indiana unanimously passes a bill to try to lure the Chicago Bears away from Chicago. The Bears' endeavor for a new stadium took a meaningful step forward Thursday, opening the door for the storied franchise to leave Illinois to potentially build a new dome stadium in northwest Indiana. All right, I know Gary, Indiana is close, but the Bears can't leave Chicago. They can't, or Illinois. They can't jump over and go to Indiana. Like, this is a little different than the Chiefs who jumped over to Kansas because, they've got teams that already play Kansas. It's literally a state line. There's Kansas City, Missouri. This is different. This feels very, very different. I know there are fans in Indiana but I don't think you can call them the Chicago Bears anymore if they move to Indiana.
Yeah. How far is that from Chicago?
Let me see. I don't know. I know Gary is about.
I know what you're talking about with Kansas City. You're changing states, but it's the same city.
Yeah, and there are sports teams on the Kansas side too. Like the soccer stadium is on the Kansas side.
Right. So you're already split.
There are split there. The Cubs don't play in Gary.
38 miles.
38 miles.
I'm sorry, 30 miles. That was 38 meters.
30 miles.
I don't talk European.
That don't sound right.
It doesn't sound right, being that it's one of the most most
storied fan.
Yeah, no question, man. I mean, that's be hard to get used to, especially if you got to change it from the Chicago Bears or something else.
Can they still beat the Chicago Bears in Indiana?
I don't.
I mean, 30 miles. I mean, it's 30 miles, but can they still beat the Chicago Bears?
I mean, just simply based off the fact that it is a different state of the 50. I say no. I think it's dumb.
The Colts are already there, right?
Right.
The Indiana Bears. There is no way. Like Chicago cannot let this happen. They cannot at all. They cannot let this happen.
Like if the Houston Texans move somewhere in Louisiana or something.
Just right sense. On the edge, right there, just past Baytown, just past Baytown and go there.
Man.
And then what are they going to be? Yeah, it's crazy. All right, coming up, T. Mill's best bet. He was in the green on Tuesday. We'll see where he was yesterday. He was in the red. We'll see where he was yesterday. See if he can get back here and win a little cash for you all tonight. And should Lance McCullers be done? Should he just be done after hearing what he had to say? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, we've all got to have our vehicles serviced, whether it's yours, your wife's, your husband's, your kids, whatever.
an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up here in just a bit. Two things. Be alert. You can win a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan coming up March 9th. That's going to happen at some point in this hour. Could happen in this segment, could happen in the next segment, but you have to be alert. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets March 9th, Monday night, to see Luke Bryan. And coming up here in just a bit, T-Mill's best bets. He went 1 for 3 last night, so he was in the red. He's 3 for 8 on the week, but he is looking to bounce back tonight. The NBA is back, so he's going to jump into the NBA a little bit. So let's see if he can get some best bets. And is he going to try that Alfred Şengün narcotic one more time? We'll see. Coming up here in just a bit, so stay tuned for T-Mill's best bets. We will do that coming up. All right, Clint, I'm curious your feelings of Lance McCullers and the way he sounded the first time we heard from him since coming back from camp. Are you? And I want to play this. I want to play this for the people as well. Those of you on the Base Power text line 735-724-610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. You can check in on that as well. Do you get the feeling that you're concerned that Lance is somebody who is really ready to go and really ready to compete this season to play baseball for the Astros? Like, he's somebody that I've seen mentioned in their projected rotation, somebody that they potentially may have to lean on. But listen to him. As he met with the media earlier this week, going into this spring training.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there, and then when I get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too. Just like. I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go, stop trying to control everything, stop trying to just micromanage everything, and I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good, for this organization, this fan base in my last year here.
His heart will go on.
I don't like this, Lance. I'll be honest with you. Look, I think of what I know, at least my fandom. I know one reason I was like a fan of his through thick and thin and stuck with him was like that edge that he clearly had, that the intensity that he brought to the table, and that sounds like a guy to me. That sounded like a guy that's trying to talk himself into walking into Joe Espada's office and saying, "Hey man, I'm gonna go spend time with my wife and my baby girls."
Shut it down.
Like I don't know how you compete at that level, and now I don't mind if there's a shift in Lance McCullers, because I understand he's probably built himself up to be let down with injuries over and over and over again. There may need to be a little bit of a shift there and kind of what his expectations are, but to take the approach of, hey man, I'm good without the game. I'm good if I don't ever play again. It seems like to him. Like that's a hard one for me to root for, boys. That's a hard Lance for me to like.
Oh, I can root for him, and I hope he does well. I just like that. There's a certain, just in our time, everybody's different. There's a certain edge and a certain like ego and almost delusion that some of these players have.
Yeah.
That sounds like a player who should shut it down.
It felt like
that sounds like somebody who's unsure, not just of himself, but unsure almost if he can be any good or if he wants to be there. I mean, it just sounded like he's really down.
Well, it just, I mean, I think to compete at that level, Ron, there's certain, you have to have a certain drive to get up every day and do what it takes to be great. And when you look at Lance, I mean, I think Lance is an example, probably an extreme of overwork and overthink and you know, over prepare. Over pitch, you know, that's always been his MO. Now, again, the extreme shift to where it sounds like you're ready to retire is concerning for me. And I just don't know. Like, as an Astros fan, I want my guys to deny that Father Time's ever going to beat them. I want my guys to go, hey, man, I can go out here and play at this level because of my work ethic, because of my strength, because I'm that good when I'm healthy, no matter what. And it sounds like he's doubting every bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I respect his honesty of where he is. It don't really look like he had to hide it or gave a rip to hide it.
Yeah.
Like he but I'm just like, I listen to that, I'm like, like, yeah, I wonder what his mindset is. Yeah. Is his mindset in like, I want to go get a job? Like, I mean, he's like, this is my last year here. This like. It's not even a focus on just to get better day to day. It's like, hey man, if I do well, I do well. If I don't, I don't. That's just not something normal.
Well, I hate it for him. I hate that the guy that was just hell bent on being an absolute stud and felt like, I mean, his whole approach to baseball always led me to believe that he thinks he's an ace, even when we know he's not. And to now not even know if to not even know if he's hungry enough to do what it takes to play this year and be his best this year, that's a hell of a shift, man. Look, like I said before, I'm an Astros fan first. I expect more out of my horses.
Well, I think he's telling you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good with I'm good on the Lance McCullers front, boys.
Let's see. Hopefully that maybe he comes back and he's a little bit more fired up.
Maybe Mellow Lance is a better Lance.
Maybe he's got better control.
I hope so. We shall see.
We shall see. All right. Yeah, this didn't breed a lot of confidence.
None.
Yeah, not a lot. All right, let's go and hand things over to Tyler Milner, T Mills Best Bets. Again, he's 3 for 8 this week. Really need a 4 for 4.
I know them Hogs can't beat them Aggies on that damn football field, but I know they whooped Tyler's ass last night. Mess with that hog, got that tusk, boy.
Yeah, that was a fun game, but
it was.
Damn it, indeed.
Crazy. Yeah. Yep. I thought, and I must have. I saw the line wrong that you bet. I thought you had that one. I thought you got 2 of them, but nope. And then that Vandy Missouri game.
Think about it, Tyler.
That was tough too.
If you just looked through that glass and said, "I'm going to take Stern's Hogs, I'm going to take Ron's Jayhawks, and I'm going to take Courtney's Missouri Tigers," you'd been 3-0, bro.
Right
but
there.
instead, you try to piss. You pissed out. You pissed on research. 2 of us.
Ron's Jayhawks, the only ones won me any money.
For. That's right.
You had that one pretty good early. That was I got up to about a 19-6 start there. That was in there for you. All right, what you got today? Remember, go to @TMillRealDeal to find his updates here as he gives you his best bets. If you want to go ahead and look him up, try to win you a little cash, or fade him to try to win you some cash, or if you ended up losing some cash, go ahead, go to @TMillRealDeal. What you got tonight?
Yeah, the NBA is back, so we're going with some NBA picks, and we're upping the number of picks today for best bets from 3 to 4 because we're running out of time. Obviously, today and tomorrow left, and hadn't been a great week. So 4 bets around the NBA, 2 of which within the Rockets-Hornets game. First, starting there, Rockets. I teased this line a little bit. I think it's actually more like Rockets minus 4.5 or so, but I got Rockets minus 3.5 at the Hornets this evening. Of course, Ron mentioned earlier, Alpi Şengün. I am on a prop for him, over 5.5 assists for Alperen Şengün in the game for the Rockets tonight.
Okay.
Then I got the Pistons and Knicks as they square off. I'm on the over 218.5 points between the New York Knicks and the Pistons. And within that game, Jalen Brunson, this is a guy we've won money on multiple times this season. I got him over 5.5 assists for Brunson and the Knicks. And those are hopefully your 4 for 4 best bets.
Yeah, man, that Pistons-Knicks game is the game of the night. Those two are first and third in the East, so that'll be a fun one. And they got a little rivalry going on as well. Yeah, man, the Rockets-Hornets, the way that the Hornets have been playing, interesting too. They got the Rockets the last time they played. We'll see if they can go and hold it down. I hope the Şengün thing is going on, because I hope he has a really good second half.
Look, I love the Rockets bet, Tyler. Love the Rockets bet. And, Alpie's fixing to go triple-double tonight, boys.
Let's go. Huh?
Triple-double.
I love it.
Now, 10 assists would do it for you, wouldn't it, Tyler?
Yes, sir.
10 plus, yeah.
Let's go.
We'll see, man. Do your thing, man.
I need 4 for 4.
Yeah, I do think he comes out motivated. And hopefully Kevin Durant is shooting the ball well. You get that ball over to him.
That'd be nice.
Get that ball over to Kevin, knocking him down. Just hopefully a lot of that's not a lot of open man and a man for jumpers. And that might mess up your assist situation up a little bit there.
Don't put that evil on me.
I'm just trying not to. But, yeah, man, a couple of good games tonight. Both of those games that are there on best bets, the Pistons and the Knicks, and, of course, here, Houston and Charlotte. Those will be some good games. Remember, you can find that at T-Mill Real Deal coming up, at T-Mill Real Deal. All right, you'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets for the rodeo to see who? Luke Bryan, coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I need you to listen up, man. This is as real as it gets. The number of people that are choosing pain relief without surgery, which is QC Kinetics, it's wild, man.
at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
For the rednecks rockin' till the break of dawn. The DJ spinning that country song. Come on, come on, come on. Shake it for the birds, shake it for the bees, shake it for the catfish swimming down.
All right, I've heard this one. This is the most popular one?
It's up there for sure. Country girl, shake it for me,
there it is.
Girl. Yeah, you can picture him. He's up there shaking that ass, showing them what he wants them girls to do. And they're all, that's what they sound like right there.
Do it again, Luke. Do it again, Luke. Encore, Lukey. All right. Well, we'll do this again right here.
Shake it for me, Luke.
Phone lines are open. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 will now win.
Luke got that phone line lighted up. It's like a Christmas tree lighting up.
There it is. The winner will join Eric, who won in the 3 o'clock hour. The winner will join Eric with a 4-pack of tickets to see Luke Bryan at this year's rodeo. This year's Houston Rodeo coming up Monday, March 9th. 713-572-4610. And Tyler will take care of you. Caller number 5. That's where we're going. Caller number 5.
You know, Luke's got a good thing going. Luke's got well, I mean, it's, you know, if I were to win tickets, or if my bride were to say, hey, I want to go see Luke Bryan, I could get good and jonesed up for it. I'd know I'm going for a good show.
Well, you know he's the guy that's going to put together.
Oh, he's going to put together a show now. You're gonna know what's going down. You're going to do a little singing. You're going to stand up quite a bit, if not the whole time. I mean, it's going to be a good time. And so he's got that going. As we mentioned, you know, I think the ladies, he's easy to look at for the ladies. I think they like it. The teeny boppers, obviously, the high pitched teeny boppers, they really like him. I do wonder, is he getting a little old for that or not? I don't know. Maybe not. But he is a guy that you know, I think there's a good vibe there to anywhere you're coming from, you're going to have a good time. If you like country music, you may be going because your bride wants to go or because the group is going.
Upbeat guy?
Yeah, it ain't going to be an ass whip. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one of them like, oh, boy. I love you, baby. I'll do it for you, but boy, it's going to be rough. My feet going to be hurting by about song number 2.
Yeah.
No. It's one of them where you can get in. You can have you a good time now. Yeah. So Luke's got a good thing going.
So, yeah, there we go. We'll do this every Tuesday and Thursday during rodeo season, where we'll hook folks up with tickets. And like we said, Eric and Humble won in the 3 o'clock hour, and you can be our winner here coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. Congratulations to all our winners all day long. Who we got here?
Joseph.
Big Joseph.
And Richwood.
There you go. There you go, Joseph. Congratulations, Joseph. Enjoy yourself March 9th. Joseph will be out there. Eric will be out there. And many of you, I'm certain, will be out there. This will be, you say this will be a well-attended one. This one will.
I believe it'll be well-attended, no doubt.
Let's look for you. All right, coming up behind us as we continue, Texans All Access. It is Thursday, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, so that means they will have the general. They got a lot to talk about.
Like streaking?
Yeah, apparently. Yep. Yeah. So John McClain will talk with John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. I'm certain about the Texans and clothing or lack thereof, so stay tuned for that. And Area 45, I saw Sean Bijani back there getting ready. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they will hold it down for you coming up as soon as they get done at 7. So 7 to 11, they've got you. Area 45. Give you a little late night sports fix, the best late night sports show in all of Houston. Area 45 coming up after John McClain on Texans All Access. I throw this out to you and the people, Clint, because I saw this Kamari Lassiter. We were wondering what's year 2 going to look like. Year 1, he was really, really good. I think even surprised us with his ability to be a really good corner right off the bat, and a guy that could really play at a high level in this league right off the bat. Year 2, he had an even better season. His first 2 years, he has played really, really good ball, especially for what they want to do here. Saw he was on PFF. They did the top 100. He came in at 55.
Oh, that's rich. It's
55 good. There is Kamari Lassiter, and look, we understand they've given the most guaranteed money to a corner already in Derek Stingley, who is second per average behind Sauce Gardner, but given the most guaranteed money, they're going to give potentially, unless Will Anderson gives a discount, they're going to be hooking him up with the highest contract that isn't given to a quarterback. I believe he will jump Micah Parsons if he wants it. So those are huge contracts on the defensive side of the ball. They're already paying Danielle Hunter. We'll see though. That could come off the books after this year, but they're paying Danielle Hunter. They've got some guys over there they're paying. Is Kamari Lassiter to you even already paying a corner the most guaranteed money in football? Is he a must-have guy? Is he a guy that you think to the Texans, D'Amico, Nick Caserio, he is in that category like Will, maybe Nico, maybe others, that he is a guy that we just have to – we know we're signing him?
Absolutely, 100% without a doubt. Kamari Lassiter should be a Houston Texan through his second contract. Absolutely. Not only do I believe that just based on what I've seen, I believe that there are – certain players on D'Amico Ryan's defense that if you ask him are untouchable. And I think Kamari's in that group. Yep. I think Will Anderson's in that group. I think Azeez Al-Shair's in that group. And I think Kamari Lassiter's in that group. And I know I left some big names off. I know I left some guys that he's paid off. I'm just telling you, when you look at Kamari Lassiter, everything that D'Amico Ryan's preaches on a consistent basis, whether it's to us or his team, about defensive football, Kamari Lassiter embodies every single bit of it. The physicality, the accountability, obviously the level of play, the star level of play at the cornerback position. And you can argue that he is an anomaly. He's a guy that for corners, he just plays a certain brand of ball, again, which fits D'Amico Ryans to a T. He plays a brand of ball that's more rare than anything that anybody else does. The corner that can tackle, that plays with that level of physicality and has that level of instinct clutch gene. Yeah, man, I don't see any way whatsoever that Kamari Lassiter doesn't spend at least his second contract with the Houston Texans.
When we look at the kind of money he may get, right, his first 2 years of what he's played, like he's already thought of, PFF has him as a player in the league. You know, he's not a first-round pick, so you don't have a fifth-year option to pick up. So
it's more important
to get him.
The third year. Not more important. Hell, it's the only way. I mean, the way to lock him up.
Then he becomes a free agent unless you franchise tag him, and then now you got big money that you can't play around with.
Mm-hmm.
But Clint, he's going to, if he continues to play like he has, and there is no reason in this system and the way this defense is formed to think that he doesn't continue to play that way, he's going to command big money.
Absolutely.
Huge money. He's going to have the ability to command, like as we look at it, maybe a year away from now, he may have the ability to command around what Stingley has, obviously, as things raise.
Yeah.
Like he may have the ability to command that, and we don't see two corners being played. You don't see a team have two top five paid corners.
Yeah, I just when you get two corners like that and you get a chance to lock them up, it is an absolute game changer. You want your defense to be a top defense in the league for the next 5 years, then you lock Kamari Lassiter up. I mean, I think that we've said this before. The luxury of the Texans have right now is you've got edge rushers and corners, you know, two of which are on rookie contracts and two of which are getting paid. But they really benefit from each other, right? They've got the extra luxury of having both, right? If you've got two really good corners, your defensive front will benefit from having two corners. If you've got a really good defensive front, then lesser corners can benefit from it, right? And so while you may not be able to keep the embarrassment of riches unless you keep drafting the way you have, there's no doubt about it, Ron, that when you look at this thing, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley and Will Anderson can absolutely go nowhere.
Yeah.
And so I think, and when you talk about how much you think Kamari Lassiter is going to make, if you just match up like the ceiling of playing the cornerback position the way it's historically been played, I think you look at it, and I think he falls short of Stingley. And just ability to cover.
The ability, yeah.
But
that's what I was going to say. Do you think he has the ability to command that type?
Well, the answer to your question is yes. To command top dollar, yes. But it's where I was going with that is it's not because he's an elite cover guy the way that Derek Stingley is. He's a really good cover guy. But when you look at the whole package of Kamari Lassiter, it's as rare and as elite as Derek Stingley Jr. is. When you look at the way that D'Amico Ryans wants to play defense, he's not a guy that just joneses for the opportunity to play man. He's not